In the heart of a grim winter, snow filled the sky and a bone-piercing wind howled outside. Inside a shabby rented room, Ling Yi, unshaven and disheveled, slowly opened his eyes. He first swept a wary gaze around, scrutinizing his surroundings. Only after confirming that he was in the right place did his expression soften. "My daughter," he murmured, "after a full 100,000 years your father has finally reversed time and returned." 100,000 years ago his daughter had been diagnosed with a terminal illness for which there was no cure in the mortal world. To prolong her life, he exhausted all his family's savings and even fell deep into interest debt. Yet his daughter's condition never improved. Instead, he himself underwent a terrifying change in temperament. He sank into alcoholism and gambling, became irritable and violent, fell ever deeper into usury, and would frequently beat his wife and daughter, even cursing his child as a burdensome money loser. By the time his daughter was at death's door, there were still 7 or 8 bruises scattered across her small body. His wife's injuries were even more numerous. Thus, after their daughter drew her final breath, his wife did not hesitate. She leaped from the hospital rooftop, leaving Ling Yi only 2 final sentences. Even at the very end, Xiao still believed it was because she was disobedient that you beat and scolded her. She said her greatest wish in this life was to hear you forgive her. "Ling Yi, you are not worthy to be Xiao's father." Upon hearing these words, Ling Yi wished for death more than life, and likewise jumped from the rooftop. Yet he did not die. Instead, he was taken away by a wandering immortal in a blue robe to another starry firmament. At that time, Ling Yi was utterly devoid of attachments and sought only death. It was not until the blue-robed immortal told him that if he ascended to the realm of Immortal Emperor, he could reverse time and save his wife and daughter that Ling Yi finally cast aside all distractions and devoted himself solely to cultivation. Perhaps out of crushing guilt, he cultivated with a ferocity surpassing anyone else. Hardships others could not endure, he bore without hesitation. Forbidden zones others dared not enter, he strode into without fear. Thus, in merely 100,000 years, he achieved the Immortal Emperor realm that others could not reach, even in millions of years. As the revered sovereign among 10,000 immortal emperors, he felt no desire for eternal life. Instead, he immediately used all his cultivation as the price to cleave open heaven and earth, forcibly reverse time, and send his primordial spirit back 100,000 years to Blue Star, thus leading to the scene at the beginning. "Xiao," Ling Yi called out once, then hurriedly walked out of the bedroom. After a full 100,000 years, he could no longer restrain his longing to hold his daughter in his arms. However, his wife and daughter were not at home. Only a few simple pieces of furniture met his gaze. Looking at the modest yet tidy living room, the figure of his wife, Qi Shiyun, surfaced vividly in his mind. The moment he thought of how he had once beaten and cursed her whenever the slightest thing displeased him, Ling Yi lifted his hand and slapped himself across the face. "I am worse than an animal," he spat. "But rest assured, from this day forth, I will never allow you to suffer any harm again. And as for Xiao, even if the king of hell decrees that you die at midnight, your father will see you live on into immortality." He no longer had his wife's contact information. She had long since blocked him, so he could only wait at home. Yet he did not waste the time. Instead, he returned to the bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to focus on cultivating the Swallowing Heavens record. He had chosen this Swallowing Heavens record 20,000 years ago, carefully selecting it from among hundreds of millions of cultivation manuals as the art most suitable for a place like Blue Star, where spiritual energy was all but exhausted. Once cultivated to its pinnacle, it was 100 times more domineering than the technique he had practiced in his past life. In just a few short minutes, Ling Yi's body had already begun to change. The listlessness left by years of alcoholism vanished without a trace, replaced by a vibrant, invigorated spirit. Even though the wind outside was razor cold, and there was no heater in the room, Ling Yi's blood boiled with heat, and his heart surged with expectations for the future. By dusk, the accumulated snow outside had already risen above knee height. In the howling wind, not a single soul could be seen on the road. Yet at the entrance of the residential compound, a young mother in thin clothing was washing radishes together with her 3-year-old daughter. These radishes had been planted by Qi Shiyun in the field during the intervals before and after work. They had just been pulled from the soil and had yet to be cleaned. She had to get her stall set up before dinner time. If she missed the meal rush, these radishes simply would not sell. As dense snowflakes once more fell in bustling profusion, Qi Shiyun hastily took off her coat and held it over her daughter's head. "Xiao, it's too cold. Why don't you go back first?" "No. If I disturb Daddy will hit me," the little girl whispered, her small body trembling, a look of profound fear spreading across her face. Qi Shiyun's expression froze, her eyes brimming with heartache. Her daughter should have had a carefree childhood, yet now she was following her out into this world of ice and snow to wash radishes. Seeing her daughter's tiny, tender hands turned purple from the cold, Qi Shiyun felt as though knives were being driven into her heart, the pain unbearable and twin streams of tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Don't cry, Mama. Xiao Xiao isn't cold," the little girl said, wiping her hands on her clothes, then cupping her mother's face and gently brushing away her tears. "Mama isn't crying, the wind is just too strong," Qi Shiyun murmured, pulling her daughter tightly into her arms. She turned to look back in the direction of home, and her eyes gradually grew resolute. She had to get a divorce. As night was about to fall, a group of men suddenly surrounded mother and daughter. When Xiao Xiao saw who they were, she clung desperately to her mother's leg, her small body trembling uncontrollably. "Miss Qi, have you prepared the money?" Zhang Kai asked, tapping an iron rod against the ground with a thuggish air. Protecting her daughter behind her, Qi Shiyun frowned and said, "The money Ling Yi borrowed from you. I repaid it in full yesterday." "You said so yourself." "Yesterday, I remembered wrong," Zhang Kai sneered. "The 50,000 you returned was only the interest. There's still 10,000 of the principal unpaid. Adding today's interest, you still owe me 15,000. This is robbery." Qi Shiyun finally understood. "That's right. It is robbery," he replied coldly. "Either you pay now, or you come with me." Zhang Kai let his gaze roam over Qi Shiyun, thinking to himself that she truly was a stunning beauty. No wonder young Master Qin had specifically named her to warm his bed. On such a frigid day, the thought of having such a woman to warm his bed sent a shiver of delight through his body. Dream on. Dream on. Humph. At a single look from Zhang Kai, several of his underlings rushed forward and forcefully tore mother and daughter apart. The little one wailed in terror, her body shaking like a leaf in a storm. No matter how Qi Shiyun tried to comfort her, it was useless. "Zhang Kai, whatever it is, come at me. Let my daughter go." Qi Shiyun sobbed, her heart being ripped to shreds. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance," Zhang Kai said coldly. "As long as you serve young Master Qin to his satisfaction tonight, the debt between me and your useless husband will be wiped clean. Otherwise, I'll break your daughter's leg right now. Let my daughter go first." Qi Shiyun screamed until her voice cracked, begging with all her might. "It seems you really don't know what's good for you," Zhang Kai sneered. With that, Zhang Kai raised the iron rod high and brought it down savagely toward Xiao Xiao's knee. With a sickening crack, Xiao Xiao's left leg twisted out of shape in an instant. The man restraining her let go, and the little girl collapsed into the snow. The agony was so intense that she opened her mouth wide, yet no sound emerged. Her small body merely convulsed uncontrollably on the snowy ground. Qi Shiyun let out a blood-curdling scream, wrenching herself free of those restraining her. She stumbled and crawled frantically to Xiao Xiao's side, reaching out to lift her, yet not daring to touch her. Her hands trembled helplessly in midair as she sobbed, so hard she could not form words. Tears fell onto Xiao Xiao's face. Gritting her teeth, the little girl forced her eyes open, raised a tiny hand to wipe away her mother's tears, and whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, "Mama, don't cry. Xiao Xiao doesn't hurt." Hearing this, Qi Shiyun felt as if her chest were being torn apart. She tried to call an ambulance, but her phone was snatched away by Zhang Kai. "Young Master Qin doesn't like this little wretch. Let her freeze to death here," Zhang Kai said coldly. With a single look, his men rushed forward, seized the screaming Qi Shiyun, and dragged her away into the night. "Mama, Mama, Xiao Xiao is cold." In the darkness, Xiao Xiao's voice grew weaker, and in the rented apartment's bedroom, as Ling Yi was cultivating, a sudden sharp pain stabbed between his brows. This blood-deep connection. A dreadful realization surged through him. Xiao Xiao is in mortal danger. Ling Yi's eyes snapped open. Without the slightest hesitation, he crashed through the bedroom window, leaping from the 4th floor and sprinting madly toward the entrance of the residential compound. Having reached the 3rd level of Qi refining, he moved like an unsheathed sword, carving a deep furrow through the thick snow beneath his feet. By the time he reached the compound gate, the scene before his eyes nearly made him collapse on the spot. In the heavy snow lay Xiao Xiao, collapsed in utter despair. Her tiny hands and face had turned a frightening shade of purple from the cold, and one small leg was twisted at an unnatural angle beneath her, breath so faint it was barely there. "Xiao Xiao," Ling Yi bellowed as he rushed forward, dropping to his knees beside her. His hands hovered over his daughter, wanting to lift her, yet floundering in panic, not knowing where to touch for fear of hurting her further. "Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Daddy is here." The immortal Emperor Ling Yi, once worshipped by 10,000 immortals, now resembled a helpless child, letting his tears fall unchecked. Though consumed by grief, Ling Yi did not hesitate. At once he activated the Swallowing Heavens record, channeling every last shred of his meager spiritual energy into Xiao Xiao's body, helping her cling to that final thread of life. Nourished by spiritual energy, Xiao Xiao, who had been hanging by a breath, began to breathe more steadily. Color slowly returned to her tiny hands and cheeks, turning them rosy once more. When Ling Yi infused the very last trace of spiritual energy into her, Xiao Xiao finally opened her eye. But when she realized it was Ling Yi, terror instantly flooded her face. "Daddy, I'm sorry, please don't hit me, okay?" Xiao Xiao didn't mean to fall. Xiao Xiao will stand up right now. She spoke as she tried to push herself up, only for the agony from her broken leg to send her crashing back down. Daddy, Xiao Xiao's leg hurts. Xiao Xiao can't stand up. Daddy, please don't hit Xiao Xiao, okay? Seeing the terror on his 3-year-old daughter's face, Ling, he felt as though his heart were being slashed by 1,000 blades. How much of a bastard had he been to make his own flesh and blood daughter fear him to such an extent? Children stumbling and falling was the most ordinary thing in the world. Why had he beaten and cursed her for it in the past? Besides, anyone could see that her leg had clearly been broken by someone's hand. Yet upon seeing him, she did not complain in grievance, but instead forced herself to stand as though nothing were wrong. If a father cannot be the pillar his daughter leans on, what use is he as a father at all? At this thought, Ling Yi smashed his own face with 2 heavy punches, then pulled Xiao Xiao into a fierce embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry. Daddy was wrong. Daddy should never have hit you or scolded you before. It was all Daddy's fault. It was Daddy's fault. Xiao Xiao did not clearly hear his apology. The searing pain in her shattered knee had her world spinning. Even so, she forced herself to hold on long enough to say, Daddy, go save Mommy. That bad man from yesterday took Mommy away. Daddy, save Mommy. With that, Xiao Xiao could endure no more and fainted from the pain. Looking at his daughter, who frowned even in her unconsciousness, Ling, he wanted nothing more than to tear himself to pieces. But now was not the time for self-recrimination. He had to rescue Qi Shiyun. Xiao Xiao's kneecap had been smashed. Even if she were rushed to a hospital now, there was no guarantee it could be fully healed. She might be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Even if the bone were set, she would likely limp whenever she walked. To restore her completely, he would have to rely on cultivation methods. Yet with his current cultivation at only the 3rd level of Qi refining, he had no way to use spells to regenerate bone, unless he could refine a jade shatter pill. After weighing his options, Ling Yi carried his daughter back to the rented apartment. There he channeled the spiritual energy he had just recovered back into her body, allowing her to sleep peacefully. He then locked the door, carefully left the compound, and sped off in a specific direction. That bad man from yesterday. Who else could it be but Zhang Kai? He even dares to lay such a vicious hand on a child. How could I not kill him? In the Qingyun Villa's residential complex, after Zhang Kai and his men had shoved Qi Shiyun into a large luxury apartment, they stood guard outside the door, allowing no one to approach. Qi Shiyun finally came face-to-face with the mastermind, Qin Tianxi, the Qin family's 3rd young master, a lust-driven fiend. Miss Qi, I've sent people to invite you several times, yet you turn them down on the spot each time. You truly are difficult to invite. The large apartment was warmed by both air conditioning and floor heating, the temperature pleasantly mild. Dressed in a thin silk robe, Qin Tianxi held a tall wine glass, brazenly admiring the curves of Qi Shiyun's figure. You're sick? Qi Shiyun snapped, then turned to open the door. But the door had been secured from the outside with an iron chain, no matter how hard she pulled it would not budge. Miss Qi, in weather this cold, I imagine very few people are going in and out of your complex. No. Qin Tianxi was in no hurry. He savored his red wine as he spoke unhurriedly. Qi Shiyun froze at his words. What do you mean? If I don't send someone to take your daughter to the hospital, do you think anyone will discover her? Qi Shiyun felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor. Don't tell me you expect that useless husband of yours to go out and look for your daughter. You'd be better off begging me to spare you. Thinking of Ling Yi dead, drunk, and reeking, Qi Shiyun felt her heart turn utterly cold. She did not complain. Instead, she hurriedly dropped to her knees, pleading with Qin Tianxi. Young Master Qin, I beg you, please show mercy and spare my daughter. Qin Tianxi burst into wild laughter. What's this? Weren't you just putting on the act of a chaste, unyielding maiden? And now you're already begging for mercy? Young Master Qin, I was wrong. Please let me go save my daughter. As long as you let me take her to the hospital, I will obey you in everything from now on. Even if I let you go now, it would take you half an hour to get back. Do you really think your daughter can last another 30 minutes? Qin Tianxi, don't get worked up. I've already had someone take your daughter to the hospital entrance. As long as you behave, I'll have them call a doctor. Otherwise, Qin Tianxi swirled his wine glass, the threat in his expression unmistakable. Every word was a lie, for Qin Tianxi knew all too well that Qi Shiyun's only weak spot was her daughter. Have them take her into the hospital. I will obey you from now on. Qi Shiyun slumped on the floor, her face a picture of utter despair. Not from now on, starting now. Qin Tianxi spread his legs and crooked a finger at her. Come here and use your mouth. Thinking of how her daughter had never known a single day of peace since birth, constantly living in fear of Ling Yi's beatings and curses, shivering from cold and hunger, and now having her leg broken and her life hanging by a thread, Qi Shiyun's tears would not stop flowing. She had considered taking her own life more than once, but every time she imagined her daughter left alone in this world with no one to rely on, she could not bring herself to do it. Now there was only one way left to save her daughter. Though every fiber of her being recoiled, she rose to her feet, like a lifeless shell, and walked toward Qin Tianxi. Stop. Who said you could stand? If you're going to be a bitch, you'd better have the awareness of one. Crawl over here. Qi Shiyun's body trembled. Her gaze flicked once more to the fruit platter on the table. Then she knelt and began crawling toward Qin Tianxi inch by inch. Laughing loudly, Qin Tianxi pulled out his phone to record. Ha ha, Qi Shiyun. Here I was thinking you were so pure and unyielding, yet in the end you're nothing more than my little bitch. Qi Shiyun kept her head lowered, silently measuring the distance. When she finally saw the leg of the coffee table, she suddenly sprang up, snatched the fruit knife from the platter, and in a flash pressed it against Qin Tianxi's throat. Tell your men to take my daughter into the hospital. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a burst of pain shot through her wrist. The knife slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. A sharp slap cracked across her face as Qin Tianxi struck her. I'm going to inherit billions one day. Did you really think I wouldn't have learned a bit of self-defense? You could have been a well-behaved bitch, but you insisted on being one that bites. Don't blame me if I'm not gentle. With that, Qin Tianxi shouted toward the door, get in here all of you. Zhang Kai and the others immediately filed in, each one in a state of inexplicable excitement. They were well aware of Qin Shao's preferences. All the women he had been with would be shared with his little brothers. Just the thought of enjoying a breathtaking beauty like Qi Shiyun made their excitement evident on their faces. However, why was Qin Shao so quick today? Hold this filthy bitch down. Upon hearing Qin Shao's words, Zhang Kai and the others finally reacted, hurrying to press Qi Shiyun down on the ground. Qin Tianxi stepped forward and slapped her across the face. Dare to lay hands on me. Have you never been in a fight before? Qi Shiyun's lips bled as she coldly glared at Qin Tianxi, remaining silent. To tell you the truth, your daughter is still lying in the snow, and I have no intention of taking her to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Qi Shiyun was momentarily stunned, then began to struggle, desperately yelling at Qin Tianxi. Qin Tianxi, I will kill you, I want to kill you. You won't have a good death. Whether I live or die is uncertain, but I know I'll make you feel good before that. Qin Tianxi said nonchalantly, casually holding a cup of water and shaking it in front of Qi Shiyun. Do you know what this is? This is called dewy mandarins. Even if someone is frigid, just one sip will turn them into a lustful woman. Aren't you aloof? Fine, I'll pour this whole cup into you and make you feel good until you die. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai and the others revealed uncontrollable excitement, their gazes towards Qi Shiyun shifting. Qi Shiyun was already terrified, her cheeks pale, gritting her teeth, and struggling fiercely, refusing to let them pry her mouth open, still daring to resist. Qin Tianxi raised his hand and slapped her again, then pinched Qi Shiyun's face, forcing her mouth open. Drink it down. Just as the cup was about to be handed over, Qi Shiyun suddenly shook her head and bit down on Qin Tianxi's hand, refusing to let go. In pain, Qin Tianxi smashed the cup against Qi Shiyun's head. Blood mixed with dewy mandarins stained Qi Shiyun's face, yet Qin Tianxi remained unsatisfied, grabbing her hair and lifting her up before slamming her down onto the ground. Bang! With a loud sound, Qi Shiyun felt the world spinning, her eyes unable to open any longer, slowly closing. In her blurred vision, she seemed to see that snowy ground again, seeing the small figure lying there barely alive. Xiao, I'm sorry. Don't be afraid, mommy is coming to be with you. Before her eyes closed, she felt she saw another familiar figure. Qi Shiyun, oh Qi Shiyun, you really are pathetic. Even at death's door you still think of him. Give up, he has already rotted like foul mud, no longer the man he once was. Qi Shiyun, remember this, if there is a next life, don't ever marry Lingy. As her eyelids fell, Qi Shiyun fainted in despair. Damn, so fragile. Qin Tianxi kicked Qi Shiyun, then waved his hand. Before she dies, she's yours now. After you're done, just throw her into the snow, without clothes. Thank you, Qin Shao. The crowd cheered in unison, their expressions exuberant. Qin Tianxi then spat at Qi Shiyun, cursing, what a buzzkill, before waving his hand to disperse the crowd. As Zhang Kai and the others were about to carry Qi Shiyun away, a loud crash sounded. The security door of the apartment collapsed, revealing a young man with a pale face standing at the entrance, his eyes bloodshot. Oh, isn't this the useless Ling family heir? What are you doing here instead of lying at home waiting to die? Zhang Kai chuckled. Could it be you know we're going to play with your wife and came to join in? Ling Yi glanced at his bloodied wife, pain piercing his heart like 1,000 arrows. He said nothing as he stepped through the broken door. What attitude is that? Qin Shao, taking an interest in your wife is your fortune. Oh, what are you trying to act tough for? Zhang Kai scolded, raising his fist to punch Ling Yi. He knew exactly what kind of person Ling Yi was. With just a little effort, he could easily knock him to the ground. However, Ling Yi raised his hand and threw a punch that landed squarely on Zhang Kai's fist. Crack! A sound echoed as Zhang Kai's shoulder revealed a horrifying bone structure. His entire arm was pierced by Ling Yi's punch. Before Zhang Kai could scream in pain, Ling Yi followed up with 2 kicks to Zhang Kai's knees, producing 2 cracking sounds as Zhang Kai immediately shrank down, kneeling on the ground. However, unlike an ordinary person kneeling with their calves behind them, both of his calves were positioned in front. Zhang Kai fell silent for a moment, then let out a heart-wrenching wail that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The little brothers behind him immediately released Qi Shiyun, staring at Ling Yi as if he were a monster, both terrified and confused. I didn't see this coming. You, this useless one, actually have such power. Although Qin Tianxi was also surprised, he didn't take it to heart. To him, Ling Yi was just a bit stronger. When it came to a real fighter like him, he would be begging for mercy in no time. Ling Yi remained silent, walking over to pull Qi Shiyun into his embrace, gently wiping the blood from her face, his heart aching to the point he could barely breathe. He knew that all the suffering that had befallen the mother and daughter was because of him, the scum. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm so sorry. Ling Yi held Qi Shiyun tightly, channeling all the spiritual energy he had just recovered into her body to help her heal her wounds quickly. What are you all standing around for? Grab your weapons and kill him. Qin Tianxi's roar snapped the little brothers back to reality. Although they were afraid of Ling Yi's earlier ferocity, they feared the powerful Qin Xiao even more. They all scrambled to pull out small daggers from their pockets, trembling as they approached Ling Yi. Facing the attack from 7 or 8 people, Ling Yi merely glanced at them, causing them to step back in fright. They exchanged looks, their earlier courage dissipating completely, none daring to step forward. Ling Yi ignored them and picked up Qi Shiyun, walking slowly towards the sofa while no one dared to make a move. After he laid Qi Shiyun down comfortably on the sofa, he finally glanced at the broken cup on the ground. Since you like drugging people so much, let me have you taste the effects of this medicine. Ling Yi suppressed his killing intent. He knew that killing Qin Tianxi would only benefit him. With you, this useless one. You think you're worthy? Qin Tianxi snorted coldly, not taking Ling Yi seriously at all. It wasn't until Ling Yi was 1 meter away from him that he suddenly sprang up, performing his signature move, Eagle Claw Lock, throat, aiming directly at Ling Yi's throat. He was extremely confident that no matter how strong Ling Yi was, he would never withstand his ever-changing Eagle Claw Lock throat. Smack! With a crisp sound, before he could lock Ling Yi's throat, he felt a sharp pain on his face, accompanied by ringing in his ears, the world spinning. Fancy tricks. Ling Yi sneered, lifting his foot again, repeating the move to kick Qin Tianxi's 2 knees, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Just as Qin Tianxi was about to wail, Ling Yi slapped him, knocking out all his teeth, blood immediately flowing everywhere, as he could only emit whimpering sounds. Then Ling Yi grabbed Qin Tianxi by the collar, forcing him down on the sofa, presenting his rear. After doing all this, Ling Yi approached the shattered cup and lightly tapped the floor with his right foot. The countless water droplets scattered in the air were immediately lifted up by Ling Yi's wave. The purity is too low. Let me add some more ingredients for you. Ling Yi's fingers moved slightly, and several strands of spiritual energy shot into the water, causing the countless droplets to instantly glow faintly red. Then, with a flick of his index finger, drops of red water accurately fell into the mouths of the 7 or 8 little brothers. Seeing this, the originally in pain Qin Tianxi was immediately stunned, hurriedly spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, looking at Ling Yi in terror. What are you trying to do? You demon, just kill me. Please kill me. Ling Yi couldn't be bothered with his pleas, carrying Qi Shiyun in one hand and dragging Zhang Kai in the other, leaving the room at a leisurely pace. Zhang Kai had no idea where Ling Yi was taking him, but he clearly understood that the outcome would surely be far more brutal than staying in that room. Ling Yi walked straight to a secluded corner of the community and threw Zhang Kai to the ground, then said, "Take off your clothes." Zhang Kai was already terrified to the core. He dared not hesitate. Enduring the excruciating pain, he struggled to remove his clothes with the one hand he had left. Unfortunately, the bone of his other arm had punctured through the fabric, making it impossible for him to take off the clothes which were stuck on that broken arm. In immense agony, just as he was preparing to plead for mercy again, Ling Yi made his move. He first crushed Zhang Kai's vocal cords, rendering him unable to make a sound. Then he kicked Zhang Kai's other arm, completely disabling his ability to move. Finally, he turned and left without any hesitation. Watching Ling Yi's retreating figure, Zhang Kai's face drained of color. He finally realized that Ling Yi intended to let him freeze to death in despair. Suddenly, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. As he gazed at Ling Yi's distant silhouette, memories of Xiao Xiao's previous despair flooded back, filling Zhang Kai's heart with regret. After leaving the community, Ling Yi did not take a taxi, but instead carried Qi Shiyun, walking alone through the falling snow. He could not bear to put down Qi Shiyun. He wanted to continue walking like this until the end of his life. He also could not let go of Qi Shiyun. If he could let go after 100,000 years, he would have done so long ago. He owed too much to her and her daughter. This time he had returned through time to compensate them tenfold. Although the snowflakes were large, they could not get close to Ling Yi. When they were just 2 inches from his head, they would suddenly change direction and drift away. In the snowy night, under the dim streetlight, the shadows of the two were elongated. Back home, Ling Yi carefully laid Qi Shiyun on the bed, checked on Xiao Xiao's condition, and confirmed everything was stable before returning to the next room to cover the broken window with newspapers. The rental house had no air conditioning, and if the hole was not patched up, the mother and daughter would probably freeze. After patching the window, Ling Yi went to Qi Shiyun's room, pulled out an envelope from under the bedside table, took out 2,000 yuan, and then turned to leave the rental house, heading towards the place he frequented over the past 2 years. He was already well aware of the materials needed for refining the shattered jade pill, but some of the herbs were quite rare and not easily found in regular pharmacies. To quickly gather the materials, he could only offer high prices to purchase them. 2,000 yuan was clearly not enough, so the urgent task was to make money. The only way to turn 2,000 into a fortune overnight was through gambling. Yo, Gu coming to make a fortune again. At the entrance of an abandoned steel factory in the suburbs, a young guard greeted Ling enthusiastically, though his eyes were filled with disdain. Ling Yi did not respond. After entering and exchanging his chips, he approached the gambling table for big or small. He glanced at it and immediately wagered all his chips on big. Half an hour later, the chips in front of Ling Yi had piled up like a mountain, exceeding 1 million, attracting many onlookers. Just as Ling Yi was about to place his chips on big again, the dealer shaking the dice was already sweating profusely and trembling, unwilling to open the lid. If this round was lost, he would have to pay with his life. Open it, what are you waiting for? I say you guys run a business, can you not afford to lose? Damn it, how much money have I sent your way over the years? Now that I've finally won some, you don't like it. Only winning. If you can't play fair, who will dare to come here in the future? Ling Yi remained silent, but those who had bet with him were getting anxious. Just as a conflict was about to erupt, a commotion suddenly erupted from the entrance. Everyone turned to see Chun Bao, the enforcer, coming over with his men. The agitated gamblers saw Chun Bao and immediately calmed down, calling him Brother Bao, while unconsciously giving way, their faces filled with respect and submission. There was no way around it. Chun Bao was not only tall and strong, but also ruthless. Anyone who offended him would lose an arm or a leg within 3 days without exception. They really wanted to win money, but they also needed to have their lives to spend it. Brother, it's getting late. Let's finish this round and go home. Lin Tao patted Ling Yi's shoulder with a smile. It's still early, no rush. Ling Yi shrugged off Lin Tao's hand, straightforward and unafraid. Brother, that's not nice. Your wife and children are waiting for you at home. You can't keep them waiting too long, right? Lin Tao squinted his eyes, saying seemingly caring words that were actually a threat. Then why don't you hurry back? Are you really okay with making your wife and children wait? Ling Yi retorted, fine. Chun Bao pushed the dealer aside, his fierce demeanor showing. Since you want to play, I'll accompany you to the, saying that he opened the dice cup showing 4, 5, 6. Big. Pay up, Chun Bao said without hesitation, and several younger brothers immediately started distributing chips to the bettors. At the same time, Chun Bao shook the dice again, saying to the other gamblers, it's so cold, don't you want to go home? And hearing this, those who had bet with Ling Yi were reluctant, but still took out their chips, stepping away from the gambling table to quietly watch. On the entire gambling table, only Ling Yi remained betting, and he still placed all his chips on big. Chun Bao opened the cup, rolling 4, 4, 6. Big. Everyone in the room couldn't help but gasp in shock. For more than half an hour, every single roll had been big. This was simply ridiculous. If it weren't for Chun Bao personally shaking the dice, they would have suspected Ling Yi of colluding with the dealer. The chips in front of Ling Yi had transformed from the initial 2,000 to over 4 million, causing envy in everyone present. It was already early morning when Ling Yi emerged from the abandoned steel factory. Having only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, he had not yet attained the state of grain avoidance, and after a long day of work, his stomach began to protest. He knew there was a noodle shop nearby that operated all night. However, he was unsure if it would still be open in such cold weather. If it were closed, he would have to take a detour to the city. The noodle shop was not far away, and Ling Yi quickly reached its entrance, which was brightly lit inside. The owner, an old man named Zhang, claimed to be over 70, but appeared quite robust. Upon seeing Ling Yi, he took the initiative to greet him, saying, same as always. Ling Yi replied politely. Why are you here so early today? Want some money? The old man asked while cooking the noodles. I want a bit, Ling Yi said. Let's settle up for the noodles, I owe you first. No need, Chi girl settled it yesterday, the old man replied seriously while cooking, turning his back to Ling Yi. Chi Shiyun indeed came by yesterday, but he did not take her money. In his own words, the misdeeds Ling Yi committed should not be borne by her. Hearing these words, Ling Yi shuddered, and a scene flashed in his mind of Chi Shiyun walking through the snow with Xiao Xiao to pay back the debt, causing his heart to twist in agony. Young man, heed the advice of an old man. This gambling business harms both others and oneself, it's best to quit. A woman like Chi girl is worth cherishing. The old man placed the noodles on the table looking pensive. Ling Yi nodded with a bitter smile, saying nothing more. Sigh. The old man thought Ling Yi hadn't taken his words to heart, and sighed again, refraining from further persuasion. Ling Yi quickly finished his noodles, and as he was leaving jokingly asked, Old man Zhang, aren't you afraid I'll quit gambling, and you'll lose a regular customer? Bah. As long as you quit gambling, what does it matter if I lose a customer? The old man joked. Ling Yi laughed and waved his hand, saying, I'm leaving, and I won't be back again. Upon hearing this, the old man was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until he could no longer see Ling Yi's silhouette in the snowy night that he slowly began to tidy the table. Outside, the wind and snow blew wildly, and in the darkness he murmured, Chi girl, dawn is coming. There were two routes back from the noodle shop. One was a narrow alley with houses on both sides, and the other was a road that was relatively desolate and farther away. Without a second thought, Ling Yi headed towards the road. When he reached a place with no village in sight and no shops nearby, as he expected, 4 cars blocked his path and retreat. The ones getting out of the cars were none other than Chun Bao from the casino. Ling Yi, I just checked and found out that your daughter has a broken leg and needs money for surgery. I won't make it hard for you. Leave 200,000 and return the rest. In the wind and snow, Chun Bao lit a cigarette for himself, leaning against the car doors, speaking nonchalantly. Ling Yi shook his head, saying, 200,000. Do you think that's enough to replace a knee joint? Ling Yi, don't be ungrateful. 500,000 is my maximum offer. Oh, any more will cost me my leg. At least you have a bit of a conscience, otherwise you'd be a corpse by now. Ling Yi replied, his steps unwavering as he continued forward. As for this money, you won't take a single cent. Hey Ling, am I giving you face? Chun Bao threw away his cigarette and pointed at Ling Yi, shouting, open your eyes wide and have a good look. Do you think you can take this money away? Ling, I'm giving you one last chance. Either take the 500,000 and get lost, or leave both yourself and the money here. Ling Yi took each step firmly, saying, if you have the ability, come and take it. Get 'em all of you. Break this brat. With a command from Chun Bao, the 4 cars and over 20 men charged towards Ling Yi, wielding steel rods. Ling Yi's spiritual energy had recovered somewhat, but he didn't need to mobilize it to deal with these thugs. With one hand in his pocket and the other extended, he moved gracefully through the chaotic steel rods like a dragon soaring freely. Wherever his hand passed, those thugs fell like dominoes, bones cracking and bodies collapsing. Yet Ling Yi's footsteps remained steady, maintaining the same rhythm and pace as before, as if those blocking thugs had never existed. Kid, you've been hiding deep. I didn't realize you were a practitioner these past 2 years. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Chun Bao shook off his fur cloak, picked up a steel rod from the ground, tested its weight, and then dragged it across the ground as he approached Ling Yi. But I, brother Bao, am no pushover, otherwise I wouldn't have the right to watch over the Han family's territory. Chun Bao said proudly, you have good talent, why not become my disciple? If you join me, I'll consider this money a gift to you. What do you say? Good suggestion, Ling Yi nodded, but you're not worthy. Damn it, then don't blame me for being rude. Chun Bao raised the steel rod and swung it towards Ling Yi's neck from a tricky angle. No matter which direction Ling Yi dodged, Chun Bao had follow-up moves to keep up, ensuring he would be hit and battered, rendering this brat unable to take care of himself. However, Ling Yi didn't dodge at all. He directly raised his hand to catch the heavy steel rod, and then kicked out, sending Chun Bao flying crashing into the windshield of the car behind him, gasping in pain. You're an internal force warrior. Chun Bao's face turned ashen, fear gripping him as if he had seen death itself. Ling Yi couldn't be bothered to respond, discarding the steel rod and placing his hands in his pockets, continuing forward. I understand now, you intentionally led us here. Chun Bao suddenly realized and shook his head with a wry. Ling Yi did not return to the rental house. Instead, after confirming that there was no one around, he dashed towards the distant woods. In this age of decline where human traces were found, spiritual energy was almost non-existent. Only in places with scarce human presence was the spiritual energy relatively abundant. To cure Xiao Zhao's critical illness, he needed to elevate his cultivation to the golden core stage as quickly as possible. Every second counted. In the woods, Ling Yi was unafraid of the biting cold, sitting cross-legged in the snow, immersing himself in the cultivation of the heaven-swallowing record. It was not until the eastern sky brightened that he stopped and hurried back to the rental house. Inside the rental house, Qi Shiyun stirred awake, touching her forehead. When she realized she was lying on the bed and saw her daughter beside her, she thought everything that happened last night was just a dream. It wasn't until she felt the wound on her head and her daughter's shattered knee that she woke up to the reality that everything. She did not delve into how she got back, but immediately rushed into the next room, hoping Ling Yi would take their daughter to the hospital, only to find that he was not there. If I should have realized gambling is his life, how could he care about our daughter's well-being? Qi Shiyun choked up as she returned to the room, moving the bedside table aside to grab the 2,000 yuan to take her daughter to the hospital, only to find an empty envelope. In that moment, all her fantasies and hopes shattered. Your daughter has a broken leg, and you still stole money to gamble. Ling Yi, are you even human? You are worse than a beast. Qi Shiyun could no longer hold back tears streaming down her face. Without hesitation, she took out the signed divorce agreement from under her pillow and placed it on the table, then carefully picked up her daughter and crying knelt to the neighbor to borrow 2,000 yuan before hurriedly heading to the hospital. It was already difficult to hail a taxi in the suburban community, and on this snowy morning, not a single car. Inside the taxi, the air conditioning made Qi Shiyun, who was drenched in sweat, feel quite uncomfortable. Yet she seemed oblivious, repeatedly urging the driver to hurry. Upon learning that Xiao Xiao had a broken leg, the driver wasted no time and drove as fast as possible to the hospital entrance. Moreover, he escorted Qi Shiyun and her daughter into the hospital before turning to leave once the nurse took over. Ling Yi, you are truly worse than a stranger as a father. You are utterly unworthy of being a parent. Qi Shiyun felt an overwhelming despair towards Ling Yi. Meanwhile, after examining Xiao Xiao's condition, the doctor immediately arranged a hospital bed and informed Qi Shiyun that in such cases a prosthetic kneecap was required, advising her to prepare at least 100,000 yuan for the surgery. Hearing that figure, Qi Shiyun felt a buzzing in her head, utterly at a loss. It was only after the doctor called her name several times that she finally came back to her senses. Family member, please proceed to complete the admission procedures as soon as possible. We need a hospital number to dispense medication. Concerning her daughter, Qi Shiyun quickly regained her composure and jogged to the billing desk to handle the admission. She handed over 2,000 yuan, her entire savings. After giving the admission slip to the nurse, Qi Shiyun approached Xiao Xiao's bedside. Watching her daughter sleep peacefully, the thought of the exorbitant surgery fee made her unable to hold back any longer, and she squatted by the bed sobbing. The burden of her daughter's cancer medication and Ling Yi's gambling debts had already suffocated her. Where could she find another 100,000 yuan? The 2,000 yuan under the bedside table was all she had saved, originally meant for buying her daughter cancer medication next month, but it had been stolen by Ling Yi. The more Qi Shiyun thought about it, the more sorrowful she became, tears flowing uncontrollably. Fearing she would wake her daughter, she suppressed her cries as best as she could. Excuse me, everyone, please make way. Having just returned from washing her face in the restroom, Qi Shiyun saw the doctors and nurses hurriedly pushing several stretchers towards the emergency room. So many people are injured. Oh, was there an accident? She muttered to herself, but didn't pay much attention until she caught sight of the last stretcher and felt as if struck by lightning, instinctively wanting to run. Qin Tianxi. Why is he here? And it looks like both his legs are broken. Why is there blood all over his mouth? And why is there white matter on his face? No, with injuries like this, it should be brain matter. Karma. Qi Shiyun scoffed coldly and returned to the ward. Xiao Xiao was still sound asleep. Had the doctor not informed her that all of Xiao Xiao's indicators were surprisingly normal, she would have doubted whether her daughter would ever wake up. Xiaoqi, did you see that? The world has truly gone crazy. Aunt Wang from the same ward rushed in, speaking to Qi Shiyun as if they were old acquaintances. What happened? Qi Shiyun felt flustered and didn't really want to engage. Those people who were just pushed in, I heard the nurses say they might be unable to have children. At first Qi Shiyun didn't understand, but when Aunt Wang started gesturing, she turned her head away, blushing. Seeing this, Aunt Wang suddenly asked mysteriously, do you know how they ended up like that? Qi Shiyun shook her head, not particularly wanting to know. Yet she was also curious, as it could possibly explain why she had returned home unscathed the previous day. Aunt Wang said, have you heard the saying, a metal pestle can be ground down to a needle? Qi Shiyun was initially stunned, then her face twisted in disgust, nearly making her vomit. But thinking of Qin Tianxi and the other's tragic condition, she felt a surge of excitement at the thought of vengeance. How could they be like this? Qi Shiyun hurriedly asked. This was what she was most concerned about. Qin Tianxi couldn't possibly be gay, otherwise he wouldn't have harmed himself. Aunt Wang replied. The doctor also asked this question. The police said it was likely due to drug use. Qi Shiyun immediately thought of dewdrops on the mandarin ducks and broke out in a cold sweat. If she had drunk that glass of water last night, wouldn't that mean Qi Shiyun dared not think further, her fear making her body tremble slightly. Now she wanted to know even more about who had saved her after she fainted. Ling Yi. Qi Shiyun immediately rejected that thought. She would rather believe that it was a ghost who saved her than to think it was Ling Yi. I don't know who you are or why you saved me, but I sincerely thank you. If there is an afterlife, Qi Shiyun will repay you, even if I have to work like a cow or a horse. Ling Yi returned to the rented apartment, heading straight to the bedroom, only to find no sign of his wife and daughter, which made him anxious. Could it be that Chun Bao sent someone to take revenge? He checked the door lock and quickly dismissed that possibility. So he knocked on the neighbor's door. When the neighbor saw it was Ling Yi, she immediately frowned and said, what do you want? Grandma, do you know where my wife went? Du Bing was taken aback. This brat usually called her old lady, but today he addressed her differently. Definitely up to no good again. Xiao Ling, your wife really has it tough. You should stop harming her. Du being thought of Qi Shiyun kneeling and crying for money in the morning, feeling a pang of heartbreak. Hearing this, Ling, he also felt a twinge of discomfort. Grandma Du was a good person. Since Qi Shiyun had to work during the day, she would help take care of Xiao Xiao without charge. Though not Xiao Xiao's biological grandmother, she was no different. Yet what about himself? Not only had he deceived her for money, but he also resented her for urging him to quit gambling and drinking, yelling and cursing at her, saying the most unpleasant things. He was worse than a pig or a dog. Grandma Du, I'm sorry. I was a jerk before, but I have changed. I know you don't believe me, but my daughter broke her leg, and I need to find her, otherwise she'll be in great pain when she wakes up. The spiritual energy he had accessed earlier could only last until noon. So Ling, he was very anxious. He couldn't imagine his daughter groaning in pain. That would tear his heart apart. Seeing that, Ling, he spoke sincerely and looked genuinely worried. Although she was concerned he might be pretending, Grandma Du's heart softened, and she recounted how Qi Shiyun had knelt and begged for money to go to the hospital in the morning. Xiao Ling, stop being such a jerk. If you were a man, you should take responsibility for this family. Where would you find another good woman like Xiao Qi? Sigh. After saying this, Du Bing closed the door and returned to her room sighing. Ling Yi imagined Qi Shiyun kneeling for money, and his heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. He clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "Rest assured, Grandma, Du, I will take good care of them." After learning their whereabouts, Ling Yi didn't rush to the hospital. Instead, he returned to his room to pack a few clothes for Qi Shiyun before preparing to leave. He knew that until the shattered jade pill was refined, no matter how grand his words, Qi Shiyun would never allow Xiao Xiao to be discharged. Fortunately, a few days were needed for examinations and anti-inflammatory treatments before the surgery, so as long as he could refine the shattered jade pill before then, he could spare Xiao Xiao the suffering of the operating table. Having made up his mind, Ling, he prepared to leave. When passing through the living room, he was drawn to the documents on the table. Looking at the signed divorce agreement, Ling, he slapped himself hard. This is what you get for being reckless. Now you've lost your wife and child, well deserved. Ling Yi put the documents into a bag and headed to the hospital. On the way, he suddenly thought of a question. Little Xiao's leg hadn't been broken, and Qi Shiyun hadn't been taken away by Qin Tianxi. It must be that I forcibly reversed time, causing many things to change. Does that mean little Xiao's illness could also have come earlier? He realized he needed to hurry and improve his cultivation. Ling Yi quickened his pace, and after arriving at the hospital, he soon found out which room little Xiao was in. When Ling Yi pushed the door open, Qi Shiyun was on the phone. "Hello, Sister Wang. I'd like to take a leave of my daughter is in the hospital." "Oh, thank you, Sister Wang. Brotherly sorry to disturb you. My daughter is hospitalized and needs 100,000 yuan for surgery. Is there any way?" "Hello, President Wang. I'm the one who coordinated the project with you last time. My daughter has a patellar fracture. Can I borrow?" "Hello, President Wang." Ling Yi knew that before he arrived, Qi Shiyun must have already called everyone she could to ask for help, which is why she was now asking for money from those she barely knew. However, before she could finish her words, the call was abruptly ended. Watching his wife repeatedly muster the courage to plead for help, Ling Yi felt a deep pain in his heart. How much of a scoundrel must he be to push the once proud campus beauty to this point? Ling Yi opened the door with a guilty expression. He had expected Qi Shiyun to scold him, but to his surprise, she remained indifferent, her face showing no emotional fluctuation, as if he were a stranger. Seeing this, Ling Yi's heart ached. He knew that the greatest sorrow was when the heart had given up hope. Qi Shiyun had lost all hope in him. Even though Ling Yi had cultivated for 100,000 years with a Tao heart as solid as stone, he still felt at a loss facing the woman he had hurt so deeply. After a long silence, he finally raised the bag. "I brought you some clean clothes." Upon hearing this, Qi Shiyun, who was arranging the blanket for her daughter, trembled slightly, but quickly returned to her cold demeanor, saying flatly, "No need for pretenses. I don't have a single cent on me. Don't misunderstand. I don't want money." Ling Yi's heart ached to the point of suffocation as he took out a stack of money and placed it on the bed. "Stop borrowing money. I'll take this for emergencies." "Where did you get this money? Did you borrow from loan sharks again?" Qi Shiyun was not happy. Instead, she stood up straight, glaring at Ling Yi with resentment. "Who did you mortgage us to this time? Ling Yi, you just want to force us to a dead end, don't you?" He felt inexplicable heartache and softly replied, "Don't worry, this money is clean. Those loan sharks won't come after you anymore. How you said the same last time, and what happened?" As a result, little Xiao's leg was broken, and I almost. Qi Shiyun stopped abruptly. "Forget it, take your money and go. Don't ever appear before me again. I'm begging you." Ling Yi felt utterly devastated. He opened and closed his mouth several times before finally saying with a choked voice, "He'll just take a look at our daughter and leave." Ling Yi approached the bedside, gently stroking his daughter's forehead, slowly channeling his spiritual energy into little Xiao's body. After this energy flowed in, little Xiao would wake up shortly, but wouldn't feel the pain in her knee. Little Xiao daddy has things to do, or else I really want to just watch you like this for the rest of my life. After transferring his energy, Ling Yi felt a bit weak. He kissed his daughter on the forehead and looked at Qi Shiyun with guilt, asking, when did the doctor say the surgery would be? Ling Yi, do you think this is funny? Qi Shiyun stared at Ling Yi coldly. What were you doing when our daughter fractured her bone? You took our daughter's life-saving money to gamble. Now you come running here pretending to care about her, putting on a facade. Ling Yi, don't you find it disgusting? Ling Yi opened his mouth. The pain in his heart made it hard to breathe. All his words boiled down to one. I'm sorry I was wrong before. I've heard enough of this. Please keep your hypocritical face to yourself from now on, Qi Shiyun said, holding back her tears. I know I was a jerk before, but if you still believe in me, don't borrow any more money. I'll find a way for our daughter. Find a way. Your ways are either gambling or selling your wife. If we rely on you, we would have starved to death on the streets long ago. Qi Shiyun looked sorrowfully at him. Ling Yi, can you spare us? If it comes down to it, I'll give you my life. For little Xiao, your own daughter, please let her go, okay? She's only 3 years old. Qi Shiyun, who had been holding back her grievances, finally couldn't hold it anymore. She knelt before Ling Yi and began to cry loudly. The relatives of the patients in the nearby beds gathered around. Aunt Wang helped Qi Shiyun up, while the others stood in front of her angrily, pointing at Ling Yi. You pushed a woman to this point, are you even a man? Seeing Qi Shiyun's heartbreaking cries, Ling Yi felt as if his heart was shattered. He wanted to reach out to wipe her tears, but was grabbed by two men simultaneously. What, you want to make a move? We may not have money, but we definitely have strength. Try moving just a bit. Don't be afraid, sister, we're here. This beast can't do anything to you. These two men couldn't stop Ling Yi, who was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he retracted his hand, tears in his eyes, and said to Qi Shiyun over the crowd, I'm sorry, I was really wrong. The sins I committed before, I will slowly make amends for. I know you won't believe my words, but please give me some time to prove it with my actions. Also, before I return, please don't let the doctor perform surgery on little Xiao, it will harm her. After saying this, Ling Yi cast a final guilt-ridden glance at little Xiao on the hospital bed before turning away in regret. The strong smell of disinfectant in the hospital was not conducive for little Xiao's recovery. Ling Yi had considered taking little Xiao home. With his spiritual energy nurturing her, it would be more effective than the hospital's anti-inflammatory injections. However, Ling Yi knew that as soon as he dared to suggest it, he would definitely be beaten. The reactions of those people just now were the best proof. Instead of wasting time with them, it would be better to find the materials for the shattered jade pill as soon as possible. Once little Xiao's leg was healed, she could be discharged. Moreover, little Xiao herself suffered from a terminal illness. Even receiving a bit of nutritional fluid in the hospital would help increase her resistance. But Qi Shiyun didn't understand Ling Yi's good intentions and even misunderstood him in her heart. You don't want little Xiao to have surgery, do you want her to be disabled for life? Ling Yi, do you even deserve to be a father? With the comfort of those around her, Qi Shiyun quickly stopped crying. She didn't have time to grieve and still needed to gather the surgery fee. As for Ling Yi's words, she pretended she had never heard them. However, after making a round of calls, those on the other end hung up before she could finish her sentences, too lazy to even say polite words. Qi Shiyun sat despairingly on the edge of the bed, looking at little Xiao, tears flowing down uncontrollable. When her gaze caught sight of the stack of money last night seen suddenly flashed in her mind, scaring her into hurriedly throwing the stack of money away. But after a while, Qi Shiyun slowly got up and picked the stack of money back up. Little Xiao, as long as it can cure you, even if he sold me again, I would accept it. After Ling Yi left the ward, he found the doctor, who said that the surgery could be performed in 3 days and urged the family to gather the surgery fee as soon as possible. 3 days. That should be enough. Ling Yi didn't waste time. After bidding farewell to the doctor, he turned and left. Not long after leaving the doctor's office, he encountered a row of gurneys in the corridor. The patients lying on them were remarkably similar, all with their legs spread apart, their expressions dazed, as if they were idiots. But when they brushed past Ling Yi, for some reason those people caught sight of him and immediately rolled off the bed like cats whose tails had been stepped on, hiding on the other side of the gurney, trembling, while muttering, "Devil, devil. The devil is back, run, run." As 7 or 8 people went mad simultaneously, the corridor instantly turned chaotic. Ling Yi merely cast a cold glance and walked through the disordered crowd towards the hospital entrance. He hailed a taxi and headed to the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop in Jiangzhou by Xinglin. According to the taxi driver, although by Xinglin was a herbal shop, it was overseen by a renowned physician known for miraculous cures. After saying that, he asked Ling Yi if he was going to see a doctor. If so, he could help him get an appointment with the renowned physician. Naturally, Ling Yi shook his head in refusal. After all, in his presence, what great physician could possibly exist in this world? Upon arriving at by Xinglin, Ling Yi took out the prepared prescription and approached the counter to get his medicine. The young man dispensing the medicine glanced at the prescription, his expression immediately turning awkward. Sir, we currently don't have the last 3 ingredients on your list. What do you suggest? Can they be sourced from elsewhere? Well, the young man hesitated for a moment and then asked, are you sure you want them? If you're sure, I'll check to see if they can be procured. I'm sure. Ling Yi nodded. Also, I only have 3 days. 3 days. The young man was somewhat surprised, but immediately nodded. All right, please wait a moment while I inquire. Ling Yi did not idle. Instead, he examined the wall full of herbal cabinets, quickly filtering through the herbs that might be useful to him. In the pursuit of immortality, personal effort is undoubtedly important, but the aid of rare materials is also indispensable. However, among the myriad of herbs on the walls, those beneficial for cultivation were few and far between, belonging to the category of non-essential. It was only when Ling Yi spotted a cabinet in the corner at the top of the wall that his brows slightly twitched. Dragon beard grass. To find dragon beard grass in such a place was astonishing. He wondered if it was genuine. At that moment, the young man hurriedly returned his face, showing a complex expression. Sir, the boss said that as long as you can meet the price, these 3 herbs can definitely be procured within 3 days. What price? 3. The young man held up 3 fingers. 3 million. A deposit of 1 million. Upon hearing this, both customers and staff around turned their heads in disbelief. What herbs are worth 3 million? Is it the mythical peach that grants longevity? Only a fool would buy it. All right, let's use a card. Ling Yi showed no hesitation, pulling out his bank card and handing it to the young man. The young man was momentarily taken aback. Such extravagance without a hint of bargaining. All right, please enter your password. The young man mechanically operated the card reader, still unable to grasp the reality of the situation. After entering the password with a few beeps, the cash register immediately announced 1 million has been credited to XXX. At this sound, the surroundings fell silent, and everyone looked at Ling Yi. This has a house just been charged out. Yet the person who swiped the card didn't even blink an eye. Sir, here is the invoice. Please come back in 3 days to pick up the medicine. The young man said politely. Ling Yi took the invoice and pointed at the upper right corner of the herbal cabinet. Dragon beard grass, do you have it? Yes, we just received a stock last night. Sir, are you going to buy it? The young man was somewhat uncertain, because although dragon beard grass was expensive, costing around 500,000 for 1 stock, it was said to have no real use. Ling Yi remained silent and handed over his bank card again. This time, when the young man took the card, he felt an inexplicable heaviness. Soon the cash register announced 500,000 has been credited to XXX, causing the people around to feel their scalps go numb. What kind of person buys things without asking the price or negotiating? Even if they have a mind at home, they can't spend like this. Sir, please take your bank card. Although I haven't consulted the boss yet, I can waive the charge for the other herbs on your prescription. The young man politely handed the bank card and other herbs to Ling Yi, then made a gesture inviting him to follow. Sir, please, since dragon beard grass requires special preservation, please rest for a moment while I fetch the herbs from the storeroom. Hearing the words special preservation, Ling Yi knew that the dragon beard grass was indeed genuine. Sitting on the sofa in the waiting area, Ling Yi felt a surge of excitement. I never expected to gain such unexpected joy. With this dragon beard grass as assistance, my cultivation will yield twice the result with half the effort. Not to mention 500,000. Even 5 million or 500 million would be worth it. Just as Ling Yi was deep in thought, the noisy hall suddenly fell silent. He looked up to see a tall woman in a cheapao elegantly entering from outside. Everyone in the hall stared in awe, some even holding their breath in astonishment. Ling Yi took just one glance before shifting his gaze to the old man following her. He moved lightly, breathed long, and exuded a restrained aura, clearly an expert. Of course, this was only in comparison to ordinary people. Thus, after a glance, Ling Yi lost interest and continued to plan his cultivation. Master Qian, what brings you to this humble shop? The manager of Baixing Lin appeared out of nowhere, his face full of ingratiation as he asked the old man. Upon hearing the title Master Qian, everyone instinctively felt a chill. Wasn't he the infamous Wu Qian, known for instilling fear in Jiangzhou with the saying, better to offend the king of hell than Master Qian? It was said that with a pair of iron palms he could split mountains and shatter rocks. Was he actually in front of them? Yet such a figure could only follow behind that woman. What background did that woman have? I heard that your shop received a stock of dragon beard grass last night. Master Qian inquired. Yes, but... The manager's face turned awkward. It has already been sold just now. No matter what price the other party offers, it'll pay double, Master Qian declared. This. The manager glanced at the waiting area, feeling somewhat tempted. 10 times. The woman in the cheap house suddenly spoke, her voice commanding and powerful. 10. 10 times 5 million. Upon hearing this, the manager's eyes lit up. How much commission? Most importantly, all this commission would count under his name. All right, I'll ask for you, the manager said excitedly, heading towards Ling Yi. At this moment, the young man came out from the back room, holding a glass bottle. Everyone craned their necks wanting to see what the herb that had increased in price to 5 million looked like. Ling Yi also turned to look only to see that in the glass bottle lay a peculiar object, its roots intertwined and complex, resembling the head of a dragon from myth, noble and imposing. However, among the numerous roots, only 2 or 3 leaves had sprouted. These leaves were entirely dark green, with the tips appearing as fiery red, looking exceptionally striking. Ling Yi knew that this was undoubtedly the ultimate young dragon beard grass. They even know to nourish it with a special solution. It seems they understand herbal properties to some extent. Ling Yi nodded inwardly. Very few people knew that dragon beard grass favored moisture. If it lacked water for even a moment, it would wither. And withered dragon beard grass would greatly diminish its medicinal efficacy. But this only applied to ordinary people. At Ling Yi's level, even if it withered, it wouldn't matter. Just as the young man was about to hand the dragon beard grass to Ling Yi, he was stopped by the manager. The manager pulled the young man aside and then said to Ling Yi, "Sir, let me suggest a profitable route. As long as you forego the dragon beard grass, Bai Xinglin will not only refund you in full, but also compensate you with an additional 100,000. What do you think?" Compared to a 5 million deal, the manager felt that compensating 100,000 was not a loss at all. Not interested. Ling Yi stood up, pushed the manager aside, took the dragon beard grass from the young man's hand, and turned to leave. "Sir, don't blame me for not warning you. That's Master Qian. Offending him won't end well. You should think it over." Ling Yi ignored him and continued forward. Just a few steps out, he was stopped by the woman in the cheapao. "Name your price." "Oh, I want this dragon beard grass." Ling Yi shook his head. "You can't afford it. I've heard of the Han family in Jiangzhou. I am Han Ruoxue from the Han family." Upon saying this, a wave of gasps echoed around. The Han family, known for a century in Jiangzhou. They can shake Jiangzhou with a stomp. Their family business spans energy, real estate, entertainment, with assets in the hundreds of millions. It is no exaggeration to say that in Jiangzhou there is nothing the Han family cannot afford. No wonder Master Qian followed her. It all makes sense now. The manager's eyes widened, his heart racing with excitement. I must have struck gold this time, actually crossing paths with the Han family. However, Ling Yi still shook his head. "It doesn't matter who you are, you still can't afford this dragon beard grass." After saying that, Ling Yi bypassed Han Ruoxue and walked towards the exit. "Is that so?" Lin Yi heard the sound of the wind, simply withdrew his gaze, too lazy to even look, and continued striding forward. He lightly tapped the glass bottle with his finger, and a drop of water leaped out of the bottle's mouth, hovering half an inch above his shoulder. Unhurriedly, he switched the glass bottle to his left hand, then raised his hand and flicked his finger. That drop of water shot forth like an arrow, piercing the palm of the middle-aged man's hand. His entire set of actions appeared extremely leisurely and slow, and since others couldn't see the drop of water at all, they all thought Lin Yi was just showing off while waving goodbye to Master Qian. The manager coldly snorted, "Heaven has a path you won't take. You insist on offending the living Yama Wu Qian. Let's see how you die soon." However, the originally fierce wind of Wu Qian suddenly turned into a muffled grunt as he clutched his right hand and thudded to his knees, his face filled with terror as if he had seen a ghost. Han Ruoxue, puzzled, stepped forward and asked with a frown, "Grandpa Wu, what happened? Why didn't you stop him?" She then shouted at Lin Yi's back, "Did I let you go? You stop right there." Hearing this, Wu Qian turned pale with fright and hurriedly covered Han Ruoxue's mouth. Lin Yi then paused again, turning back to ask, "Is there something else?" No, sorry. We were the ones who offended you." The terrified Wu Qian kept apologizing, his attitude humble to the core. This sudden apology left the surrounding customers stunned. "After all, you are the living Yama Wu Qian, backed by the Han family of Jiangzhou. How could you bow to a young man?" The manager, who was waiting to watch the show, was equally dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. Han Ruoxue was also bewildered. "Grandpa Wu, what are you doing? You're just letting him go like that." Upon hearing this, Wu Qian nearly cried out in panic, urging Han Ruoxue to stop talking. "Can I leave this, Bai Xinglin?" Yes. Who would dare stop you?" Wu Qian would be the first to disagree. Wu Qian was almost bowing to Lin Yi, hoping he would leave quickly. Hearing this, Lin Yi finally turned around and left with satisfaction. "Grandpa Wu, that is my grandfather's life-saving medicine," Han Ruoxue said as she tried to chase after him, but was pulled back by Wu Qian. First, he glanced at the door, confirming Lin Yi had exited by Xinglin, before cautiously whispering to Han Ruoxue, "Miss, that is not the old master's life-saving medicine, it is the Han family's death talisman. You see." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, hidden in his sleeve, opening his palm. Han Ruoxue looked down, and her pupils instantly contracted. She saw that in Wu Qian's palm, as hard as iron sand, there was actually a hole the size of a soybean. "This is the work of that little brat, just now." Wu Qian nodded, frowning as he whispered, "It was just a drop of water." Boom. Han Ruoxue felt as though struck by lightning. How could this be possible? After all, Grandpa Wu could catch a steel knife with his bare hands. How could a mere drop of water penetrate his irons and palm? How did that guy do it? Is he really human? Miss, if he had aimed at not the palm, but our heads. Wu Qian hesitated to continue. Han Ruoxue was instantly drenched in cold sweat, filled with dread. Miss, give up, but what he said earlier is correct. We really can't afford the Dragon Whiskers herb. If we try to forcefully seize it, our entire Han family would be finished. This is the price he offered. Wu Qian wore a helpless expression filled with a sense of defeat. Does he dare? Mentioning the Han family suddenly gave Han Ruoxue confidence. My Han family, which has lasted 100 years, is not to be trifled with. Miss, to speak bluntly. Wu Qian's face turned pale as he said the 100-year Han family is nothing in front of him. Wu Qian, do you know what you're saying? Han Ruoxue even changed how she addressed him. Of course I know, it's you who doesn't realize what kind of terrifying existence you just faced. How terrifying can he be? How dare he not regard my Han family? Wu Qian glanced towards the door and let out a faint sentence, martial arts grandmaster. How terrifying can you say he is? Hearing this, Han Ruoxue was immediately petrified. After a long while she asked in shock, is he really a martial arts grandmaster? Wu Qian nodded, releasing internal energy externally, killing with a drop of water. What else could it be if not a martial arts grandmaster who has trained his internal energy into skill? Han Ruoxue was completely stunned, her expression filled with horror. After all, she had practiced martial arts with Wu Qian since childhood, taking various supplements, and only now had barely managed to cultivate her external energy into internal energy, and she was still just at the entry level with 3 more realms to go. As for being a martial arts grandmaster, she had never even dreamed of it. She even once thought that such a person didn't exist in this world, considering that even someone as powerful as Grandpa Wu was merely at the peak of internal energy. And that young man just now, who was only a few years older than herself, how could he possibly be a martial arts grandmaster? Han Ruoxue glanced at Wu Qian's pierced palm again, and although she was unwilling to believe it, she ultimately lowered her head, her face filled with melancholy. Martial arts grandmaster. Sigh, I misjudged. Wu Qian looked towards the door, unable to help, but sigh, who would have thought he would be so young? What? The manager, unsure of what they were mumbling about, didn't dare to get close to listen, but immediately called for a doctor upon seeing blood. Standing aside, he was now regretting his actions so much that he wished he could break his own intestines. Had he known that that young man made Qian Yi so fearful, he should have tried to ingratiate himself earlier. I wonder if my earlier behavior made him harbor any resentment. The manager grew increasingly uneasy. Whether intentionally or coincidentally, Wu Qian's hand appeared to have been pierced through, but it did not injure any vital nerves, so treatment was not complicated. While Wu Qian was tending to his wound, Han Ruoxue obtained Lin Yi's phone number from a young man. With this number, she could find out a lot of information she wanted, such as his identity address. Miss, what should we do now? Without the Dragon Whiskers herb, the old master is afraid. After exiting by Xinglin, Wu Qian's brow was tightly furrowed. They had already run through several states, and none had the Dragon Whiskers herb. Bai Xinglin was their last hope, but the result? Sigh. Han Ruoxue glanced at the rising red sun in the east. Since hard methods won't work, let's try soft ones. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, the little girl Xiao Xiao suddenly woke up from a deep sleep. Mom, don't go. Xiao Xiao is scared. Don't leave me alone. Qi Shiyun, who was on the phone borrowing money, immediately threw down her phone and tightly hugged her daughter. Xiao, don't be scared. Mom is here. Mom is here. Mom, where is this? Is Xiao Xiao dead? Why doesn't it hurt at all? Qi Shiyun, holding back her heartache, forced a smile. Because this is the hospital, and there are doctors and nurses taking care of you, so you naturally won't feel pain. Qi Shiyun thought the medicine prescribed by the doctor was working, but in reality, it was Lin Yi's spiritual energy protecting Xiao Xiao. As soon as Xiao Xiao heard they were in the hospital, she immediately struggled to get out of bed. I don't want to stay in the hospital. If Dad finds out I'm lying in the hospital wasting money again, he'll definitely beat me and scold me for being a money-wasting burden. Qi Shiyun was instantly brought to tears upon hearing those words, tightly holding on to Xiao Xiao, her heart aching to the point of suffocation. The family members of the patient in the next bed also revealed sorrowful expressions upon hearing Xiao Xiao's words, their resentment towards Ling Yi deepening. What a considerate little child. Her father is truly inhuman. Indeed, does a child wish to be sick? To even resort to beating her, he's worse than an animal. Damn it, it infuriates me. If only I had money, I'd beat that bastard to death. The family members in the ward exchanged comments. Xiao Xiao, not fully understanding, thought she had done something wrong again, so she asked her mother, Mom, don't cry. Did Xiao Xiao say something wrong and make you unhappy? Xiao Xiao did nothing wrong. The uncles and aunts are praising Xiao Xiao for being understanding. Besides, Xiao Xiao need not fear. With the uncles and aunts around, your father won't dare to hit or scold you again. Just focus on getting better. Really? Xiao Xiao was a bit uncertain, but when she saw her mother nod, a joyful smile finally appeared on her. However, her smile felt like a needle, deeply piercing the hearts of everyone in the ward. After laughing for a while, Xiao Xiao asked, Mom, where's Dad? Didn't he come to save you last night? Upon hearing this, Qi Shiyun shuddered, thinking to herself, was he the one who saved me last night? But as she recalled the plight of Qin Tiancis, she immediately dismissed the thought. Ling Yi, that drunkard, could beat his wife and child, but to think he could save himself from Qin Tiancis' hands was absurd. Even 10 of him wouldn't suffice, let alone forcing them to drink dewy mandarins. Moreover, he didn't even have the ability to find out where I was kidnapped. How could he save me? In fact, Qi Shiyun had speculated about who had saved her, believing it was likely someone who had previously offended Qin Tianci. This person happened to seek revenge on Qin Tianci last night, which was why they had dealt with them in that manner. As for saving her, it was likely just a byproduct of their actions. I heard that the Han and Qin families have been in a fierce dispute lately. Perhaps it was someone from the Han family who saved me, Qi Shiyun thought. So she gently cupped Xiaoxiao's face, saying, Dad isn't here, he didn't come to save me last night either. But after Dad found me last night, I told him to go save Mommy. Xiao Xiao tilted her head, looking confused. Upon hearing this, Qi Shiyun felt both moved and despairing. She was touched that Xiao Xiao, even with her leg broken, still cared about her safety. Despairing, however, was the fact that Ling Yi, that scoundrel, knowing his daughter had a broken leg, did not take her to the hospital. Knowing she had been kidnapped, he showed no concern and even stole money to gamble. Ling Yi, scumbag, how could you be so heartless? Qi Shiyun was utterly disappointed, and tears once again welled up in her eyes. Seeing her mother in utter despair, Xiao Xiao understood that Dad had not come to save Mom. Mom, is it because Xiao Xiao didn't explain clearly that Dad didn't come to find you? It's all Xiaoxiao's fault, but Xiao Xiao was just too painful yesterday. Upon hearing this, Qi Shiyun broke down in tears again, sobbing while holding Xiao Xiao, saying, It's not Xiaoxiao's fault as Xiao Xiao did nothing wrong. It's Ling Yi's persistent bad nature. He stole your money for medicine to gamble. It truly isn't Xiaoxiao's fault, as Xiao Xiao has done more than enough. Oh, Xiao Xiao replied, somewhat understanding, patting her mother's back to comfort her. Feeling her daughter's little hand patting her, Qi Shiyun told herself in her heart that she must take her daughter away from Ling Yi's clutches, no matter the painful price she had to pay. After the heavy snow, the sun shone brightly. Although it wasn't very warm, it was indeed a sight for sore eyes. Ling Yi, carrying medicinal herbs, munched on a pancake he bought by the roadside as he walked towards the grove where he had practiced last night. That place was rarely visited by people, making it suitable for some unsightly activities such as alchemy. Although he still needed to wait for 3 types of herbs with the dragon beard grass in hand, he could now refine the holy sun pill to assist in his cultivation. After walking to the outskirts and confirming that no one was around Ling, he performed his movement technique, transforming into a gust of wind, disappearing into the snow and wind. Once inside the grove, Ling, he set up several intricate traps on the outskirts to prevent wild beasts from mistakenly wandering in, and then he shook off the snow and sat cross-legged to refine pills. Logically speaking, given his current cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he was not suited to refine pills, as the most challenging aspect of alchemy was controlling the fire. Even a slight deviation could severely impact the quality of the pills. And at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he had barely touched the threshold of cultivation. Forcing himself to refine pills was akin to deluding oneself. Even in the talent-rich world of cultivation, there had been no reports of anyone at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement successfully refining pills. Furthermore, Ling Yi currently didn't even have an alchemy furnace, which was simply hell mode. However, Ling Yi was not disheartened. He believed he possessed 100,000 years of cultivation experience, and had even stepped into realms others had not reached, so refining a mere holy sun pill should be well within his capabilities. Ling Yi spread his palm, and as the alchemical formula activated, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly converged. With a snap of his fingers, a white flame erupted from his palm, igniting spontaneously, which was rather eerie. Ling Yi steadied his mind and tossed several herbs into the fire. The herbs melted upon contact with the flames, immediately transforming into a medicinal liquid that rolled and boiled in the flames. As waves of spiritual energy flowed in, the color of the medicinal liquid constantly changed, becoming as vibrant as a rainbow. Ling Yi furrowed his brow slightly, staring intently at the changes in the liquid, then added the other herbs at the appropriate moment, step by step. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Ling Yi's forehead, yet he remained motionless, fixated on the liquid within the flames. Bang! Suddenly a loud noise erupted as the various medicinal liquids failed to fuse, exploding. Ling Yi shook his slightly numb hand, but did not feel discouraged or complain. Instead, he propped his chin on his hand, eyes closed, recalling the details of the recent failure. 10 minutes later, Ling Yi opened his eyes and said, "Let's try again." He then spread his palm once more and snapped his fingers. An hour later, there was a loud boom. It wasn't an explosion, but rather the flames were too intense, incinerating the medicinal liquid completely, leaving no ashes behind. Ling Yi looked at his palm, tilted his head in thought for a moment, and after finding the cause, uttered another, "Let's try again." Spreading his palm, and snapping his fingers again. The timing was right, but the purity of the herbs was insufficient. Let's try again. The purity was sufficient, but the wind direction was wrong. Let's try again. The wind direction was right, but the spiritual energy was insufficient. Let's try again. Let's try again. Let's try again. Let's try again. As noon approached, a slightly fatigued Ling, he looked up at the sun, took a deep breath, and softly murmured, "It's about time." He opened his palm and snapped his fingers, and the white flames surged forth. Herbs, timing, purity, spiritual energy, wind direction. Ling Yi meticulously controlled every detail, not daring to be careless. Only when the medicinal liquid was thoroughly fused did Ling Yi take out the dragon beard grass and toss the whole root into the flame in his palm. With the addition of the dragon beard grass, Ling Yi became completely focused, reducing his breathing rate to a minimum. When the sun reached its zenith, Ling Yi suddenly clenched his palm, and streams of radiant light spilled from his fingers, shining even brighter than the blazing sun above. At the same time, a faint fragrance of medicine wafted through, enveloping the grove and even attracting a number of wild beasts. When Ling Yi opened his palm, a golden pill appeared before his eyes. The pill was complete. Ling Yi examined it between his fingers and found that its quality exceeded his expectations. However, he did not feel overly excited, having long been tempered by 100,000 years of experience. After swallowing the pill, Ling Yi activated the swallowing heaven record, maximizing the pill's potency. In an instant, a fierce wind swirled around Ling Yi, the white snow being swept up into the air and forming a tornado, while the wild beasts, drawn by the fragrance of the medicine, fled in panic, letting out cries of despair. At that moment, Ling Yi was like an unfathomable abyss, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging towards him. Even the blazing sun above cast down dazzling rays, sweeping toward Ling Yi. This continued for a good while, until the fierce wind subsided and the snow fell, leaving a scene of devastation. Looking at Ling Yi, he seemed oblivious, continuing to absorb the residual medicinal power. It was only after an hour had passed that Ling Yi finally ceased his technique and slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, his gaze was like a solid beam, shooting out two golden rays towards the distance, exuding unmatched authority. Ling Yi exhaled a long breath of turbid air from his body, but unexpectedly he exerted too much force. The turbid air shot out like a white rainbow, crashing straight into a nearby tree trunk, half a meter wide. It's a pity that the spiritual energy is still too thin. Otherwise, with the help of the Holy Sun pill, I could at least reach the 6th level of chi refinement. Ling Yi sighed, shook his head, and carried the herbs back toward his rental apartment. He was not discouraged. After all, it became increasingly difficult to improve one's realm as one progressed. Being able to reach a higher level in just one morning was already quite satisfying. Moreover, he had a greater chance of refining the shattered jade pill at the 4th level of chi refinement. Ling Yi found it hard not to feel satisfied. On the way, he first called a carpenter to come fix the windows, then paid off the high interest loans he owed. As a result, the money he won last night had dwindled to just over 200,000. After deducting the 200,000 owed to buy Xinglin Ling, he only had a few thousand left at his disposal. The other party was quite honest. Most had sent videos of the torn loan agreements, but there was one family that remained silent, as if playing dead. Ling Yi did not take this to heart. After all, with his current strength, repaying the money was merely for peace of mind. Even if he really didn't pay it back, what could those people do to him? A small loan agreement held no real binding power over him. When he returned to the rental apartment, the carpenter happened to arrive at the same time. After discussing the requirements, Ling Yi went to the kitchen to wash vegetables and cook. By the time the carpenter finished fixing the windows, Ling Yi had also just finished packing the meals. After settling the payment, he headed to the hospital with the food. At the hospital, in the emergency room, Qi Shiyun ordered her daughter's favorite fried chicken, while she herself made a pack of instant noodles. After a whole morning, she had called everyone she could think of, but ended up borrowing not a single cent. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to gather the money for the surgery. She had thought about calling her family for help, but when she insisted on marrying the poor Ling Yi, her family felt humiliated and had already expelled her from the Qi family, swearing never to contact her again. As for her in-laws, they had spent years dealing with the mess Ling Yi had created, nearly sacrificing their own lives in the process. If she were to call them asking for money now, it would likely push the elderly couple over the edge. Moreover, her in-laws had treated her like their own daughter over the years, and she had no intention of adding to their troubles. Feeling flustered, Qi Shiyun held the instant noodles, completely lacking any appetite. At that moment, a group of punks with colorful hair suddenly burst into the ward, pointing at Qi Shiyun and cursing, "Bitch, you have money for your daughter's medical treatment, but not to pay us back." If Ling Yi were here, he would recognize this person as the one who had not sent him the torn loan agreement video earlier. This guy with his bleached hair had a loud voice, startling Xiao Xiao enough to drop her fried chicken and cower in the corner of the bed. However, Qi Shiyun remained calm, quickly hugging her daughter to comfort her. She had seen such scenes many times over the years and had long since gotten used to them. But recalling Ling Yi's assurances from the morning made her feel ridiculous. In the past at least there would be a couple of days in between. This time it had barely been half a day before trouble found them. You've got the wrong person. Ew, I don't know you. Qi Shiyun glanced at them and ignored them further. Stop pretending. Ling Yi is your husband, right? The punk pulled out a loan agreement. He borrowed 60,000 from me, and now with interest it's a total of 100,000. Pay up quickly. Who borrowed money from you? You go find that person to pay you back, but has nothing to do with me. Not planning to pay, huh? Well, I wonder if your daughter's other leg will be okay. The punk said as he walked toward the bed. After Ling Yi repaid him, he had immediately investigated Ling Yi. Because logically speaking, there was no way Ling Yi could repay that amount in his lifetime. Something unusual must be happening. Sure enough, after inquiring, he discovered that Ling Yi had won several million at Brother Bao's establishment last night. So he thought while Brother Bao hadn't found trouble with Ling Yi yet, he'd better make a quick profit from Ling Yi. But if he were to find Ling Yi, he wouldn't necessarily get the money, but finding his daughter was a different story. If you have any issues, come at me. Don't touch my daughter. Qi Shiyun stood up, placing herself in front of Xiao Xiao. While there were other family members in the same ward who wanted to help, they were all pulled back by their relatives. There was no way. The punks were too many in number, clearly not something Ling Yi could contend with. Even if he could hold them back, charging at so many was akin to seeking death. Bitch, I gave you face, huh? Seeing this, the punk raised his hand to slap down. As the hand approached Qi Shiyun's face, it suddenly froze midair, unable to come down. Qi Shiyun had closed her eyes, preparing for the impending hit, but after waiting for a while, she felt no searing pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw an elder calmly holding the punk's wrist, not moving an inch. Old man, do you know who I am for ruining my plans? The punk in pain bared his teeth and shouted angrily. Wu Qian smiled and countered. Do you know who I am? I don't give a damn who you are. If you ruin my plans, brothers, beat him to death. At the punk's command, his henchmen immediately swung their fists and charged in. Just when everyone thought the elder would be in trouble, he held the punk's wrist with one hand, and with the other hand behind his back, casually kicked left and right, swiftly subduing the attackers, leaving them groaning in pain on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Everyone in the ward was dumbfounded. This is definitely not a movie, right? Old man. Who? The punk was so scared he stuttered, unable to articulate his words. You're not even worthy to know my identity, Wu Qian said, and with a slight exertion of his fingers he crushed the punk's wrist, causing the latter to emit a heart-wrenching scream of agony. This time I'll break your wrist. If you dare to harass them again, it'll take your life. Get lost. Wu Qian kicked the punk in the back, sending him sprawling out of the ward. The punk and his crew dared not linger, scurrying away without making a sound. Miss Qi, are you hurt? Wu Qian, shedding his earlier sternness, asked kindly. Qi Shiyun was a bit dazed, completely unable to grasp the current situation. Could it be that my parents sent someone to protect me? But that shouldn't be the case. If they had sent someone, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have had her leg broken yesterday, and I wouldn't have been kidnapped. Qi Shiyun shook her head and thanked him. I'm fine, thank you for your help, old sir. May I ask your name? I will repay your kindness in the future. Miss Qi, you are too polite. It was just a small favor while passing by, no need to take it to heart. I am just an old man named Wu Qian, nothing more. Wu Qian said this politely, and whether intentional or not, he slowed down and emphasized his name during his introduction. Xiao Xiao quickly thanked Grandpa Wu. Thank you, Grandpa Wu, Xiao Xiao said in her sweet voice, making Wu Qian burst into hearty laughter. All right, since Miss Qi is fine, I won't disturb you further. I'll take my leave now. When Qi Shiyun heard this, she repeatedly expressed her gratitude, seeing him off to the elevator before returning to the ward. Back in the ward, Qi Shiyun frowned in deep thought, pondering who exactly Wu Qian was, why he helped her, and how he knew her last name was Qi. Furthermore, he was so formidable. Could it have been him who saved her last night? Qi Shiyun thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out the whole story. Just then a family member from the adjacent bed suddenly shouted, Holy crap, I know who he is. The living Yama, Lord Qian. Everyone in the hospital room was startled by the strange shout, blaming him for being too loud. However, the man remained unfazed, his face full of exhilaration as he exclaimed, That is the living Yama of Jiangzhou, Master Qian. Master Qian? I can't believe I've seen him alive. How can I not be excited? Other patients in the room looked astonished as one exclaimed, What? You mean that old man just now was Master Qian? Even Qi Shiyun couldn't help but flinch. There was no way around it. Master Qian's reputation in Jiangzhou was enormous. The saying better to offend the king of hell than to offend Master Qian was not just an empty phrase. Is he really Master Qian? Qi Shiyun asked softly. The first person to recognize Master Qian nodded emphatically and said, I swear he is indeed Master Qian. Why are you so certain? Someone asked. Because I work for a company under the Han family, and once Master Qian and Miss Han San came to inspect our company. I saw him from a distance, and he looks exactly like that man just now. Plus his name is also Wu Qian, and he is skilled in martial arts. What are the odds of that? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence, then erupted into deafening howls. What the hell? So that old man really is Master Qian. I need to post this on social media to brag. To be able to interact with such a big shot as Master Qian up close in my lifetime, I could boast about this for the rest of my life. This excitement lasted for several minutes before they finally calmed down. At this point they realized one crucial question: why did Master Qian help Miss Qi? Moreover, it seemed like they were quite familiar. Otherwise, how would he know Miss Qi's surname? Little Qi, are you very familiar with Master Qian? Aunt Wang approached to ask. Upon learning the old man's identity, Qi Shiyun began to ponder these questions. Initially, she didn't understand, but after hearing her fellow patient mention that Master Qian had inspected the company with Miss Han's son, it all became clear. The Han family and the Qin family were at odds, and as a friend of the Han family, Master Qian would naturally take action against the Qin family. As for how he knew her surname was Qi, it must have been from last night, when he saved her, during which he heard it from Qin Tianxi and the others. The reason he appeared here today was likely to check on her, a single mother and orphan, to see if she was being targeted for revenge by the Qin family, only to coincidentally encounter Huang Mao's trouble. Someone like him, how could I possibly aspire to? Qi Shiyun replied with a bitter smile. Then how does he know your surname is Qi? Qi Shiyun couldn't disclose what happened last night, so she could only shake her head again, saying, I don't know either. The others, who originally wanted to learn from Qi Shiyun how to get to know Master Qian, felt dejected upon receiving such an answer. Qi Shiyun was not overly delighted that Master Qian helped deal with Huang Mao. After all, if the root issue wasn't resolved, similar troubles would occur in the future. Huang Mao was merely a small obstacle among the many challenges she had to face. Looking at the little girl sitting on the bed continuing to eat fried chicken, Qi Shiyun felt that although the burden on her shoulders was heavy, it was worth it. As Ling Yi walked into the hospital room, he felt several hostile glares directed at him. Qi Shiyun, just like in the morning, merely glanced at him before completely ignoring him. Little Xiao tossed aside her fried chicken, clutching her mother's hand tightly, her body trembling with fear. Seeing his daughter so terrified of him, Ling Yi felt a piercing pain in his heart. What are you doing here? Is it not enough to torment us? Qi Shiyun said coldly. Ling Yi placed a takeout box on the bedside table and said, I've cooked some dishes for you at home, eat while it's hot. Ling Yi, what exactly do you want? Qi Shiyun scolded. I've said I have no money. You don't need to act so pretentiously. I know you don't believe me, but I really don't want any money, and I've paid off all my debts. Paid off? Ling Yi, do you believe that yourself? Qi Shiyun snorted coldly. Just now someone came to collect debts and said they wanted to break little Xiao's other leg. Someone came to collect debts just now. Ling Yi frowned, his expression darkening. With so many people watching here, do you think I could lie to you? You don't need to act. You know better than I do whether anyone came to collect debts. Ling Yi was worried that those loan sharks would trouble her and her daughter, which was why he paid off the debts. But now that someone had come to collect debts, was he asking for trouble? Do you know who they are? Ling Yi asked, suppressing his anger. Qi Shiyun snorted coldly, too lazy to pay attention to Ling Yi's pretentious act. Ling Yi glanced at little Xiao with a questioning look, but she was too scared to look up, hiding in her mother's arms. Unable to get an answer from Qi Shiyun and her daughter Ling Yi had no choice but to ask the family members in the next bed. Although they didn't particularly like Ling Yi, they still recounted the events to him, considering his decent attitude. Moreover, when introducing Master Qian, they embellished the story quite a bit. By the time they finished speaking, Ling Yi had a general understanding of the situation. The only ones who could come with a loan agreement were Huang Mao's family, who hadn't sent him the video of tearing up the loan. As for Wu Qian, it was probably for the purpose of dragonbeard grass, so Ling Yi didn't take it too seriously. Just a martial artist at the peak of internal strength, not worth Ling Yi's concern. After understanding the situation, Ling Yi returned to little Xiao's bedside, affectionately took her hand, and transferred his spiritual energy into her body. Little Xiao, don't be afraid. Daddy was wrong in the past, and I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Daddy won't hit or scold you again. Little Xiao initially wanted to pull her hand back, but soon she realized her father's large hand was warm and comfortable, dispelling her desire to withdraw. When Ling Yi pulled out a lollipop from his pocket, a smile instantly spread across little Xiao's face. Children truly are the most forgiving beings in the world, especially toward their parents, showing limitless tolerance. Looking at little Xiao's smiling face, Ling Yi's eyes turned red and his voice became choked with emotion. Little Xiao, be good. Daddy has to deal with some matters, and we'll come back to see you later. As he spoke, Ling Yi stood up, glanced at the bedside table, and said gently, Eat while it's hot, it'll get cold soon. With that he turned and left. What are you going to do? Off to gamble again? Qi Shiyun instinctively asked, regretting it immediately after. Hadn't they agreed to treat him as if he didn't exist? Why did she ask him? Ling Yi felt a rush of joy upon hearing this, knowing that Qi Shiyun still cared for him. Don't worry, I've quit gambling. You can ask old Zhang at the noodle shop if you don't believe me. Ling Yi smiled and said, As for what I'm going to do, it's naturally to seek justice for you. With that he turned and exited the hospital room. Mommy Daddy looked so handsome just now. Little Xiao licked her lollipop, her face full of infatuation. Ling Yi was indeed handsome, otherwise Qi Shiyun wouldn't have fallen for him in the first place. Especially with his clean-shaven face, he had a certain charm. However, Qi Shiyun had long passed the age of being infatuated. Over the past few years she had seen too many deceptive tactics from Ling Yi, and had long given up any hope for him. So this time she regarded Ling Yi's gentleness merely as a new form of deception. I want to see how long you can keep up this act. After stepping out of the hospital room, Ling Yi strode directly across the courtyard to the lawn and sat down on a bench. Snow still blanketed the ground. Patients hurried past, none willing to linger outdoors in such biting cold. I grant you one chance, only one, to explain yourselves. Make it count. With no one nearby, Ling Yi spoke calmly into the empty air. Hardly had the words left his lips when a figure materialized before him in haste. Wu Qian, the man known as the Living Yama. Master Ling, please misunderstand us not. We bear no ill intent. Wu Qian bowed slightly, his demeanor profoundly humble. Were any outsider to witness this scene, they would surely be struck speechless with shock. You tracked down even my wife and child's personal details, and stationed watchers nearby. And you call that no ill intent? Hearing the glacial chill in Ling Yi's voice, Wu Qian broke into a fine sheen of cold sweat, even beneath the winter frost. Master Ling, it's a misunderstanding, truly. Not surveillance, but protection. Wu Qian hastened to clarify. Miss Han knows how occupied Master Ling is, so she specially dispatched me to safeguard your family. She herself is waiting nearby. I'll summon her at once to offer her personal apology. Seeing Ling Yi offer no objection, Wu Qian immediately dialed Han Ruoxue. Moments later she appeared at the hospital gate and hurried across the snow-draped path, bowing deeply before Ling Yi and addressing him respectfully as Master Ling. Ling Yi had never intended to launch an accusation. He wouldn't even have granted Wu Qian the chance to speak otherwise. He waved dismissively. Consider today's matter settled. I owe the Han family a favor. As for the dragon whisker grass, forget it. I've already used it. Yet should the Han family ever face peril in the future, I shall intervene once on your behalf. At these words, both Wu Qian and Han Ruoxue's faces lit up with unmistakable, uncontainable delight. After all, this was a debt owed by a Wudao grandmaster. Granted, it was only a single intervention, but repeated exchanges like this would inevitably deepen their bond. Before long, the Han family would effectively enjoy the patronage of a Wudao grandmaster. The advantages conferred by such an alliance defied enumeration. Even 10,000 words could not capture them. Had not the Zhao family of Jingzhou risen to become one of the world's most eminent clans solely through the prestige of Grandmaster Zhao? Both bowed low before Ling Yi and declared in unison, Ruoxue, this humble elder offers the Han family's deepest gratitude to Master Ling. Ling Yi nodded, accepting the bow with serene composure. A favor from a reincarnated immortal emperor was no ordinary boon. Few were worthy of receiving it. Even were the entire Han clan to prostrate themselves before him, he would still stand wholly deserving of such reverence. Do you know where those men have gone? Ling Yi asked coldly. Yes, we've kept them under constant watch, replied Wu Qian, bowing again. Shall I dispatch men to eliminate them, Master Ling? No need. I'll handle it myself. A dilapidated underground casino on the outskirts of Yilu District, Jiangzhou. Huang Mao, the gangster whose right wrist had just been cast in plaster, sat puffing smoke while playing mahjong with his cronies. Damn it, still haven't identified that old bastard. Huang Mao roared at a subordinate outside. And no, not yet, came a trembling reply. Fuck. Once I find out who he is, I'll erase his entire bloodline. 18 generations back. He spat the words, but even he didn't believe them. Especially when he recalled the old man's terrifying martial prowess. His wrist throbbed anew with phantom pain. Brother Ling Yi is here to see you, announced a subordinate at the door. What the hell? He's coming after me. Let him in. Huang Mao suddenly halted, then demanded, wait. Did he come alone? Yes, just him. Then drag his ass in. The metal shutter rattled upward, and a subordinate ushered Ling Yi into the casino. Kid, you here to pay up? Huang Mao lounged lazily in his chair. You owed me 100,000 yuan. Add today's medical bills, and 1 million isn't unreasonable, is it? Ling Yi did not answer. Instead he countered, who among you harassed my wife and child at the hospital this afternoon? Oh, so you're here to lodge a formal complaint. With a sharp slap, Huang Mao slammed his mahjong tile onto the table. Filthy mutt, do you think I've given you face? Instantly his underlings encircled Ling Yi, ready to brawl at a word. Huang Mao expected Ling Yi to soil himself with terror, as he always had before a spineless wretch. Yet today something was profoundly different. Not only did Ling Yi stand utterly still, but his expression remained unervingly calm. Kid, don't mistake temporary backing for invincibility. Just because some old man shielded your wife this noon doesn't mean you can act without consequence. Huang Mao assumed Ling Yi's newfound boldness stemmed from the old man's intervention. This is my territory. I could crush you like an insect whenever I pleased. Smart move. Pay up. Otherwise, I'll carve you limb from limb and feed you to the dogs. Ling Yi shook his head, disappointment etched across his features. I gave you your chance. You simply failed to cherish it. What the fuck? Posing tough in my presence. Who the hell do you think you are? Huang Mao overturned the mahjong table and pointed furiously at Ling Yi. Break him, now. At their boss's command, the thugs lunged forward as one. Ling Yi raised his right hand, striking once per man, with effortless precision. Within half a minute, every thug lay writhing on the floor, shattered limbs, agonized cries. Not a single soul remained standing inside the casino, except Ling Yi. Huang Mao knelt frozen on the floor, paralyzed by pure terror. He couldn't fathom it. How had Ling Yi, who'd once groveled before him like a stray dog, suddenly transformed into this unstoppable force? As Ling Yi advanced, Huang Mao panicked. Brother Yi, I beg you. I'll give you 1 million. Brother Yi, spare my life. Ignoring his pleas, Ling Yi seized Huang Mao's blonde hair and dragged him toward the exit. In desperation, Huang Mao drew a switchblade from his pocket and lunged for Ling Yi's abdomen. But the blade barely cleared its sheath before Ling Yi's left hand clamped down, then tightened, snapping the wrist bone clean. Now both hands were ruined. Utterly broken, Huang Mao sobbed uncontrollably. Brother Yi, everything's negotiable. Surrender the profits of my entire operation. I'll serve you for life. Ling Yi remained deaf to his entreaties. Dragging Huang Mao outside, he pressed the man's forehead against the rough concrete wall of the building. The structure was over a decade old. Its exterior unfinished, studded densely with jagged gravel, its surface brutally abrasive to the touch. The moment Huang Mao's face slammed against it, his nose and forehead split open, blood streaming free. Realizing the horror awaiting him, Huang Mao began blubbering incoherently. Brother Yi, Master Yi, I was wrong. I swear I was wrong. I'll tear up your IOU this instant. I'll be your slave for eternity. You were wrong, but not for failing to tear up the note. Ling Yi finally spoke, his voice icy and absolute. You were wrong for calling her a woman of flawless grace, a filthy whore. Without waiting for another plea, Ling Yi drove Huang Mao's head forward, dragging it relentlessly across the unforgiving gravel-embedded wall. At first, the young man with yellow hair screamed in agony, but soon his voice became hoarse, and he could only emit a series of whimpers, utterly miserable. A long trail of bloody flesh marks had already been left on the wall, enough to terrify anyone who looked at it. The young man with yellow hair nearly fainted from the pain several times, but each time he suddenly regained consciousness, acutely feeling the piercing pain on his face. It was not until the young man's nose was ground down and the flesh on his face was completely worn away that Ling Yi finally released his grip, allowing him to slide down like a dead dog. At this moment, the young man with yellow hair was already on the brink of death, his face unrecognizable. Ling Yi casually clapped his hands and turned to leave. Shortly after he departed, a group of professionals rushed in to clean up the aftermath. Since Ling Yi did not let the young man die, they certainly wouldn't let him die either. After all, there is a saying that living is worse than dying. Han Ruoxue and her servant both sighed in relief as they watched Ling Yi's receding figure. Grandfather Wu, it's fortunate you stopped me this morning, otherwise I would have been another him. Han Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a wave of fear as she recalled the scene of stopping Ling Yi. You should be grateful that we offended him and not his wife and daughter, otherwise our fate would be worse than the young man's, Wu Qian said, glancing at the disfigured young man, unable to suppress his shock. Han Ruoxue nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, just for a single insult, he ended up in a fate worse than death. If we had struck him, wouldn't it have been an irreversible disaster? After saying this, Han Ruoxue broke out in a cold sweat. It should be noted that after she found information on Qi Shiyun, she intended to use her to blackmail Ling Yi into handing over the dragon beard grass, but out of fear of Ling Yi's strength, she abandoned that thought. Looking back now, if she had truly done that, the entire Han family would likely have ceased to exist. How could this not leave Han Ruoxue in a cold sweat? So it was wise of the young lady to protect them in advance, finding such a powerful backer for the Han family. Hearing this, Han Ruoxue smiled bitterly. It was just a moment's thought that almost led the Han family to utter ruin. Wu Qian. All right, Grandfather Wu, you stay in Jiangzhou, and no matter what requests Master Ling has, fulfill them at all costs. I must continue searching for the dragon beard grass. Han Ruoxue looked at the ground covered in white snow, sighed. I don't even know if we'll be able to find it. The Master has divine favor, he will surely find it. Wu Qian reassured her. I hope so, Han Ruoxue said. By the way, instruct that no one from the Han family is to provoke Master Ling's wife and daughter. That is Master Ling's taboo, so treat them with utmost respect. Rest assured, young lady, I understand what to do. Also, Master Ling's despondent behavior in recent years must have been to conceal his identity, deliberately putting on a show for the world. Since he did not inform Qi Shiyun, our people should not expose him either, lest we offend Master Ling. Han Ruoxue continued to give instructions, while Wu Qian nodded frequently, indicating he understood. Qi Shiyun, you and I are truly fated differently, making others envious. Dressed in a cheongsam, Han Ruoxue walked away with her long legs wrapped in stockings, gradually disappearing into the snowy landscape. Meanwhile, in the SVP ward of Jiangzhou Qinhuang International Hospital, it was packed with directors and experts from various departments led by Director Chen Tianming. As the largest private hospital in Jiangzhou, it boasted the most advanced medical equipment and talent. To describe it in commoners' terms, even the messengers of death would take a detour here. Yet this fearsome medical team was currently frowning and looking troubled as they faced a patient who had been transferred from a local hospital that morning. Director Chen, I've been paying your salary of 8 million a year for so many years, and now all I want is a definitive answer. Will my son ever wake up again? A slightly portly middle-aged man asked Chen Tianming with a somber face. The middle-aged man was named Qin Jianya, chairman of the Qin International Group, and also the father of Qin Tianxi. Chairman Qin, the situation of the third young master is very complicated, and we currently do not know if he will wake up or when he will wake up, Chen Tianming said, forcing himself to respond as sweat filled his palms. Is this the conclusion you reached after studying for an entire morning? Qin Jianya's tone was calm, but it exuded an oppressive sense, as if a storm was approaching. Chairman Qin, the third young master, not only has shattered knee joints, but also has anal fissures and genital edema, along with teeth violently knocked out and a swollen throat. These injuries alone are enough to cause a coma, and moreover, Chen Tianming hesitated to continue after this, glancing at Qin Jianya, and upon seeing no change in his expression, he continued, moreover, there are clear signs of male sexual assault. Given this psychological trauma, we estimate it will be very difficult for him to regain consciousness in the short term. Although he had already learned about his son's general condition, hearing the fact of his son being sexually assaulted by a man from the director's mouth made Qin Jianya's fists clench involuntarily. After a long while, Qin Jianya finally relaxed his fists and said to Chen Tianming, 10 days. If my son is still unconscious, by then whatever happens to my son will happen to you all. Chairman Qin, that's not. Chen Tianming wanted to negotiate further, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Jinya's wave. Enough, do not force me to shorten the time frame. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianming and the others were so frightened that they immediately turned to leave, not daring to utter another word. The large SVP ward suddenly became empty, with only a few high-ranking members of the Qin family remaining, all wearing troubled expressions, and no one spoke. Only Qin Tianxi's mother sat by the bed softly sobbing. Second, have you found out who did this? After a long silence, Qin Jianya finally broke the silence and spoke first. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianggong shook his head, not yet. Seeing that my elder brother has not moved, Qin Jianggong hurriedly explained, Qinyun community is a place where Xiao Tian specifically plays with women, and the surveillance along the way has long been removed by him to prevent leaving evidence, so continue investigating. Qin Jianya declared, no matter who it is, I want blood for blood. Qin Jianggong nodded, opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. Elder brother, I have seen the injuries on Xiao Tian and Zhang Kai. This is clearly the work of a master. In Jiangzhou, apart from the Han family, there is no other force capable of keeping us from finding a single clue for half a day. So if it truly is the Han family, will there be no mercy? Do you not understand my words? What I mean is that no matter who it is, blood for blood. But Wu Qian of the Han family, do not worry about him. There are masters in the perfect realm of internal strength to deal with him. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianggong finally felt relieved, nodded, and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, a bodyguard hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. Second master, we found out who the woman was that third young master kidnapped last night. Who? All afternoon, Ling cultivated the heaven-devouring manual in a desolate wilderness until the sun dipped below the western horizon. Only then did he dash back to his rented apartment to prepare dinner for Qi Shiyun. At one point, he ran short of soy sauce and went next door to borrow some from Grandma Du, much to her delight. She exclaimed how Ling had finally changed for the better, calling it a blessing. In truth, your nature was never wicked. No one knows what came over you these past few years. You seemed like an entirely different person. But now, thank the heavens, you've awakened at last. Little Qi's days of hardship are finally over. As she returned the soy sauce bottle, Du being patted Ling Yi's shoulder with deep satisfaction. Hearing those words, Ling Yi felt something amiss, yet could not quite grasp what it was, furrowing his brow in quiet confusion. Soon, however, his expression softened. He pulled 10,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Du, being, Grandma, Do thank you for caring for them all these years. This is what I owe you. Please accept it. What on earth are you doing? There's no need to repay so much. Du Bing tried to return the excess, but Ling Yi gently stopped her. The kindness you've shown our family is beyond repayment. Take it so my heart may find peace. Ah, you dear boy. Very well, I'll accept it for now. From here on may your family of 3 live well together. If you're too busy during the day, I'll gladly watch the child. Thank you, Grandma Du. After bidding farewell, Ling Yi quickly finished cooking the remaining dishes, packed them neatly, and headed for the hospital. At the hospital in the emergency ward, Xiao Xiao, what would you like for dinner tonight? Mom will order takeout, Qi Shiyun asked, holding up her phone. No, I want Daddy's dinner. Xiao Xiao replied, eyes alight with anticipation. Though Ling Yi had unjustly scolded and struck her many times before, he had already apologized at noon. So of course she forgave him. Qi Shiyun froze upon hearing this, not with joy but with deeper anxiety. She feared Ling Yi might once again fly into a rage, hurling abuse or blows at her daughter, shattering her fragile hope anew. Heaven above, if you hear my plea, please let Ling Yi at least pretend a little longer. Just a few more days. Suppressing her anguish, Qi Shiyun prayed silently. Ling Yi, I implore you, spare her further heartbreak. Have mercy on your 3-year-old daughter. Just this once, please. Xiao Xiao, Daddy may not come. It's best not to set your hopes too high. Even as she prayed, she gave her daughter gentle warning, to soften the blow should disappointment strike. I don't believe you. Mommy lies. How do you even know Daddy won't come? Qi Shiyun pointed to the neatly washed and arranged takeout containers on the nightstand. He hasn't even retrieved them yet. How could he possibly bring us dinner? Xiao Xiao's small mind faltered. She stammered, searching in vain for an answer. Just as despair began to cloud her face, certain her father would not appear, Ling Yi stepped through the doorway. Daddy can simply buy a new set of takeout boxes. He waved the meal cheerfully before Xiao Xiao. Daddy, she cried, the light in her eyes new. Had her leg not been encased in plaster, she would have leapt from the bed. Mommy, it's Daddy. I knew he'd come. She tugged Qi Shiyun's arm, exclaiming with pure elation. Ling Yi, witnessing this, felt tears rise. After 100,000 years, he beheld his daughter's smile once more. 100,000 years. Blinking back tears, Ling Yi set up the overbed table, laid out each dish before Xiao Xiao, and asked, voice trembling with emotion, what would you like, Xiao Xiao? Daddy will serve it to you. Thank you, Daddy, but Mommy says I must serve myself. With that, Xiao Xiao picked up her chopsticks, plucked a green bean, and popped it into her mouth, murmuring through bites, look, Daddy, I can serve myself. My precious girl, you're so clever. But how did you grow so tall in the blink of an eye? Before I could even feed you one proper meal, you've learned to serve yourself? His voice broke, and turning away, he pressed his forehead against the wall, weeping softly. I'm sorry, Daddy, I was bad again. I did something wrong. Terrified, Xiao Xiao dropped her chopsticks and tugged her own ears, her face stricken with fear. Her words made Ling Yi weep harder still. He whirled around, grasped her small hands, shook his head, and laughed and sobbed at once. You did nothing wrong, Xiao Xiao. It's Daddy who failed you. Now eat, my girl, try Daddy's cooking. Only when she saw his genuine tenderness did Xiao Xiao dare pick up her chopsticks again, timidly serving herself. Seeing her move so cautiously, like treading on thin ice, pierced Ling Yi's heart. His arrival had surprised Qi Shiyun. Yet it did not sway her judgment. Ling Yi had feigned virtue before, sustaining the act for days, only to revert to domestic violence, drunkenness, and gambling. Still, though loathing him, Qi Shiyun refused to starve herself. She picked up her bowl and chopsticks and began eating without a word. Daddy, eat too. Xiao Xiao mumbled between bites. Ling Yi's heart trembled, but he did not lift his chopsticks. Instead, he looked toward Qi Shiyun. If your daughter tells you to eat, then eat. Why stare at me? Qi Shiyun snapped, irritated. Overjoyed, Ling Yi hurried to fetch his own utensils and joined his wife and daughter at their humble feast. He had dreamed of this moment for 100,000 years. Even if the setting was now a hospital ward, even if their home remained destitute, he had never known such profound happiness. Qi Shiyun, however, felt no such warmth. Her gaze remained guarded, her thoughts churning. Why does he play the devoted husband and father so convincingly this time? Has he truly found his conscience? The thought barely formed before she inwardly slapped herself. Qi Shiyun, what nonsense is this? This is all illusion. The more flawlessly he performs, the greater his deception, and you watch closely. Do not fall for his act again. After dinner, Qi Shiyun went to the staff kitchen to wash the dishes. Ling Yi lingered, not departing in haste, but stayed beside Xiao Xiao, chatting softly while guiding gentle currents of spiritual energy into her frail body to nourish it. Daddy, Mommy said you didn't save her last night. Is that true? Xiao Xiao blinked her large, earnest eyes. Of course it's false. If Daddy hadn't rescued Mommy, how would she be whole and well? But Mommy says you stole money to gamble. That was... Ling Yi began, only to be cut off by Qi Shiyun returning from the sink. Ling Yi, if you didn't go, then you didn't go. Why lie to your child? Is a grown man afraid to own up to his deeds? Do you think I don't know your worth? What satisfaction is there in playing the hero before your daughter? Wi-Fi. Who is your wife? Don't call me that. I've already signed the divorce agreement. Qi Shiyun was quite angry. Ling Yi suppressed his heartache and explained, I know this sounds absurd, but I really saved you last night, and I also. Ling Yi, you've already said enough. Are you still going to brag? Qi Shiyun pointed at the door of the ward, please leave. Xiao Xiao is still young and cannot distinguish between truth and falsehood. I don't want her to learn bad behavior from you. Ling Yi felt wronged, but he knew this was his own fault. If it weren't for his past mistakes a few years ago, Qi Shiyun wouldn't treat him this way. Shiyun, I know you don't believe me, but I'm really powerful now, even more so than Wu Qian, who saved you at noon. Ling Yi really wanted to reveal his identity as a cultivator, but he felt Qi Shiyun would surely think he was insane and might even call the police to have him arrested, so he decided to take it step by step. However, Qi Shiyun shook her head and sneered. Humph, you haven't changed your ways. Why don't you say you're more powerful than a celestial being? Actually, your so-called celestial beings are nothing special. Just give me some time and I can. Ling Yi spoke the truth. After all, he had once been an immortal emperor. What is an immortal emperor? The emperor of 10,000 immortals. Even celestial beings must bow down to him with respect. But before he could finish, Qi Shiyun directly interrupted him with a wave of her hand. All right, since you're so powerful, please do not come back again. We mother and daughter are not worthy of you. The patients who had just begun to change their views of him now wore expressions of mockery, sneering at Ling Yi. More impressive than a celestial being. Why don't you just fly to heaven? What a good woman Qi Shiyun is. Being with a delusional man like you is truly a tragedy. Shiyun, if you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. No need. I just ask that you don't disturb us again, otherwise I will ensure you never see us again. I, Qi Shiyun, keep my word. Qi Shiyun was completely desperate towards Ling Yi. The brief warmth they had shared during dinner was now gone. She couldn't understand why Ling Yi, who had previously drunk and gambled, now had such audacity. Who is Qian Yi? How dare he say he is more powerful than him? Is he seeking death? Mom, please don't chase. It was Xiao Xiao who was wrong. She shouldn't have asked whether Dad came to save you last night. Xiao Xiao tugged at Qi Shiyun's clothes, tears welling in her eyes, pleading pitifully. Xiao Xiao is not wrong, it is he who is deluded. Qi Shiyun had no resistance to her daughter's request, but she didn't want Ling Yi to lead her daughter astray, so after thinking for a moment, she said to Ling Yi, for Xiao Xiao's sake, I will give you one more chance. But if I hear any more of your arrogant nonsense, you will never see Xiao Xiao again. Do you understand? I understand, Ling Yi nodded in response, secretly giving Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. Qi Shiyun naturally knew about the little gestures between the father and daughter, including how Ling Yi had just given Xiao Xiao a look to help persuade her. She saw it all clearly. However, she did not leave no room for him, but instead chose to turn a blind eye. Thus Ling Yi stayed until Xiao Xiao fell asleep before Qi Shiyun urged him to leave. According to Ling Yi's thoughts, he wanted Qi Shiyun to go home and get a good night's sleep while he watched over Xiao Xiao here. But Qi Shiyun absolutely refused, saying she didn't trust Ling Yi, and it was better for her to guard her daughter herself. Ling Yi could not go against her wishes. After giving her some spiritual energy from a distance, he turned and left sadly. Xiaoqi, wouldn't it be better to let her father watch over her? Why are you exhausting yourself? After Ling Yi left, Aunt Wang approached and quietly asked. Qi Shiyun smiled, bitterly shaking her head, and feeling despondent. He suddenly treats the child so well that I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. She spoke delicately, but Aunt Wang quickly understood her meaning. She was afraid Ling Yi would abduct the child and sell her. After all, gamblers have no conscience. In this world, are there not enough gamblers who sell their wives and children? Sigh. Aunt Wang sighed, patted Qi Shiyun on the shoulder, shook her head, and turned to leave. In the dark of night, Qi Shiyun sat beside the hospital bed, watching her sleeping daughter, holding her phone, hesitating. On the screen was a phone number one that Qi Shiyun had hidden in her notes. She knew that as long as she dialed this number, she could immediately gather the funds for Xiao Xiao's surgery, but the consequence would be that she would be taken back to the Qi family and could never see Xiao Xiao again. Ling Yi, can I still trust you? Qi Shiyun's fingers turned white from gripping, and her heart was in turmoil. After being driven out of the ward, Ling Yi did not go home, but headed straight to the wilderness. After practicing swallowing heaven's record all night, Ling Yi returned home at dawn, repeating the process from yesterday, preparing meals for the mother and daughter on time. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Ling Yi did not speak of how powerful he was, as the truth cannot be concealed, and time will prove everything. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but during dinner he felt that Qi Shiyun had secretly glanced at him several times. Once Xiao Xiao fell asleep, Ling Yi finally had the chance to ask Qi Shiyun, do you have something to say to me? Qi Shiyun thought for a moment, and finally spoke. The doctor said Xiao Xiao's condition is unexpectedly good and surgery can be scheduled for tomorrow. A day earlier, Ling Yi immediately understood why Qi Shiyun had been looking at him. She was worried about the surgery fee. In fact, Ling Yi really wanted to tell her that Xiao Xiao didn't need surgery at all, and that he could heal her leg himself, but he knew that if he dared to say this, he would surely be driven out of the ward again and would never be allowed back in. So Ling, he thought of a compromise. He first transferred 20,000 yuan to Qi Shiyun via his phone, indicating that he was indeed raising money. While this amount was not enough for the surgery, it could buy some time. You can take this money for now, I will think of a way for the rest. Qi Shiyun looked at the payment interface, not daring to click, while looking at Ling Yi with confusion and fear. Indeed, she was afraid. Afraid that if she accepted this money, someone with yellow hair would come to force her to pay back the debt. Last time it was fortunate that Qian Yi helped, but what about next time? Seeing that Qi Shiyun did not accept Ling, he hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, this money is clean, and no one will come to cause you trouble again." "How many times have you said that? Can you keep track?" Qi Shiyun's face was full of sorrow, and after hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and accepted. There is nothing more important than Xiao Xiao's leg. As long as Xiao Xiao's leg can recover, she wouldn't mind being beaten to death by debt collectors. Ling, he didn't know how to respond. Honestly, it wouldn't work. He would be seen as bragging. Not explaining wouldn't work either, as it would be seen as an admission. After a long time, Ling Yi, who was at a loss, helplessly replied, "Then let time prove it." After saying this, Ling Yi kissed his daughter's forehead and turned to leave. Just after leaving the emergency department, Ling Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned his head to glance at a dark corner in the distance before stepping towards it. Stepping into the shadows, Ling Yi saw a bald man hanging upside down from a tree, completely naked, blood gushing from his wounds on the brink of death. Surrounding him were a group of suited bodyguards, each holding bloodied truncheons, their expressions blank, like emotionless machines. Behind these bodyguards stood an elderly man with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely enjoying the bloody scene before him. It was no wonder he was called the living king of hell, able to face such carnage with such composure. "Who is it?" Wu Qian, who was admiring the scene, suddenly shouted, raising his hand, as if to strike, towards Ling Yi. When he realized the newcomer was Ling Yi, he immediately withdrew his attack, approaching with a forced smile, his heart filled with shock. Despite his caution, he had failed to sense Ling Yi's approach in advance. Was this the power of a martial arts master? "Master Ling, did the commotion here disturb your rest?" Wu Qian asked, bowing slightly. Ling Yi waved his hand and inquired, "Is this also aimed at my wife and child?" Ling Yi knew that Wu Qian was stationed at the hospital to secretly protect Shi Yun and Xiao Xiao, so the bald man he had captured was most likely targeting them. Wu Qian nodded, saying, "He was about to attack Miss Qi in the hot water room when I intercepted him. His skills were quite impressive. He almost got discovered by Miss Qi during the confrontation. He didn't seem like a loan shark, but he didn't reveal who sent him either. I've already settled all my debts with loan sharks. Anyone causing trouble now must have other motives." Ling Yi thought briefly and understood the situation, then commanded, "If anyone else comes, don't ask questions, you just bury them directly." These simple 12 words made even the living king of hell's heart tremble, let alone those bodyguards. What kind of confidence did it take to utter such domineering words? "Yes." Wu Qian immediately nodded in agreement, unable to calm down. After all, he is a martial arts master. When he acts, it is decisive and unrestrained. At Qinhuang International Hospital, in the SVIP ward. In the accompanying office, Qin Jianya was handling company affairs. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up and saw it was his second brother, then lowered his head again to continue reading the documents, casually asking, "Have you brought the person?" Qin Jianggong looked embarrassed and shook his head, saying, "It failed. He Yong was captured." Qin Jianya couldn't help but frown. "Didn't you say He Yong was a practitioner of inner strength? You mean he couldn't even bring back one woman?" "Big brother, there was a living king of hell guarding that woman." Wu Qian. Qin Jianya suddenly raised his head, looking at his second brother in disbelief, his mind racing. Soon he spoke with a darkened face. "In that case, the one who attacked Tianci that night must have been him." "Big brother, but he is at the peak of inner strength. The Qin family might." Qin Jianya set down his pen and coldly snorted. "So what if he is at the peak of inner strength? When that person arrives, I'll have him torn to shreds." "What do we do now?" "Just wait here. Isn't Wu Qian supposed to guard that woman? Let him guard well. I want to see if the Han family has so many businesses that he can handle them all alone." After a night of hard cultivation, Ling Yi rose and stretched his body, unable to suppress a yawn. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the mountains and forests, powerful as a stampede of 10,000 horses, scaring the still drowsy beasts into a frenzy. Ling Yi knew that his cultivation had improved again. Although he was still far from the 5th level of Qi refinement, achieving this advancement in such a spiritually deficient place was already remarkable. This also indirectly proved the power of the heaven-swallowing record. If he returned to a starry sky rich in spiritual energy, he believed he could regain the status of a celestial emperor in less than 100,000 years. Putting aside his thoughts, Ling Yi walked forward through the deep snow. Just as he was about to reach home, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Ling?" I am Xiao Zhao, a staff member from Baixing Lin. The 3 medicinal materials you pre-ordered have all arrived at the store. Would you like to pick them up, or should we send someone to deliver them? Ling Yi glanced at the time. It was almost breakfast delivery time, so he replied, "We'll come to pick them up shortly." "Okay, mister. Ling will be waiting for you at Baixing Lin." After hanging up Ling, he felt surprisingly good, even humming a little tune while walking. When Ling Yi delivered breakfast to the ward, the doctors were on their rounds. After the young attending physician finished introducing the patient's condition to the director, he suggested, "Director, the child's family is in a difficult situation. They have only paid 30,000 for the hospital stay. I wonder if we could proceed with the surgery to save the child's knee joint and discuss the cost later." The director's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. "Nonsense. Does this matter even need to be discussed? Of course we prioritize saving the child's leg." "Thank you, director. Thank you, director." The attending physician and Qi Shiyun repeatedly expressed their gratitude to the director. Only Ling Yi furrowed his brow, feeling the pressure shift towards him. He had originally planned to delay the surgery for a day, which would allow him to refine pills in an orderly manner, but he hadn't expected the director and the attending physician, being the angels in white, to force the surgery to be scheduled. The broken jade pill was not rare in the cultivation world. Most disciples who entered the sect could refine it under the assistance of a furnace. However, Ling Yi was only at the threshold of cultivation, still far from entering, and without the assistance of a furnace, the pressure to refine the broken jade pill all at once was considerable. With the surgery now a day earlier than planned, Ling Yi found that time was indeed running short for him. After hastily finishing breakfast, Ling Yi said to Qi Shiyun, "I have to go out for a bit today. I might not be able to bring you lunch. Order takeout when the time comes. Also, before I return, do not let Xiao Xiao enter the operating room. Remember this." After saying this, without waiting for Qi Shiyun's questions, Ling Yi left the ward and rushed towards Baixing Lin. As he approached the entrance of Baixing Lin, Ling Yi slowed down to avoid being seen as a monster. Yet before he even stepped into Baixing Lin, he heard someone call his name, "Ling Yi. Is that really you?" Ling Yi turned to see a long-haired woman in extravagant mink fur, her features decent, but he had no recollection of her. "You forgot. I'm Song Xiao, Jia Shiyun's college best friend." Hearing the name Ling Yi finally remembered that there was indeed such a person. She had pursued him for a time in college, but after being ruthlessly rejected by him, she immediately turned to someone else. Moreover, she was merely Shiyun's roommate, and hardly qualified as a best friend. The reason Ling Yi didn't recognize her was that her appearance had changed significantly, likely due to cosmetic surgery. "Hello," Ling Yi nodded, acknowledging her. After that, he headed towards the lobby, eager to retrieve the medicine and refine pills, having no time for small talk. However, Song Xiao Jia was unwilling to let him go so easily, following him with the man beside her, proudly introducing, "This is my boyfriend Lu Feng, the general manager of Qin Huang Hotel. If you ever need to stay at a hotel, you can look for him for a discount." Ling Yi nodded again, but Lu Feng looked down his nose at him, a disdainful expression clearly visible. "Jia, is this the husband of your best friend, the campus heartthrob Ling Yi? He does look quite handsome, but I wonder where he works." "He doesn't have a job. He's entirely supported by my best friend," Song Xiao Jia mocked. "Huh. In this day and age, money is a man's best appearance. A man without capabilities is just handsome for nothing," Lu Feng lectured derisively. Ling Yi glanced at the two, too lazy to respond to these flies. Seeing Ling Yi remain silent, Song Xiao Jia silently labeled him as a coward, secretly grateful that this guy hadn't agreed to her back. Then otherwise, how could she now attract Lu Feng, this diamond bachelor? "You came here to buy medicine. It seems Shiyun was telling the truth. Your daughter is really sick. She borrowed money from me the day before yesterday, and I thought it was a scam call, so I hung up. I'm really sorry about that. I heard the medicines here are quite expensive. Do you need money? Should I lend you some?" Jia, lending money is such a small mindset. Lu Feng pretended to reproach her, then looked down at Ling Yi and said, "Brother Ling, since you are the husband of my girlfriend's best friend, I'll cover all your expenses for medicine today." Seeing that Ling Yi was finally willing to respond, Lu Feng was almost laughing out loud. Is there anything more satisfying in this world than spending a few hundred yuan to trample a man's dignity? As for Song Xiao Jia, her disdain for Ling Yi was even greater than before. He was indeed a poor loser, and as soon as he heard about money, he got excited. Luckily, she hadn't gotten together with him back then. "Of course, I'm sure as long as your daughter can use it, feel free to buy." Lu Feng waved his hand grandly, appearing quite generous. But upon closer examination, one could see the cunning behind his words. The medicine must be something his daughter could use. In other words, you can buy more different medicines, but as long as you buy them, they must be usable by your daughter. Isn't that a curse for her to get sick more often? Thus, although Lu Feng appeared magnanimous, he had Ling Yi firmly under his control, certain that he wouldn't make any reckless purchases. "No need, I only need 3 kinds of medicine." Ling Yi said this as he walked towards the medicine cabinet. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was almost laughing so hard that his jaw dropped, and he whispered to Song Xiao Jia, It's just 3 kinds of medicine. He wants to be stingy about such a small favor. He really is a jobless poor loser. Song Xiaojia nodded in agreement, saying he'll be like this for the rest of his life, just a useless piece of mud that can't get up the wall. Standing behind the medicine cabinet, Xiao saw Ling Yi and immediately smiled politely, saying, Mr. Ling, please wait in the rest area. I will get your medicine right away. No need him in a hurry, you'll wait here. Okay, I'll go get it right now. After saying this, Xiao indeed turned and hurried to the storeroom. During the waiting period, Ling Yi said these 3 kinds of medicine are a bit expensive. If you regret it now, it's still not too late. Ling, do you look down on your older brother? It's just 3 kinds of medicine, how expensive can it be? Lu Feng couldn't help but sneer. Song Xiaojia immediately chimed in, honey, you need to consider that he doesn't have a job and his daughter is sick right now. You might think it's just a small amount, but to him it could be a fortune. That's true. Lu Feng nodded, pretending to think for a moment before saying, Ling, as a man, how can you not have a... How about this? Our hotel is currently hiring security. Shall I reserve a spot for you? Song Xiaojia immediately supported him, saying, right, you don't need to worry about not being selected. Lu Feng is the hotel manager. As long as he says a word, you won't even need to interview to get the job. Hearing their banter, Ling Yi felt no emotional stir, only asking lightly, are you really not going to regret it? In such a helpful situation, whoever regrets it is a grandson. Lu Feng made his point clear to prevent Ling Yi from backing out. Moreover, he spoke loudly, drawing the attention of many patients. At that moment, Xiao came out carrying 3 beautifully packaged boxes and placed them in front of Ling Yi, introducing the contents. This is the Bai Yi fruit, this is the Yu Ming flower, and this is the Junzi Qi. May I ask if you will pay via scanning or by phone? Ling Yi pointed at Lu Feng and said he is paying. Ask him. By phone. Lu Feng decisively presented the payment code and waited to enter the password. However, after a beep, the page did not transition as expected. Instead, Xiao's voice came through. Sorry, sir, your balance is insufficient. Insufficient balance. Lu Feng repeated in astonishment, glancing at his phone balance, which showed several thousand yuan. How could it be insufficient? Could it be that these 3 kinds of medicine he bought were extremely expensive, over 10,000? Lu Feng felt a bit pained, but since he had just said that whoever regrets it is a grandson, he had no choice but to harden his resolve and pulled out his bank card, handing it over. Swipe it. However, after entering the password, he still received a notification of insufficient balance. Is the machine broken? I have at least 70 to 80,000 in this card, and you are telling me insufficient balance. Xiao calmly explained, sir, the total value of these 3 medicines purchased by Mr. Ling is 3 million. Mr. Ling has already paid a deposit of 1 million, so you still need to pay 2 million. Xiao stated clearly. Having spent so long getting medicine and seen all sorts of people, Xiao could tell that this man and woman were trying to embarrass Ling Yi. It's a pity that with just a few thousand yuan they thought they could act grandly in front of Mr. Ling. How ridiculous. 3 million. And they paid a deposit of 1 million. Song Xiaojia and Lu Feng exclaimed in astonishment, almost simultaneously, attracting even more onlookers. Did you make a mistake? How could this poor loser afford such an expensive item? Song Xiaojia questioned. Do you really think a few weeds can be sold for 3 million? Do you believe I'll report you to the Drug Administration? Lu Feng found it hard to accept this fact. He just wanted to lower the medicine price so he could continue showcasing his superiority in front of Ling Yi. Sir, these 3 herbs are rare and precious. Our pricing is reasonable. If you have any doubts, you are welcome to supervise and file a complaint. Xiao politely stated, neither humble nor arrogant. You. Lu Feng was left speechless, his face. Ling Yi had not expected Lu Feng to fork over the 2 million. Coupled with his urgency, he directly took out his bank card and handed it to Xiao. Swipe it. Seeing this, Song Xiaojia couldn't help but sneer softly, saying, what's with this poor loser trying to act grand? I want to see if you actually have that much money in this card. Exactly 2 million, Ed, do you think it's just 200? I'll bet when it prompts insufficient balance, I'll see how you... Lu Feng's sense of superiority surged again. However, after Ling Yi entered the password, the cash register machine loudly announced XXX has received 2 million. At the sound, Song Xiaojia and Lu Feng widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. How could this be possible? His wife was still borrowing money everywhere just a few days ago. Now how could he casually throw out 2 million? This must be fake. After swiping the card, Ling Yi picked up the 3 kinds of medicine and turned to leave casually, saying as he passed by, Lu Feng, grandson, remember to call me grandpa when you see me in the future. You. Lu Feng was so furious he could explode, but since he had said those words earlier, he found no excuse to retort. Ling Yi had no time to waste with them rushing towards his rental apartment with the herbs. Watching Ling Yi leave, Song Xiaojia snorted coldly, saying that money must have been borrowed from his wife, right? Didn't I just receive a call from his wife asking to borrow money 2 days ago? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's sense of superiority surged again. Ha, borrowed money. What's there to act proud about? 3 million, huge amount. Let's see how you pay it back later. Thinking about Qi Xian's debt, Lu Feng immediately had some ideas. He had seen photos of Qi Shiyun, and compared to Song Xiaojia, she was on a different level. And facing a woman burdened by debt, he only needed to spend a little money to easily win her over. With this thought, Lu Feng's earlier displeasure vanished, replaced by full anticipation. As for Ling Yi, after reaching his rental apartment, he took out the herbs he had bought and rushed towards the outskirts. The grade of the Suiyu Dan is similar to that of the Shenyang Dan, but while refining the Shenyang Dan, there was plenty of time to practice, and this time, there was only one chance. As the snow was shaken off, Ling Yi sat cross-legged after setting up protective barriers around him, preparing to refine the shattered jade pill. Although the situation was urgent, he still felt a sense of composure. After all, he had accumulated considerable experience in alchemy during the refining of the Holy Sun pill, and with his current cultivation level being higher than before, the chances of success should be quite high. Collecting his thoughts, Ling Yi snapped his fingers, causing a flame to instantly appear before him, igniting. Seeing this, Ling Yi took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He then focused his mind and devoted himself entirely to the refinement of the shattered jade pill. Meanwhile, in the emergency room of the hospital, the attending physician Wang Chun instructed Qi Shiyun, saying, from now on, no eating or drinking. The surgery is scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I need to explain the risks involved in the operation, and if there are no issues, you will need to sign here. It would be best if the child's father could come to sign. He went out to raise money, Qi Shiyun replied. She didn't actually know what Ling Yi was doing, but she hoped he was working hard for the surgery fee. At a time like this, why is he raising money? Shouldn't he be with his daughter? Never mind, you come to talk and sign. In the doctor's office, after hearing all the potential risks from Wang Qin, Qi Shiyun felt her entire back soak with sweat. For a moment, she even thought about not going through with the surgery at all, as at least she could still be alive. She wanted to discuss this with someone, but found there was no one she could turn to. The man who should have been the pillar of the family had disappeared just like before. And on her side of the family, she didn't even dare to make a call. Over the years, she had faced difficulties alone, and this time was no exception. But this time her resentment towards Ling Yi far exceeded before. If it weren't for Ling Yi's gambling and borrowing from loan sharks, her daughter wouldn't have had her leg broken by Zhang Kai. After much hesitation, Qi Shiyun picked up the pen and signed her name on the informed consent form. As she set the pen down, she felt the weight of her daughter's life resting on her shoulders. That heavy burden made her feel slightly breathless. She didn't even remember how she returned to the ward until her daughter shook her arm and asked, when will daddy come back? It was then she woke up from her daze. Qi Shiyun didn't know how to answer Xiao Xiao, so she forced a smile and said, I don't know, he should be back soon. Yet this wait stretched from 9 in the morning until 2:30 in the afternoon. The nurse had already brought the surgical gown, asking Qi Shiyun to help Xiao Xiao change into it, saying they would come to take her in 10 minutes with the surgery scheduled for 3 o'clock. Xiao Xiao, now dressed in the surgical gown, looked gloomy, waiting anxiously for her father's arrival. However, even as the nurse pushed in the wheelchair, her father's figure was still missing. Despite her disappointment, Xiao Xiao didn't complain, as she simply sat quietly in the wheelchair, speechless, her maturity making her all the more heart-wrenching. Seeing this scene, Qi Shiyun felt another pang of heartache, blaming Ling Yi for not returning sooner. As for Ling Yi's instruction to never let Xiao Xiao enter the operating room without him, she had long since thrown that thought out the window. As she waited for the operating room door to open, Qi Shiyun held Xiaoxiao's small hand, speaking encouraging words to her, while tears continued to well up in her eyes. It was clearly Ling Yi's misdeeds, so why should Xiao Xiao have to bear this? Especially when she thought of the risks that Wang Chun had mentioned, Qi Shiyun felt as if she were being tortured, and her hatred for Ling surged uncontrollably. It was pitiful that Xiao Xiao was still so young, completely unaware of the pain she was enduring, all of which was caused by her father, yet she was still eagerly awaiting his arrival. Thinking of this made Qi Shiyun feel suffocated. The meals Ling Yi had been pretending to deliver the past few days did not make her believe he had changed, as she always thought he was brewing a greater conspiracy. When the operating room door opened, the nurse pushed Xiao Xiao inside. As the door closed, Qi Shiyun burst into tears, while Xiao Xiao stubbornly turned her head, still looking longingly towards the corridor entrance. Just as the door was about to close, Xiao Xiao had given up all hope, lowering her head and turning back, her face filled with dejection. Wait! A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Both Xiao Xiao and Qi Shiyun turned around simultaneously to see Ling Yi drenched in sweat running towards the operating room. He was covered in mud as if he had rolled in the snow. Daddy! Xiao Xiao cried excitedly, clutching the back. The nurse, seeing this, compassionately reopened the operating room door and pushed Xiao Xiao back out. Being a minute or two late was really no big deal. Ling Yi ran to Xiao Xiao with his last bit of strength, but could no longer stand, collapsing directly to the ground. He had exhausted all his spiritual energy to ensure the refinement of the shattered jade pill, leaving his body weak beyond measure. However, in the wilds there was no way to catch a ride, so he had almost crawled his way to the nearby road. Fortunately, he made it just in time. He did not blame Qi Shiyun for not listening to him, but instead took out a pitch-black pill from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Xiao, saying, "Xiao Xiao, eat this, and you won't need to undergo surgery." "No, you can't eat before surgery, or it could cause asphyxiation under general anesthesia." The nurse immediately stopped him. She regretted ever letting Xiao Xiao out, wondering how she could encounter such an uninformed parent. "Are you trying to harm your daughter? Lingyi, what are you doing? I thought your daily delivery of meals meant you had changed, but it turns out you still want to stop our daughter from having surgery. Can't you bear to see your daughter whole?" Qi Shiyun was furious, grabbing Ling Yi by the collar and trying to pull him away from Xiaoxiao's body. The family members of the patients waiting around began to point at Ling Yi, their faces filled with disdain. "Huh, you can't eat." Ling Yi pretended to be clueless, which made the hostility from those people dissipate. Both the nurse and Qi Shiyun felt awkward, thinking they had misunderstood Ling Yi. Ling Yi, however, was indifferent, placing the shattered jade pill in Xiaoxiao's hand. "Then hold it in your hand, and just think of it as Daddy keeping you company." After saying this, Ling Yi looked at the nurse and asked, "Is this okay?" The nurse hesitated for a moment, thinking this was a display of parental affection, so she didn't stop it. After all, soon under general anesthesia, the little one would fall asleep, and she could temporarily take the chocolate bean away without affecting the surgery. Xiao Xiao held the shattered jade pill, extremely happy. "Thank you for the chocolate bean, Daddy." Ling Yi's face darkened. This bone-repairing holy medicine was worth millions in the secular world, and she called it a chocolate bean. "Fine, whatever you say it is, it is." As Xiao Xiao re-entered the operating room, Ling Yi exerted the last bit of his strength, channeling a strand of spiritual energy into the shattered jade pill, so that even if Xiao Xiao didn't ingest it, she could absorb the medicine through her palm. Once inside the operating room, seeing the long corridor, the 3-year-old Xiao Xiao finally became frightened, tightly clutching the chocolate bean her daddy had given her, not daring to let go for even a moment. What she didn't know was that the chocolate bean had already melted into her palm, subtly healing her knee joint. Wang Chun was intently studying the X-ray in the operating room, hoping to find the optimal surgical approach. Despite the fact that multiple doctors had already consulted on the case and the specific surgical procedure had been confirmed, he was unwilling to give up on the final effort, a habit he had cultivated over a long time. It was not until Xiao Xiao entered that Wang Chun withdrew his gaze, exchanged a few simple words with her, and then stepped out to wash his hands and change in his surgical attire. Meanwhile, with the assistance of the nurse, Xiao Xiao lay on the operating table waiting for the anesthesiologist to administer the anesthetic. Wang Chun had just finished washing his hands and entered when his assistant hurried over and whispered, "Master, something feels off." As a doctor, there's nothing more frightening than hearing those words. The unexpected situations before surgery can be lethal. "What's wrong? Which leg did the little one fracture?" The assistant was sweating profusely as he had a hunch that they might have misdiagnosed the case. "I didn't hear any bone crepitus while disinfecting." Upon hearing this, Wang Chun rushed to the operating table, without caring about his already clean and disinfected hands, and gently pressed on Xiao Xiao's left knee joint. Indeed, just as the assistant had said, there was no sign of bone crepitus, and the patella moved freely. There was no hint of any fracture. Wang Chun was bewildered and quickly reached to examine Xiao Xiao's right knee joint, achieving the same results. "Bring the bedside X-ray machine over." Sweat beaded on Wang Chun's forehead as his voice trembled while he spoke. Soon the assistant and nurse moved the X-ray machine over, and Wang Chun immediately took control, positioning it to capture images of Xiao Xiao's knees, with the results displayed instantly on the machine's screen. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that Xiao Xiao's bones were smooth and intact. Not only was there no fracture, but there weren't even any fine lines indicating a bone crack. How is this possible? The images taken when she was admitted were not like this. Wang Chun approached the viewing area, turned on the light, and the images on the film immediately appeared, showing a clear comminuted fracture in the left knee joint. A miracle. This is simply a medical miracle. Wang Chun shook his head, murmuring to himself, "Uncle Wang, is there something wrong with Xiao Xiao? Can she not have the surgery?" Xiao Xiao lay in bed for a long time without falling asleep, so she timidly asked, "No, Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid, it's not your fault." Wang Chun quickly comforted her, genuinely fond of how understanding the child was. "Mommy said that once I came in I would fall asleep quickly, and when I slept Uncle Wang would give me a surgery. Is it because I didn't fall asleep?" "I'll sleep right now," Xiao Xiao said, tightly closing her eyes. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. "Take her out, no surgery is needed," Wang Chun said to the assistant. "I will report this situation to the director. This is definitely a miracle in medical history." Upon hearing that no surgery was needed, Xiao Xiao relaxed, quickly spreading her hands to see the chocolate beans her father had given her. But when she opened her small hands, there were no chocolate beans to be found. In her panic, she cried out, "Wah!" Outside the operating room, Qi Shiyun was anxiously waiting with her hands clasped, occasionally glancing towards the operating room's door, restless. "Relax, they should be out in a few minutes," Ling Yi reassured her. Upon hearing this, Qi Shiyun shot him a glare and said sharply, If they come out in a few minutes, it means the surgery failed. If you can't speak properly, just keep quiet. Ling Yi shrugged, offering no explanation. Seeing Ling Yi's relaxed demeanor and recalling earlier events, Qi Shiyun hurriedly asked, "Did you sneak the chocolate you gave her to eat after Xiao Xiao went in?" Ling Yi replied, "Exactly, that must be it. How else could you be sure that Xiao Xiao would come out so quickly? Ling Yi, you are simply worse than a beast. That is your own daughter. She trusts you unconditionally. How could you deceive her and harm her?" Qi Shiyun was on the verge of tears, feeling wrong that the hospital had finally agreed to let Xiao Xiao have the surgery only for her father to ruin it. "I really didn't." Ling Yi was at a loss for how to explain, feeling that no matter how he put it, it would be wrong. "I have never seen a father so heartless." Qi Shiyun's tears fell heartbroken. At that moment, the operating room door opened, and Qi Shiyun saw the nurse indeed pushing Xiao Xiao out, followed by several assistants led by Wang Chun. Xiao Xiao was spreading her hands, crying uncontrollably. When Qi Shiyun saw that Xiao Xiao's hands were empty, she immediately scolded Ling Yi. "What do you have to say for yourself now?" Without waiting for Ling Yi to respond, she rushed over in tears. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Oh, I will keep a close eye on Xiao Xiao, and won't let her eat anything before surgery again." Qi Shiyun hugged Xiao Xiao, feeling sorry for how she could have such a father. "Miss Qi, have you misunderstood? We came to inform you that Xiao Xiao's leg has healed on its own, and does not require surgery at all." Wang Chen's assistant explained. "Healed? Healed?" Qi Shiyun was shocked, unable to believe her ears. "Yes, this is simply a miracle in medical history. If nothing unexpected happens, the little one should be able to walk by herself now. Then why is she crying so hard? Didn't you blame her for eating the chocolate beans inside?" Qi Shiyun was somewhat confused. How could we blame her when she is so understanding? Besides, she didn't eat anything. She just misplaced the chocolate beans her father gave her, which is why she started crying. Wang Chen's assistant said, handing over the termination of surgery form for Qi Shiyun to sign, and added, "Pack up and complete the discharge procedures. You can go home afterward." Having said that, he left with the nurse, pushing Xiao Xiao while the others turned back to the operating room. The sudden twist left Qi Shiyun momentarily stunned, unable to come to terms with it. Her daughter's leg had healed. They could go home. They no longer had to humble themselves to borrow money. Suddenly, she turned to look at Ling Yi, who was covered in mud, and vaguely remembered that he had previously told her not to borrow money, that he could cure their daughter. But wasn't that just him boasting? Moreover, the doctors had said that Xiao Xiao's leg had healed on its own, a medical miracle with no relation to him. Yet for some reason, recalling what she had just said to Ling Yi, a wave of guilt rose in her heart. Had she wrongly? However, Ling Yi appeared to have completely brushed it off, walking over to Xiao Xiao, reaching out to touch her little head, and praising, "Xiao Xiao is truly amazing. Daddy, I'm sorry I lost the chocolate beans you gave me." Xiao Xiao cried like a rain-soaked pear flower, looking utterly pitiful. "It's all right, Daddy will buy you more." Ling Yi comforted her while drying her tears, his face full of affection as he said, "Daughter, stand up and take a step for Mommy." At first, Xiao Xiao was a bit scared, but after trying a few times and confirming it didn't hurt, she immediately began to hop and skip, leaving the surrounding waiting family members astounded. "Mommy, I'm better. I can walk by myself now." Xiao Xiao joyfully leaped into her mother's arms, chirping like a little magpie, bringing smiles to everyone who witnessed it. Ling Yi watched this scene, his eyes brimming with tenderness. After 100,000 years of hardship, to see this moment again made it all worthwhile. He walked over, ruffled Xiao Xiao's hair, and gently said, "Daughter, hold Mommy's hand. Oh, let's go home." As she returned to the ward to gather their belongings, the other patients stared in stunned silence when they saw Xiao Xiao walk in unassisted, eyes wide with disbelief. Dr. Wang's medical skill is truly extraordinary. In less than half an hour, she's already walking on. It seems we made the right choice coming to this hospital. Someone even suggested I go to Qinhuang Hospital. But honestly, compared to this place, Qinhuang Hospital is utter rubbish. Xiao Qi, I've heard others take much longer to recover after surgery. Did you slip Dr. Wang a red envelope? Is that why her recovery has been so miraculously swift? Aunt Wang asked candidly. Qi Shiyun could only smile wryly, touched inwardly, yet unable to suppress her amusement. Yet unwilling to exaggerate nor draw undue attention to Xiao Xiao, she quickly clarified. Aunt Wang, it's not nearly as miraculous as you imagine. Dr. Wang said Xiao Xiao has excellent constitution, and her condition was never serious to begin with. She only needed a few days of intravenous therapy. No surgery was required. As for the so-called medical miracle, Qi Shiyun paid it little mind. Upon hearing her explanation, the other patients finally snapped out of their excitement, realizing with quiet chagrin that their earlier jubilation had been entirely premature. Still, they each came forward to congratulate Xiao Xiao on her imminent discharge. Aunt Wang even pulled out a red envelope and pressed it into Xiao Xiao's hands, ignoring Qi Shiyun's polite objections, insisting she accept it. With no choice, Qi Shiyun gently urged Xiao Xiao to thank Grandma Wang. Back in the room, Ling Yi took the hospital bill to process discharge formalities. Noticing Ling Yi was absent, Aunt Wang lowered her voice and said to Qi Shiyun, "These past few days I've watched your husband closely. He truly seems transformed. Unless things have grown utterly irreparable, go home and speak with him earnestly. If reconciliation is possible, cherish it. As the saying goes, a wayward son who repents is worth more than gold. Don't you agree?" Qi Shiyun knew Ling Yi had indeed behaved admirably these past days, never losing his temper at her words, never raising a hand against her, or xiao as he once had. Yet having endured disappointment too many times, and witnessed too many of Ling Yi's facades, she merely nodded in polite assent, her heart unmoved by Aunt Wang's earnest counsel. After thanking Aunt Wang, Qi Shiyun began packing. When she spotted the divorce agreement tucked inside the garment bag, she paused, startled. A sudden thought struck her. Had Ling Yi's transformation been triggered precisely by seeing that document, by fear perhaps of losing them both? The possibility felt strong. Yet she lingered over it only briefly, then calmly slid the agreement deep beneath the clothes, concealing it completely, as though it had never existed. Mother and daughter had few belongings. Packing took mere minutes. Ling Yi, however, spent over an hour finalizing discharge procedures, returning just before 4 o'clock, clutching a thick stack of cash. He handed the money to Qi Shiyun, then guided Xiao through farewells to the uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers, before taking her small hand and leading her out of the ward. On the way home, he'd originally planned to hail a taxi, but Xiao refused, insisting on walking all the way. Perhaps because she had known loss, she now cherished every step, skipping joyfully, stamping playfully in the snow, radiant with unburdened delight. Qi Shiyun followed close behind, urging caution with gentle urgency, terrified she might slip. Ling Yi carried the bags at the rear, watching mother and daughter, one chasing, one fleeing, his heart swelling with such profound tenderness it felt ready to dissolve. This is life itself. Ling Yi gazed up at the sky and murmured, awestruck. What is the title of 10,000 immortal sovereign after all? Can it compare to the warmth of wife and child beside a hearth? At the hospital gate, Wu Qian stood motionless in the snow, watching their retreating figures, a family of 3, before pulling out his phone and dialing Han Ruoxue. What is it? Han Ruoxue's voice came cold and crisp down the line. "Miss, I believe you may return now," Wu Qian replied, striving to contain his rising excitement. "Have you found the dragon whiskergrass?" "No, but Master Ling's daughter has been discharged." "Then station yourself near his residence. No one else is trustworthy. What if another bald man appears?" Mistaking Wu Qian's intent, Han Ruoxue hurriedly ordered, assuming he meant to replace her in seeking the herb. Only then did she pause, sensing something amiss. Wait, his daughter was discharged? But wasn't she diagnosed with comminuted patellar fracture? Did she abandon treatment? I knew you'd think exactly that. Even I would have doubted it, had I not seen it with my own eyes. Wu Qian's voice surged with fervor, but the truth is, Master Ling's daughter has fully recovered. Recovered? How is that possible? Miss, it is true. I witnessed it myself. Tell me precisely what happened. And so Wu Qian recounted every detail he had gathered, without omission. He added, I even visited the chief physician's office. They confessed they'd never encountered anything like it. They're calling it a medical miracle, and preparing a scholarly paper to document it. A medical miracle. Such wonders are rare in this world. Indeed, even a martial artist cultivating inner force couldn't heal so swiftly, let alone an ordinary child. So you're suggesting? Before entering surgery, Master Ling gave Xiao a chocolate bean. A chocolate bean? What kind of chocolate bean heals fractures? Miss, in this humble servant's estimation, it was almost certainly a healing elixir. Thus Master Ling is not merely a supreme martial master. He may also possess alchemical mastery akin to Master Li's, or perhaps even surpass him. A long silence followed. Han Ruoxue remained wordless for a full suspended moment. Finally her voice returned. Calm, resolute, distant. Seal this information strictly. I depart for Jiangzhou immediately. Yes, miss. I understand completely. Qi Shiyun's mood was radiant. Even after walking an hour to reach their neighborhood gate, her joy remained undimmed. Xiao's leg had healed. Hope flooded back into her life. She could return to work. The burden of surgical costs lifted. Most crucially, Xiao would suffer no blade, no wheelchair-bound convalescence for 3 months. Her happiness even softened her gaze toward Ling Yi, making him seem for once almost bearable. Yet that joy evaporated the instant she reached her doorstep, where the rental apartment's door hung violently, pried open, the interior ransacked, every drawer overturned, every shelf emptied, belongings strewn across the floor. Mommy, is this our home? Xiao asked, bewildered. Qi Shiyun said nothing, only turned to Ling Yi, her voice brittle with accusation. You claimed all debts were settled. Is this what you call settled? How much more must you torment us before you're satisfied, Ling Yi? Ling Yi had no answer. The apartment had been intact that morning. Still, he suspected who was responsible. I had no time for you before. Now that Xiao's leg is healed, It's time we settled our accounts properly. Don't worry, I'll handle this. I swear this will be the last time. His expression was grave, unwavering. Qi Shiyin shook her head. Ling Yi, I will never believe your lies again. She withdrew the divorce agreement from the garment bag. Sign it. Set us free, me and our daughter. The sight struck Ling Yi like a physical blow, his chest constricting with sudden, inexplicable pain. He longed to explain, to beg for one more chance. But before he could speak, Qi Shiyin sank to her knees, tears streaming, voice raw. Ling Yi, if you still regard Xiao Xiao as your own flesh and blood, grant us mercy. Sign this agreement, and let us go. Her heart shattered. She never wished it to come to this. Yet for Xiao Xiao's sake, she had no choice. Xiao Xiao's leg had already been broken once. She'd nearly frozen to death in the snow. Qi Shiyin refused, could not allow her daughter to endure such agony again. Qi Shiyun's sobs echoed loudly, rousing Du Grandma next door. Oh Xiaoling, what foolishness have you done now? Look at this home. You've torn it apart. Chiding Ling Yi being reached to lift Qi Shiyin. Child, rise quickly. The floor is freezing. If you fall ill, what becomes of Xiao Xiao? But Qi Shiyin remained kneeling, unyielding. If he refuses to sign this agreement today, I will die here on these tiles. Xiao Xiao, frightened by their quarrel, had begun crying early. Seeing her mother's anguish, her wails swelled into desperate, heart-rending sobs. Ling Yi's heart fractured at the sight, his wife and child weeping uncontrollably. He yearned to plead further, but knew any word now would only deepen the wound. He understood Qi Shiyun's nature. Should he refuse, she truly would kneel until her body failed. He would not, could not, let them suffer further on his account. Not even a sliver of sorrow would he permit. And so, though his soul screamed in protest, he accepted the agreement with trembling hands, and signed his name, enduring the searing agony, as if his very essence were being torn away. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. I'll wait for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Now leave this house. Shall I help you pack first? Leave? Now. Immediately. Ling Yi opened his mouth, then closed it, tears spilling silently as he turned and walked away. After he vanished, Qi Shiyin collapsed onto her knees, clutching her chest, her cries echoing raw and endless. Unstoppable, inconsolable. Ling Yi's face darkened. He had hardly left the compound when he encountered Wu Qian, who was rushing toward him. Master Ling, my fault. I failed to post anyone to guard here. Wu Qian bowed, perspiration beading on his brow. He had witnessed Ling Yi's methods before, particularly how he had dealt with Huang Mao. The memory of Huang Mao's miserable condition remained vivid, more dreadful even than what a living fiend could inflict. Tell the Qin family to leave Jiangzhou within 3 days, or accept the consequences, Ling Yi said with a cold face, his voice devoid of emotion. This was not mercy on Ling Yi's part. Forcing the Qin family to abandon the Jiangzhou they had rooted themselves in, forsaking all their wealth and honor, would wound them far more deeply than death ever could. Death would be too easy. Ling Yi intended to make them live in torment. Wu Qian's face twitched at those words. If the Qin family had truly offended Master Ling, he would wake laughing in his dreams. Because of the old man's illness, the Han family was being suppressed at every turn by the Qin family. Wu Qian, stationed here to guard Master Ling's relatives, could not spare the hand to confront them, which only emboldened the Qin family's arrogance. But with Master Ling's backing, the whole situation could be fundamentally reversed. Yet how could the Qin family have dared anger Master Ling? Had they had dealings before? Or was the Qin family Master Ling referred to not the one Wu Qian had in mind? He felt it imperative to clarify the matter. He could not afford to be mistaken and celebrate prematurely. He stifled his private glee and asked cautiously, Master Ling, forgive my presumption. Which Qin family do you mean? Across all of Jiangzhou, how many Qin families would send someone like you to deliver a message? Ling Yi asked coldly, leaving Wu Qian trembling. Understood. He'll go deliver the message at once. Wu Qian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and after offering his farewell, turned and hurried away. Only after he had left Ling Yi's sight did Wu Qian finally exhale. There was simply no denying the crushing psychological pressure Master Ling imposed. But he could not shake a question. Ling Yi had never seemed to have any dealings with the Qin family. How could he be so certain that the raid on that household had been ordered by them? Wu Qian was baffled because he did not know what had happened that night. He was unaware that Qin Tianxi had touched Ling Yi's sore spot. Never mind. If the Qin family dares offend Master Ling, their good days are over. Sitting in the back of his Mercedes, Wu Qian could not help humming an air of Peking opera in his delight. Ling Yi's certainty rested on the fact that only 3 parties were entangled in the affair: the loan sharks, the underground casino boss Chun Bao, and Qin Tianxi. The usurious debts had been repaid, and the unruly Huang Mao had already been dealt with. Huang Mao's fate served as a stark warning, deterring other loan-sharking thugs from acting up. Chun Bao, who ran the underground casino, served as the Han family's enforcer. Now that Wu Qian treated him with courtesy, Chun Bao had no reason to make trouble. The only remaining possibility was the Qin family, where Qin Tianxi belonged. Although those present that night had either died or been rendered senseless, if the Qin family investigated, they would surely trace things back to Qi Shiyun. The fact that the bald man went to the hospital to lay hands on Qi Shiyun was the strongest proof. With nowhere else to go, Ling Yi continued walking until he reached the grove where he trained. Just as he prepared to cultivate, his phone rang. To his astonishment, the caller was Qi Shiyun. She had blocked him 2 years ago, yet now she was calling. Could she have changed her mind and called to ask him to come back? Overjoyed, Ling Yi answered hastily, "Hello, wife." A child's voice replied from the other end, "I'm not wife, I'm Xiao Xiao." "Xiao Xiao? What's the matter? Are you unwell?" Ling Yi asked with concern. "Xiao Xiao isn't unwell. Mom asked me to ask." "Oh no," Xiao Xiao wanted to ask Daddy herself, "where will you sleep tonight? Have you had dinner?" The child inquired in a soft, innocent voice incapable of lying. Hearing that, Ling Yi was momentarily stunned, then his heart bloomed with joy. Clearly Qi Shiyun still cared enough about him to send Xiao Xiao to call. As long as there remained a thread of feeling for him in her heart, no matter how much she now hated him, there was hope. "Daddy can sleep anywhere, don't worry. After all, in these past 2 years I've slept on the streets after drinking before. As for dinner, I'm not hungry yet, I'll eat when I get hungry. What about you? Did you and Mom have dinner?" "We just ate, it was delicious." "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, I have to help Mom tidy the room." "Daddy, bye-bye." She hung up before Ling Yi could respond. It was clear Qi Shiyun had taken the phone from her. The thought that he had so thoroughly broken Qi Shiyun's heart, yet she still worried about his meals and lodging, left Ling Yi painfully distraught. Where could I ever find such a wife again? I was a true beast before. Tormented by memories of having once abused Qi Shiyun, Ling Yi lashed out and brought down a towering tree. "No, I must cultivate diligently and cure Xiao Xiao's cancer as soon as possible, so Qi Shiyun will never worry again. Then she will surely take me back." Resolving himself, Ling Yi concentrated without distraction, fully channeling the Tun Tian Lu. On the other side, Qi Shiyun remained stunned for a long time after ending the call. She could not understand why she had asked Xiao Xiao to call. He had a long history of staying out late. There was no real need for her to fret over his meals and lodging. She pondered for a while, but could not arrive at an answer, so she simply stopped trying. After all, the divorce was tomorrow. Thereafter their lives would be separate and unrelated. Yet when she thought of that, Qi Shiyun did not feel liberated. Rather, a hollow emptiness filled her heart. Never mind. So long as Xiao Xiao is no longer wronged, I can bear any loss. Qinhuang International Hospital SVIP ward. Qin Jiangong burst into his elder brother's office without even knocking. "Big brother. Next time there is a next time, I'll break your hand." Qin Jianya cut off Qin Jiangong mid-sentence, his face dark. Qin Jiangong, knowing his brother meant what he said, recoiled in fear, knocked properly on the door, then entered and said anxiously, "Big brother, Wu Qian from the Han family is here. He says he wants to see you." "Humph. It's only been a short time. Merely the shutting down of a few Han-run venues, and they already can't sit still?" Qin Jianya snorted. "Think about it. Old Master Han's old ailment has flared up, and Wu Qian is reportedly injured. They have reason to be anxious." Having spoken, Qin Jianya instructed, "Reassign another ward so as not to disturb Tianxi's rest." "But, big brother, should we reconsider? Wait until the person you mentioned arrives before seeing them. Wu Qian is an expert in internal force. I fear we may not be able to stop him," Qin Jiangong urged. "Don't wait until then, it's now. If he wants to come up, can you bar him?" Qin Jianya replied harshly. "Besides, they're surely coming to sue for peace. If we refuse to see them, it will make us look petty and small-minded. Bring them up. Let us see once and for all what sincerity the Han family claims to bring." Qin Jianya sat on the sofa watching Wu Qian arrive, empty-handed, his brows involuntarily furrowing. This old man came seeking reconciliation without bringing any gifts. Since your Han family lacks sincerity, don't blame my Qin family for being merciless." But when he saw Wu Qian's right hand wrapped in bandages, much of the gloom on his face dissipated. "It seems the rumors are true. Wu Qian has indeed been injured. The so-called Iron Palm Indomitable Living Yama. If his palm is injured, what kind of threat does he pose now? No wonder the Han family was so eager to seek reconciliation. It turns out they are at the end of their rope. What wind has blown the living Yama of Jiangzhou to my humble abode? I apologize for not receiving you properly. I hope Master Wu can be forgiving." Qin Jianya spoke elegantly, but his tone carried no hint of politeness, even bordering on arrogance. Wu Qian remained unfazed. Without waiting for the host to speak, he sat down on the sofa and casually rested his legs on the coffee table, showing no signs of seeking reconciliation. "I came today to inform you of something." Wu Qian leaned back on the sofa, his expression leisurely. The humility and caution he displayed before Ling Yi were nowhere to be seen here. No wonder, after all, he is the living Yama of Jiangzhou, a being no one dares to provoke. Inform? What is this? Not a representation of the Han family seeking reconciliation? Reconciliation? Qin Jianya sneered. Little Qin, where do you get such fanciful ideas? Do you think your Qin family is still capable, or do you believe this old man can no longer wield a blade? Qin Jianya narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. How is this completely different from what he expected? Moreover, what confidence does the Han family have to challenge the Qin family? 3 days. Wu Qian raised 3 fingers. In 3 days your Qin family must roll out of Jiangzhou, otherwise the consequences will be yours to bear. Ha! Even though Qin Jianya was deeply calculating hearing Wu Qian's words, he couldn't help but laugh. I'm sorry, but this joke is simply too funny. Ooh, I couldn't hold back. Wu Qian shrugged indifferently, retracting his legs and standing up. I've delivered the message. How you proceed is up to you. Having said that, Wu Qian turned to leave. Old man Wu, go back and tell the one who sent you that whatever tricks they have, feel free to use them. Jiangzhou is firmly in my grasp. Qin Jianya still believed Wu Qian was representing the Han family, and he had never regarded the Han family. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian coldly laughed, glancing back at Qin Jianya with a look of pity, shaking his head and saying, Qin Jianya, you still don't understand what kind of existence you have offended. Qin Jianya frowned slightly, but remained unmoved. Enough. In light of so many years as rivals, I will advise you one more time. If you are wise, leave Jiangzhou quickly, otherwise. If I have said enough, take care of yourself. Wu Qian thought of using Ling Yi's identity to show off, but without Ling Yi's orders, he dared not casually flaunt this powerful background, fearing offending Master Ling and ending up in trouble. However, Wu Qian's ambiguous words seemed to Qin Jianya nothing more than the Han family's bluffing from a desperate position, so he pondered for a few seconds before completely dismissing it. As soon as Wu Qian left, Qin Jianggong rushed into the room, anxiously asking, Elder brother, that old man doesn't seem to be faking it. What should we do? It's just a bluff born from desperation. There's no need to take it to heart, Qin Jianya said confidently. Hasn't he always been guarding that worthless woman? Let him guard her well, speed up the progress in other areas. In 3 days, I want all of the Han family's underground businesses to change their surname to Qin. You Han family said you would give me 3 days, right? Fine, I will also give you 3 days. I want to see who the hell will laugh last and become the Lord of Jiangzhou. The next morning, as Ling Yi finished his cultivation, he received a text from Qi Shiyun saying she had only taken an hour off and told him not to be late. Despite his reluctance, Ling Yi still replied with a simple okay. The reason he was willing to go through with the divorce was that he believed that as long as he cured the little girl's illness, Qi Shiyun would definitely change her opinion of him, and a remarriage would just be a matter of time. So Ling Yi stood up, shaking off the mud on his clothes, and headed towards the Civil Affairs Bureau with renewed spirit. When he arrived at the entrance, he spotted Qi Shiyun among the crowd. She was wearing a professional outfit, tall and slender, drawing the attention of many prospective husbands waiting to register for marriage, who couldn't help but steal glances. Qi Shiyun truly deserved to be the campus belle. Even after being worn down by Ling Yi over the years, her foundation was still there, and with just a little grooming, she naturally stood out in the crowd. It's a pity that such a perfect woman had been lost to him. But rest assured, I will definitely win you back and make you the happiest woman in the world. Determined, Ling Yi took a deep breath and walked toward Qi Shiyun. Standing at the entrance, Qi Shiyun looked dejected and anxious. She was worried that Ling Yi would not show up. If that were the case, little Xiao's safety would be compromised, as those debt collectors and society's thugs could burst into their home at any moment, using little Xiao as a tool to threaten them. The scene of Zhang Kai interrupting little Xiao's legs was still fresh in her memory, as she never wanted little Xiao to endure such torment again. As she looked around, she suddenly saw Ling Yi approaching her, neat and tidy, exuding a calm demeanor, as if he had undergone a transformation, instantly catching her eye. How could he? Qi Shiyun found herself at a loss for words to describe Ling Yi. He looks so good. Is he trying to win me back? It's a pity that I have long outgrown the age of infatuation. I must consider little Xiao's future. With a sigh, Qi Shiyun averted her gaze, feeling a sting in her heart, as if pricked by needles. If only he weren't such a jerk, it would be so much better. After murmuring to herself, Qi Shiyun composed herself, casting aside this impossible fantasy, and after giving Ling Yi a glance, she stepped into the Civil Affairs Hall first. When Ling Yi and Qi Shiyun appeared at the entrance of the hall together, all the couples in the hall were stunned. This pair of golden boys and jade girls is simply too beautiful and handsome, isn't it? This must be what humans crafted by Nuwa look like. We are probably just those she molded with her feet. A match made in heaven. How enviable that they are together. However, when the two approached the divorce area to take a number, everyone felt disheartened. A match made in heaven can still get divorced. Can we still believe in love? Wife, regarding the marriage certificate, should we reconsider? The marriage area was crowded while the divorce area was sparsely populated. Ling Yi and Qi Shiyun didn't wait long before their number was called. After confirming that the two were divorcing of their own free will, the staff sighed and processed their divorce certificate. At the moment Chi Shiryun received the divorce certificate, she broke down in tears, covering her face as she rushed out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and flagged down a taxi, leaving in a hurry. Ling Yi stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau watching the taxi leave, his expression somber. Even though he was confident he could win Chi Shiryun back, the divorce certificate in his hand felt like an arrow piercing his heart, time and time again filling him with inexplicable sorrow. After a long time he finally took out his phone and sent Chi Shiryun a text. "I'm sorry, I was the jerk before. I know you don't believe me, but I have punished myself for 100,000 years for this. I do not expect you to forgive me. Oh, I only hope you can give me another chance. Let the changed me get to know you again. Hello, my name is Ling Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you." Far away in the taxi, Chi Shiryun, upon seeing this text, cried her heart out. After sending the text message, Ling Yi stood at the door for a while before putting away the divorce certificate. He felt empty now, as if a part of his heart had been hollowed out. He really wanted to see his daughter, but Chi Shiryun clearly stated in the divorce agreement that for their daughter's safety, she hoped Ling Yi would refrain from disturbing her normal life. To avoid worrying Chi Shiryun, Ling Yi had no choice but to suppress his longing and walk in the opposite direction of home. However, just a few steps out, he felt a tap on his shoulder from a very attractive girl. "Hello, I saw you just got divorced. Can I be your girlfriend?" The girl blushed as she boldly. Ling Yi shook his head. "We are only separated in the legal sense. My heart is not ready to leave her, so I'm sorry. I have no intention of changing wives in this lifetime." After saying that, Ling Yi walked away without looking back, leaving the girl standing there, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "He's both handsome and devoted. Where can I find such a man?" She couldn't understand what his ex-wife was thinking to divorce him. This world is truly unfair. Those who are dry perish, while those who are flooded also drown. The girl stomped her foot angrily and hopped into a black G-Wagon, roaring away. Ling Yi continued walking until he reached the suburbs. Then he used his movement technique to dash into the depths of the forest. Xiao Xiao was being looked after by Grandma Du, and there were guards outside, so safety should not be a concern. As for Chi Shiryun, there were people sent by Wu Qian following her in the shadows, so there were no major issues. This way Ling Yi could focus on his cultivation to quickly break through to the Qi refinement stage. As night fell, the forest was exceptionally quiet, and even the sound of leaves falling to the ground could be heard clearly. After a day of cultivation, Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. The spiritual energy here is too thin. At this rate, I might not break through in a year. I need to think of other solutions. Ling Yi rested his chin on his hand, pondering a way out in the darkness. However, before he could come up with a solution, his phone rang. It was Chi Shiryun calling. Ling Yi answered the call happily and said, "Daughter, are you missing Daddy?" "It's me." Chi Shiryun's voice came from the other end of the line. "Oh, sorry, I thought it was Xiao Xiao." Ling Yi felt embarrassed saying this, but he was even happier inside. The fact that Chi Shiryun took the initiative to call him was a good sign. "Although I feel bad asking you, I still want to trouble you with something. My cousin is on winter break in her senior year and is coming to Jiangzhou for a vacation. She'll arrive at the high-speed train station soon. Can you go pick her up? I took a few days off, but I have to work late tonight." Ling Yi asked worriedly. "It's no problem to pick her up, but what about Xiao Xiao if you're working late?" Hearing this, Chi Shiryun felt warmth in her heart. She didn't expect Ling Yi to care so much about Xiao Xiao. It seemed that the divorce had really changed him. "Don't worry, I brought my computer home. Xiao Xiao is right next to me," Chi Shiryun explained. "All right, give me your cousin's phone number, and he'll go pick her up. Also," Chi Shiryun hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. "I heard her say just now that she wants to go to a bar with friends tonight. Can you accompany her and keep an eye on her?" This was Chi Shiryun's main intention. Picking her up was trivial, and she was an adult, so she wouldn't get lost. She had also tried to persuade her, but the other party wouldn't listen, insisting that celebrating her 18th birthday in a bar had to be meaningful. Chi Shiryun knew she couldn't change her mind, but she truly had no time to look after her. Thus, she reluctantly dialed Ling Yi's phone number. She thought Ling Yi, who had developed a drinking habit over the years, should be able to handle a few newly adult kids and could keep an eye on them. "Sure." Ling Yi asked, "Is there anything else?" "Actually, there's one more thing." Chi Shiryun paused and continued, "I haven't told anyone that we've divorced, so please don't let it slip." After saying that, Chi Shiryun hung up the phone, not giving Ling Yi a chance to ask anything. As for Ling Yi, he stared at the hung-up call in disbelief. It wasn't until Chi Shiryun sent her cousin's phone number that Ling Yi finally came to his senses and laughed joyously toward the sky. In the forest, the resting birds and beasts were startled and fled in all directions, creating chaos in the quiet night. Jiangzhou high-speed train station. Zhou Yue glanced at the photo of her cousin's husband that her aunt sent her on her phone, her mouth involuntarily curling in disdain. "He is indeed quite handsome, but his clothes are so shabby. Was my cousin blind to marry such a poor loser?" Looking at the photos, Zhou Yue scanned the area but didn't see her cousin's husband. She couldn't help but complain, "My cousin is really something. I'm already an adult, yet she sent someone to monitor me. How boring." Though she had thought about sneaking away, she was afraid her cousin would tell her parents. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to get any pocket money in the future. Why hasn't this loser arrived yet? Does he not know the train is early? Zhou Yue muttered impatiently. Complaints aside, she still kept her eyes glued to every luxury car arriving to see if she could spot her cousin's husband. Even though my cousin has fallen out with her family, they are wealthy, and they must secretly support her a bit. Is it too much to buy a G-Wagon to drive around? If I could drive a G-Wagon to meet my classmates, how impressive would that be? Just as Zhou Yue was daydreaming, she spotted a somewhat familiar figure stepping out of a taxi. When she recognized the face, her despair hit her. "He took a taxi. What do I need you to pick me up for? Can't I just call a ride myself?" Zhou Yue was speechless. She never expected her cousin's family to be so poor that they couldn't even afford a car. "Zhou Yue," a voice called out beside her. "Hello, I'm Ling, your cousin's husband." "Oh, got it. Let's go," Zhou Yue replied curtly. She tossed her suitcase to Ling without even looking at him and walked ahead. Still that same taxi, Ling placed the luggage and sat in the passenger seat, asking Zhou Yue, "Where to now?" "Luofeng Street, an I Huang bar." After saying that, Zhou Yue ignored Ling and started chatting with her friends on her phone. Occasionally, she would glance at Ling shake her head in disdain, and quickly type on her phone's keyboard. Without even needing to look, he knew it was definitely not anything pleasant. The car remained quiet until it turned into Luofeng Street. When Zhou Yue finally spoke up, "You're Ling, right? If I asked you to go back right now, you definitely wouldn't agree, would you?" Seeing Ling nod, Zhou Yue continued, "Alright, let me give you a heads up. My friends are either rich or influential, so when we arrive, just stay quietly to the side, and be a transparent person to avoid embarrassment." "Got it." Seeing that Ling did not respond, Zhou Yue thought he had tacitly agreed, and did not say anything more. In fact, Ling was not listening to her at all. After noticing her rudeness at the high-speed train station, he had stopped paying attention to her, and was instead deep in thought about his cultivation. The previous nod was merely a subconscious action. He had not really heard what she was saying. As the car came to a stop, Ling had already reviewed over 100 auxiliary formation techniques for cultivation in his mind, but he had dismissed them all. After paying the fare and retrieving his luggage, Ling followed Zhou Yue, continuing to ponder his cultivation matters. Zhou Yue, seeing him like this, thought he was being invisible, feeling both satisfied and disdainful. Which ambitious man would be willing to be invisible? He actually seemed quite content with it. His cousin truly was a flower stuck in cow dung. "Hey Yue, over here." Zhou Yue was lost in thought when she heard her friend Sun Yi's voice. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw a group of young men and women dressed in various brand name outfits standing in the snow, creating the most striking scene in front of the Nihuang bar. Zhou Yue waved at them and beckoned Ling to drag his suitcase over. "No way, Yue, you really brought your cousin." A boy in an LV down jacket looked at Ling with disdain before turning to Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue shrugged her shoulders and said, "What can I do? I'm just as desperate. But I have no choice of otherwise. I won't even be able to celebrate my birthday tonight." Alright, let's not talk about him, just pretend he doesn't exist, and let's hurry inside. I'm about to freeze my butt off." A burly boy dressed relatively lightly said. "Yin Xinglong, behave yourself. Don't let Yue think all people from Jiangzhou are uncivilized." Another young boy, looking quite young, but wearing gold-rimmed glasses, chimed in. When he spoke, Zhou Yue looked at him with a particularly gentle gaze, clearly attracted to him. This boy was evidently the center of the group. As soon as he spoke, the burly boy named Yin Xinglong immediately smiled awkwardly and promised to be more careful next time. Thus the group made their way towards the bar. Everyone entered smoothly except for Ling, who was stopped by the security at the entrance, the reason being that the bar prohibited bringing outside alcohol, so his suitcase had to be stored at the front desk. Since the suitcase belonged to Zhou Yue, out of respect, Ling called out to her to let her decide. But this behavior made them think Ling was quite lowly, having to consult others even about storing luggage. Country bumpkin. The boy in the LV jacket couldn't help but snort coldly, turning his face away, too lazy to even look at him again, fearing it would dirty his eyes. The others also wore expressions of disdain, standing far away, afraid of being misunderstood as being associated with him. However, a girl dressed in a long black trench coat and possessing a fresh and elegant appearance walked over to help Ling store his suitcase. This made Ling, who was contemplating the cultivation formations, glance at her involuntarily. In terms of looks, this girl was undoubtedly the most outstanding among the group. Even when compared to Qi Shiyun, she was not lacking. However, she exuded more of a heroic and youthful aura, while Qi Shiyun had a touch more femininity. They each had their own merits. Yet Ling just took a glance and withdrew his gaze, continuing to ponder the formation arrangements. This little interlude did not dampen everyone's spirits. Once they arrived at the private room, everyone let loose. singing, drinking, and playing games. It was quite lively. Although Ling Yi felt no affection for them seeing this scene, he couldn't help but softly exclaim, "This is youth. Being young is truly wonderful. I see you don't look much older than 20. How can you have such sentiments?" The girl in the trench coat had unknowingly sat down next to Ling Yi and handed him a glass of wine. "Hello, I'm Pei Nanqing." "Hello, Ling." If it were anyone else, Ling Yi would definitely ignore them, but since she had not discriminated against him from the start, he felt it was worth telling her his name. However, facing the glass of wine she offered Ling, he shook his head. "Sorry, I've sworn off alcohol." "You still haven't answered my first question." Pei Nanqing pressed on. Ling Yi smiled bitterly and said, "I may outwardly look in my 20s, but my mental age could very well be over 100,000. Moreover, I'm married and my daughter can even go out to buy soy sauce on her own." Pei Nanqing was taken aback upon hearing this. She initially thought Ling Yi would put on a facade, but his answer did not hide the fact that he was married with children, which far exceeded her expectations. On the other side of the private room, Zhou Yue had been clinging to the boy with the gold-rimmed glasses, especially after downing a few drinks. She wished she could fuse herself into him. It seemed that Zhou Yue had come to Jiangzhou primarily for this boy with the gold-rimmed glasses. No wonder. Who would want to travel a long way to another city to celebrate their 18th birthday, if it weren't for love? Ling Yi speculated that Zhou Yue might even have come with the intention of sacrificing herself. Unfortunately, he could see clearly that the boy with the gold-rimmed glasses was not at all focused on Zhou Yue, but had his eyes on Pei Nanqing. At this moment, the boy with the gold-rimmed glasses, seeing Pei Nanqing chatting animatedly with Ling Yi, immediately pulled Zhou Yue up, raised his glass, and walked toward Ling Yi. Seeing the boy with the gold-rimmed glasses stand up, the others also got up, carrying their glasses and following along. Noticing the situation, Ling Yi understood that he could no longer remain the invisible man, so he said to Pei Nanqing, "You can get up now." Pei Nanqing initially did not understand what he meant until she saw Zhou Yue and the others walking over, and then she realized. Furrowing her brows slightly, she apologized to Ling Yi, saying, "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." After saying this, she stood up, intending to guide Zhou Yue and the others to another side. "No need to be polite. When we were at the bar door, I still owe you a thank you," Ling Yi said softly to her back, controlling his voice just right, so that only Pei Nanqing could hear. Pei Nanqing's attempt to intercept failed, as Zhou Yue and the others walked straight up to Ling Yi. The boy with the gold-rimmed glasses held up his glass and said with a leisurely tone, "Yue, since he's someone you brought, isn't it a bit inconsiderate not to introduce him to us?" Zhou Yue, with a flushed face, waved her hand disdainfully and said, "There's nothing to introduce. He's Ling Yi, my cousin-in-law. Besides having a good appearance, he has no money, no job, just a freeloader." Hearing this, the boy with the gold-rimmed glasses sneered and said, "It's rude not to reciprocate. Let's introduce ourselves so he can understand the huge gap between us, shall we?" As these words were spoken, everyone responded with cheerful laughter, their faces displaying an air of superiority. LV Man introduced first. "Yu Yang, his family, runs a hotel with assets of around 100 million. The burly man said, "Yen Qinglong from the provincial sparring team, U18 national champion. His grandfather runs a martial arts school, family fortune over 30 million. Sun Yu Yang's woman, the general distributor of Mercedes-Benz in Jiangzhou, with assets of 60 million. A girl in a white knitted shirt with a voluptuous figure interjected, "Wang Xian Long, guest girlfriend, her family is in real estate." A dozen people took turns introducing themselves in front of Ling Yi, except for the man with golden glasses and Pei Nanqing. While introducing themselves, they all wore expressions of utter superiority, as if they were celestial beings. Once everyone had introduced themselves, the man with the golden glasses slowly spoke, "Jiang Bowen, my father runs a casino with assets just over 1 billion. Upon hearing that the family fortune exceeded 1 billion, everyone cast envious glances at Jiang Bowen, and the little stars in Zhou Yue's eyes seemed about to burst out. Yu Yang chimed in, "Brother, when hiding it is pointless. Is this 1 billion the best your family can present? Isn't it the case that Uncle Jiang has a good relationship with Brother Bao?" Jiang Bowen smiled, shook his head, pushed up his golden glasses, his face filled with pride, yet he seemed unwilling to elaborate. Seeing this, Zhou Yue felt a tickling sensation in her heart, and hurriedly urged, "Brother Yang, quick, tell us, who is this Brother Bao? What is Uncle Jiang's relationship with him?" Yu Yang, sensing he had captured everyone's attention, cleared his throat, and said, "Brother Bao, whose real name is Chun Bao, controls all the casinos in Jiangzhou, both above and below the table. It can be said that anyone wanting to open a casino must go through Brother Bao. Rumor has it that his daily cash flow exceeds 100 million. My goodness, our family's total assets are only around 60 million, and Brother Bao's daily cash flow is over 100 million. Sun Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The rest were equally stunned, expressing their amazement. At this moment, Yu Yang added, "And Uncle Jiang is someone who can drink and chat at the same table as Brother Bao. So that's how it is. Uncle must be quite impressive." Zhou Yue exclaimed with shining eyes, genuinely amazed. If it weren't for this relationship, we might not even have been able to get this VIP room today. After all, this is Brother Bao's territory, and this room is specifically reserved for entertaining distinguished guests. Yu Yang said proudly, as if basking in glory. Everyone was visibly excited, looking at Jiang Bowen with even more fervor. But that's not all, Yu Yang continued, because Brother Bao's position is entirely supported by his master. So the question arises, do you know who his master is? Everyone listened intently, and in unison shook their heads. The invincible Iron Palm, the living king of hell, and Jiangzhou Lord Qian. Hiss, a gasp of cold air immediately filled the room. Even though Zhou Yue wasn't from Jiangzhou, she could easily imagine the might of Lord Qian upon hearing the title living king of hell. So does this mean that Uncle Jiang is also somewhat related to Lord Qian? Zhou Yue remarked with admiration. As these words left her mouth, the gazes of the crowd towards Jiang Bowen involuntarily shifted to one of greater respect. Meanwhile, Zhou Yue had already begun to fantasize about the wonderful life after marrying into the Jiang family. It's not as simple as you say. Lord Qian is such a figure. How could someone like us casually associate with him? Jiang Bowen shook his head and laughed, seemingly refuting the claim, yet inwardly, he felt immensely pleased. By the way, Nanxing, everyone has introduced themselves. How about you? Jiang Bowen inquired. Pei Nanxing smiled politely, and then shook her head, saying, my family is ordinary. There's not much to introduce. Senior Pei is a marshal. Wang Xian was about to introduce her, but was forcibly interrupted by Pei Nanxing. Wang Xian, you're drunk. Pei Nanxing spoke with a smile, but upon hearing this, Wang Xin's body involuntarily trembled. Her mouth opened slightly, but she didn't utter another word. Seeing this, everyone was filled with curiosity about Pei Nanxing's background. After all, Wang Xin's family is in real estate with substantial assets, yet she was visibly shaken by Pei Nanxing's single sentence illustrating Pei Nanxing's impressive background. However, she was not from Jiangzhou, but rather brought by Wang Xian. If Wang Xian hadn't mentioned it, no one would have known her family background. The atmosphere in the room had temporarily turned awkward. So, Brother Ling, did you hear that clearly? Jiang Bowen broke the silence, saying, even if Nanxing claims her family is ordinary, I believe you can see that this is just her way of sparing your feelings. Don't really think her family is ordinary. When we call you brother, it's merely out of politeness. Don't think you can truly be our brother. And don't think you can use this opportunity to associate with us and soar to great heights. You must remember, from the moment you were born, you and we have been destined to live in entirely different worlds. Ling Yi leaned back on the sofa, quietly watching their performance, finding it both childish and pathetic. They believed they had seen the pinnacle of existence, unaware that above Wu Qian there were martial arts masters, as well as those in Foundation Establishment Golden Core Nascent Soul, and the supreme realm of the Immortal Emperor. What they took pride in was utterly worthless in Ling Yi's eyes. Are you finished? Ling Yi asked. Ling Yi's calm demeanor took everyone by surprise. They had expected him to feel ashamed and cry after hearing their introductions, yet he remained indifferent. This made them feel as though their self-introductions were nothing more than a clown show filled with a sense of embarrassment. Seeing that no one responded, Ling Yi pointed at the drinks on the table and asked, shall we continue? If not, I might just take you way back to the hotel. Zhou Yue snorted, saying, of course we must continue. We've barely begun. Come on, let's keep drinking. After saying this, she didn't forget to add to Ling Yi, you have some thick skin. If it were her, she would have been too embarrassed to stay any longer, yet he was still sitting there like a fishing master. As she said this, the others quickly chimed in with various insults. Only Pei Nanxing, sitting not far away, looked at Ling Yi with a curious expression, wondering what he was thinking. About half an hour later, Ling Yi finally found a satisfactory auxiliary formation. Though the process was somewhat complex, it was at least feasible in this world. Once he understood the matter of cultivation, Ling Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Congratulations, Pei Nanxing had no idea when she sat down beside him again. Moi. Ling Yi was puzzled. You were lost in thought earlier, but now you've figured it out, so congratulations, Pei Nanxing explained. Hearing this, Ling Yi glanced at her again, thinking to himself, this woman is Thank you, Ling Yi politely replied. I heard Yue say you used to indulge in alcohol and gambling. Pei Nanxing asked curiously. Why do you ask? You're not a drunkard yourself. Just asking casually, maybe I can gain something from it. Ling Yi didn't understand what she meant by gain something, but still replied, after experiencing life and death separations, many things just naturally become clear. It seems you have had a great opportunity. That's wonderful. Pei Nanxing's casual remark caused Ling Yi's brow to furrow. This woman is not just extraordinary, she is somewhat frightening. Just as Ling Yi was about to shift his position, distancing himself from Pei Nanxing, the door to the room was pushed open, and Zhou Yue and Sun Yi came in crying and sobbing. Not only that, but their clothes also showed clear signs of having been torn. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly surrounded them to inquire. After the two women recounted their story intermittently, everyone learned that they had just gone out to use the restroom when they encountered two drunken men. The men, noticing their beauty, attempted to invite them for a drink. When the women refused, the men became aggressive, tearing their clothes and groping their breasts and buttocks. Fortunately, the women fought, desperately managing to escape from the men's grasp, and tearfully returned. Do you know which private room they are in, eh? Yu Yang suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with fury. Not only had his girlfriend been blocked, but she had also been groped. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Maybe we should just let it go. They don't look like easy targets, Zhou Yue said. Although she was very upset, she didn't want to escalate the situation. You don't need to worry about this, Yue. Now that we're in Jiangzhou, there's no reason for you to suffer grievances. This is a slap in our face. Zhang Bowen adjusted his spectacles and glanced at Yin Qinglong, saying, Qinglong, go take a look. Yin Qinglong immediately stood up, clenched his fists, and asked, which private room are they in? At that moment, Zhou Yue felt her heart melt. The sense of being cherished and secure made her feel electrified. The Feng Qiu Huang private room. All right, you all wait here, I'll be right back, Yin Qinglong said as he left the private room. Zhou Yue felt a bit worried and asked, isn't it dangerous for Brother Long to go alone? Yu Yang and the others chuckled, saying, what you should be asking is whether those guys are dangerous. Brother Long is too powerful, isn't he? Zhou Yue's eyes sparkled. Wang Xian then proudly declared, of course. My father-in-law is a martial arts master with inner strength equivalent to the internal skills in martial arts novels. Brother Long has been practicing with him since childhood, so he's not far behind. Tisk, and you're already calling him father-in-law before you're even married. Others couldn't help but tease. I've long been Brother Long's woman, marrying him is just a matter of time. Wang Xian's face was filled with pride. Before long, Yin Qinglong returned, dragging the two men into the private room. Look, is it them? The crowd looked up and saw the two men with bruised faces, clearly having been beaten badly. Zhou Yue and Sun Yi nodded, repeatedly indicating that it was indeed them. Remember, no woman is someone you can touch. Get lost. Yin Qinglong let go of the two men, who immediately fell to the ground and scrambled out of the private room. However, after exiting the private room, they turned back, pointing at the crowd and viciously saying, you'd better wait for us. Feel free to call for help, I'll be right here waiting. Yin Qinglong pounded his fists, showing no fear. The crowd stared in admiration at Yin Qinglong's ferocity as he forcibly dragged those two men out of another private room. Yin Qinglong reveled in this attention and admiration. He enjoyed being the center of focus. Only Ling Yi shook his head, having overheard the two men outside making a phone call. He walked over to Zhou Yue and said, it's getting late, let's head back. Before Zhou Yue could speak, Yin Qinglong stood up and mocked, what's wrong? Are you scared? Don't worry, just sit there obediently and leave the rest to me. Zhou Yue snorted coldly, you're eager to back down when it's time to take a stand, but you're very proactive about retreating. You can go back if you want to, I haven't had enough fun yet. The others watched with mocking expressions directed at Ling Yi, pointing and whispering. Ling Yi remained indifferent, having already warned them that it was their choice to stay. With a shrug, Ling Yi returned to his seat. Before long, hurried footsteps could be heard outside, and then the private room door was pushed open. A group of thugs wielding steel pipes and knives surged in, surrounding the large private room. This scene startled everyone present. Even Yin Qinglong, who had just been full of confidence, felt a bit intimidated. Among the crowd, only Zhang Bowen remained relatively composed. After the thugs settled, the two bruised men entered the room behind a man. Ling Yi was mostly blocked from view by the thugs, but he caught sight of the man walking in. It was Chun Bao, who was managing the Han family's territory, also known as Brother Bao. However, he appeared haggard, as if he hadn't slept in a long time, completely different from the last time Ling Yi paid no mind to it. He merely glanced and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes as if the scene before him were none of his concern. Pei Nanqing raised her eyebrows at this sight, unable to understand why this man, only a few years older than her, could remain so composed. Who made the first move? Chun Bao asked, directly cutting to the chase. Yin Qinglong, full of vigor though feeling intimidated, stepped forward. It was me. Oh, what's the matter? My dad is Yin Jinwei of the Jinwei Martial Arts School. He believed that as long as he mentioned his father's name, these people would treat him with respect, as he had done many times before. However, never heard of him, Chun Bao said, digging in his ear, then pointed at Yin Qinglong. Drag him out and chop off his hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the thugs moved to grab Yin Qinglong. Yin Qinglong was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing this, he swung his fists at the approaching thugs. So you're a martial artist? No wonder you're so arrogant. Chun Bao snorted coldly, glanced at the thugs standing nearby, who immediately understood and charged forward, brandishing their steel pipes. Although Yin Qinglong was the national U-18 Sanda champion that was in a competition setting unknown, he had never encountered a situation where he was surrounded and beaten. And these thugs were all practical fighters. They struck with lethal moves. After a few blocks, Yan Qinglong was knocked to the ground, only able to protect his head with his hands, and had no chance to fight back. In no time, this U18 national Sanda champion was beaten unconscious on the ground. Zhou Yue and the others watched this scene, trembling in fear and not daring to make a sound. After all, they were just a group of kids who had barely just come of age, and how could they have witnessed such a scene? They had only spoken confidently before believing they stood at the top of society, but little did they know that what they saw was merely the tip of the iceberg. Seeing Yan Qinglong knocked out, the thugs still planned to drag him out to chop off his hands. When Zhang Bowen stepped forward, "Brother, have some mercy, my dad is. Who do you think you are to be calling me brother?" Chen Bao interrupted Zhang Bowen, his face filled with disdain. Everyone hearing that this man was Brother Bao felt scared, but also filled with hope. With Zhang Bowen's father's connections to Brother Bao, tonight's situation should be secure. However, Zhang Bowen felt a deep sense of panic, for he knew all too well that his father's status was not enough to reach the same table as Chen Bao. It was only because Chen Bao had entertained various casino owners that his father had the chance to dine with Brother Bao. As for toasting and chatting, that was out of the question. He only hoped that Brother Bao would still remember his father. "Brother Bao, my dad is Jiang Yuanhe. During the annual meeting, I toasted you," Zhang Bowen said politely. "Jiang Yuanhe." Chen Bao frowned thought for a moment, and then said, "Oh, the little Jiang from Yulu district. Fine, considering your dad has been working hard for me, I'll leave him an arm. However, those two women need to accompany my friend for a night." Chen Bao pointed at Zhou Yue and Sun Yi. The two women turned pale upon hearing this, and shook their heads repeatedly. They both looked at Zhang Bowen with hopeful eyes, wishing he could come to their rescue. Wang Xian also looked at Zhang Bowen pleadingly. "Brother, when save Brother Long, he can't be without his hands. Brother Bao, considering my dad." Zhang Bowen was also anxious. If he couldn't save them, he would lose face and would never be able to hold his head up in front of these people again. Chen Bao gave Zhang Bowen a hard slap across the face. "Don't act like you're something special. Your dad is just a dog. Do you really think you're important? I could replace him anytime." Chen Bao's slap left everyone present in a state of shock. Wasn't it said that his father and Chen Bao were good brothers who enjoyed drinking together? How did his father turn into a dog that could be casually replaced in the mouth of Chen Bao? The crowd, who had initially felt a glimmer of hope, now looked pale and terrified. Especially Zhou Yue, who looked at Zhang Bowen in disappointment, her face filled with disbelief. Besides that, her heart was filled with regret. If only she had listened to that obnoxious loser and left for the hotel earlier. Zhang Bowen was also dazed from Chen Bao's slap. He didn't even need to touch his face to know that his cheek was definitely swollen. But the pain on his face was secondary. What mattered most was being slapped in front of his classmates, which made him feel worse than death. He had just confidently claimed that in Jiangzhou he would never let Zhou Yue suffer any grievances, and now how long had it been? He was utterly shattered by a single slap from Chen Bao. "What are you still dawdling for? Take those two away." After saying this, Chen Bao didn't even look at Zhang Bowen and turned to leave. Seeing this, Sun Yi tightly clutched Yu Yang's arm, trembling in fear. Yu Yang was shaking even more. Seeing the thug come to take his girlfriend, he didn't dare utter a word. Zhou Yue, frightened by the approaching thugs, hurriedly clung to Zhang Bowen's arm, pleading, "Brother." When Zhang Bowen, seeing this, mustered his courage and said to Chen Bao, "Brother Bao, we were wrong. Considering they are still young, just name a price, and we are willing to compensate." "Compensate?" Chen Bao turned around, looking at Zhang Bowen with a mocking expression, disdainfully saying, "Can you afford it? Do you know who these two are? Rich merchants from Lingnan, spending tens of millions every year in Jiangzhou. Do you think they lack money? Also, don't think that just because Jiang Yuanhe boasts about his wealth of 10 billion daily, your family actually is 10 billion. I know exactly what kind of person Jiang Yuanhe is. To be honest, your family is worth at most 30 to 40 million, and that's all thanks to my generosity. With such little wealth, what can you use to compensate?" Once Chen Bao said this, everyone was stunned. They never expected that their supposed 10 billion was actually acquired in such a way. Sun Yi even thought somewhat inappropriately, "It's even less than my family's assets." Meanwhile, Zhang Bowen's embarrassment was about to drop to the ground after hearing this. Looking at the strange gazes from his companions, he wished he could find a hole to hide in and never come out. But to salvage his dignity, Zhang Bowen still spoke up. "Brother Bao, is there no other solution besides letting you little brat? If you say one more word, I'll immediately throw your dad out of Jiangzhou." Chen Bao became impatient, pointing at Zhou Yue, Sun Yi, and the fallen Yan Qinglong, and shouted, "Take them away. Brother, when save me." Zhou Yue clutched Zhang Bowen's arm, as if grasping at her last lifeline. Sun Yi also held on to Yu Yang tightly, saying, "Yu Yang, I won't go. I'm your woman, you have to find a way." But at that moment, Yu Yang and Zhang Bowen stood like two wooden stakes, silent and motionless. "Brother, when I just turned 18 today. Please save me." Zhou Yue pleaded desperately, feeling that Zhang Bowen was her last hope in this city. If he didn't intervene, her life would be ruined. Thinking of this, she suddenly regretted not listening to her mother, realizing that coming all this way to see Jiang Bowen was a mistake. She also regretted not listening to Ling Yi refusing to leave when she should have, and even scolding him for being a coward. Tears streamed down Zhou Yuwei's face as she desperately stared at Jiang Bowen, hoping he would save her. Under Zhou Yuwei's pleading, Jiang Bowen finally moved, but instead of confronting the thugs, he reached out and grabbed Zhou Yuwei's wrist forcibly, pulling her hand away from his arm. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Jiang Bowen shook his head, his face resolute. He chose to protect his family's wealth over saving his friend. Yu Yang, seeing Jiang Bowen's decision, also quickly reached out, pulling Sun Yi's hand away and stepping back to maintain some distance. Zhou Yue could hardly believe her eyes. The one pulling her hand away was not one of the thugs, but Jiang Bowen, the one she had feelings for. She looked at Jiang Bowen in shock and despair, feeling as if her heart had turned to ashes. Sun Yi was no better off, her face filled with disbelief. Yu Yang, I'm your woman. Are you just going to watch me get taken away by another man? Yu Yang was embarrassed by Sun Yi's question, but he quickly raised his head and said to Sun Yi, Sun Yi, brother Bao is not someone we can afford to offend. Think of your family, think of our future. Just endure it and go with brother Bao. Rest assured, even if you tonight I won't hold it against you, I will still marry you. Yu Yang, are you even a man? How can you say such things? Sun Yi was in tears as she slapped Yu Yang. Yu Yang said nothing, his fists clenched tightly, feeling utterly humiliated. But he dared not resist, because he knew full well that brother Bao was an unmovable mountain. At that moment, Jiang Bowen also advised Zhou Yue, saying, tonight's events will be treated as if they never happened. You wouldn't want my father to leave Jiangzhou, right? Zhou Yue shook her head in terror, unable to believe Jiang Bowen would say such a thing. Seeing this, Chun Bao couldn't help but sneer. Kid, you truly are just like your father. For your own interest, you can betray anyone. That's right, with a bright future ahead. After saying this, Chun Bao waved his hand. Take them away. Zhou Yue and Sun Yi were utterly despairing, resigned to let the thugs drag them away. But just then a voice came from the back of the crowd. Chun Bao, you've gotten bold enough to even kidnap my wife's cousin. Hearing someone stand up for them, both Zhou Yue and Sun Yi felt a flicker of hope. But when they recognized the voice belonged to Ling Yi, their hearts sank again. Zhou Yue scolded, Ling Yi, don't meddle in other people's business. Your family is already poor, don't get beaten up for no reason and then have to spend money for hospital bills. The others also cursed inwardly. If even Jiang Bowen standing up didn't help, what could a poor loser like you do? Don't anger brother Bao, or we'll all suffer together. You fool, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Jiang Bowen scolded first. Brother Bao, we don't know him well, we just met for the first time. Yu Yang quickly followed with an explanation. The others also hurried to distance themselves from Ling Yi. Only Pei Nanqing remained silent throughout. However, Chun Bao didn't pay any attention to what they were saying for the moment. He heard Ling Yi's voice, his expression. He was all too familiar with that voice, especially the encounter from that snowy night, which he still remembered vividly. He had considered asking Qian Yi to help him retrieve that 4 million, but when Qian Yi heard about it, he only said 2 things. If you see Ling Yi again, treat him like your grandfather. If there's any slip-up, he'll skin you alive. Since then, he held no resentment towards Ling Yi, only deep-seated trepidation. Thus, when he first heard Ling Yi's voice, he still harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking it might just be a voice that sounded similar. Until Zhou Yue shouted Ling Yi's name, Chun Bao's legs went weak completely. At this moment, the thugs also parted ways, revealing Ling Yi's figure. Once Chun Bao confirmed it was indeed Ling Yi, he wasted no time and ran straight to him, shedding all the murderous aura from before his face, now filled with respect and flattery, bowing deeply and saying, Brother Yi, what brings you here? Why didn't you notify me in advance so I could reserve the Imperial Hall for you? Boom. Everyone was stunned, their minds echoing like a thunderclap. What is happening? Even Jiang Bowen, who couldn't handle brother Bao, was surprisingly so subservient to Ling. Zhou Yuwei's mouth fell open, tears brimming in her eyes. Sun Yi widened her eyes in disbelief. Yu Yang recalled his previous words, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. Jiang Bowen suddenly felt a burning pain on the other side of his face. Everyone's expressions were extraordinarily vivid, but without exception their faces were mixed with embarrassment and regret. My wife's cousin is celebrating her birthday. I couldn't rest easy, so I came to check on her. Ling Yi pointed at Zhou Yue, then rested his hand on Chun Bao's shoulder. What? Are you going to let her accompany your clients? No, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Cold sweat broke out on Chun Bao's face. I didn't know she was your wife's cousin. If I had known, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. After speaking, Chun Bao turned around and shouted angrily at the minions holding Zhou Yue. What are you still dawdling for? Get your dirty hands off my cousin. If you hurt her, I will ruin you. And you all hurry up and let go. The thugs immediately released Zhou Yue and Sun Yi upon hearing this. The crowd's astonished expressions intensified. They couldn't understand how Jiang Bowen's attempts to resolve the issue with his father and money had failed, yet Ling Yi managed to resolve it with just a few words. Didn't Zhou Yue say he was just a good-for-nothing addicted to drinking and gambling? How could he make Brother Bao so apprehensive? Who exactly is he? Your two clients. Ling Yi pointed at the two wealthy businessmen from Lingnan at the door. It's a small matter, I'll handle it. Chun Bao hurriedly replied. How do you plan to handle it? Just give them some money and find a few college students for them. Chun Bao replied, "None. Is that all?" Ling Yi asked in a deep voice. Chun Bao was somewhat taken aback and tentatively asked, "You mean?" They laid hands on my cousin, as shouldn't there be an explanation? Ling Yi leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, looking relaxed. Zhou Yue couldn't hold back her tears any longer. When everyone had abandoned her, only Ling Yi stood up for her, determined to seek justice on her behalf. Her gaze towards Ling Yi was no longer filled with disdain, only gradual feelings of gratitude and appreciation. However, the others, upon hearing this, thought their ears had malfunctioned. After all, for them to achieve such a result was already a blessing, yet Ling Yi still expected someone to give him an explanation. Isn't that asking for too much? What if it angered Brother Bao again, causing him to turn hostile? No one here would be able to leave standing. Their concerns weren't unfounded. Even Zhou Yue shook her head, indicating that she was already satisfied with the outcome. However, after hearing Ling Yi's words, Chun Bao's expression instantly turned grim. Between the wealthy businessmen from Lingnan and Ling Yi, he chose the latter without a second thought. Drag them out and chop off one hand each. Chun Bao waved his hand, and the thugs immediately began to drag the two men towards the exit. Chun Bao, think carefully, we are big clients who lose over 10 million in your casino every year. Brother Bao, we were wrong, spare our lives, and we are willing to compensate. Chun Bao ignored them, turned with a cold face, and smiled at Ling Yi. Do you think this arrangement is It's all right, but it won't happen again. Ling Yi said, getting up to leave, showing no regard for Chun Bao, making everyone feel anxious. Hadn't he handled it in such a way? In Ling Yi's eyes, was it merely acceptable? They felt their brains couldn't comprehend Ling Yi's level anymore, each looking at him, as if gazing into an unfathomable abyss, feeling lost and fearful. Especially after seeing Chun Bao bend over and follow Ling Yi, his extreme humility made them finally realize that Jiang Bowen's previous words were indeed correct. Ling Yi was destined to be someone from a different world. Only the one standing at the peak was not them, but Ling Yi. At this moment, they finally understood why Ling Yi had been so calm and composed when they introduced themselves. It was because their proud family backgrounds were truly worthless in front of him. Thinking back to their smugness when introducing themselves, they felt ashamed and embarrassed, seeing themselves as nothing more than clowns. When Ling Yi walked over to Yan Qinglong, he said to Chun Bao, "Take him to the hospital. Oh, don't ruin his hand." After all, he stood up for her. "Alrighty, go, I will arrange it immediately." Chun Bao waved, and immediately a thug carried Yan Qinglong out of the private room, heading to the hospital. When Ling Yi approached Zhou Yue, she glanced at him evasively and weakly called out, "Cousin, brother-in-law." Ling Yi did not respond, but said lightly, "Although you're not great either, it would be better for you to avoid interacting with these people in the future. It's embarrassing." Jiang Bowen and the others felt a burning embarrassment. Zhou Yue glanced at them and nodded firmly. "Okay." Ling Yi then asked, "Are we continuing?" Zhou Yue shook her head vigorously. "No, I want to go home." Ling Yi nodded, did not greet anyone, and walked straight out of the private room, disappearing from the crowd's view. Seeing this, Zhou Yue turned back to look at Jiang Bowen, and when she saw he didn't dare to look her in the eye, she scoffed disdainfully and ran out of the private room to catch up with Ling Yi. Chun Bao had also followed Ling Yi out, but for some reason returned. "If anyone speaks of tonight's events, I will chop them up and feed them to the fish." After saying this, Chun Bao laughed and patted Jiang Bowen and Yu Yang's faces, sneering, before leading his thugs out of the private room. The large private room was in disarray, but surprisingly quiet. Everyone remained frozen in their previous stances, motionless like statues. Pei Nanxing was the first to break the silence. She slowly stood up, patted Wang Xin's shoulder gently, and said softly, "Let's go, we should see your boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Wang Xin's tears streamed down uncontrollably. After nodding, she left the private room, without saying goodbye to anyone, following Pei Nanxing. After walking a short distance out of the bar, Wang Xian asked Pei Nanxing in confusion, "Senior Pei, since he has such connections, why didn't he help Yue at the beginning? Why didn't he stop Brother Bao's men from beating Long Go? Look at what they did to him." Pei Nanxing smiled and asked back, "Why stop it? Did you ever consider him a friend from the start?" Without waiting for Wang Xian to explain, Pei Nanxing continued with a smile, "I have something to do. I'll accompany you this far. Maybe we will meet again." After saying this, Pei Nanxing turned and walked into the snowy night, quickly disappearing from sight. Wang Xian, watching her leave, couldn't help but slap herself. "Look what you've done now. You've missed a great opportunity." Meanwhile, Ling Yi was waiting for a taxi at the corner of Luofeng Street with Zhou Yue when a frantic Chun. Upon seeing Ling Yi, he knelt down with a thud. "Gus, save me." Your body is just fine. What life are you saving? Ling Yi glanced at Chun Bao and asked coldly. My life isn't worth much. If I die, it's no big deal. There are more important matters at hand. Chun Bao was still kneeling, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Ling Yi originally did not want to get too involved in worldly affairs, as he only wished to focus on improving his cultivation to cleanse and purify his daughter. However, Chun Bao's performance tonight was indeed commendable, saving him the trouble of acting himself. Thus Ling Yi did not refuse. I will first take her back to the hotel, then we can discuss further. Upon hearing this, Chun Bao was so happy that he directly bowed 3 times to Ling Yi. He then promptly called for a Mercedes-Benz business vehicle, personally opened the car door for Ling Yi, and arranged the luggage while acting as the driver. At this point, it was already past midnight, and returning to Qi Xian's place was clearly impractical. Moreover, Zhou Yuwei's original plan was to stay at the hotel, so Chun Bao directly delivered her to the hotel entrance. While checking in, Ling Yi reminded Zhou Yuwei, your cousin is timid. Don't let her know about what happened tonight, or she... Though Zhou Yuwei did not fully understand, she still nodded in agreement. At this moment, Ling Yi's words held more weight in her heart than those of her parents and cousin, and she was completely obedient. Yet she could not comprehend why her cousin's husband, who was obviously so powerful, did not want her cousin to know. It made her cousin still believe he was a drunken gambler. Was it merely because he was worried about her cousin getting scared? Zhou Yuwei pondered, but she would strictly follow Ling Yi's instructions. The reason Ling Yi did not want Zhou Yuwei to inform Qi Shiyun was that his image in her mind was quite poor. He feared she might imagine that he was somehow involved with someone like Chun Bao, a loan shark. He knew that Qi Shiyun despised loan sharks the most in her life, so it was better that she remained unaware of this matter. Once his image improved in her eyes, he could explain later. Ling Yi did not go upstairs. It was Chun Bao who took Zhou Yuwei's luggage upstairs. This made Zhou Yuwei extremely anxious, as she dared not utter a word throughout the entire process, even trying to control her breathing. It was only after Chun Bao left, and Zhou Yuwei locked the hotel room door, that she dared to breathe heavily. Thinking of the events of the night made her face flush with embarrassment. Ling Yi did not wait long in the car before Chun Bao hurriedly climbed in, asking, Go where to now? Head towards the outskirts of the city. Ling Yi casually replied. Are you thinking of gambling again? I have a better place. Chun Bao started the car, smilingly asked, but was interrupted by Ling Yi. Let's talk business. Upon hearing this, Chun Bao immediately began to voice his grievances. You really have to save your little brother this time. You know, I'm watching over the Han family's establishment, but recently the Han family's business has been nearly wiped out by the Qin family. Ling Yi initially did not pay much attention to Chun Bao's troubles, but upon hearing it was related to the Han and Qin families, he became interested. Tell me more. Seeing Ling Yi's interest, Chun Bao immediately began to describe vividly. The incident dates back to the night you won over 4 million at my establishment. That night, some divine entity crippled the legs of the Qin family's 3rd young master. Moreover, it said that a group of men took turns with him, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Even now, this would have been a good thing, but the Qin family firmly believes it was the Han family's doing, and now they are hellbent on revenge. Normally, Lord Qian would have acted immediately in such a situation, but for some unknown reason, he suddenly got injured, and said he had to protect someone very important, leaving him unable to assist. This has resulted in the Han family's underground establishments being almost entirely uprooted, with only a few still struggling to hold on. When I mentioned a better place, it's not out of courtesy, it's because the one you used to frequent has been shut down. Additionally, the wealthy merchants from Lingnan that I entertained today would not have given me the honor in the past. I had no choice but to lower my standards, fearing the loss of clients. If this continues, I'll surely be driven to death by the Qin family. After hearing Chun Bao's description, Ling Yi awkwardly touched his nose. It turned out that Chun Bao's current plight was all due to him. No wonder he looked so haggard. It was all the pressure from the Qin family these past days. Isn't your master Wu Qian? With him protecting you, neither the Qin nor Han families should dare to harm you, right? Ling Yi asked curiously. Given my master's reputation, the Qin and Han families indeed won't do anything to me, especially the Han family, who has never blamed me even once. But if I see the establishment wiped out, how could I face the Han family? I would have to offer my life an apology. Chun Bao said, feeling as if he might cry. Compared to a few days ago when he was so imposing, he was now a completely different person. However, Ling Yi knew he was not putting on a facade. After all, he had won over 4 million at their casino, and Chun Bao had mentioned that he wouldn't be able to keep his legs. He was probably embarrassed and wanted to take drastic measures. If the establishment were completely wiped out, he really might have to pay with his life. But what use is it for you to find me? I can't be there to guard your establishment at all times. Ling Yi asked. Chun Bao perked up upon hearing this, saying the way of seizing territory these days is quite civilized. It's no longer like before when we would fight in groups. Instead, we set a place and both sides send their experts to spar. Whoever wins takes the territory. It's both civilized and reasonable. Ling Yi was somewhat speechless. Fighting is still fighting. How is it civilized? Nevertheless, it is indeed reasonable, as if the strongest fighters cannot when they cannot keep the territory. Moreover, this method maximizes manpower efficiency and maintains social order, achieving multiple benefits. So do you want me to help you fight? Ling Yi asked. Chen Bao nodded, somewhat embarrassed, saying, as soon as Lord Qian said he was unavailable, I thought of you immediately, but I couldn't find your whereabouts, which made me anxious. Fortunately, fate was on my side, and I happened to encounter you at the bar. Iga, my life depends on you. You must not refuse. What time? What place? Ling Yi asked. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 at the Wangyue building by the river. Chen Bao said excitedly. Iga, leave me an address, and I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Ling Yi shook his head, saying, no need, I can go by myself. All right, stop the car or I'll get off here. Upon hearing this, Chen Bao widened his eyes, looking at the desolate suburbs ahead, uncertainly asking, Iga, this is the outskirts. It's not easy to get a taxi. Should I wait for you? No need, just head back. Ling Yi replied, then walked into the darkness. Watching Ling Yi gradually disappear into the distance, Chen Bao couldn't help but exclaim, are all inner strength practitioners this unusual? After saying this, a cold wind blew, stirring up the snow on the ground, causing Chen Bao to shiver and quickly turn around to drive back to the city. On the road, Chen Bao hummed a tune while listening to music, feeling quite pleased. Damn it, I can finally get a good night's. As for Ling Yi, after entering the outskirts, he began to run wildly. He wanted to quickly test the auxiliary formation he had just thought of in the bar. If successful, his future cultivation would yield twice the result with half the effort. This suburban area was unfamiliar to Ling Yi, yet the spiritual energy here was relatively abundant. He did not hastily activate the 9 heavens mystic art to absorb the qi. Instead, he leapt to the treetops to observe the terrain. After determining the specific locations for the formation, Ling Yi gathered some stones and branches nearby, arranging them into a special shape at the selected spots. Once everything was set, Ling Yi returned to the center of these positions, channeling the spiritual energy within him to transfer it onto the stones and branches at each spot, and then activated the incantation to fully power the formation. In an instant, the oddly shaped stones and branches emitted tiny glimmers of light in the darkness, and then shot beams of light towards 2 adjacent positions. These beams quickly connected all the stones and branches, forming a giant pattern spanning over 10 zhong when viewed from above. Ling Yi stood at the center of this pattern, surrounded by the beams of light. At that moment, he swiftly formed hand seals, and after completing over 10 gestures, he pointed his right hand skyward and shouted, activate. The giant pattern, composed of light, then lifted off the ground, spinning upwards into the sky. When it reached a height of about 100 meters, the light pattern suddenly halted its ascent. In the next second, it burst outwards with a whoosh, dispersing at a speed akin to light, vanishing in an instant. The grove returned to darkness as if the light had never appeared. Yet merely seconds later, the beams shot back from afar, reassembling into the previous giant pattern, landing precisely at the original positions without any deviation. At the moment the pattern landed back, an invisible pressure seemed to rise from all directions, bending the surrounding trees. Strangely, the tops of these bent trees all pointed towards Ling Yi without exception. From above, the array Ling Yi had set up appeared like a funnel embedded in the vast forest, with water currents from all directions swiftly converging towards this spot. Sensing the influx of spiritual energy akin to a water flow, Ling Yi sighed in relief. Spirit capturing formation, all spirits come forth. It's a pity they're just ordinary stones and branches. If they were made of gold or jade, the effect would surely be much. However, Ling Yi did not get greedy. Instead, he immediately sat cross-legged, activated the 9 heavens mystic art, and began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy to cultivate. Zhou Yue had a habit of choosing hotels with bathtubs, so after finishing her day's itinerary, she could comfortably soak in a bath. But today, after returning, she did not even enter the bathroom. After closing the door, she leaned against it, sitting on the carpet, staring blankly at her suitcase, her mind filled with Ling Yi's image from the bar. She had heard about Ling Yi from her parents and cousin before, but all were negative examples, which is why she felt such aversion when she first met him. However, she never expected that their first encounter would leave her so shocked that she was still in a daze. Just as she was lost and thought, her phone pinged with a message. Upon opening it, she saw it was from her cousin, Qi Shiyun. Happy birthday. Where are you now? Thank you, sis. I just arrived at the hotel. Did you have fun today? Did your brother-in-law cause you any trouble? Looking at this message, Zhou Yue felt a wave of shame. It was already a blessing that she didn't trouble her brother-in-law. So how could he possibly cause her any trouble? It was great. My brother-in-law took good care of me. That's good. All right, get some rest. Come home for dinner tomorrow. Zhou Yue replied, then added, sis, is my brother-in-law really impressive? Why do you ask that? Did he boast in front of you? Xiaowei, regardless of what he says, you must not believe him and definitely don't lend him any money, understand? Seeing this message, Zhou Yue replied with tears, got it. He didn't ask me for money. Oh cousin, you don't know that with my brother-in-law's current status, he doesn't need to boast, nor does he need me to lend him money. A big underground boss with daily earnings exceeding 100 million would bow to my brother-in-law. Does he really need me to lend him money? It's me who should be borrowing from him. Cousin, you aren't worried he'll borrow money from you, are you? That's why you're pretending to be poor with me, right? But even if you're pretending to be poor, it shouldn't be like this, right? Zhou Yue felt like crying, but had no tears. However, what she didn't know was that on the other end of the line, Qi Shiyun was still fuming. This Ling, not letting him boast in front of me and the kids, actually went to Xiao Wei to brag. I thought he had changed, but it turns out it was all a facade. I should have seen this coming, he never changes. Ugh. Qi Shiyun snorted coldly. Just when she had softened towards Ling, due to Zhou Yu's mention of him taking good care of her, she once again cast him into the cold. But speaking of which, it is somewhat unexpected that he patiently accompanied Xiao Wei this long, without gambling or asking her for money. Could it be that after the divorce, he has truly changed? Perhaps, but old habits die hard. Qi Shiyun shook her head, reflecting on this. With a sigh, she softly murmured, I wonder how long he can keep up the act. It would be great if he could maintain it. Sigh. In the night on the snowy street, Pei Nanqing walked alone, her silhouette somewhat bleak. After parting from Wang Xin, she was targeted by several lecherous men lurking at the bar entrance. These predators typically targeted drunk women, but Pei Nanqing's extraordinary presence was too stunning, causing them to act on impulse, exchanging glances before silently following her. Once they turned onto this street and saw that no one was around, their lustful intentions surged, and they prepared to drag Pei Nanqing into a dark alley to force themselves on her. However, as they were about to quicken their pace, 4 or 5 of them suddenly widened their eyes, collapsing to the ground without a breath of life. Pei Nanqing continued walking, seemingly oblivious as she admired the unusual scenery in the snowy. At this moment, a figure flashed by, appearing like a ghost behind Pei Nanqing, silently following her at precisely half a zhang's distance. Killing with a breath, Apu, congratulations on stepping into the master realm. Pei Nanqing did not turn her head, but smiled faintly. As they passed under a streetlight, the dim yellow light illuminated them. Pei Nanqing, clad in a trench coat, looked as pure as a celestial being, while the elder behind her, shrouded in a black cloak, appeared like a grim reaper from the depths of hell. Mistress, please forgive my rudeness. In front of you, my meager skills are insignificant. A hoarse voice emerged from the black cloak. Apu, you truly are becoming forgetful. Have you forgotten that I am now a delicate damsel unable to lift a chicken? Only temporarily. By the way, I met an interesting young fellow today. He looks to be in his early 20s, yet he's quite enigmatic. Has the mistress gained some insights? Pei Nanqing nodded, her gentle face blooming with a smile. Indeed, I have gained some insights. As dawn approached, the stones and branches forming the spirit-capturing array, despite being bolstered by Ling Yi's spiritual energy, finally could not withstand the pressure and shattered one by one. After the spirit-capturing array collapsed, the spiritual energy that had gathered from all directions instantly vanished without a trace. Indeed, it couldn't last long. Ling Yi sighed helplessly upon seeing this. But the effect was good. In just a few hours, I am already close to the 5th level of Qi refinement. With a sense of sentiment, Ling Yi put away the swallowing sky record, waved his hand to scatter the shattered stones and branches, and then set off towards the city. He was not in a hurry, so he strolled leisurely through the snow, resembling an old man who had just finished his morning exercises, relaxed and carefree. As he approached the city outskirts, most of the breakfast shops along the roadside had already opened. Ling Yi casually selected a bun shop, ordered 2 baskets of soup dumplings, and began to eat them hot with chili oil. Boss, the usual 2 baskets of soup dumplings. A young couple chatting and laughing walked into the bun shop hand in hand. Today is payday, what do you want to eat tonight? It's on me, the man said with a doting expression. No, save your money. Our baby will be born in a few months, we need to save money for a house. The woman pouted, pinching the man's face, her eyes filled with affection. We need to buy a house, and your wife's meals need to be improved. Both are important matters that cannot be neglected. All right, let me think. Hot pot or fish head? The 2 soup dumplings were quickly served, and they laughed and chatted about what to eat tonight while eating. Ling Yi sat at the adjacent table, quietly listening to their conversation, his expression gentle. He remembered how he and Qi Shiyun were just like this young couple right after graduation, full of happiness and expectations for the future. If only I hadn't been such a scoundrel back then, I should be as happy as them now, right? Ling Yi thought to himself. After settling the bill, Ling Yi did not return to the woods to cultivate, but headed straight to the apartment complex where he rented a place. Although Qi Shiyun did not want him to contact Xiao Xiao, sneaking a glance from afar would not provoke her resentment. What Ling Yi did not expect was that when he arrived at the entrance of the apartment complex, he actually saw Zhou Yue, who had just walked into the complex. It is not close from the hotel she was staying at to here. Why is she up so early? Ling Yi followed behind her. After she went upstairs, he retreated to the corner of the adjacent building, looking up at the 4th floor. With his current cultivation level, although he could not see through walls, it was still easy to hear the conversations from the fourth floor. He heard the sound of Qi Shiyun opening the door, the joy of their reunion, and Zhou Yui's somewhat incredulous voice. Cousin, you live in a place like this. How could it be that your brother-in-law? You can't blame your brother-in-law entirely, you know Xiao Xiao's situation. The targeted medication costs tens of thousands per injection. Having a place to shield from wind and rain is good enough. How could there be extra money for a better place? But clearly, brother-in-law. Enough, I'm going to be late for work. Your brother-in-law left early because of some matters. Please take care of Xiao Xiao for me. I have to go now. As Qi Shiyun said this, she hurriedly handed the room key to Zhou Yue and rushed downstairs. Ling Yi could tell that Qi Shiyun was earnestly defending him. Even though he had been a scoundrel for these past few years, she did not complain to Zhou Yue even once. Watching Qi Shiyun's back as she hurried through the snowy morning, Ling Yi felt a pang of pain. He knew Qi Shiyun's company started work at 8:30, but it was only 6. Oh, why was she out so early? Ling Yi quietly followed behind Qi Shiyun, and before long they reached a piece of abandoned land outside the complex. He saw Qi Shiyun put down her computer bag, go to the land that had been cultivated, and then clear the snow covering it with her hands. Ling Yi then discovered that under the snow there were large radishes planted. Luckily they didn't freeze to death, thank heaven, otherwise it would have been a wasted effort. Qi Shiyun muttered to herself, then began to clear the snow from the field. This time she did not use her hands, but found a wooden stick. Even so, after an hour her hands had turned purple from the cold. However, Qi Shiyun did not complain at all. Instead, she returned to the edge of the field, picked up her computer bag, and hurried towards the bus station. Although she still had an hour and a half before work, she dared not delay for a moment. If she missed this bus, she would have to take a taxi to the company, which would severely exceed her daily budget. Has she been getting up early and working late like this for the past few years? Watching the bus gradually disappear, Ling Yi's heart ached. Once the bus completely vanished from Ling Yi's sight, he snapped back to his senses and muttered 2 words to himself: make money. He still had a few $100s left in his account. The best way to make money quickly aside from robbing a bank was to gamble. However, Qi Shiyun did not like him gambling, so he could only find another way. As an immortal emperor who had cultivated for 100,000 years, even a little something that slipped through his fingers could earn him vast wealth. However, because there were too many choices, Ling Yi momentarily did not know how to choose. While he was entangled in how to make money easily and quickly, Wu Qian and Han Ruoxue approached from an unknown corner, both slightly bowing and greeting. Han Ruoxue had hurried back to Jiangzhou overnight. As soon as she got off the plane, she did not return home, but headed straight here, and now she had not slept for several days. Wu Qian humbly said, Master Ling, I was just about to contact you. Is there something? In a green Shipao, Han Ruoxue immediately knelt on both knees upon hearing this. Master Ling, please save my grandfather. Ling Yi thought for a moment and understood the situation, so he asked, did you not find the Longshu grass? Han Ruoxue shook her head. We searched all the surrounding states and counties. Ling Yi nodded, thinking it seems that Longshu grass in this world is something that can be encountered but not sought. Fortunately, the spirit capturing array has been successfully tested, otherwise even the Qi refinement stage would be hard to break through. Thinking this, Ling Yi reached out to help Han Ruoxue up, saying, get up, there's no need to stand on ceremony. I promised to help your Han family once, so please lead the way. Wu Qian stayed behind while Han Ruoxue and Ling Yi took a Toyota Alphard to the center of Jiangzhou City. Master Ling, let me introduce my grandfather's situation to you. Han Ruoxue held a stack of materials in her hand, which recorded her grandfather Han Yuan's various health data. No need, I'll know as soon as I see him. Ling Yi rejected her. No matter how much data there was, it was merely superficial. It could not compare to his own ability to assess and diagnose. Upon hearing this, Han Ruoxue felt a surge of joy, thinking Master Ling is indeed proficient in alchemy. Otherwise he would not be so confident. This is great, grandfather is saved. The Han family is saved. After this thought, Han Ruoxue suddenly remembered something, so she hurriedly texted Wu Qian asking, did you handle what I asked you to do yesterday? Wu Qian's reply came back quickly, Miss, it's done. Someone will be waiting for you when you get home. Seeing the message, Han Ruoxue let out a long breath as if she had set down a heavy stone. About half an hour later, the Alphard business vehicle drove into a luxurious villa area in the city center. All the villas here are standalone, and in the city center, where every inch of land is precious, they are still several kilometers apart from each other, highlighting how affluent the residents are. Usually, the closer the villa is to the center of the community, the more expensive it is. However, the business vehicle they were in drove all the way and stopping right in the central area of the villa community. Master Ling, we have arrived. In the backyard of the villa, an elderly man with white hair dressed in a relatively thin tang suit was unsteadily practicing the Taoist body refining technique, 8 sections of brocade. Although his strength had waned and his hands and legs trembled slightly, While exerting force, every movement he made was exceptionally standard, comparable to those old Taoists on Wudong Mountain who had practiced for decades. Just as he was practicing the seventh section fist clenching with angry eyes to increase strength, a middle-aged man, resembling the old man, approached quietly. He dared not make too much noise for fear of disturbing the old man's practice. Since he could remember, he knew that the old man practiced 8 sections of brocade, once every morning and evening, and during practice, he must complete the entire set without interruption, and no one was allowed to disturb him. However, today was of great importance, and after much hesitation, Han Tao finally spoke up. Dad Ruoxue. Upon hearing this, the old man continued his movements without pause, his face not showing any displeasure, but instead revealing a smile. That girl, she's had a tough time during this period. But at my age, she shouldn't have to be so troubled. You all should persuade her more. Dad, you know her temperament. Who can control her? Han Tao said helplessly. Seeing that the old man only smiled and did not respond, Han Tao continued. Ruoxue just said that she has invited that person over. Han Yuan, who had been practicing 8 sections of brocade, suddenly trembled, immediately halting his movements, and asked excitedly, when did he arrive? He has already arrived at the gate. Han Tao's mouth dropped open, unable to believe his eyes. The old man, who never interrupted his practice, actually paused today. You child, such an important matter, why didn't you say it earlier? Han Yuan said as he changed his shoes and headed towards the villa entrance. Dad, I was just afraid of disturbing you while practicing 8 sections of brocade. Han Tao said with a helpless expression. He clearly remembered that when he was younger, he once disturbed the old man during practice, and the old man made him stand in a horse stance for 2 hours as punishment. He had long forgotten how he managed to endure it, only knowing that after finishing, he couldn't get out of bed for 3 whole days, even urinating by the side of the bed. Is practicing martial arts more important, or is the future of the Han family more important? You really can't tell that. After scolding, he muttered to himself, I just hope that person won't blame me for not coming out to greet him, otherwise no matter how many times I die, I couldn't atone for my sins. Saying this, Han Yuan hurriedly ran towards the entrance with Han Tao following closely behind, fearing that he might lose his balance and fall. In the front yard of the villa, Ling Yi followed behind Han Ruoxue, listening to her introduce the villa's landscape, occasionally nodding, though it was unclear whether it was in agreement or simply acknowledging. As they approached the villa's main hall, Ling Yi finally spoke. The layout is not bad, but the elevation is a bit low. Han Ruoxue's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she eagerly asked, does Master Ling like this kind of standalone villa? It's passable, just barely acceptable, Ling Yi replied truthfully. Despite the villa covering a vast area and achieving the pinnacle of Chinese luxury, it was still far from the celestial residences he had known in the cultivation world, making his barely acceptable comment sound rather generous. However, Ling Yi's offhand remark was taken seriously by Han Ruoxue, who quickly noted down this information about Ling Yi's preferences and respectfully opened the grand entrance door to the villa's living room for him. Unlike the common row houses on the market today, the living room of this villa was over 50 meters deep, with a spacious area clearly divided into relaxation and reception zones, achieving a true sense of spaciousness without being overwhelming. Han Ruoxue guided Ling Yi to sit on the sofa, saying, Master Ling, please wait a moment, while I'll go fetch my grandfather. As she spoke, 2 figures, one old and one young, rushed out from the side corridor of the living room. It was Han Yuan and his son. Master's visit to our humble abode is an honor. I apologize for not being able to welcome you properly, Han Yuan said from a distance, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities, just extend your hand, Ling, he said directly. Hearing this, Han Yuan was taken aback for a moment, extending his hand, while frowning at Han Ruoxue, silently asking what was going on. Seeing this, Han Ruoxue hurriedly explained, Master Ling is not only a martial arts master, but also well-versed in alchemy, so I specifically requested him to come and assist you with a diagnosis. You used the only opportunity to seek help. Han Yuan exclaimed in anger, what does my life compare to the future of the Han family? How can you be so reckless? Silence. Ling Yi admonished lightly, and Han Yuan immediately fell silent. Ling Yi did not waste any more words, extending his finger to rest on Han Yuan's wrist, and after transmitting a trace of spiritual energy, he circulated it through Han Yuan's meridians once before finally withdrawing his finger. However, to Han Ruoxue and the others, it seemed Ling Yi merely placed his finger there for less than 2 seconds before letting go, and the speed appeared almost frivolous. Master Ling, my grandfather? Han Ruoxue asked tentatively. If your grandfather hadn't diligently practiced the Taoist 8 sections of brocade over the years, he would have likely passed away 10 years ago. Upon hearing this, Han Ruoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know my grandfather was practicing Taoist 8 sections of brocade? Hearing this, both Han Yuan and Han Tao showed expressions of astonishment. He had only taken a pulse for 2 seconds. How could he have deduced that? Had he conducted prior investigations? Ling Yi did not answer, but instead retorted this condition of his should stem from injuries to his heart and lung meridians sustained 30 years ago, why do you need dragon beard grass? It would be useless to consume it. As soon as he spoke, the three present were all stunned. Han Tao and Han Ruoxue were unaware that their grandfather had suffered injuries 30 years ago. How did Ling Yi know? Was it really just from those 2 seconds of taking his pulse? Is he trying to deceive us? Han Yuan at this moment was thoroughly impressed with Ling Yi, quickly bowing again. Master is truly exceptional. Only I knew about my injury from 30 years ago. Han Tao, realizing the gravity of the situation, suddenly knelt before Ling Yi, saying, please Master Ling, save my father. Get up. Is this minor injury worth kneeling for? Ling Yi asked, feeling speechless. The three of the Han family were left speechless upon hearing this. Wasn't this life-threatening internal injury something serious? Master Ling, do we need to prepare any medicinal materials? I can go buy them from Bai Xinglin right now. Han Ruoxue, after regaining her composure, asked excitedly. Who said anything about needing medicinal materials? Ling Yi replied, equally speechless. Han Ruoxue was stunned, asking, does Master Ling not need medicinal materials to refine pills, and then use the pills to cure my grandfather's internal injuries? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi thought to himself, indeed, while I could conceal curing a small broken leg from doctors and Qi Shiyun, I cannot hide it from the observant. Before anyone could react, Han Yuan staggered back, 3 to 4 zhang, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing from his lips, staining the ground. In the next moment, his Tang suit jacket tore apart, like it was sliced by a knife, drifting down softly, revealing his wrinkled yet robust torso. At that moment, Ling Yi lightly rotated his wrist, pinching his thumb against his middle finger, then flicked his fingers towards Han Yuan, sending a barely visible silver needle darting towards Han Yuan's heart and lung meridians. Han Tao thought Ling Yi was about to harm his father and instinctively tried to block, but before he could get close, he was knocked back by the force of the silver needle passing by. Stop! Master Ling is using silver needles to treat me. Having seen much in his life, Han Yuan immediately recognized Ling Yi's technique. However, he never expected that Ling Yi at such a young age would be proficient in the art of silver needle acupuncture and even capable of doing it from a distance. Previously, he had doubted Ling Yi's identity as a martial arts master due to his youth, but witnessing this technique of distant acupuncture, all of Han Yuan's lingering doubts vanished completely. Hearing his father's words, Han Tao's expression immediately shifted from worry to joy, only to turn into profound shock and regret. So it turns out human strength can achieve such things. If he had known that there truly existed martial arts masters capable of externalizing internal energy, he would have never been distracted while practicing with Wu Qian. Ling Yi sat on the sofa, one hand resting on the back, crossing his legs, while the other hand flicked his fingers repeatedly, sending one silver needle after another, each accurately piercing into Han Yuan's body. As the silver needles of spiritual energy pierced in Han Yuan's once wrinkled body, began to visibly relax and smooth out. The color of his skin transformed from dull to radiant. Although Han Ruoxue did not understand medicine, she knew that her grandfather's condition was gradually improving. Upon witnessing this scene, her heart racing with excitement, she looked at Ling Yi, who performed distant acupuncture with such ease the casual and effortless demeanor left an indelible impression in her mind. She watched Ling Yi flicking his fingers in a trance, as if in a dream. By the time all 258 silver needles had pierced into Han Yuan's body, 3 to 4 minutes had passed. Ling Yi retracted his right hand and looked at it, shaking his head in disappointment. Han Ruoxue, awakening from her daze, hurriedly asked, Master Ling, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the treatment? Ling Yi shook his head, waving his hand. The treatment is fine. Your grandfather has already recovered. Then why did you just shake your head? It's because your grandfather's physical foundation is too weak. I couldn't exert too much effort, which forced me to use over 200 needles to heal him, wasting spiritual energy. Ling Yi spoke with genuine concern. Although he referred to it as true energy, it was actually spiritual energy, but if he mentioned spiritual energy, Han Ruoxue would definitely not understand. He had just reached the 4th level of Qi refining, and his Dantian had yet to form a cyclone. Every bit of spiritual energy was hard-won, so how could he not feel pained? Hearing this, Han Ruoxue was once again shocked beyond measure. If she hadn't miscounted, Ling Yi had performed distant acupuncture with a total of 258 needles, yet he claimed to have used over 200 extra, which meant it originally only took dozens or even just a few needles to cure her grandfather's long-standing ailment. Is this the power of a master? Han Ruoxue was stunned, feeling her understanding of martial arts being completely refreshed. After Ling Yi withdrew his hands, and Nanny immediately brought a fresh jacket for Han Yuan. Is this the power of a master? Han Ruoxue was stunned, feeling her understanding of martial arts being completely refreshed. After Ling Yi withdrew his hands, and Nanny, it was just a small effort. Ling Yi waved his hand. He wasn't being polite. He truly had just raised his. By the way, continue practicing the 8 pieces of brocade. It will benefit you. I just opened a few meridians for you. In about a month, your cultivation will advance further. Ling Yi spoke casually, but the three members of the Han family were struck by awe. It should be known that Han Yuan had been stuck at the peak of internal energy for decades. No matter how hard he tried, he made no progress. Yet after Ling Yi casually pierced over 200 needles, not only had he cured his ailment, but also elevated his strength. That was the state of consummate internal energy. How many martial artists spend their entire lives striving for that ultimate goal? And it was achieved so effortlessly by Ling Yi. Thud. Han Yuan, overwhelmed with excitement, dropped to his knees before Ling Yi, exclaiming, "Master Ling, please accept my bow. Your great kindness the Han family will never forget for generations." "It's not that serious. Wu Qian once protected my wife and daughter, so I consider this even. We're even now," Ling Yi said lightly, effortlessly helping Han Yuan back to his feet. "Master Ling is too modest." Wu Qian merely blocked a slap. "How can it compare to Master Lin's life-saving grace for the Han family? We owe too much to Master Ling," Han Yuan insisted. Ling Yi smiled and shook his head, asking, "They are my wife and daughter. Is that weight heavy enough?" Upon hearing this, Han Yuan broke into a cold sweat, hastily lowering his head and cupping his fists in apology. "Master Ling, forgive me." It was Han Yuan who spoke foolishly. Han Ruoxue was also tense, feeling as if she had fallen into an abyss. Qi Shiyun and Xiao Xiao were his reverse scale. No one could underestimate them, not even a single insult. She had personally witnessed Ling Yi's methods against Huang Mao, and to this day, she still felt a chill down. Ling Yi waved his hand, smiling. "Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I just feel that nothing can compare to that slap Wu Qian took. I just healed your injury, so we're even. In fact, I've gained more." Upon hearing this, the Han family finally breathed a sigh of relief. They also once again understood Ling Yi's temperament. His wife and daughter were above all else. Han Tao unexpectedly knelt down, saying, "Master Ling, could you also give me a few needles? I want to advance further and step into the realm of internal energy martial artists." This unexpected request from Han Tao left both Han Ruoxue and Han Yuan utterly astonished. They exchanged glances, their faces darkened, and jointly pulled Han Tao up from the ground. Han Yuan berated him angrily. "You fool. You used to slack off during practice, and now you dare to be rude in front of Master Ling. Do you believe I'll skin you alive?" Ling Yi was also taken aback by Han Tao's kneeling. Seeing Han Yuan about to hit him, he hurriedly stopped him, saying, "It's fine, don't pay it any mind. Also, it's not that I won't help you with silver needle acupuncture, but your foundation is even weaker than your father's. No matter how much I reduce the true energy dosage, you won't be able to withstand it, and will end up exploding." Hearing this, Han Tao felt utterly hopeless, collapsing to the ground and howling at the sky. "Uncle Qian, why didn't you discipline me more back then? Alas, Uncle Qian has ruined me." At this moment, Han Ruoxue wished she could find a hole to hide in, quickly leading Ling Yi out of the living room and towards the backyard of the villa. "Has your father always been so lovable?" On the way, Ling Yi couldn't help but ask curiously with a smile. "He usually isn't like this. He must have seen a shortcut to practicing martial arts and wanted to try to be lazy." Han Ruoxue replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ling Yi did not dwell on the topic, but asked, "Did you bring me here for something else?" Han Ruoxue nodded, then called over a bodyguard in a suit. The bodyguard immediately took out a black bank card from his pocket and handed it to Han Ruoxue. After Han Ruoxue took it, she dismissed the bodyguard and handed the card to Ling Yi, saying, "This has 50 million. Oh, please accept it, Master Ling." This bank card was prepared by Wu Qian on the day Han Ruoxue learned that Ling Yi might be able to refine pills. Her thought was that even if Ling Yi couldn't refine pills, he should still be compensated for treating her grandfather. After all, he was a martial arts master. A bit of status had to be maintained. However, Ling Yi shook his head, saying, "I am indeed short on money lately, but business is business. I came here today simply to repay a kindness, nothing more." Upon hearing this, Han Ruoxue's admiration for Ling Yi surged. A master with such strength, yet able to uphold his principles and promises, men like this are truly hard to find a second of. Moreover, she had heard from grandfather Wu that he had already divorced Qi Shiyun. She had to seize the opportunity, but she wondered if she was worthy of him. Thinking of this, Han Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a bit melancholy. However, she also knew that if Ling Yi said no, no amount of insisting would change his mind, so she smiled and said, "Then he'll hold on to it for now. You can contact me anytime you need it." Ling Yi nodded, not dwelling on this matter. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." "Wait a moment, Master Ling Yi, I have something else I'd like you to take a look at." Han Ruoxue's eyes sparkled as she spoke, then she ran back to the villa and changed into a set of sportswear. "Let's go, we still have a distance to cover before we can see it," Han Ruoxue said, leading the way out through the back gate and walking further away. Under Han Ruoxue's guidance, the two passed through the central area of the villa and unexpectedly arrived at the foot of a mountain. "Is there a mountain here?" Ling Yi asked curiously. "Isn't this a villa area?" Han Ruoxue nodded and said, "When the developer acquired this land, the government had only one requirement: to preserve this Yu Lu mountain. This is Yulu Mountain. Ling Yi turned to look westward and asked, isn't Yulu Mountain over there? That is the tail end of the Yulu Mountain range. This is the true Yulu Mountain. I see. But why must this mountain be preserved? Ling Yi inquired. I don't know, it was just the requirement. Otherwise they would rather let this land rot here than hand it over to the developer. That is quite interesting, Ling Yi chuckled and asked, which developer ended up taking on this burden? Han Roashue, the charming woman, looked at Ling Yi with a somewhat resentful gaze and softly uttered 2 words, my dad. Ling Yi. Seeing that Ling Yi was taken aback by her 2 words, Han Roashue felt a little mischievous. But to ease Ling Yi's embarrassment, Han Roashue proactively said, after my dad acquired the land, many developers in Jiangzhou were waiting to see him fail. Even within the company, they didn't have much faith in him. After all, with a mountain blocking the way, it was impossible to develop anything. As a result, my dad took a different path and built a villa area here. This Yulu Mountain not only did not become a flaw, but instead became the biggest selling point here. Even before the villas were completed, the line for the lottery extended from Jiangdong to Jiangxi, and naturally the prices of the villas soared. When everything was tallied up in the end, it turned out that although there weren't many villas, they earned more than 10 times what the same area would yield in commercial housing. Ling Yi couldn't help but nod after hearing this. No wonder your Han family can dominate half of Jiangzhou. They are indeed commercial geniuses. Han Roashue smiled and continued, there are several paths to the mountain suitable for people with different levels of fitness. There is also a road that allows you to drive straight to the near summit. Near summit? Isn't that the real summit? Ling Yi was somewhat curious about this term. Han Roashue nodded, her expression rather proud, and said, indeed not, because at the true peak of Yulu Mountain my dad built a super villa, the star-picking tower. Ling Yi laughed and said, your dad has quite the ambition. Han Roashue laughed along and replied, my dad has the heart of a thief, but not the courage. After the villa was completed, he looked at the terrain and feng shui and said he wasn't destined to live there, so he chose a villa down the mountain to live in. Thus the star-picking tower has remained empty all this time. Isn't anyone going to buy it? Ling Yi asked curiously. With a price tag of 1 billion, who would buy it? Besides, it takes a trek just to go out and no one would buy it. Han Roashue couldn't help but laugh again. People buy villas for peace and quiet, not to escape from society. Ling Yi nodded, that makes sense. As they chatted, they followed a small path to the so-called near summit. Upon arriving here, Ling Yi looked around and could almost see the entire Jiangzhou city. However, if one wanted to go further up, they had to pass through a high wall and an iron gate. The iron gate was tightly locked and the wall was 2 meters high. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to climb over. Follow me, Han Roashue said in her commanding voice, then walked to the iron gate, pressed a finger on the fingerprint lock, and with a beep the massive iron gate slowly opened, revealing the lawn inside. As Ling Yi passed through the iron gate, he saw the true appearance of the star-picking tower. Its front garden was comparable to a football field with a parking lot, barbecue area, swimming pool, and helipad. Everything one could wish for. The entire star-picking tower was primarily constructed in a traditional Chinese style, resembling an ancient palace. It had 3 floors above ground, and according to Han Roashue, there were 3 more floors underground. Even though it was a sunny day, due to its location atop the mountain, the star-picking tower was surrounded by mist, making it look like a place of immortals from afar. But what intrigued Ling Yi the most was that the moment he stepped onto the lawn, he felt a subtle stir in his dantian, as if something fierce lay hidden beneath the ground, causing his dantian to harbor some caution. At first, Ling Yi thought this was just an illusion, but when his dantian couldn't calm down for a long time and eventually began to slowly spin, he realized the strangeness of this place. One must know that the spiritual energy in a dantian at the 4th level of qi refinement could never form a cyclone. This was a state that only appeared at the 10th level of qi refinement. No wonder your dad didn't dare live here back then. It's true that most people don't have the guts to live in such a place, Ling Yi joked. Although the situation was quite unusual for an immortal emperor who had practiced for 100,000 years, it was nothing to be astonished at. This is what I wanted to show you. What do you think of this place, say? Han Roashue looked at Ling Yi with eager anticipation. Perhaps because they had talked all the way, she no longer addressed him as Master Ling, but simply as you. Not bad, it's a good place, Ling Yi nodded. He didn't know how it was for others, but for him it truly was a good place, at least very suitable for cultivation. It was also an excellent location to set up a spirit capturing array. As long as you don't dislike it, Han Roashue said with a bright smile, looking genuinely happy. When they entered the villa's living room, she heard Ling Yi say her family was a good place, just that the terrain was a bit low, and she immediately thought of the star-picking tower. So after finishing treatment for her grandfather, she took the opportunity, while changing clothes, to have her dad transfer the star-picking tower to Ling Yi's name. Both Han Tao and Han Yuan wholeheartedly supported her idea. Thus, she chose not to drive up the mountain, but to hike, deliberately delaying time to transfer the star-picking tower to him before Ling Yi entered. For Ling Yi he might refuse other things, but for this place that caused an abnormality in his dantian, he could not. Alright, I'll accept the house for now. We'll transfer the payment to your card in a while. Ling Yi said, unwilling to owe anyone a favor. After all, in this world, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Han Ruoxue, upon hearing this despite her commanding demeanor, murmured softly, who needs your money? Ling Yi pretended not to hear, and checking the time, turned to walk down the mountain. Aren't you going in to take a look? Han Ruoxue asked, somewhat surprised. Ling Yi shook his head, saying, I have a few things to take care of, you'll check it out later. Han Ruoxue thought to herself, that's fine. I can use this time to prepare all the necessary daily supplies. The once indifferent Han Ruoxue was now fully motivated about daily supplies. Meanwhile, at the Wangyue building by the river Chun, Bao anxiously stared out the window, fearing Ling Yi wouldn't find it. The speaker was a middle-aged man, short in stature, lean and wiry, with dark skin and a sharp monkey-like face resembling a living, breathing, skinny monkey. He was a master hired at a high price from a neighboring state by Chun Baohua, who had previously failed to locate Ling Yi. It was said that 5 years ago he had once killed a raging bull with a single punch, earning him considerable fame in the area. Now, after 5 years, it was rumored that he could shatter half-meter-thick granite with a single strike. It was precisely because of this strength that he felt displeased when he saw Chun Bao had invited others as well. As he spoke, he held a teacup, lightly brushing the surface of the tea with the lid, his eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. Upon hearing this, Chun Bao's expression of disgust flashed away, and he turned around with a smile, saying, Brother Song, what are you talking about? Your strength is well known to all. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I would never doubt your abilities. After saying this, Chun Bao quickly made a transition. However, this matter is of great importance and cannot afford even the slightest mistake. For the sake of caution, I hope you understand, Brother Song. Little Chun, I am not small-minded. I mainly fear that you will waste your money. So I will take a small loss for you. No matter how many people come, I will cover it all. You just need to pay me for hiring that fellow. Song Qingzi stated his purpose. Chun Bao felt a surge of contempt rising within him, but he did not show it on his face, still maintaining a smiling demeanor. Brother Song, isn't this inappropriate? The person has already been invited, or wouldn't that be making them come for nothing? What's inappropriate about it? If I'm not exerting any effort, why should I get paid? Song Qingzi snorted coldly. If you are afraid of being the bad guy, I will speak to him about it. Chun Bao originally wanted to persuade further, but then he caught sight of Ling Yi's figure downstairs, so he called out and went down to greet Ling Yi. I'm really sorry. Before I found you, I invited a martial artist from the neighboring state. He can be a bit arrogant, so if he offends you later, please bear with it. As long as it doesn't touch my bottom line, everything is negotiable. Ling Yi's temperament was no longer that of a 20-something young man. He had no interest in squabbling with others. Thank you, Ego. Thank you, Ego, please this way. Chun Bao expressed his gratitude repeatedly, leading the way for Ling Yi. Once they reached the third floor of Wangyue building, Chun Bao introduced Song Qingzi to Ling Yi, but the latter merely glanced at him before returning to his tea, not offering a single word. After both Ling Yi and Chun Bao were seated, Song Qingzi spoke sarcastically, I say, little Chun, I can tolerate you bringing an experienced master to manage the situation, but bringing such a young brat here is to insult me, Song Qingzi, isn't it? What are you talking about, Brother Song? Igu is also a master of internal strength, Chun Bao replied, somewhat displeased. Yet he refrained from losing his temper, as Song Qingzi's strength was evident while Ling Yi was indeed a bit younger. Though Master Qian had told him to treat him as a grandfather, perhaps Master Qian valued not his current strength, but his potential. Achieving internal strength at such a young age was indeed rare, so his future was bright. In contrast, after so long of hard practice, he was still lingering at the threshold of internal strength, unable to advance. Upon hearing this, Song Qingzi immediately snorted, like me. He's even qualified. He probably doesn't even know what internal strength is. As he spoke, he held a teacup in one hand while pressing down on the tea table with the other. Without apparent movement, he simply exerted slight force, and the solid wooden table suddenly shattered, splintering into pieces. Seeing this scene, Chun Bao's eyes lit up, secretly thinking, it seems I didn't waste my money. With this skinny monkey in charge, today's sparring is certain to win. Thinking of this, Chun Bao couldn't help but praise himself, relieved he hadn't lost his temper earlier, or he might have driven Song Qingzi away, which would have truly been a loss. Kid, are you stunned? Song Qingzi saw Ling Yi sitting there motionless, thinking he had been scared by his earlier display. So he seized the moment and said, but it's okay, you just sit there and watch the show later. I'll take care of the rest. However, you must give me all the payment that little Chun gives you. How about that? He had expected Ling Yi to refuse, even preparing to intimidate him with threats about how some money could be earned with life, but not spent with life. But to his surprise, Ling Yi directly nodded in agreement. Sure. For such minor tussles, Ling Yi really had no interest. Since someone was willing to take the lead, he was rather pleased to be left out. Alright, you said it, don't go back on your word later. Upon hearing this, Song Qingzi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. Just a few words, and several 100,000 were in hand. It seems tonight I can find a few young models to enjoy myself properly, Song Qingze thought happily. The three did not wait long before a group of people thunderously ascended to the third floor, directly blocking the exit downstairs. From the rhythm of it, it seemed they intended to kill off the competition completely. Ling Yi turned his head to look and noticed they all wore the same training outfits with Junwei embroidered on the left side of their chests. The leading one seemed somewhat familiar to Ling Yi, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After a moment's thought, Ling Yi realized he had not seen this man, but had seen his son, Yin Qinglong. It must be said that the resemblance between father and son was indeed striking. Who the hell is Chun Bao? Get the hell out here! Yin Junwei shouted fiercely. Chun Bao was not someone to be trifled with either. Sitting in his chair, he didn't even lift his eyelids. I am Chun Bao. Who the hell are you? Junwei Martial Arts School, Yin Junwei. Was it you who injured my son yesterday? Yin Zhenwei's eyes gleamed with malice as if he wanted to devour Chun. Chun Bao suddenly realized, and with considerable disdain, he said, "Oh, you mean that waste? Yes, it was me. So what? What do you mean, so what? I'm going to skin you alive today," Yin Junwei said as he approached Chun Bao with clenched fists. Wait. Seeing this, Chun Bao hurriedly shouted to stop him. What? Are you backing down? Where's the fierce energy you had when you injured my son yesterday? Yin Zhenwei's fists crackled with power, clearly also a master of internal strength. Back down, your mother. I want to clarify whether it's personal enmity or if you represent the Qin family. It is both personal enmity and a representation of the Qin family. Do you have any objections? Yin Junwei had been informed of Chun Bao's whereabouts by someone from the Qin family while he was in the hospital last night, so he gathered his disciples overnight to arrive here on time to seek revenge on Chun Bao. No objections representing the Qin family is fine, Chun Bao smiled. Upon learning that it was Yin Junwei sent by the Qin family, his heart relaxed significantly. Both being from Jiangzhou, Chun Bao naturally knew Yin Zhenwei's capabilities. Although he was also a martial artist of internal strength, he was definitely not a match for Song Qingze. With Song Qingze taking the lead, this round was secured. So Chun Bao looked at Song Qingze and said, "Brother Song, I'm counting on you." Hearing this, Song Qingze put down his teacup, snorted coldly, and disdainfully replied, "A trivial matter." As he spoke, Song Qingze stood up and casually smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothing, presenting an air that suggested he had no intention of fighting, more like preparing for a speech. "You dog, how dare you look down on me?" Yin Junwei, feeling disdained by Song Qingze, was instantly filled with rage, and after cursing, seeking death, swung his fist towards Song Qingze's chest. Hearing the wind from the punch, Song Qingze's heart trembled, and he no longer dared to be arrogant. He raised his hands to block the incoming attack. As their fists and palms collided, both retreated 3 to 4 steps, and a deep thud echoed throughout the spacious third floor of the Wangyue building. Seeing this, Chun Bao couldn't help but think, from the sound of it, even if a cow were standing in the middle, it could be knocked through. Damn, inner strength practitioners are truly monstrous. After their initial clash, both Yin and Song had a rough estimate of each other's strength and simultaneously shelved their disdain. They both let out a light shout and stepped forward, entangling each other once more in the blink of an eye. After exchanging a dozen moves, Yin Junwei seized an opening and threw a punch directly at Song Qingze's chest, sending him staggering back 3 to 4 meters until he crashed into the load-bearing column of the Wangyue building. When Song Qingze got up, everyone was shocked to find cracks appearing on the load-bearing column. In the midst of their astonishment, Song Qingze launched a series of over 10 relentless strikes, forcing Yin Junwei to retreat step by step. Everywhere the two passed, whether it was tables, chairs, teacups, or walls and doors, everything was shattered into pieces, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded and terrified. Chun Bao secretly vowed that after today, he would practice diligently to strive for early mastery of inner strength. Otherwise, with his current abilities, he would have no idea how he would die against an inner strength expert. Yet among everyone, only Ling Yi leaned back in his chair, looking uninterested, even yawning at an inopportune moment, then turned his gaze towards the river, staring blankly at a small boat on the water. Indeed, in his eyes, the fierce clash in the Wangyue building was far less captivating than the boat on the river. At that moment, Song Qingze feigned an attack, intentionally concealing his true strength. Taking Yin Junwei by surprise, he swept his leg, knocking him down, and immediately followed up with a palm strike to Yin Zhenwei's chest. With a thunderous boom, Song Qingze actually smashed Yin Junwei along with the concrete floor beneath him, sending him crashing down to the second floor, instantly provoking screams from the customers below. Song Qingze retracted his right hand, and even though he was panting heavily, he snorted coldly, showing off, "Is that all?" Seeing this, Chun Bao hurriedly approached the hole to look down, only to see Yin Junwei covered in dust, spitting blood. Even if he wasn't dead, he would likely need to stay in the hospital for a while. "Good." Chun Bao clapped and shouted, unable to hide the joy on his face. "You dog, how dare you try to skin me? Come on, why are you lying there like a dead dog?" Chun Bao stood at the hole, shouting down with a smile. After catching his breath, Yin Jinwei stood up from the rubble, spat out the blood in his mouth, and glared at Chun Bao. You brat, don't get too cocky. I'm just a scout, and soon someone will take care of you. Come at me. I have Song brother here, what do I have to fear? Chun Bao said proudly. However, despite his words, he felt differently inside, or at least the smile on his face had disappeared. After all, he had clearly seen how heavily panting Song Qingze appeared. To relieve his anxiety, he muttered as he walked back. Damn, our inner strength practitioners, all this monstrous. How can he stand up after smashing the floor? Just as Chun Bao sat down, both Yin Jinwei downstairs and Song Qingze upstairs said almost simultaneously, they're here. Seeing Song Qingze looking out the window, Chun Bao hurriedly leaned out to look as well, but only saw the vast river and a small boat on the water, nothing else. Not even a ghostly shadow. Where are they? Song Qingze said, on the other side of the river. The other side, Chun Bao said in confusion, then lifted his head to look across the river, and what he saw left him incredulous. A figure was rushing across the water from the opposite bank, creating waves that splashed high. Is this even human? Are we filming a movie here? Chun Bao was sweating profusely. He widened his eyes and searched for a long time, but found no pressure. Instead, he witnessed an even more thrilling scene. That figure quickly reached the center of the river, and then leapt onto the small boat, using it to propel himself, and accelerating towards the Wanhua building. At that moment, Chun Bao could only think one thought: the lightness skill from martial arts novels is actually real. Chun Bao was panicking. He remembered that in previous confrontations with the Qin family, he had never seen this person. This meant that the Qin family had been hiding their strength. Now I just hope that Song Qingze can hold on, Chun Bao thought to himself. As for Ling Yi, after witnessing the clash between Yin Jinwei and Song Qingze, he had lost hope in Ling Yi. There was no way. The opponent was simply too strong, and even though he was extraordinarily talented, he was ultimately too young. Moreover, Master Qian valued him so much mainly because of his talent. If Song Qingze can't hold on, there's no need to let him take the stage to avoid losing a good seed for training. Chun Bao secretly calculated. In the midst of his thoughts, the figure on the river had already reached the foot of the Wanhua building. The person slightly bent their knees, then shot straight up like an arrow, propelling themselves into the third floor. The third floor. He actually leapt straight up. Chun Bao was almost going crazy. This had completely exceeded his understanding. Once the person landed, they glanced at the third floor and asked in a deep voice, "Who is Chun Bao?" "I am," Chun Bao replied, standing up bravely. Although fearful, he couldn't let his momentum falter. "Come here and die. I can give you a quick end." "Who do you think you are? Even a clay statue has its temper, let alone Chun Bao." "Ha ha, still being tough even when death is imminent, Chun Bao. Let's see how you die in a bit." Yin Jinwei, coming up from downstairs, sat to the side with a grin. Chun Bao shot him a glare, then turned back to Song Qingze with a smile. "Brother Song, I trouble you. Little Chen, you saw it too. This person is not on the same level as Yin Jinwei. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal." Though Song Qingze was wary of the person who could walk on water, he thought that with diligent practice he could achieve such a level himself, so he didn't take it too seriously. "Brother Song, we agreed on this. You can't go back on your word now." Chun Bao was almost crying in a panic. At this moment, if Song Qingze were to back out, Chun Bao would truly be doomed. "It's not that I'm backing out, it's just that this person requires a bit more effort. I need an extra 300,000. Song Qingze seized the opportunity to raise the price. Faced with the insatiable Song Qingze, Chun Bao had no choice, as after all his current situation was either to pay or face death. "All right, please Brother Song, take action." With a gritted teeth, Chun Bao felt that his life was more important. Hearing this, Song Qingze was overjoyed. "I can call in a few more young models now." He stood up, still calm and composed, and repeated the same phrase as before: "A small matter." After saying that, Song Qingze did not act arrogantly nor hide his strength like before. Instead, he went all out, intending to give the opponent a show of power. However, the person who walked on water showed no interest in fighting, standing proudly in place, sneering, and uttered 2 words: "seeking death." Seeing Song Qingze's confidence, Chun Bao finally felt his heart settle significantly. Thus, when he looked at that person again, his gaze turned contemptuous. When he saw the person standing there foolishly without dodging, his heart was filled with joy. "Song Qingze can even break through cement floors. How many hits can your small frame withstand?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, the scene before him left him with his mouth agape, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. He saw Song Qingze's full force slap land on that person, producing a dull thud, as if something heavy had fallen, yet that person remained unmoved, while Song Qingze was actually knocked back repeatedly by his own powerful palm strike, almost falling through the hole. How is this possible? After steadying himself, Song Qingze's face was filled with disbelief, but soon he realized something. His eyes widened in terror as he looked at that person. You are a fully realized inner strength warrior." Hearing this, Chun Bao's eyes widened, his face turning ashen. A fully realized inner strength warrior that was the same level as his lofty master Qian Yi. It's over this time. I've truly taken poison before hanging myself." am doomed. However, that person did not respond. He merely sneered, and then reached out to pat his black casual sportswear, smoothing out the extra wrinkles in action that mirrored what Song Qingze had done earlier. Everyone present understood that he was intentionally using this action to humiliate Song Qingze. Upon seeing this, Song Qingze's anger ignited, and he charged at that person with his iron fists. For a moment, the third-floor hall was filled with a series of dull thuds, causing everyone to cover their ears and retreat repeatedly. However, no matter how fiercely Song Qingze attacked, that person merely stood quietly in place, not even taking his hands out of his pockets, completely disregarding Song Qingze. At this moment, with every palm strike he unleashed, Song Qingze's heart sank a little deeper. He knew he was facing a true master today. Realizing that brute force wouldn't work, Song Qingze had a flash of inspiration and transformed his palm strike into a finger thrust, aiming directly at that person's eyes. Aren't you immovable? I refuse to believe your eyes are unbreakable. You must be tired of living. The person who had been motionless finally spoke. Then, without any visible movement, his hand that had been in his pocket suddenly appeared before him, grabbing Song Qingze's finger. Then, with a gentle twist of his wrist, instantly broke Song Qingze's finger. Oh! Song Qingze screamed in agony, the pain tearing through him. However, before he could fully express his scream, that person kicked him in the chest, sending his body flying several meters away, while his entire arm remained in that person's grasp. Such skill was extraordinary. Upon witnessing this scene, a single word flashed in Chun Bao's mind: dismemberment. That person casually discarded the arm on the ground, then slowly walked up to Song Qingze, squatted down, and patted his pale face. To deal with me, Sichuan, you only offered 3 million. How much do you truly look down on inner strength warriors? Xia. Master Xia, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I will give you all the money Chun Bao gave me. Ooh, I beg you, spare me. The once domineering Song Qingze now appeared as humble as a stray dog. A mere few million, do you really think I would value that? Sichuan said dismissively. Then, with no change in expression, he forcibly yanked Song Qingze's other arm. Just as Song Qingze was about to faint from the pain, Sichuan pressed a few fingers on his shoulder, instantly stopping the relentless bleeding and bringing Song Qingze back to consciousness. Savor this heart-wrenching pain. Oh, it will help you remember my name, Sichuan said with a smile, causing Yin Jinwei and his disciples to feel a wave of chills. They knew that Sichuan was now an ally, but they still couldn't help but feel a deep-rooted fear. At that moment, Chun Bao was so frightened that his limbs went weak. After much effort, he finally turned his head towards Ling Yi. He originally thought Ling Yi would also be frightened to the point of weakness, but to his surprise, this guy was grinning. Is this being scared silly? Chun Bao couldn't help but glance over, seeing a text from a contact named Wife with a simple message: come home for dinner tonight. What's so funny about that? Could it be that he really got scared silly? Chun Bao couldn't care less. He urgently tugged at Ling Yi's sleeve with trembling hands, and when Ling Yi looked over, he pointed outside, silently indicating for him to hurry and run. Ling Yi nodded, then curiously asked, running away, are you going to abandon those few venues? Hearing Ling Yi speak, Chun Bao instantly felt like dying. Iga, you have to consider the occasion when you speak. I hinted for you to sneak away quietly, and now look, the moment you open your mouth, neither of us can escape. Moreover, in this situation, whether our lives can be preserved is uncertain, and you still care about those venues. So do you want those venues or not? If not, I'll take you away right now. To be honest, I really am in a hurry right now, Ling Yi said to himself, as if Sichuan didn't exist at all. Chun Bao was speechless, slumping in his chair, waiting for death to come. Upon hearing their conversation, Sichuan coldly snorted and said, leave. Without my permission, who can leave? Ling Yi ignored Sichuan and asked Chun Bao again, do you want those venues or not? Speak, Chun Bao. At that moment, a gust of wind swept across the river, yet the small boat anchored in the middle of the river remained motionless. An old man wrapped in a black cloak asked in a hoarse voice, Miss, that person named Sichuan is about to make a move. Should I intervene to save him? After all, there are few who can be described as interesting by you. A woman in a black trench coat sitting opposite the cloaked old man shook her head slightly. Then it would be uninteresting. The old man nodded. I understand. He then focused on observing, continuing to describe the events happening inside the moon viewing tower. Seeing Ling Yi ignore him, Sichuan's playful nature surged, so he leaned in and said, kid, seeing you're young, if you bow a few times they'll spare your life. How about that? Ling Yi remained silent, but Chun Bao stood up abruptly and asked, can I bow instead? Whoever bows will live, Sichuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chun Bao was about to kneel, but Ling Yi grabbed him by the collar, preventing him from doing so. Ego, a real man can bend and stretch, kneel. If you anger him, Song Qingze will be our end. Chun Bao was almost beside himself with worry. Yet Ling Yi refused to let go, impatiently asking Sichuan, are we fighting or not? I'm in a hurry. Bastard. Facing Ling Yi's repeated disregard, Sichuan became furious, clenching his fists as he charged towards Ling Yi's head, looking for death. In an instant the third-floor hall echoed with a roar that shook the mountains, the force so great it felt as if a mountain was collapsing. Chun Bao was so frightened that he went limp. If Ling Yi hadn't been holding him, he would have collapsed to the ground. As for Ling Yi facing this overwhelming punch, he slowly raised his other hand, extending his index finger and pointing forward. Unaware of your own limitations, watch how I shatter your arm. Sichuan let out a mighty roar, adding more force to his punch, but when it collided with Ling Yi's index finger, it felt like crashing into a primordial pillar, unable to advance even a fraction. In that instant the third floor fell silent. The roar ceased, the jeers vanished, and even the sounds of breathing momentarily stopped. Flamboyant. Ling Yi shook his head lightly, then gently flicked his index finger, and Sichuan's arm, which Song Qingze had failed to harm, instantly exploded into a mist of blood scattering into the air. Before the crowd could react, Ling Yi grabbed Sichuan's other arm, and with a light flick hurled Sichuan's body towards the small boat in the middle of the river, hitting the target perfectly. Since you all enjoy watching, I'll send him to you. And here, take this arm I just ripped off Sichuan as well. Ling Yi tossed it to Song Qingze, who was just sitting there watching the show for a few million in service fees. You let me see this. Chun Bao, hearing this, almost instinctively replied, damn it, refund me. Ling Yi was unaware whether the refund had been processed, as he had not participated in the remaining matters. Despite Chun Bao's repeated insistence to host a celebratory banquet for him at a hotel, Ling Yi simply replied, I'm busy, and leaped from the third floor, rushing towards his rented apartment. No matter how delicious the food at the hotel is, can it compare to the meals cooked by one's wife? Though Ling Yi knew that Qi Shiyun invited him home for dinner merely to act in front of Qiu Yaowei and conceal their divorce, it did not dampen his good mood. As long as he could be with his wife and child, Ling Yi was willing to do anything. Chun Bao sat on a chair, crossing his legs, leisurely sipping tea, while Yin Jinwei stood before him, nodding and bowing, his attitude exceedingly humble. There was no choice. Chun Bao had found a powerful expert capable of easily defeating those at the peak of internal strength to back him up. If Yin Jinwei didn't curry favor, his martial arts school would be in jeopardy. Without saying much, if the other party simply came to challenge his school, Yin Jinwei would have to spend 10 days or half a month in the hospital. If they came more often, he could forget about running a martial arts school. Weren't you saying you wanted to skin me alive? Now that Igu has left, you can make your move, Chun Bao said, drinking tea with a mocking expression. Brother Bao, you're being too formal. We are all from Jiangzhou, seeing each other frequently. Why bring up skinning me? It's rather hurtful, don't you think? Yin Jinwei responded with a smile. All right, last night it was indeed my client's fault to begin with, and hitting your son was unavoidable. Thus I will cover the medical and nutritional expenses, and we can just let this matter go. How does that sound? Chun Bao, being a man of the world, knew when to back off. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yin Jinwei was so excited that he nearly knelt before Chun Bao. He grasped Chun Bao's hand, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Brother Bao is magnanimous. No more words are needed. In the future, if you need anything from my Jinwei martial arts school, just say the word, and I will risk my life to assist. All right, we are all brothers here. Today is an occasion where we meet without hostility. It must be said that Chun Bao was quite adept at winning people over. After saying this, Chun Bao glanced at Song Qingze, and before he could speak, Yin Jinwei volunteered, Brother Bao, you go ahead, I will handle the rest. Yes, Brother Bao, Chun Bao nodded, instructing. He was injured while working for me, so take him to the hospital for proper treatment, don't delay it. As Yin Jinwei spoke with a glance, a disciple immediately carried Song Qingze down to the hospital. At this moment, Song Qingze's eyes were vacant, and regret permeated every cell of his body. He understood very well that if he had not belittled others at that time, then, when Sichuan attacked him, Ego might very well have intervened. With Ege's strength, he could have easily intervened, and he wouldn't have had to suffer the loss of both hands, allowing him to continue pursuing younger models. But now he had lost his hands, lost the younger models, and most importantly, the opportunity to curry favor with Ego. Song Qingze felt truly regretful, wishing he were dead. As for Chun Bao, he did not withdraw the 3 million reward he initially promised Song Qingze, despite his failure. Instead, it was transferred without a single cent missing. On the river, in a small boat, before Sichuan's body even struck the boat's top, it suddenly changed direction and fell straight into the water. As the saying goes, one returns to where they came from, and it is not without truth. Miss, it was my oversight. That kid noticed us from the very beginning. The cloaked elder lowered his head, full of apologies. The windbreaker-clad woman, Pei Nanqing, paid him no mind, instead straightening her back and slowly polishing a 3-foot-long sword with silk cloth. After a long while, she finally lifted her head, glanced at the elder opposite her, and asked with a smile, Apu, can you tell what cultivation he practices? Master Realm, the elder replied, shaking his head and correcting, and he doesn't seem like a novice in the Master Realm at such a young age. How interesting, Pei Nanqing chuckled, then asked, doesn't that mean your cultivation is inferior to his? The elder nodded, not ashamed, but rather proudly stated, In terms of sparring, I am not as good as him. In a life-and-death situation, I live, he dies. Pei Nanqing nodded, not continuing the conversation. The elder then asked, Miss, should we investigate his identity? Pei Nanqing shook her head. Set sail. If it's fate, we will meet again. If not, it cannot be forced. The elder sighed lightly, putting away his heavy techniques, and the small boat immediately drifted down the river with the current. As Ling Yi approached the neighborhood, he deliberately took a detour to a nearby supermarket, where he spent a few hundred yuan to buy a large Barbie doll. He remembered that his daughter loved Barbie dolls very much. Once while on the way to the hospital, his little girl saw a girl holding a Barbie doll and timidly asked her mother if she could also have one. Before Qi Shiyun could respond, he, as her father, had scolded her, saying they had no money for medical treatment. How could they afford a Barbie doll? Did she want to tire her dad out? Since then, the little girl never mentioned buying toys again. When she saw other kids playing with toys in the neighborhood, she only gazed longingly, but never dared to approach. Even if other children were willing to share with her, she would hide her hands behind her back and step back cautiously. She was afraid of being seen by her father, fearing he would hit her again. Thinking of this, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, nearly unable to breathe. He couldn't imagine how his little girl had endured these past 3 years. How much of a jerk could he have been to obliterate a child's natural desire to play with toys? After paying Ling, he walked down the street, holding the Barbie doll, unable to resist punching himself twice. Before long, Ling Yi arrived at his doorstep. After knocking, a small voice came from inside. Who is it? I won't tell you. Guess who I am. Ling Yi said with a smile. It's Daddy. The little girl immediately recognized Ling Yi's voice, but did not open the door. Instead, she jumped around inside, calling, Mommy, Daddy is back. Mommy, Daddy is back. This girl knows it's Daddy. Why doesn't she open the door? Ling Yi chuckled. No way. Mommy said that aside from her, Xiao cannot open the door for anyone else. The little girl's voice came from inside. Mommy is right. But can I open the door for Daddy? Ling Yi asked patiently. Before Xiao could respond, the door opened, and it was Qi Shiyun. The one who must not be let in is you. Qi Shiyun said reproachfully, then reminded, Xiao Wei is here, don't expose anything. Ling Yi nodded. He had already guessed it, otherwise Qi Shiyun wouldn't have allowed him to come back for dinner. Xiao, look at what this is, eh? Ling Yi pulled out the Barbie doll hidden behind his back. Upon seeing it, Xiao did not react with the joy he had imagined. Instead, she fearfully hid behind her mother, clutching her leg with eyes full of terror. Daddy, don't hit Xiao. Xiao doesn't want the toy. The little girl pleaded, her lips quivering on the verge of. Ling Yi felt a pang of sorrow and wanted to stab himself, tears flooding his eyes. He opened his arms, wanting to embrace Xiao. Xiao, don't be afraid. Daddy was wrong before, and he will never hit you again. Moreover, whatever toy Xiao wants, Daddy will buy for you, okay? But Xiao remained behind her mother, unwilling to step forward. Qi Shiyun also had tears in her eyes, but still held back, saying to Ling Yi, this trick won't work. You have tricked her like this before, and after luring her over, you hit her fiercely. Ling Yi, you weren't like this before. Xiao turned one. Why have you suddenly become such a scoundrel? Grandma Du had previously asked a similar question. At that time, Ling Yi felt something was off, but brushed it aside. Now, as Qi Shiyun asked again, he suddenly took it seriously. Why did he become a scoundrel? Ling Yi did not know. He could not understand why he had suddenly changed his temperament, which was completely uncharacteristic and a lot. Moreover, if his temperament had truly changed, even if Xiao passed away, he should not have awakened. Why, after Xiao's passing, did he suddenly come to his senses, even able to withstand 100,000 years of hard cultivation, and even give up the position of the eternal emperor of 10,000 immortals? Having endured 100,000 years of hardships, just to save Xiao, how could he possibly seem like someone who would hit his daughter? There must be something wrong. But where the problem lay, Ling Yi could not fathom. Little Xiao comforted Ling Yi for quite a while before he finally stopped crying. After several attempts, Xiao ran around the house with her Barbie doll, as cheerful as a chattering magpie. Seeing the harmonious interaction between the father and daughter, Qi Shiyun felt relieved and returned to the kitchen to wash vegetables and cook with Zhou Yuwei. Zhou Yuwei had witnessed the recent events from the kitchen door, but dared not come out as she felt a sense of reverence towards Ling Yi and was hesitant to appear before him. Sister, was cousin-in-law really as unreliable as you said on the phone? Zhou Yuwei asked tentatively. He was even worse than that. Qi Shiyun seemed accustomed to the topic and did not show much emotional fluctuation. But why do I feel that cousin-in-law has a really good temper? He is very patient, whether toward you or Xiao. You must know that he is usually very polite, even to brother Bao outside. Such a man typically has an air about him, yet there's no sign of arrogance in cousin-in-law at all. Qi Shiyun smiled bitterly upon hearing this, shaking her head. He is an expert at disguise. Do not be misled by his facade. Zhou Yuwei was somewhat confused. How come when you left in the morning you were defending cousin-in-law, but by evening you started speaking ill of him? Is cousin-in-law really worthless in your eyes? Qi Shiyun was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head with a bitter smile. Before Xiao Xiao turned 1, I truly felt like the happiest woman in the world. He never missed any of my prenatal checkups and was present for every single day of Xiao Xiao's growth. But everything changed after Xiao Xiao was diagnosed with cancer. So it was Xiao Xiao's cancer that triggered changes in cousin-in-law. I wish that were the case. I hope that one day he can pull himself together. But I have been disappointed too many times. I no longer hold any hope for him. Don't be fooled by his patience now. It probably won't last long before he shows his true self. So Qi Shiyun trailed off, choosing not to elaborate. So what? Qi Shiyun shook her head. It's nothing. That's why I intend to divorce him and not let him have contact with Xiao Xiao, fearing that the more happy she is now, the more heartbroken she will be later. Moreover, Xiao Xiao has little time left. I do not want her to be scared and cry from those debt collectors, or be beaten and tormented by them. Qi Shiyun thought to herself, feeling an inexplicable pain in her heart. By the way, you came all this way. Are you sure you won't stay a few more days and leave tonight? Qi Shiyun asked. Zhou Yuwei's expression darkened, but she did not dare to tell her cousin about last night's events, so she just nodded and forced a smile. Yeah, I want to go home. Seeing her like this, Qi Shiyun thought she must have experienced a breakup, so she did not inquire further and focused on stir-frying. In the living room, Ling Yi accompanied Xiao Xiao, helping her style the hair and makeup of the Barbie doll, trying on various outfits, thoroughly enjoying themselves as time flew by. By the time they reached the 5th outfit, the dishes had all been served, filling the air with delicious aromas. Without Qi Shiyun needing to remind him, Ling Yi took Xiao Xiao to the bathroom to wash their hands, then sat down at the dining table waiting to eat. Everyone enjoyed the meal joyfully, especially Zhou Yuwei, who seemed particularly polite towards Ling Yi, prompting Qi Shiyun to exclaim that her cousin had finally grown up and learned to respect her elders. What's more, she even experienced a strange illusion that the old Ling Yi had returned. However, she quickly dismissed that thought and reminded herself not to harbor any fantasies. If Ling Yi could truly change pigs, would sing Jishang Sanbao. Little Wei has a flight tonight. You should see her off later, Qi Shiyun said to Ling Yi as the meal was nearly finished. Ling Yi readily agreed, knowing this was Qi Shiyun's way of subtly issuing him a farewell decree, meaning once he saw her off, he need not return. Now it was Zhou Yuwei's turn to feel embarrassed, repeatedly refusing and saying she could just take a taxi. Yet no matter what she said, Qi Shiyun dismissed all her objections with the reason of not being at ease. Zhou Yuwei had no choice but to accept her cousin's arrangement. This meal had already been tense enough, and now she had to sit in the same car with cousin-in-law. Just thinking about how imposing cousin-in-law had been at the bar last night made her feel inexplicably anxious. After the meal, Zhou Yuwei initially wanted to help her cousin wash the dishes, but was refused by Qi Shiyun, who advised her to head to the airport early to avoid missing her flight. Thus, she and Ling Yi were unceremoniously ushered out by Qi Shiyun. Fortunately, just before parting, Xiao Xiao's simple "good-night, Daddy" provided considerable comfort to Ling Yi's wounded heart. As soon as Zhou Yuwei stepped out, she took out her phone to call a taxi, but even after walking out of the community, no one accepted her request. Just as she was about to say that she couldn't get a taxi here and might have to walk into the city center, she saw an elderly man who appeared out of nowhere, walking straight up to Ling Yi and bowing, saying, "Master Ling, do you need a car arranged?" Ling Yi nodded. "First take her to the hotel to get her luggage, then to the airport." "Understood, I'll arrange it right away," the old man replied, immediately dialing a number. "Arrange a car to come over." In less than 20 seconds, a Mercedes-Benz S450 arrived, stopping perfectly in front of them. Zhou Yuwei was stunned watching all this. Someone was waiting for them, and a dedicated car was picking them up. "Cousin, did you tell me your family was poor?" Just as Zhou Yuwei's mind went blank, she saw another car approaching, and then a figure that would be etched in her memory for life stepped out of the vehicle. Brother Bao. Brother Bao jogged over, first bowing and calling out "Ego" before bending down to the elderly man and saying, "Master Qian." Hearing the words Master Qian, Zhou Yuwei was instantly dumbfounded, nearly fainting from the shock. The living Yama, Master Qian. Is he guarding cousin-in-law? I must be dreaming, right? If so, please let me wake up quickly, okay? No disrespect, call him Master Ling. Wu Qian slapped Chen Bao on the head while cold sweat streamed down his back. Calling the old man master and cousin-in-law brother, "Do you want me gone?" Upon hearing this, Chen Bao immediately corrected himself, addressing Ling Yi as Master Ling. Seeing that Ling Yi was not angry, Wu Qian finally sighed with relief and asked Chen Bao, "Why aren't you watching things? What are you doing here?" "This afternoon I had Master Ling help with a favor, so I specifically brought a small gift to express my gratitude," Chen Bao said, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. "Master Ling, here's 5 million, just a small token of appreciation, please accept it with a smile." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuwei felt as if she was about to suffocate. What kind of favor was worth 5 million? Cousin, your family is really poor enough to have nothing left, but moreover, cousin-in-law didn't even say thank you, just took the card directly, while the other party looked so pleased, as if he had gained a tremendous bargain. "Since you're here, I want go you see her off," Ling Yi said to Chen Bao. Afterward, he turned to Zhou Yuwei saying, I have matters to attend to, let him take you. If you need anything, just tell him directly. Oh, okay. Zhou Yue was taken aback for a moment before regaining her senses. After waving goodbye to Ling, she got into the Mercedes and headed toward the hotel with Chen Bao. In the car, Zhou Yue hesitated for a long time before weakly asking, Brother Bao, what does my cousin-in-law do, and why are you and Master Qian so polite to him? Upon hearing this, Chen Bao smiled and said, Didn't your cousin-in-law tell you? No, she replied. Then I can't tell you. If I offend your cousin-in-law, I can't take that responsibility. Hearing this, Zhou Yue became even more curious about her cousin-in-law's identity. What kind of legendary existence could make someone like Brother Bao so secretive? For a moment, the image of her cousin-in-law's resilient and handsome face lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. Qin Huang International Hospital SVIP ward. After hearing the news of Xiechuan's death, Qin Jianya remained silent for a long time. Only when the tea on his desk had cooled did he finally speak. Are you sure it wasn't that old thing Wu Qian who did it? Qin Jinkong replied. According to the disciples of the Zhenwei Martial Arts School, it was a young man whom Chen Bao referred to as Ego. When did Jiangzhou get a young, internal martial artist? Why was I not aware of this? Qin Jianya's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. Big brother, the 3-day deadline is approaching, and now that Xiechuan is dead, what should we do? Qin Jianya snorted coldly, his face darkened as he said, It doesn't matter, Xiechuan is dead. Anyway, that person will be arriving tomorrow. At that time, the Han family and that wretched woman's family will be wiped out without a trace. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the river's surface shimmered under the reflection of the snow on both banks like a picturesque poem. A small boat drifted gently down the river unmanned, allowing it to flow freely. However, whenever the boat's bow deviated, it was as if an invisible pair of hands in the darkness silently corrected its course, keeping the small boat steady as a rock, without the slightest wobble. At the bow of the boat, an old man stood while a young man sat. The elder occasionally spoke, using his hoarse voice to comment on the strengths and weaknesses of current martial artists in the Jianghu. In Qianzhou, Huang Moyan, his internal strength is fully developed, average combat power unmatched in ambush. Boring. In Zinzutong Kursin, a freshman has just entered the realm of internal strength, promising prospects. Boring. In Jizhou Yihichu, the hoarse voice continued, weaving a picturesque scene against the shimmering river and dim night. With each comment he made, a light and lively voice chimed in response. The old man and the youth seemed to be enjoying this relaxed banter. In Suzhou Zhao, the old man's voice suddenly halted as he gazed downstream. After 3 seconds he lowered his head and said, Miss, someone is coming. Pei Nanqing nodded, showing no surprise. On the vast river under the bright moon, it was not unusual to see someone else enjoying the moonlight in a boat just like them. But at that moment a verse floated from downstream, growing clearer, daily deep cups filled with wine, every morning flowers bloom in the garden, singing and dancing with joy, most delightful is the freedom from constraints. As the 2 verses concluded, Pei Nanqing could already see someone rowing a light boat upstream with a bamboo pole on the shimmering river. Moreover, the person seemed to be casually pushing the bamboo pole, yet his light boat moved swiftly upstream. How many spring dreams in the green history, how many talents in the mundane world, no need for calculations or arrangements, just enjoy what is present now. How delightful, how delightful. As the person's words fell, the small boat brushed past the light boat. Under the bright moon, Pei Nanqing could see that the person wore a straw raincoat. Beneath it, he was dressed in short sleeves and shorts in the cold winter wind. As Pei Nanqing looked over, the person happened to glance back. The middle-aged man seemed briefly captivated upon seeing Pei Nanqing's face, but quickly resumed rowing the bamboo pole, disappearing into the vast darkness of the river. "AP, do you recognize him?" The elder nodded. Yuan Tiangang from Chuzhou, with perfected internal strength, well-rounded in both internal and external skills, excels in internal strength assassination. If it comes to life and death, he lives, I die. Even you are not his match. Pei Nanqing said lightly, resting her chin on one hand. How interesting. After that, she turned to look at the direction where the light boat had vanished, gently parted her lips, her expression calm, neither happy nor sad, and asked, Isn't Ling Yi doomed if he faces him? The old servant observed that he is heading towards Jiangzhou, likely in response to an invitation from the Qin family. The elder made his judgment, and then asked, Miss, shall we turn back? Pei Nanqing smiled, and shook her head. No need, this is what makes it interesting. Thus the small boat continued down the river, gradually drifting away in the snowy night. When Ling Yi returned to the top of the Jumping Deer Mountain, he saw a figure standing on the faux summit, dressed in a qipao, arms crossed, gazing at the magnificent night view of Jiangzhou city in the cold wind. Han Ruoxue, hearing movement behind her, turned to see Ling Yi and walked over with a smile. Waiting for me? Ling Yi asked. Not quite, I just finished organizing the necessities inside, came out for a bit, and then you arrived. Han Ruoxue said with a smile. Ling Yi nodded. Thank you. You left in a hurry this afternoon and didn't get to update the courtyard door password and fingerprint. Let's change it now. Ling Yi did not refuse cooperating with Han Ruoxue to change the password and fingerprint of the large iron door to his own. Alright, now this star-picking tower truly belongs to you. Han Ruoxue smiled gracefully. Clearly she had given away something worth 10 billion, yet she felt no regret, instead believing it to be the most correct decision she had made in her life. Ling Yi shook his head. Not yet, it counts only when I transfer the 10 billion to you. Hearing this, Han Ruoxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ling Yi, but did not rebut. After she went home and took a shower, she thought it through. Rather than settling the accounts with Ling Yi, it was better to make him feel indebted to her for 10 billion. With this bond, even if he truly looked down on her, at least there would be a reason to maintain contact. Moreover, even if Ling Yi was a martial arts master, obtaining 10 billion was not something easily accomplished. In this way, it was possible that Ling Yi would develop feelings for her over time. How are you going back? Ling Yi. Han Ruoxue knew this was Ling Yi's way of indicating it was time for her to leave, so she pointed to the nearby parked Panamera and said, by car. Ling Yi nodded and said nothing more, turning to walk into the courtyard. As he stepped inside, that familiar sensation returned, and the spiritual energy in his dantian began to swirl unconsciously. Ling Yi forced himself to suppress the agitation in his dantian, closed the door, and walked into the villa. The villa's lighting was entirely automated. As soon as the door opened, the living room lights sequentially brightened, even asking Ling Yi if he wanted water drawn for the bathtub. Ling Yi declined the intelligent voice's inquiry, sat down on the carpet in the living room, which was as large as a basketball court, closed his eyes, and began to introspect his dantian. He had not had the opportunity to observe before, but now upon close examination, he discovered that the swirling spiritual energy in his dantian increased with each rotation. Although this increase was minuscule, even describable as negligible, it nonetheless left Ling Yi great. It had been previously stated that the self-rotation of spiritual energy only appeared at the 10th level of qi refinement, while the spontaneous generation of spiritual energy was an anomaly found at the 12th level. In other words, Ling Yi's dantian at this moment was remarkably identical to that of someone at the 12th level of qi refinement. Upon reaching the 12th level of qi refinement, once the dantian's spiritual energy was sufficient, one could break through the shackles and advance to foundation establishment. Only then would they truly step into the threshold of cultivation. How could this be? Ling Yi frowned, perplexed. Even though he had been an immortal emperor, he had never encountered or witnessed such a phenomenon during his 100,000 years of cultivation. Could it be that there is some treasure hidden in this star-picking tower? Ling Yi pondered, closing his eyes to sense with his divine sense. Unfortunately, whether due to his current low cultivation or the absence of any treasure here, he failed to detect anything unusual. Forget it. As long as it aids in cultivation, there's no need to clarify the specifics for now. Ling Yi retracted his divine sense, ceased to think about anything else, steadied his mind, and exited the villa to search for stones to arrange a formation. There were plenty of branches at the entrance, and picking a few would suffice for a while. Once he gathered the materials, Ling Yi leaped onto the rooftop to confirm the specific locations for the formation. The area of the star-picking tower was much larger than the last time he arranged the spirit capture array, so Ling Yi took some time to complete the setup. When all positions for the spirit capture array were set up, Ling Yi returned to the living room of the villa, sat cross-legged again, and performed hand seals to activate the formation. In an instant, an enormous pattern formed of white light appeared around the star-picking tower. With a shout of "Activate" from Ling Yi, the pattern shot skyward, reaching over 100 feet high, and then scattered outward. Unlike last time, this time, after the pattern scattered, it took a while to reassemble, slowly descending back to its original position. In the next moment, a torrent of spiritual energy came pouring in. Ling Yi, with a heart as solid as a rock, couldn't help but smile at this sight. However, just as he prepared to operate the heaven-swallowing record, the stones and branches that composed the spirit capture array suddenly shattered, and the array instantly vanished. Ling Yi stood in place, stunned for several seconds before accepting this tear-inducing truth. Sigh. Ling Yi sighed, shook his head, and stood up, saying to the intelligent voice assistant, "Help me draw a bath, I want to take a shower." He currently had 5 million in hand, and though he had considered buying some precious stones to arrange the formation before returning, he ultimately abandoned the idea, as he had other uses for the money, buying a house for Qi Shiyan. He understood Qi Shiyan's character. Even if he told her he owned a villa, she would neither believe him nor come to stay, and might even think it was ill-gotten gains. Moreover, living here was indeed inconvenient. Thus Ling Yi planned to buy a place near where Qi Shiyan worked, so she wouldn't have to wake up so early to catch the bus every morning. I need to seize the opportunity to make money. Ling Yi lay in the bathtub, his mind swirling with thoughts. On the river, a light boat was moving upstream. Yuan Tiangong, clad in a straw raincoat, was singing aloud, but suddenly stopped, looking up towards the direction of Jumping Deer Mountain. Yuan Tiangong murmured in suspicion, furrowing his brows as he stared intently for several dozen seconds. Confirming there was no anomaly, he shook his head and muttered to himself, could it be that I was mistaken? After saying this, he relaxed his brow and burst into hearty laughter. Of course, in the mundane world, who has the capability to make such a huge disturbance? Ling Yi soaked in the bathtub, gazing at the foggy bathroom, when suddenly an idea struck his mind. He then got up, dressed, and headed to the front yard, where he set up a palm-sized spirit-capturing array with stones and twigs, placing an unopened bottle of mineral water within it. After activating the array and confirming its effectiveness, he paid it no further mind and returned to his room to cultivate. In Jiangzhou City, there were two buildings that the locals spoke of with great admiration. One was the star-picking tower located atop Udir Mountain, and the other was the luxurious estate Qin mansion situated across the river covering nearly 100 acres. The level of opulence was evident even from the area it occupied. Moreover, to ensure the privacy of the Qin mansion, the Qin family purchased a wide circle of land around it, planting towering trees to create a natural green barrier. As a result, even from the rooftop of the nearest skyscraper, one could not see inside the Qin mansion estate. The road connecting the Qin mansion to the outside world was akin to a highway cutting through the dense trees and leading directly to the mansion's entrance like a sharp blade dividing the green belt. At the end of the road lay the entrance to the Qin mansion, equipped with automatic gates and guarded by security personnel on duty 24 hours a day. According to rumors, these guards were armed and would immediately open fire on anyone attempting to breach the premise. Consequently, despite the Qin mansion's central location in Jiangbei and the surrounding green space for leisure, very few dared to take a stroll, fearing for their lives. Just then, a peculiar man clad in a raincoat appeared at the entrance of the Qin mansion, wearing short sleeves and shorts, looking oddly out of place. The two security guards on duty immediately drew their pistols and aimed at the man, shouting, "Who are you? Where did you come from? How did you manage to appear at the entrance without triggering any alarms?" They were both anxious, as their surveillance system was extremely sensitive and no one had ever managed to appear at the entrance so stealthily without triggering it. Not even the deceased Xie Chuan could accomplish such a feat. However, the man in short sleeves and a raincoat did not respond, continuing to walk forward. "Stop. One more step, and we won't hesitate to shoot," the guard shouted. The man in the raincoat ignored their warning. With a bang, a gunshot rang out as a 2.5 centimeters bullet swiftly shot towards his forehead. The guards expected the strange man to dodge, and after all, someone who could arrive here without a sound was certainly no ordinary individual. They were even prepared for a series of shots. But after the gunshot, they were astonished to see that the man made no attempt to evade, continuing to step forward, resulting in the bullet striking his forehead directly. Both guards breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of who he was or how skilled he might be, surviving such a shot to the forehead seemed impossible. Yet in that moment, the scene before them left them utterly dumbfounded. The man who should have collapsed dead reached up and removed the bullet that had lodged in his forehead. And as for his forehead, it was not only unpierced, but showed not even a scratch. What kind of monster is this? The two guards panicked, calling for backup, while retreating hastily. "If it weren't for old Master Qin saving my son, I would have wiped out the entire Qin family for this shot." The man in the raincoat finally spoke. Seeing that the two were too scared to respond, he wasted no more breath, pushed past them, and forcibly opened the tightly shut iron gate. "Go tell Qin Jianya that Yuan Tiangang has arrived." As Yuan Tiangang walked in, he did not even glance at the two guards. At Xinhuang International Hospital, Qin Jianya had just tucked his son's blanket when the door to the room was suddenly pushed open forcefully by Qin Jiangang. "How many times have I told you not to panic in such situations? You're a grown man, yet you still act so recklessly," Qin Jianya reprimanded solemnly. Qin Jiangang was out of breath and did not have time to apologize, directly stating, "Big brother Yuan Tiangang has arrived at the estate." "What?" Qin Jianya, who had just warned against panicking, shouted in response and dashed out of the room, asking as he ran, "Wasn't he supposed to arrive tomorrow? Why is he here tonight? He arrived right at midnight, so it is indeed tomorrow." Qin Jianya was left speechless. When they hurried to the Qin mansion, they saw Yuan Tiangang in a raincoat sitting in the courtyard eating meat and drinking wine heartily, while dozens of members of the Qin family stood by, not daring to make a sound. Upon seeing Qin Jianya enter, Yuan Tiangang asked, "Are you Qin Jianya?" "Master Yuan, that's me." Qin Jianya replied with a forced smile, "I wasn't aware you would arrive at this hour. Please forgive my lack of proper welcome." "Cut the nonsense. I'm in a hurry." "Who do you want me to kill?" Yuan Tiangang said directly. "In Jiangnan, the Han family," Qin Jianya exclaimed excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for so long that he could say it felt like years. "I say, Qin Jianya, who do you think you are? Your father saved my son's life, and you want me to wipe out the entire Han family? Are you out of your mind?" Yuan Tiangang scoffed. Qin Jianya was somewhat dazed, as this was completely different from his initial expectations. "3. At most, it'll help you kill 3 people, and then it'll consider the debt to my son's life paid." Yuan Tiangang held up 3 fingers. Fine, 3 it is. Master, allow me a moment to think about which 3 to kill. Qin Jianya rapidly contemplated Han Yuan Wu Qian and Ego. He quickly provided his answer. Qi Shiyun quickly tidied up the house after sending Zhou Yue and Ling Yi out. Just as she was about to give Xiao Xiao a bath, a call from the company interrupted her, stating that the promotional video she worked on last night did not satisfy the client, and she must make revisions by tonight. With no other choice, Qi Shiyun had to trouble Grandma, due to help take care of Xiao Xiao while she went to the company, and this kept her busy until past midnight. Initially, she thought she would just manage to get through the night at the company, but worried about Xiao Xiao, she decided to splurge and took a taxi home. After a long night of work, she hadn't rested all day, and soon after getting in the car, she fell asleep, only waking up when the driver called her to pay the fare. However, after walking a few steps, she realized something was off. This was not the main entrance of the community, but the back gate, meaning she had to cross the entire community to get home. Glimpsing the taxi that had already driven away, Qi Shiyun felt scared, but had no choice but to brace herself and walk into the community, reassured by the fact that it was relatively safe with residents around. Yet shortly after entering the community, she heard hurried footsteps behind her which sounded like they were running toward her. Without thinking, Qi Shiyun ran forward without looking back. Unfortunately, she hadn't gotten far before the footsteps caught up to her. Miss Qi, it's me. Qi Shiyun had already closed her eyes in fear, but upon hearing this, she opened them. Qianyi, what are you doing here? Call your husband and have him come quickly, Wu Qian said urgently without answering Qi Shiyun's question. After saying this, he turned around, looking gravely into the darkness ahead. It doesn't matter who comes, you must die tonight. A deep voice echoed from the darkness. Then Qi Shiyun witnessed a scene she would never forget. Clad in short clothes and a poncho, in the freezing weather, it formed a striking visual impact. But what chilled Qi Shiyun to the bone were the words spoken by that person. Is he here to kill me? Qi Shiyun was utterly perplexed. Clearly, she had misconstrued the words Yuan Tiangang said to Wu Qian as meant for her. But why does he want to kill me? Qi Shiyun felt confused, but quickly figured it out. It must have been when Ling Yi was called home for dinner that he had summoned this person. No wonder he was so patient with Xiao Xiao during that time, and the dinner table felt so warm. It turned out he was just putting on a show for others. It's all fake. Everything is fake. Furthermore, with Qian Yi urging her to call Ling Yi, she felt even more convinced that this was all caused by Ling Yi, because she believed Qian Yi intended to untie the bell. One must find the person who tied it. At this moment, Qi Shiyun felt her heart was being torn apart, almost unable to breathe. Ling, how could you bear to deceive your daughter? Are you even human? A beast like you is unworthy to be Xiao Xiao's father. Miss Qi, you must leave quickly. Hide with Xiao Xiao. I will hold him off. Wu Qian shouted loudly as he saw Qi Shiyun in a daze. As soon as she heard the name Xiao Xiao, she snapped back to reality, nodded hurriedly, said, "Thank you, Qianyi," and turned to run towards home. Just with you think you can stop me? As soon as Qi Shiyun turned around, she heard the deep voice behind her. She didn't know what was happening. All she heard was a dull thud, and then she saw a figure rush past her, followed by Qian Yi crashing to the ground several meters away, creating a large pit in the earth. Qi Shiyun was stunned. She had never imagined that a scene from a television drama would one day unfold in her real life. Don't stop, keep running. Wu Qian struggled to get up from the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Qi Shiyun was awakened by Wu Qian's shout and hurriedly ran forward again. Meanwhile, Wu Qian propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, swiftly passing by Qi Shiyun, engaging in battle with Yuan Tiangang. Qi Shiyun could only hear the heart-stopping thuds behind her and dared not look back, running desperately towards home. However, just as she was about to reach home, she saw in the snowy ground ahead flashes of blades. 2 groups of people were fiercely clashing not far from her building. Amidst the chaotic crowd, someone shouted, "That filthy bitch is over there." Brothers rush over and capture her. Upon hearing this, a group of people seemed to be injected with enthusiasm, frantically waving their knives and clubs, trying to break through the blockade of another group. Seeing this scene, tears began to well up in Qi Shiyun's eyes. Ling Yi, what trouble have you stirred up outside? Just as Qi Shiyun was at a loss, a figure rushed in front of her sister-in-law. Quickly call Ego, there are experts on the opposite side. We can't hold on much longer. After dropping Zhou Yue off at the airport, Chun Bao did not leave immediately, but waited until she boarded before daring to leave, as it was an order from Ling Yi, which he did not dare to underestimate. This caused him to return to pick up his car from the airport well past midnight. Just as he was about to drive away, he saw Qin Jiangong leading a group of people marching towards the community. Chun Bao realized something was wrong and quickly summoned the Han family's bodyguards hidden in the dark to block them. Unfortunately, Qin Jiangong was an internal strength martial artist, and Chun Bao could not stop him at all. With his master nowhere to be found, the only option was to call Ling Yi, but the problem was he didn't have Ling Yi's contact information. Qi Shiyun did not know Chun Bao and assumed he was one of Qian Ye's subordinates. She couldn't understand why they still needed to protect her. However, she knew this incident must have originated from Ling Yi, otherwise Chun Bao wouldn't have asked her to call him. Qi Shiyun took out her phone and found Ling Yi's number, but suddenly hesitated. If I call him Xiao Xiao, and I will be safe, but what about him? With so many people on the other side, if Qian Yi and the others can't fight them off, wouldn't he be doomed? Qi Shiyun's finger hovered over the phone screen, unable to press down. Sister-in-law, just do it. Chun Bao glanced at the approaching line, growing frantic. Seeing Qi Shiyun not moving, Chun Bao snatched her phone, dialed Ling Yi's number. As soon as the call connected, a voice came through. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. In that moment, Chun Bao was dumbfounded. Qi Shiyun, with a cold laugh, felt completely hopeless towards Ling Yi. She had worried about him, yet he had turned off his phone and hidden away. Chun Bao hurriedly tried several more times to no avail, before handing the phone back to Qi Shiyun, then took out his own phone to call Han Ruoxue. Though it was past midnight, after a few rings the call was connected and Han Ruoxue's cold and proud voice came through. What's the matter? Miss, quickly find a way to contact Master Ling's sister-in-law is in trouble. On the second floor of the villa, Han Ruoxue had just finished dealing with company matters and was preparing to wash up and sleep when she received a call from Chun Bao. Chun Bao usually wouldn't contact her directly, especially at such a late hour, so something must have happened. Sure enough, upon answering, she heard shocking news. She originally wanted to ask for clarification, but the other party hung up. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Han Ruoxue hurriedly called Ling Yi, only to find that his phone was turned off. Without any hesitation, she got up and ran towards the garage while continuing to call Ling Yi on her phone. In her haste, she even lost her slippers while running and didn't have time to pick them up. She dashed barefoot into the garage, pressed the accelerator, and sped off in her Panamera towards Yulu Mountain. The mountain road that originally took more than 10 minutes was completed by Han Ruoxue in just 7 or 8 minutes. After getting out of the car, she didn't even care about the pebbles on the ground, running barefoot to the gate and banging on the door with her hands. Ling Yi was in the living room practicing the swallowing sky record. Hearing the commotion, he immediately stopped and went to open the door. Is something wrong? Chun Bao said. Miss Qi is in trouble and they can't hold them off. Han Ruoxue replied succinctly, get in the car, I'll take you over. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Ling Yi sprinting towards the cliff, and then he leaped straight down from the peak of Yulu Mountain. Startled, she hurriedly followed, only to see Ling Yi land and create a huge crater at the foot of the mountain, without any pause, immediately rushing towards the suburbs. Worried about Qi Shiyun and Xiao Xiao, Han Ruoxue ignored her bleeding feet and restarted the Panamera, executing a beautiful drift before speeding down the mountain. At the same time, she called her grandfather. Han Yuan had likely already gone to bed, or it was only after the second call that it was answered. Grandfather, someone is attacking Master Ling's wife, and Grandpa Wu and the others can't stop them. What a... Han Yuan's voice came through, clearly furious. Damn it, do they think there's no one in the Han family? Han Tao, gather the people, come with me. The call was cut off by Han Yuan, and Han Ruoxue didn't ask about her grandfather's arrangements again. She just tossed her phone aside and focused on driving. Near the back gate of the community, the silver moon hung high in the sky, and the ground was covered in white snow. Wu Qian, wielding a pair of iron palms, exchanged blows with Yuan Tiangang for more than a dozen rounds before seizing the opportunity to strike his palm against Yuan Tiangang's chest, producing a dull thud. Hearing this sound, Wu Qian felt a surge of joy and thought to himself, after taking this palm, even if you have an iron body, you will still be injured. But before he could rejoice, Yuan Tiangang, as if unscathed, punched him, sending him flying 7 or 8 feet away, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. How is this possible? Wu Qian's lips bled as he stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Who exactly are you? I am but a wanderer in the mortal realm, disbelieving in gods and demons. This life is filled with whimsical dreams of fishermen from Xianzhou. Yuan Tiangang shrugged off his cloak and said flatly. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian's eyes nearly popped out. You are Yuan Tiangang from Xianzhou, the master who has integrated both internal and external cultivation, renowned for his innate energy that excels in killing masters. Only now do you recognize me. That is a bit foolish, Yuan Tiangang said indifferently. No wonder, no wonder. After learning Yuan Tiangang's identity, Wu Qian lost all desire to stand up and sat down heavily in the pit, shaking his head and sighing. No wonder my palm left no marks on you. I was merely showing off in front of a master. Since you have accepted your fate, you should end it yourself to avoid more suffering, Yuan Tiangang said coldly. He had seen many who collapsed upon realizing his identity, so he was too lazy to make a move himself. However, he saw Wu Qian, the old man, shake his head and stand up. The previously unmotivated man suddenly surged with fighting spirit. To die at your hands, Master Yuan, is a glory for an old warrior like me, Wu Qian said, raising his palms again and taking a defensive stance, continuing, but I cannot die just yet. I must buy time for Miss Qi to escape. So even if I can only delay you for a minute, even if it means having all my bones broken by you, I will not hesitate. Yuan Tiangang's dark face showed a flicker of emotion, but he quickly regained his composure and raised his fist, striking fiercely at Wu Qian, then died. Wu Qian saw Yuan Tiangang attacking and did not engage in a hard confrontation as before. Instead, he gave up any thoughts of injuring the opponent and instead kept his palms firmly around his body, adopting a posture of pure defense, ready to delay as long as possible. Thus, facing Yuan Tiangang's punch, Wu Qian first pushed with his left palm to the right, then retreated, while using his right palm to receive the punch, pulling it further to the right. By the time the fist struck him, it had already deviated from the original target of his heart and hit his right chest. Wu Qian was sent flying again, and this time it wasn't just blood seeping from his lips. He was directly spitting out fresh blood. Yet he stood up very quickly this time and, disregarding the pain in his body, proactively walked towards Yuan Tiangang. He could no longer retreat and had to keep Yuan Tiangang entangled here. I only used 40% of my strength and your ribs are already broken. If you continue, the ribs will pierce your lungs and you will suffer more than death. Seeing him approach, Yuan Tiangang advised, "End it yourself, it won't be so painful." However, Wu Qian grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth, and said, "Just wait a little longer, it won't be too late to end it when I can no longer hold on." Stubborn. Although Yuan Tiangang felt a twinge of emotion, he still raised his fist and struck at Wu Qian once more. This time Wu Qian placed both palms in front of him, and when that punch struck, he attempted to clamp Yuan Tiangang's fist with both arms. The result was that he did make contact, but his strength was simply insufficient to stop Yuan Tiangang. With a loud bang, Wu Qian was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair, creating a bizarre scene under the bright moonlight. When Wu Qian landed, he only gasped twice before struggling to stand up. He could clearly hear the crackling sound from his chest, indicating that more of his broken ribs had increased. Still not giving up. Just a bit longer. Wu Qian gritted his teeth, raising his palms painfully. Yuan Tiangang shook his head. He didn't see any movement from Wu Qian, but suddenly appeared in front of him. Wu Qian saw this and struck out with a palm, but it was easily caught by Yuan Tiangang, who then gently twisted, and with a crisp sound, Wu Qian's arm bone was directly broken. The immense pain caused Wu Qian to wail at the sky. But soon he gritted his teeth and, ignoring the pain, bent his broken arm backward, while wrapping around Yuan Tiangang's neck, with one hand simultaneously entangling his legs around Yuan Tiangang's, trying to pin him in place. Sigh. Yuan Tiangang saw this and couldn't help but sigh, asking, "You know you can't escape death, why are you trying so hard? After suffering so much, what is the point?" Saying this, Yuan Tiangang merely shook his body, and Wu Qian, who was entangled around him, was sent flying like a piece of paper, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out blood continuously. At this moment, both his arms and calves were broken. Even so, he still endured the excruciating pain, pushing his head against the ground, struggling to stand up. Unfortunately, both of his calves were broken. Even standing, he could only rest on his knees on the ground, looking as if he were kneeling. But Wu Qian, even while kneeling, had more spirit than many standing individuals. Yuan Tiangang, seeing this, was quite astonished and asked, "You are like this, yet still unwilling to end it?" Wu Qian, using all his strength, raised his broken arms, the howling cold wind swaying them left and right, yet his face was determined. "Just wait a bit longer." Yuan Tiangang furrowed his brow, unable to understand what Wu Qian was holding on for. This was completely different from the martial artist he had seen before, so he asked, "Knowing there is no chance of victory, why are you trying so hard?" "The old master has favored me." He healed the old master's injuries and saved his life. This life I'm... After Chen Bao hung up the phone with Han Ruoxue, he ran outside the community with Qi Shiyun. However, before they could take more than 2 steps, he noticed Qi Shiyun unexpectedly turning back and running towards the crowd. "Sister-in-law, you're running the wrong way. My daughter is still at home," Qi Shiyun replied before rushing towards the direction of their home without a second thought. Hearing this, Chen Bao smacked his thigh and without a moment's hesitation followed her. However, just as they reached the ground floor, they heard a small cry echoing in the hallway. "Mom. Woo-woo. I want Mom. Woo-woo. I want Mom. Mom is here, don't be afraid, little one, Mom is coming." Upon hearing this cry, Qi Shiyun's heart ached like a knife, and she rushed into the hallway without regard for anything else. But before she could enter the hallway, she saw a middle-aged man coming out carrying her child, one hand holding the child, and the other hand positioned under the child's neck, looking as though he might strangle her at any moment. "Let go of my daughter, don't hurt her." Qi Shiyun stretched out her hands, too afraid to take a step forward. "Mom. Woo-woo. Mom." The little one also reached out her hands, crying and struggling. "Stop crying." Qin Jianggong, annoyed by the noise, slapped the little one across the face. "Shut up, or I'll strangle you." Off. Seeing her daughter being hit, Qi Shiyun screamed like a madwoman and charged forward, trying to snatch her daughter from Qin Jianggong's grasp. But before she could get close, Qin Jianggong kicked her in the stomach, knocking her to the ground, causing her to curl up in pain, unable to utter a sound. The little one, momentarily stunned by the slap, had forgotten her tears until she saw her mother being hit, and immediately cried out heartbreakingly, reaching for her mother. Mom. Bad guy. Don't hit Mom. Whoa. Dad. Dad, save Mom. Whoa. Qi Shiyun felt her heart being torn apart upon hearing her daughter's cries. She desperately wanted to tell her daughter that all of this was caused by her father, that the scoundrel had long since turned off his phone and hidden away, and no matter how much she shouted, he would never come to save them. But the pain left her unable to say a single word, and even if she could speak, she would likely keep those words buried deep within her. She didn't want her daughter, who had just begun to brighten up, to become timid again. And Chunbao, seeing Qi Shiyun in such pain, dared not approach to help, fearing it would only make her feel worse. Chunbao, tell your people to stop, or I'll kill this little bastard. Qin Jianggong shouted at Chunbao. Fearing that Qin Jianggong might act recklessly, Chunbao quickly ordered the Han family's bodyguards to stand down, then shouted angrily at Qin Jianggong. You hit a child, are you even human? Chunbao, you're just a dog for the Han family, what right do you have to shout here? Qin Jianggong scoffed. Besides, when her biological father hits her, he can be much harsher than I am. This is just a light touch. Hearing this, Qi Shiyun was tormented by memories of the past, her heart aching to the point of being unable to breathe, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Chunbao knew about Ling Yi's past, but he dared not speak ill of him. No matter what, let the child go, she is innocent. Let her go. Qin Jianggong sneered, saying, I'm not afraid to tell you my brother ordered me to bring them both back. He wants to personally break each of her daughter's limbs in front of this cheap woman. Then he plans to sell her to Myanmar to be a prostitute for the rest of her life. Such a perfect plan. Do you think I can let her go? The little one was frightened to tears, while Qi Shiyun trembled all over in fear. Struggling to stand up, her face drenched in tears, she felt hopeless. My daughter is innocent. As long as you let her go, I will do whatever you want. But Qin Jianggong dismissed her, entirely too lazy to even acknowledge her. Although Chunbao was also involved in the underworld, upon hearing his brother's plan, he felt a shiver run down his spine. What kind of perverted person could do such a thing? He said coldly, I advise you to let her go, otherwise when her father arrives you won't even know how you died. That useless father of hers. Who knows where he is, drinking and gambling now? Will he care about the lives of this mother and daughter? Chunbao, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Qin Jianggong said this and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Hearing this, Chunbao was taken aback and asked, You don't know her father's identity? Aren't you here because of Sichuan? Pa, that waste, what kind of identity could he possibly have? Qin Jianggong said disdainfully, Speaking of Sichuan, you reminded me of something. Who was that expert you invited last time, and where is he now? With Yuan Tiangang as a backing, Qin Jianggong felt confident. When Chunbao heard this, he suddenly realized no wonder they dared to act against sister-in-law and the little one. They didn't know Ling Yi's other identity. But if that were the case, why would they target Qi Shiyun and her daughter? Chunbao, like the Han family, still didn't know about Qin Tianzi. Chunbao coldly snorted, If you don't want to die, let the little one go quickly. That expert is coming soon. TCH. Blustering. Come on, let's see if I don't break his legs. Since Yuan Tiangang was nearby, Qin Jianggong was completely unafraid. Even if a master came, Yuan Tiangang could kill him just the same. Moreover, in Jiangzhou, there were simply no masters. Take them away. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jianggong ordered to take the little one away. Qi Shiyun, seeing this, disregarded the pain in her stomach and charged forward again. You filthy bitch seeking death. Qin Jianggong kicked Qi Shiyun again, and before she could fall, he swiftly slapped her hard, knocking her to the ground, rendering her unconscious. Seeing this, the little one bit down on Qin Jianggong's hand, but was met with a slap from him instantly, knocking her out as well. You little bitch, daring to bite me. Once my brother breaks your limbs, I'll find someone to fix you up, then raise you until you're grown, and then sell you to Myanmar to accompany your mother in being shared by all. As Qin Jianggong said this, he prepared to take Qi Shiyun and her daughter away. Chunbao attempted to intervene, but Qin Jianggong easily knocked him down with one hand. There was nothing he could do. Qin Jianggong was a martial artist with internal energy, easily able to handle Chunbao. If you don't know your limits. Once I send them back, I'll slowly come back to deal with you. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jianggong, like a victorious general, prepared to return triumphantly. Go. A cold voice interrupted. Can you all leave? Who is speaking? Qin Jianggong scanned his surroundings, but saw no one. No, Master Ling. You finally arrived. I'm sorry I didn't protect my sister-in-law. It's all right, you did well. The cold, gloomy voice echoed once more. The crowd finally pinpointed the source of the voice and collectively looked up. On the rooftop of the 6th floor of the residential area stood a figure under the bright moonlight, resembling a ghost in the darkness. After speaking, the figure leaped down from the top floor in front of everyone's eyes, landing steadily on the cement ground and creating a large crater. Seeing this scene, Qin Jiangong was so frightened that he instinctively swallowed hard, and for a moment his legs went weak, unable to move. When that person stood up, Qin Jiangong took advantage of the moonlight to clearly see the person's face and was instantly dumbfounded. Ling Yi, you were just a drunkard, how could you? Qin Jiangong pointed at the rooftop, and then at the ground, implying how could you have such skills? When the Qin family learned that the expert Chun Bao invited was called Brother Yi, they immediately thought of Ling Yi, but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, they were well aware of what kind of person Ling Yi was through their investigations. He was nothing but scum and could never be a martial arts master capable of defeating Sichuan. Thus, even though they had a photo of Ling Yi, they didn't bring it out for the disciples of the Junwei martial arts school to identify, which led to their ongoing ignorance of Ling Yi's other identity. Ling Yi ignored Qin Jiangong's inquiry and walked straight to Qi Xian's side, gently lifting her from the ground before leaping to the fourth floor, placing her on the bed and infusing her with spiritual energy to nourish her body. Beside the bed lay the unconscious grandma, due with blood on her forehead, likely from when Qin Jiangong knocked her out while seizing Xiao Xiao. Ling Yi placed her in the adjacent room to rest and infused her with spiritual energy to help heal her wounds. Throughout, he maintained a serious expression, not uttering a single word. As Ling Yi closed the door and jumped down from the fourth floor, Qin Jiangong finally reacted, shouting, Master Yuan, help! Master Yuan! There was silence around him with no one responding. Qin Jiangong panicked, his legs beginning to tremble, but when he recalled the child he was holding was Ling Yi's daughter, he suddenly gained confidence. Ling, let me tell you, don't you dare do anything reckless. I am a coward. If I accidentally break your daughter's neck, don't regret it. After saying this, he placed his hand under Xiao Xiao's neck again, trying to threaten Ling Yi. Ling Yi had no nonsense to say. With a thought, Qin Jiangong's hand began to rise involuntarily, as if grasped by an invisible hand, uncontrollably moving away from Xiao Xiao's neck. Not only that, but his other hand also opened outward and slowly lifted, forming a gesture of support. Without support, Xiao Xiao did not fall to the ground, but instead hovered in the air, slowly drifting towards Ling Yi, ultimately being tightly embraced by him. Internal energy manifesting a martial arts master. Qin Jiangong's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, how is this possible? Isn't there no master in Jiangzhou? At this moment, he clearly had no idea what would happen to his raised hands shortly. Everyone present was dumbfounded upon hearing the words martial arts master. None of them expected that the young Ling Yi stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, a martial arts master. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. When Qin Tianxi ordered Zhang to break your legs, I should have exterminated the entire Qin family. Ling Yi held Xiao Xiao, feeling immense heartache. The reason he didn't do so back then was that all his thoughts were focused on how to heal Xiao Xiao's legs, and he didn't want to implicate the entire Qin family because of the scum that was Qin Tianxi. But now it seems Dad was wrong, and Dad will learn a lesson. Ling Yi gently stroked his daughter's cheek, infusing spiritual energy into it, healing and nourishing her swollen face. Dad promises you, if anyone harms you and your mother in the future, Ling Yi will definitely annihilate their entire family. After saying this, Ling Yi leaped up to the fourth floor with Xiao Xiao, while Qin Jiangong's raised hands began to rotate backward in a straight line around his shoulders. Everyone present upon hearing Ling Yi's words was filled with dread, especially Chun Bao, whose cold sweat was uncontrollably flowing down his face. It should be noted that when Ling Yi took away over 4 million from him, his first thought was not to block Ling Yi, but to go directly to Ling Yi's house, threatening him with his wife and daughter to force him to return the money. Looking back now, it was fortunate he didn't do that, or the entire Qin family would have faced extermination. The people Qin Jiangong brought were no better than Chun Bao. They were terrified, and some had even started wetting their pants. They wanted to run, but their bodies were completely beyond their control. Not only could they not run, but they couldn't even. Only the bodyguards of the Han family, after trembling in fear, slowly began to relax. After Ling Yi entered the room, he placed Xiao Xiao beside Qi Shiyun, then infused some spiritual energy into both of them, ensuring they would be refreshed tomorrow before closing the door and coming out. When Ling Yi reappeared before everyone, Qin Jiangong's arms had already turned back to an angle that could not be turned anymore, and he was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. It is impossible for the human arm to make circles around the shoulder without rotating itself unless the shoulder joint is no longer wanted. However, Qin Jiangong's arms continued to draw circles. The muscles of his shoulder joint were stretched to their limits, and Qin Jiangong could even clearly hear the sound of his muscles snapping one by one. The immense pain made Qin Jiangong unable to help but cry out in agony. Ling Yi, Master Ling, I was wrong, please spare me. I'll be your servant, please let me go. I beg you. His plea was genuinely sincere and heart-wrenching, yet it did nothing to stop his arms from continuing to rotate backward. Thus the muscles of his shoulders were torn apart one by one. That feeling was far more painful than being pulled apart by a chariot. Being pulled apart by a chariot is a momentary affair, while he had to slowly endure the agony of each muscle being torn. Master Ling, I truly was wrong. Spare me. Spare me. The agony of his muscles being ripped apart made Qin Jiangong's throat hoarse. His consciousness began to blur, yet no matter how much pain he felt, his awareness remained clear and he couldn't pass out. In this manner, all his muscles were torn apart, and then his bones started to grind against his shoulder joint. For an ordinary person, a fracture is a momentary event, but Qin Jiangong could distinctly feel the intense pain of two bones grinding against each other. The sound of bones grinding against bones was akin to nails scraping a chalkboard, grating, unpleasant, irritating, and maddening. As the instigator of this sound, he had already bitten his teeth to shreds, blood flowing freely. He actually wanted to bite his tongue to end his life, but for some reason his tongue was also beyond his control and couldn't reach beneath his teeth. After a prolonged crack sound, Qin Jiangong's shoulder joint was finally completely shattered, and his arms fell limply at his sides, swaying eerily in the cold wind. Everyone present, whether from the Qin family or the Han family, involuntarily swallowed hard upon witnessing Ling Yi's methods. Even those who were not on the receiving end of the circular arm movement felt a vague ache and soreness in their shoulders. As everyone was filled with dread, the people Qin Jiangong brought suddenly raised their hands high and began to slowly rotate backward. In an instant, the sounds of wails and pleas filled the air. For some reason, these sounds could only be heard around them. 10 meters away, there was not a sound. Even though Chun Bao was burdened with a life, upon hearing these hellish wails, he still broke out in goosebumps. He looked at Ling Yi's back, feeling a peak of awe for him. Indeed, as long as he is here, anything can be resolved. Wait a minute. Oh no, Master Ling, hurry, save Grandpa Qian. When Ling Yi and his group found Wu Qian, he was lying near the back gate of the community, his chest caved in, limbs severed, and the clots of blood on his face had frozen into dark patches. However, there was still a faint breath of life. With Ling Yi present, he wouldn't die. Being an internal strength martial artist, and having just been injured, Ling Yi had no reservations as he freely infused spiritual energy into Wu Qian's body. In just a few seconds, Wu Qian coughed and woke up. Seeing Ling Yi, he expressed some disappointment, saying, Master Ling, you've come down too. Alas, you are still so young, oh what a pity. Master, what nonsense are you talking about? You're not dead. Chun Bao said, half laughing, half crying. I'm not dead. Wu Qian looked around and confirmed he was indeed still in the community. But why do I feel? Oh, I see. Master Ling can cure even the long-standing ailments of my father, so alleviating pain is naturally a trivial matter. Thank you, Master Ling. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you holding back that expert, my wife and daughter would surely have met with misfortune. Ling Yi said earnestly, rest assured, I will avenge you and ensure your recovery. But I am simply outmatched. Master Ling, there is no need to thank me, nor to avenge me. As he spoke, Wu Qian seemed to remember something, excitedly telling Ling Yi quickly, you must leave with Miss Qi and the child, get out of Jiangzhou. And inform my father to leave Jiangzhou as well. Master, what are you talking about? You are speaking so disjointedly, I am utterly confused. Chun Bao asked, looking bewildered. Wu Qian saw the same confusion on Ling Yi's face and quickly explained, the person who injured me was not here to target Miss Qi, so Master Ling, you need not thank me. He was originally hired by the Qin family to deal with me with the sole purpose of killing me. Not only me, he mentioned he has two more targets, one is my father and the other is Master Ling. You are no match for him, so you must leave Jiangzhou immediately. Chun Bao, upon hearing this, was somewhat skeptical and asked, Master, are you scared from being beaten? Master Ling is a martial arts master. How could the person hired by the Qin family possibly defeat him? That person is called Yuan Tiangang. Do you think he can't defeat you? Wu Qian shot Chun Bao a disdainful glance, and when he mentioned the name Yuan Tiangang, a hint of fear appeared. Yuan Tiangang. Chun Bao exclaimed, his face suddenly filled with terror. How could the Qin family afford? Before he could even comprehend the situation, he pulled Ling Yi to his feet and said, Ego. A Master Ling, you must leave quickly, we truly cannot contend with this. Ling Yi remained unmoved, continuing to channel spiritual energy into Wu Qian, asking, who is this person? A name alone has you all terrified. Master Ling, that is Yuan Tiangang. How could you not know? Chun Bao hurriedly introduced, seeing Ling Yi shake his head. He is known for his many romantic dreams, the one who is adept in internal strength and excels in killing masters. The best at killing masters with internal strength. That's quite interesting. Ling Yi mused, then looked at Wu Qian and smiled, saying, if he is so formidable, how is it that you are still alive? The implication in Ling Yi's words was clear, since he came specifically to kill you, and yet he hasn't succeeded in even killing you. It seems Yuan Tiangang might be more bark than bite. But Wu Qian shook his head, saying, I used all my strength to only force him to use 4/10 of his power. The reason he did not kill me, he claimed, was because he saw that I was willing to die rather than yield in order to protect Miss Qi. He felt I was loyal and righteous, so he allowed me to live, leaving my fate to the will of heaven. Ling Yi nodded, feeling this person indeed had some depth to him. Chun Bao then asked, but how does he explain this to the Qin family? Wu Qian replied at his level, does he really need to explain anything to the Qin family? I suspect his willingness to help the Qin family in killing is largely due to the favors he received from them in the past. So Master Ling, you must leave quickly. Before Wu Qian could finish, a group of people hurriedly approached from a distance, a large and imposing crowd that the crowd turned to see old Master Han Yuan leading his son Han Tao, granddaughter Han Ruoxue, and a host of Han family members, all brimming with killing intent. As for Han Ruoxue, she was even barefoot with blood seeping from her soles. Upon seeing this, Ling Yi waved his hand, and two streams of spiritual energy enveloped Han Ruoxue's feet, instantly providing her with an indescribable warmth. She knew this was Ling Yi's doing and gratefully nodded to him, indicating that she appreciated his concern. Master Ling, are you and your family all right? Han Yuan inquired. Seeing Ling Yi shake his head, Han Yuan turned to Wu Qian and said, Old Wu, our Han family owes you another debt of gratitude. Old master, please don't misunderstand. I did not get injured because of protecting Miss Qi, it was simply because I was outmatched. Since you all are here, you might as well not go back and leave Jiangzhou tonight. Han Yuan and the others immediately displayed expressions of bewilderment, prompting Chun Bao to explain what had just transpired again. When they learned that the Qin family had hired Yuan Tiangong, everyone was stunned. Ling Yi could see that it was a genuine fear. After a long pause, Han Yuan sighed and said, fine, let Jiangzhou be given to the Qin family. As long as our Han family is still here, there is hope. After saying this, Han Yuan turned to Ling Yi, Master Ling, come with us. Our Han family will continue to honor you. Upon hearing this, Han Tao, Han Ruoxue, and the other Han family members all nodded in agreement and urged Ling Yi to leave with them. However, Ling Yi merely smiled, pointing at Wu Qian, arrange a vehicle for him, don't rush him to the hospital, I will personally treat his injuries later. Upon hearing this, everyone thought Ling Yi had agreed to their request, and thus they all beamed with joy. After Ling Yi finished speaking, he walked through the group of Han family members towards the main entrance of the community. Seeing this, Han Yuan thought Ling Yi was going to pick up his wife and daughter, so he quickly ordered, what are you all waiting for? Hurry and help Master Ling move his things. They can leave their belongings behind, but not a single item belonging to Master Ling can be missed. A large group of people followed Ling Yi towards the main entrance of the community. However, when they reached the ground floor, Ling Yi did not go upstairs, but walked up to the nearly collapsed Qin Jiangong and asked, where is Yuan Tiangong now? Ling Yi lifted the restrictions on Qin Jiangong's tongue, and he immediately burst into laughter, saying, ha. Now you know fear, huh? Let me tell you, it's too late. You dare treat me this way. After Yuan Master kills you, an old man Han, your wife and children will definitely be tormented by my brother until they wish they were dead. And the entire Han family, not one will be spared, all must die. Ling Yi's brow furrowed, and in an instant Qin Jiangong's knees were shattered, causing him to kneel on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. I will ask you one more time, where is Yuan Tiangong? Ling Yi asked calmly. You may refuse to answer, but you have 202 bones in your body, and I can ask you slowly. Ling Yi's words were straightforward and soft-spoken, yet they struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone on the head and leaving them feeling as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. They could hardly imagine the torment of having over 200 bones shattered one by one without killing a person. What kind of suffering could be worse than death? Han Ruoxue had long been aware of Ling Yi's methods, as she initially thought his handling of Huang Mao was the limit, but little did she expect he had even more torturous methods. At this moment, the bright moon hung low in the west, casting its pure light on Ling Yi. Han Ruoxue sneaked a glance, seeing his handsome face, one half illuminated and the other shrouded in darkness. The bright side represented the celestial being, while the dark side represented the ruler of the underworld. The distinction between enmity and kindness was clear-cut and decisive. Qin Jiangong, still reeling from the pain of his shattered knees, heard Ling Yi's calm words and was so frightened that he instantly forgot to scream, his face revealing immense terror. If he could, he would rather die right now. I'll talk. Qin Jiangong, who had just been boasting, now lost all his arrogance and hastily spoke through gritted teeth. He went to the Han family with my brother. Upon hearing this, the Han family members first showed signs of fear, followed by relief. If they hadn't followed the old man here, would they have been trapped at home by Yuan Tiangong? And when they looked at Ling Yi again, their admiration for him increased even more. Master Ling had indeed considered everything and knew to clarify Yuan Tiangong's movements. Many among them had just been thinking of going back to the Han family to grab some things before leaving, but now they were glad they hadn't gone. It seems we can't return to the Han family. It's better to leave Jiangzhou directly while everyone is still here. Han Yuan sighed and made the final decision. Hearing this, Qin Jiangong was afraid they would just leave, meaning his suffering would be for nothing. So he hurriedly laughed and said, ha. Didn't you guys say we should leave Jiangzhou within 3 days or face the consequences? Now that the 3-day limit has just passed, and we haven't left, you guys are the ones leaving first. Ha. Hearing Qin Jiangong's deliberately provocative words, the Han family members glanced at Ling Yi. They all knew this was a message Ling Yi had asked Wu Qian to deliver to the Qin family, so they feared Ling Yi might be impulsive and fall into Qin Jiangong's trap. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you going upstairs to meet Master Ling's family? Han Yuan, worried about Ling Yi acting rashly, ordered directly. No need, they don't have to leave. Ling Yi said, then picked up the kneeling Qin Jiangong and walked toward the community's main entrance. That direction was towards the city. Master Ling. Han Yuan hurriedly caught up and advised. Master Ling, as long as there are still green mountains, we need not worry about firewood. With your talent, in 2 years Yuan Tiangang will surely not be your opponent. There's no need to fight over this momentary anger. Ha ha ha. Coward is still a coward, finding excuses for yourself. Old Han, you really know how to fool people. Qin Jiangong continued to stoke the flames. He actually hoped for Ling Yi to appear right in front of Yuan Tiangang and watch as he was brutally beaten. Just thinking about it filled him with anticipation. Master Ling, this isn't cowardice, it's avoiding sharp edges. Your bright future doesn't need to be ruined at the hands of such a person. Han Yuan was nearly driven to desperation, wishing he could strangle Qin Jiangong. Yes, Master Ling, didn't Gojin endure hardship in the past? There's no shame in it. Han Tao also came forward to advise. Han Ruoshua, barefoot and bearing the pain, followed behind and urged, think of your wife and children. If you are killed by Yuan Tiangong, what will happen to them? What else could happen? My brother will make them suffer worse than death. Ha ha ha. Qin Jiangong laughed heartily. Seeing this, Han Yuan, disregarding Master Ling's current state, raised his hand and slapped him across the face. If you dare speak again, I will break your neck. Come on, old man. I'm already wasted. Do I still fear death? Qin Jiangong glared, blood streaming from his mouth. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will make sure Yuan Tiangang kills all of you. Hearing this, Han Yuan raised his hand to strike, but was stopped by Ling. No rush, I want him to see how the Qin family is destroyed by me. Ha ha ha. Ling, are you an idiot? Do you really think being a martial arts master allows you to dominate Jiangzhou? That's Yuan Tiangong, the master of internal energy, who specializes in killing masters. If you want to destroy my Qin family, go eat shit. Ha ha ha. Qin Jiangong laughed without restraint. But he hadn't laughed for long when his ankle began to twist at an unnatural angle, and screams erupted from his mouth. Ling Yi remained indifferent, dragging Qin Jiangong forward. Han Yuan panicked and boldly blocked Ling Yi's path. Master Ling, I beg you, you truly cannot go to the Han family. Step aside. Ling Yi's voice was icy. Han Yuan not only didn't move aside, but knelt on the ground. Master Ling, even if you kill me today, I cannot let you go to the Han family. Seeing this, the Han family members all rushed forward and knelt before Ling Yi. Master Ling, I know your skills are extraordinary and your cultivation is supreme. I also know you cannot swallow this anger, but that is Yuan Tiangang. If you go, you will truly die. Chen Bao spoke very directly. Ling Yi, I beg you, please don't go. Han Ruoshua looked up at Ling Yi with tearful eyes, her expression pleading. Ling Yi shook his head and said calmly, one must keep one's word. I said I would make the Qin family disappear from Jiangzhou. I also said I would avenge Wu Qian. Most importantly, I just promised my daughter. So no matter if it's Yuan Tiangang or Yuan Daigang, I will annihilate the entire Qin family tonight. As his words fell, Ling Yi dragged Qin Jiangong through the crowd of kneeling Han family members. At the same time, those Qin family henchmen, trapped in place with their arms twisted off, suddenly had their temples explode one by one, dying instantly. When he said he would wipe them out, naturally not a single one would be spared. One must keep one's word. Qin Jianya had asked Yuan Tiangang before he set out how long it would take to deal with Wu Qian. Yuan Tiangang glanced at the address, then extended 4 fingers. 4 minutes. Qin Jianya said joyfully. But Yuan Tiangang shook his head. 40 minutes. So long. Qin Jianya couldn't help but frown, but he quickly relaxed. It makes sense. After all, Wu Qian is a master of internal energy, and he's also the living king of Jiangzhou. It's indeed a bit troublesome to kill him. However, Yuan Tiangang shook his head again. It takes 39 minutes and 56 seconds to get there. To kill him, 4 seconds is enough. Everyone was stunned while Qin Jianya excitedly said, then after you kill Wu Qian, go directly to the Han family. I will wait for you at the door of the Han family. After Yuan Tiangang set out, Qin Jianya sent someone to pick up his third son Qin Tianxi, who was still in the hospital, bringing him out in a wheelchair accompanied by 4 medical staff. Then he kept an eye on the time at home, and when he felt it was about time, he took all the Qin family members, including Qin Tianxi, and marched grandly toward the Han family. He wanted to see Han Yuan, that old man, die right in front of him. He wanted to witness the so-called 100-year Han family collapse before his eyes, and he wanted to bed that elegant lady in a qipao. On the way, the Qin family members chatted and laughed, each one as proud as if they were going to plunder a house. When they arrived at the Han family, Yuan Tiangong, dressed in a raincoat, happened to arrive by boat along the Great River. Qin Jianya looked at the time. It was indeed not a second late. Master Yuan, thank you for your hard work, Qin Jianya said, suppressing the shock in his heart and speaking politely. Less bullshit, are you sure that old Han is in there? Yuan Tiangang glanced at the Han family villa, his brows slightly furrowed. Certainly. This is the Han family's mansion. Where else could he be at this hour? Qin Jianya said confidently. Yuan Tiangang snorted coldly. Qin Jianya, are you sure there are people inside? Hearing this, Qin Jianya was momentarily taken aback. He turned his gloomy face back to look, and immediately a bodyguard stepped forward to knock on the door. As a result, the door of the villa was suddenly pushed open, revealing a spacious courtyard behind the door and a brightly lit main villa. Seeing this scene, Qin Jianya's brows furrowed tightly. The rooms are lit, yet there's no sound at all. Could it be that there really is no one inside? If that's the case, wouldn't he have come here for nothing tonight? With this thought, Qin Jianya could no longer care about anything else and directly rushed into the Han family villa. The rest of the Qin family members followed suit. Soon they discovered that this large Han family indeed had. Moreover, it looked like they had left in a hurry, having only taken their car, while everything else, no matter how valuable or easy to carry, was left behind. Who the hell leaked the news? Seeing this, Qin Jianya directly grabbed the ashtray from the table and hurled it fiercely into the crowd. Before Yuan Tiangang came to Jiangzhou, Qin Jianya hadn't told anyone that he had invited Yuan Tiangang, so the Han family naturally couldn't know. Yet after Yuan Tiangang arrived in Jiangzhou, it had been less than an hour, and the Han family had already fled completely. Wasn't this a sign of an insider leaking information? Faced with Qin Jianya's anger, no one stood up to respond. They all hung their heads in fear. The ashtray he threw hit someone squarely, causing blood to flow from their head. Compared to their fear of Yuan Tiangang, they were even more afraid of Qin Jianya. Despite wearing glasses and appearing scholarly, his methods were ruthless enough to terrify even those of the Qin family. At that moment, a young man resembling Qin Jianya stepped forward. Dad, isn't it better that they left? All of the Han family's assets now belong to us. You know nothing. What about Han Ruoxue? Qin Jianya abruptly stopped, glanced at his son Qin Tianqiu, and ordered go investigate where they ran off to. I won't feel at ease until Han Yuan and that Igu are taken care of. After all, Yuan Tiangang couldn't possibly stay here forever. Han Yuan was already gravely ill and not a threat, but if that mysterious Igu wasn't dealt with, he feared he would be haunted even in his dreams. Qin Tianqiu responded and immediately took people down to pursue the Han family's whereabouts. Yuan Tiangang, who was sitting on the sofa, also spoke up. Qin Jianya, I'm in a hurry. I need to leave by dawn, so you better hurry up. Understood, understood. Qin Jianya nodded, and then turned with a gloomy face. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and investigate. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to leave, but Qin Tianqiu rushed back in a hurry. Dad, the Han family has returned. Returned? Qin Jianya looked puzzled. Didn't they run away? Why are they back? Don't they fear Master Yuan? Qin Tianqiu said, what if they didn't even know about Master Yuan and never actually ran away, but just went out? Once this was said, the members of the Qin family nodded in agreement, feeling that there was no other explanation. Their return is just in time. Qin Jianya was overjoyed and immediately turned to Yuan Tiangang, flattering. Master Yuan, Han Yuan, and that Igu are all up to you. Yuan Tiangang didn't say anything, merely nodded slightly, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. He even secretly sighed in his heart. This Jiangzhou city is ultimately too small. There's not even a master worthy of my serious efforts. It's lonely to be a master. Han Yuan and others stormed into their own villa, directly ignoring the group of uninvited guests, and shouted, Master Ling, we're not leaving. You have shown kindness to our Han family, and we have decided to stand with you in this fight. No one responded. Then they scanned the crowd, but didn't see Ling Yi's figure. Instead, they noticed a strange man in a raincoat. Did we arrive too late? Has Master Ling already been taken care of? But we didn't see his corpse. Or is it that Master Ling never came at all? Were we just being stood up? Stop posturing. When we arrived here, it was completely empty. Where did Master Ling come? Qin Jianya snorted coldly. From the moment the Han family members entered, his gaze had been fixed on a woman in a qipao. Watching her enter barefoot, seeing her put on a pair of slippers, and noticing the faint bloodstains on her delicate white feet. Hearing this, the Han family members exchanged shocked glances, and then all stood frozen. Did Master Ling really stand us up? Damn it, we trusted him so much, and he actually deceived us. If my Han family falls, then Ling Yi is the culprit. Everyone shut up. From start to finish, did Master Ling ever tell you to come back? I insisted on returning, and you didn't want to abandon me, so you came back. If you want to blame someone, blame me, Han Yuan. It has nothing to do with Master Ling. Han Yuan scolded, causing the younger members of the Han family to lower their heads in shame. Yuan Tiangang watched this all coldly, secretly approving of the Han family's discipline. Han Yuan, there is no Master Ling here, only Master Yuan. Open your eyes and see clearly who this is. Qin Jianya said, feeling extremely pleased. Hearing this, Han Yuan ignored Qin Jianya and walked up to Yuan Tiangang, bowing and saying, Han Yuan pays respects to Master Yuan Tiangang. You know me. Yuan Tiangang raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. Han Yuan nodded. Yes, Yuan Tiangang from Chuan Prefecture, best at internal strength assassination. Then do you know that I want to kill you? Han Yuan nodded again. I know. Then why do you dare to come back? It's just an old life. If I die, I die. It's better than watching my comrades die alone, right? The comrade you mentioned seems to have betrayed you. It doesn't matter. Our Han family is guiltless. Yuan Tiangang nodded and said, I'll give you 5 minutes. Go say your goodbyes. Thank you. After Han Yuan expressed his gratitude, he walked toward the group of Han family members who looked desolate. Qin Jianya, seeing this, couldn't stop smiling. Old man, what's left to say? Once you die, all of your Han family's assets will be swallowed by me. All the men of your Han family will be killed. All your women, who are so beautiful, will be taken by me as sex slaves. Especially Han Ruoxua, always looking so cold and aloof. Oh, I've been dreaming about what it would be like to hold you down. Now it seems I'll find out soon, ha. The members of the Qin family displayed expressions of lewd desire. Their gazes were uncontrollably scanning the women of the Han family, clearly looking for the one they wanted to. Some of them quickly picked a woman and began to look around the villa, clearly wanting to take care of business right there. The Han family members, upon hearing Qin Jianya's words, were all trembling in fear, especially the women whose faces had turned pale and devoid of blood. Han Ruoxua had already made up her mind. If it came to that, she would choose to end her life rather than submit. Qin, don't go too far. Han Yuan was furious, his knuckles cracking with rage. I'm bullying your Han family. Oh, what can you, an old fool, do to me? Qin Jianya was extremely arrogant, and in light of your defiance, I've changed my mind. I won't kill all the men of your Han family right away. Oh, I will make them watch their wives and daughters become my Qin family's playthings, watching them beg for mercy while being powerless, until we grow bored and then kill them. Old fool, are you satisfied with my arrangement? Qin Jianya, I will kill you. Han Yuan charged at Qin Jianya, attacking with lethal intent. Unfortunately, before he could get close to Qin Jianya, he was knocked back 3 or 4 meters by a punch from the man in the raincoat, crashing into the crowd of Han family members. Master Yuan, are you just going to watch the Qin family's monstrous behavior? Han Yuan's face was filled with bitterness, his breath ragged. I'm only responsible for killing you. I don't care about anything else. Yuan Tiangang stood in the center of the living room like an insurmountable mountain. The Han family members, upon hearing this, felt their hearts sink, their faces full of despair. The despairing members of the Han family were first stunned upon hearing the voice, but when they recognized it was Ling Yi, tears filled their eyes as they cried out in joy. Especially Han Ruoxua, who, after putting down her hand prepared for self-harm, instantly covered her face and wept bitterly, expressing her joy of being brought back from the brink of death. After entering, Ling Yi casually threw Qin Jiangang at Qin Jianya's feet, then turned around and slowly closed the 2 large doors of the villa, finally not forgetting to insert the bolts to lock the door completely. The Qin family members felt a surge of panic upon seeing Qin Jiangang's distorted hands and feet. Only Qin Jianya, with a sullen face, yelled at Ling Yi, you bastard, are you insulting us by saying we are like dogs, locking the door to beat the dogs? Ignoring him, Ling Yi took 2 steps forward, descended the 2 steps into the living room, and sat down with a smile that was neither here nor there, greeting Qin Tianxi, who sat in a wheelchair. Long time no see, are you doing well? Upon hearing this, the Qin family members gritted their teeth in anger. Are you doing well? Can't you see how is he deliberately provoking us? Just as they were about to erupt, the originally dazed Qin Tianxi suddenly went wild upon hearing Ling Yi's voice, screaming in terror as he desperately tried to push his way into the crowd, clearly terrified to the extreme. Seeing this, the Qin family hurriedly went to calm him down. But no matter how they tried to soothe him, Qin Tianxi continued to scream madly, desperately wanting to escape this place. In the end, it was the accompanying medical staff who injected him with a sedative, which finally calmed him down. Even so, the fear on his face had not dissipated. Qin Jianya watched everything with a cold expression. At that moment, he had recognized Ling Yi as the husband of that shameless woman, and he also realized that Yi Gu, as mentioned by Chun Bao, was indeed this Ling Yi, the one who had harmed his son that night. I underestimated this waste, never expected him to hide so deeply. Thinking of his brother and son suffering at Ling Yi's hands, Qin Jianya was filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot, resembling an enraged bull. But he restrained his anger, forcing a smile, and said to Yuan Tiangang, beside him, Master Yuan, this is the 3rd person you wanted to kill, Ling. Upon hearing this, the Han family members hurriedly stood up, positioning themselves in front of Ling Yi to shield him. So young, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but frown and asked. At this moment, Qin Jiangang, who was like a pile of mud stuck to the ground, finally regained his composure, and despite the intense pain, shouted, Master Yuan, don't be fooled by his youth. He can release internal energy and is a martial arts master. Yuan Tiangang, upon hearing this, scoffed, and said to Qin Jianya, your brother's brain must have been hit hard just because he saw a martial artist he thinks he's a master. Is being a master as easy as growing cabbage? Anyone can become one. He had seen martial arts masters, and had killed them knowing how difficult it was to become one, so he simply did not believe there could be such a young martial arts master. Qin Jianggong wanted to argue further, but the pain was too unbearable. He opened his mouth several times, but couldn't utter a word. Yes, my brother is just an idiot. Qin Jianya echoed, not believing that Ling Yi was a master, but he does have some skills. He even killed an accomplished martial artist yesterday. Yuan Tiangang nodded when he heard this. That is unexpected. Seeing Yuan Tiangang not resisting the idea of killing Ling Yi, Qin Jianya, emboldened, shouted to the crowd, Ling, why don't you quickly come and greet Master Yuan Tiangang? However, Ling Yi ignored him again, leisurely parting the crowd, and asking the Han family, didn't you all leave? Why are you back? Han Yuan replied, Master Ling has bestowed a life-saving grace upon my Han family. How could we let you go into danger alone? After saying this, he immediately added softly, I just exchanged a move with Yuan Tiangang. He is unfathomable. Master Ling, you can still leave now. Oh, I will hold him back for you. Ling Yi shook his head. That's not urgent. Where is Wu Qian? I just returned to get him a piece of fragmented jade pill. It's for bone setting, and the effect is quite good. Upon hearing this, the Han family instantly showed expressions of shame. They had just scolded Ling Yi for being ungrateful, only to realize he had gone to get medicine for Wu Qian. For a moment, the Han family felt utterly ashamed. This fragmented jade pill was refined by Ling Yi last time. At that time, there were not just 1 or 2 pills. However, when he was thinking of ways to make money while soaking in the bath, he had carelessly left them in the star-picking tower. Afraid Wu Qian wouldn't make it, he returned to fetch the medicine, intending to deal with the Qin family after catching up with the Han family. Unexpectedly, he found out that the Han family had all returned, saving him the trouble of chasing after them. Upon hearing that a pill was to be bestowed, Han Yuan immediately had someone carry Wu Qian in from the car. Before long, Wu Qian was brought into the living room. When Yuan Tiangang saw that Wu Qian still had a breath left, he secretly nodded. It seems his life is not meant to end yet. But having been beaten to this state, even if saved, he would be a useless person. Why waste a pill on him? Seeing Wu Qian's tragic state, Qin Jianya not only did not blame Yuan Tiangang for not killing him, but instead fully supported Yuan Tiangang's actions. He even thought to himself whether he should let Yuan Tiangang show mercy later and beat Han Yuan and Ling Yi into such a state too. Let Han Yuan watch as his granddaughter is ridden by me. Let Ling Yi see as his wife is ridden by me. Just thinking about it makes me so damn excited. Qin Jianya thought viciously. After Ling Yi threw the fragmented jade pill into Wu Qian's mouth, he no longer paid attention to him, but looked at Yuan Tiangang, pointing at Qin Jianya, and asked clearly, I want to kill his entire family. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, the Han family instinctively gasped. This Master Ling is a bit too bold, isn't he? Isn't he facing the infamous Yuan Tiangang, who specializes in killing martial arts masters? Can't you be a bit more courteous? The Qin family, on the other hand, laughed heartily, shaking their heads with expressions of mockery on their faces. Ling, are you still not awake? This is Yuan Tiangang, the one best at killing martial arts masters with internal energy. With him here, you won't even know how you died. You think you can kill my whole family? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Yuan Tiangang also shook his head. Within 100 moves, if you can injure me, you can kill whoever you want in the Qin family. That seems fair. Ling Yi nodded, stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, walked past the members of the Han family, then paused, shook his head, and smiled. Actually, it's not that troublesome. 1 move is enough. Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, the Han family fell silent. The Qin family laughed uproariously, looking at Ling Yi as if he were a fool. Yuan Tiangang, however, chuckled. A genuinely happy laugh. It had been a long time since he had heard such an amusing joke. Ling Yi, is it? Yuan Tiangang inquired with a smile. Do you know what you're saying? I do. Then do you also know what kind of existence you are about to face? Yuan Tiangang's battle intent surged the raincoat he wore, rustling violently from the force of his. At the same time, his muscles bulged and his bones cracked as if they were expanding. In an instant, his momentum reached its peak. The invisible battle intent he exuded caused the Qin family members behind him to feel a sharp pain in their cheeks, forcing them to retreat continuously. Yet facing such overwhelming power, Ling Yi merely shrugged, wearing a nonchalant expression as he said, I don't know about that. Yuan Tiangang nodded, fists clenched, and with a cold snort declared, then today, let me show you what it means to be a master killer with internal energy. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Tiangang's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, there was only a shadow left, hurtling rapidly toward Ling Yi. The Han family members standing behind Ling Yi, though not the target of Yuan Tiangang's attack, were also forced to stand unsteadily under the oppressive aura, retreating repeatedly. Even Han Yuan, who had perfected his internal energy, could not withstand the might of Yuan Tiangang's punch, retreating again and again. He even had the illusion that if he did not dodge, his blood vessels would burst. At that moment, Qin Jiangong's voice suddenly rang out, Ling, I want to see you go to hell with my own eyes. Ha ha ha. Bang. A dull thud echoed as Yuan Tiangang's fist struck Ling Yi's head. The Han family members behind Ling Yi were blown to the ground by the overwhelming force of the punch, some of them even spitting blood due to their subpar physical condition. The bulletproof windows and glass walls behind them trembled for 2 seconds before shattering into countless pieces, scattering across the floor. I intended to leave you with a complete corpse, but unfortunately you were too arrogant. I can only blast your head open to see what's inside. Yuan Tiangong, unwilling to witness the scene of the young man's death at his hands, kept his head lowered after the punch. However, as he spoke, he felt something was amiss because his fist sensed the sound of someone's breath. Although faint, it was steady and discernible. He raised his head only to behold a shocking sight. Everything behind Ling Yi was in ruins, yet Ling Yi stood there as if nothing had happened, even sporting a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. It's my turn now, Ling Yi said lightly as he raised his hand, pointing toward Yuan Tiangang's brow. In that instant, Yuan Tiangang felt as though he were facing the towering summit of Mount Tai. The overwhelming pressure hit him, heating, causing him to instinctively step back, retreating again and again. Yet no matter how he retreated, the fear followed him as if it had imprinted itself into his soul, making it tremble and become his constant shadow. Just as he steadied himself, he discovered that Ling Yi, who had been 3 to 4 meters away, had suddenly appeared before him so fast that he did not even see the movement and was struck on the brow by Ling Yi's finger. However, Yuan Tiangang was not flustered, for he had utmost confidence in his body. Even a bullet could not harm him, let alone a mere finger. However, thud. Yuan Tiangong, dressed in his raincoat, collapsed straight down, crashing onto the ground with a loud bang. When everyone looked over, they saw a blood hole the size of a finger in his brow, slowly oozing blood. Yuan Tiangang was not dead, Ling Yi had controlled his strength very well, stopping just half an inch from his brain. Yet everyone present was dumbfounded after seeing this. Whether from the Han family or the Qin family, they could not accept this fact. Especially the Qin family, who were well aware that bullets could not penetrate Yuan Tiangang's dark skin. How could Ling Yi, with just a light poke, have created a blood hole? Internal and external cultivation. A raincoat elder from Zhenzhou, most adept at being a master killer with internal energy. Ling Yi stood beside Yuan Tiangong, slowly reciting, and finally snorted, summarizing with 4 words, all show and no substance. Hearing Ling Yi describe him in such terms, Yuan Tiangang wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. These had once been his proudest attributes, but now they had turned into his greatest shame. Thinking back to how he had boasted in front of Ling Yi, Yuan Tiangang wished he could slap himself to death. I want to kill his entire family now, do you have any objections? Ling Yi asked the question he had previously posed. Yuan Tiangong, feeling utterly defeated and socially dead, shook his head lightly. After all, a mere finger had nearly cost him his life. How could he have any objections? Ling Yi nodded, no longer focusing on the defeated Yuan Tiangong, but instead looked toward the members of the Qin family, not far away. With just a glance, Qin Jianya was the first to kneel down, saying, Ling Yi, no, Master Ling, I was wrong. I should not have offended you. No, actually, this is all the fault of this unfilial son. Yes, it was his fault. He, a toad, wanted to eat swan meat, and he should not have set his sights on your wife. It is all his fault. As soon as Qin Jianya knelt, the others from the Qin family followed suit, kneeling down as well. They were now at the height of fear. Just as they had been arrogantly confident before, they were now in utter chaos. Everyone trembled uncontrollably, looking at Ling Yi as if he were a grim reaper wielding a scythe, filled with terror and despair. After finishing his words, Qin Jianya suddenly stood up, directly yanking Qin Tianxi out of his wheelchair and throwing him to the ground, then, without a care, kicked him repeatedly, the force so great that there was no trace of fatherly affection left. After kicking for a while, there was no intact flesh left on Qin Tianxi's body. Only then did Qin Jianya kneel back down before Ling Yi, saying, Master Ling, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Did you not say for the Qin family to leave Jiangzhou within 3 days? We will leave right now, and all of the Qin family's assets will be transferred to your name. Would that be acceptable? Ling Yi listened to these ridiculous words and shook his head, asking, When you kidnapped my wife and daughter, raided my home, and intended to enslave my wife and children, did you ever think that you would have a day like this? I'm wronged. Master Ling, you are truly wronging me. Qin Jianya pleaded, knocking his head in submission. It was this unfilial son who kidnapped your wife and daughter, not me. It was Qin Jiangong who enslaved your wife and daughter, not me. As for the raid, heaven is my witness. Our Qin family truly did not send anyone to do that. Ling Yi frowned upon hearing this. On the day of my discharge, the rented apartment was raided, leading to Qi Shiyun divorcing me. Was this not done by the Qin family? How could that be possible? Aside from the Qin family, who else had I made enemies with? Those who lend money had never forcibly broken into homes or smashed things, even when they themselves were overdue in the past. Moreover, I had already paid off all the usurious loans, making it even less likely for them to do so. Furthermore, with the lessons learned from the yellow-haired individual, anyone with a brain would refrain from such foolish actions. As for Chun Bao, who lost over 4 million to me, he would have even less of a chance. Calculating it this way, it indeed seems that the only ones left are the Qin family, who I had disabled. After analyzing the situation, he suspected that Qin Jianya was lying. With a flick of his finger, Qin Jianya, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly straightened his body, his arms extended forward, unable to move. "Oh, Master Ling, spare me. Oh." Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the heart-wrenching sound of Qin Jianya's voice echoed, a roar that sent chills down the spine of everyone present. As they looked closely, they realized that Qin Jianya's fingers were being crushed inch by inch, as if a crushing machine was slowly grinding down his arms. The concept of 10 fingers connected to the heart made the thought of such pain send shivers down one's spine. "I will only ask one last time, who broke into my house and caused destruction 3 days ago?" He stood in front of Qin Jianya, coldly, asking, his expression devoid of emotion. "I already said it wasn't me, you bastard." "Oh, no, wait, it was me, it was all me. You just kill me." Qin Jianya gritted his teeth, the intense pain causing his head to tremble uncontrollably. Hearing Qin Jianya's desperate plea for death, he was almost certain that the break-in was indeed not orchestrated by the Qin family. But if it wasn't the Qin family, then who could it be? He frowned, baffled. This incident directly led to Qi Xian's divorce from him, and he had to uncover the truth. While he was deep in thought, the crushing machine that was pressing down on Qin Jianya's hands did not stop. At this point, Qin Jianya's fingers were already shattered, his palms resembling 2 paper pieces fluttering against his wrists. "If you have the guts, just kill me. What kind of hero does this to me?" The intense pain had caused Qin Jianya to bite his teeth down to the point of shattering, drenched in cold sweat, feeling worse than death. Unable to find a reason, snapped back to reality upon hearing Qin Jianya's roar. He realized that this matter would not be resolved quickly and decided not to dwell on it for now. As for the Qin family, since this matter had nothing to do with them, there was no need to waste any more time on them. "I gave you the opportunity to leave Jiangzhou within 3 days, yet you chose to ignore my advice." He sighed and shook his head. Upon hearing this, the members of the Qin family were stunned. It turned out that the person who sent Wu Qian to relay the message was not Han Yuan, but Ling Yi. They had thought that the Han family was just bluffing, but little did they know it was Ling Yi delivering the final ultimatum. Each member of the Qin family was filled with regret at this moment. Especially Qin Jianya, who felt a deep sense of guilt for pushing the Qin family into an abyss. "Yi, kill me. I beg you to kill me." Filled with guilt, Qin Jianya had lost all hope. Yi shook his head. "It's too late." As he spoke, his gaze swept through the crowd of the Qin family, seemingly searching for a target. "If it were just ignoring my advice, that would be fine. I could simply wipe them out. But you had to go and kidnap my wife and daughter, which makes this matter far more complicated than just a simple death." After saying this, Yi slightly beckoned with his hand, and a young man resembling Qin Jianya was pulled to Yi's side, his neck firmly gripped. Qin Tianxi's face had turned completely pale as he struggled with all his might, trying to break free from Yi's grasp. But Yi's hand was like an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge even slightly. "Yi, if you have the guts, come at me. Let my son go." Qin Jianya screamed hysterically, his eyes bloodshot and his expression grotesque. Yi coldly laughed. "Weren't you planning to break my daughter's limbs in front of my wife? Now let me give you a taste of that experience." After saying this, Yi extended his hand, gripping Qin Tianxi's right arm, and then snapped it, first breaking his wrist, then his elbow, and finally his shoulder joint. The entire process saw Yi using no spiritual energy or techniques, relying solely on his physical strength akin to a child breaking chopsticks. Sometimes he couldn't break it in one go, bending and folding several times before succeeding. With his neck in a chokehold, Qin Tianxiu couldn't emit any sound. However, from his trembling body, one could discern just how much agony he was enduring. "Yi, you beast. May you die a horrible death." Qin Jianya shouted, kneeling on the ground, blood. Yi chuckled and shook his head in response. "Master Qin, no need for pleasantries. Compared to what you would do to a 3-year-old, I'm still far from it." After saying this, Yi released his grip on Qin Tianxi's neck, letting him hover 2 inches above the ground. With the pressure removed from his neck, Qin Tianxiu immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if that was the only way to vent the pain in his right arm. He desperately wanted to escape, but unfortunately, aside from his head, his body was already beyond his control. Once Yi freed his hands, he proceeded to do the same to his left arm, breaking it inch by inch before everyone's eyes. "Oh, I'm going to die from the pain. Dad, save me. Help me." Qin Tianxiu screamed hysterically, his face filled with despair. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianya turned his head away, closing his eyes to avoid witnessing the scene. Yet for some reason, as he turned away, his head inexplicably straightened back and his eyelids felt as though they were being forced open, unable to close. Ling, if you have the ability, just kill me. I don't want to see this. Qin Jianya yelled, knowing it was Ling Yi's method. Watching his son suffer in front of him was 1,000 times more painful than having his bones crushed. He had already lost one son, hoping Qin Tianqiu would inherit the family legacy, but Ling Yi had destroyed that hope entirely. This despair made him wish he were dead. Ling Yi ignored his words, lifting Qin Tianqiu's right leg and smashed it down with a punch, directly breaking his calf bone. Then he punched his kneecap and finally smashed his thigh bone. After finishing these, Ling Yi moved to Qin Tianqiu's left side, repeating the process on his left leg. Once done, Ling Yi released the restraints on Qin Tianqiu, allowing him to collapse to the ground like a heap of mud. Then smiling, he asked Qin Jianya, Master Qin, how does it feel? Ling Yi, I swear I will kill you. And your wife and child, I want them to suffer endlessly. Qin Jianya shouted, baring his teeth in rage. Ling Yi shrugged indifferently, saying, Don't worry, you won't have that chance. You will definitely die tonight, but before that. Ling Yi paused, looking at the members of the Qin family, smiling as he asked, Who is his daughter? Upon hearing this, the gazes of the Qin family unconsciously turned towards a woman. Seeing this, Ling Yi couldn't help but chuckle coldly, quickly identifying his target. But at that moment, Qin Jianya suddenly shouted, Ling, you forced me. Even if you are a martial arts master, I will drag all of you down with me. After saying this, Qin Jianya opened his mouth and a glowing red stone was expelled from his mouth, shooting towards Ling Yi. The moment the red stone appeared, Ling Yi felt a surge of danger. The swallowing heaven record instinctively activated, causing the spiritual energy in his dantian to spiral uncontrollably. Although Ling Yi did not yet know what that object was, he sensed an extraordinarily powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from it. What kind of thing can possess such strong spiritual energy? Ling Yi couldn't answer that question, but he knew very well that if this spiritual energy fluctuation exploded, it could easily level the villa to the ground. As for Han Yuan and the others, their deaths were a certainty. Even he himself could be severely injured if he did not respond properly. Qin Jianya was not joking. He indeed had the ability to drag everyone down with him. Die. Oh, haha. Qin Jianya laughed maniacally, roaring. He had initially wanted to plead with Ling Yi to spare his family, but since Ling Yi had already crippled his son and was now targeting his daughter, it was better to let them go quickly than to let them suffer. Moreover, he could drag Ling Yi and the Han family down with him. This deal was clearly in his favor. Yuan Tiangong, still lying on the ground, was originally despondent, but upon seeing this object, he suddenly sprang up from the ground, leaped over the Han family members, and jumped out the window to escape. However, he did not run far. Instead, he stopped a distance of several zhang from the villa, focusing his attention and vigilance. Crystal bomb. That old man actually passed this thing to his son. Yuan Tiangong thought to himself, what a pity such a young martial arts genius is destined to fall here, alas. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and the massive shockwave instantly shattered the tempered glass walls and bulletproof windows on one half of the villa's first floor. The entire ground trembled, as if an earthquake of magnitude 9 was rushing toward them. After the loud noise, a dazzling red light shot down from the living room ceiling, blinding everyone. Ling Yi, beneath the crystal bomb, not a blade of grass will grow. Even if you are a martial arts grandmaster, you cannot survive. Qin Jianya's arrogant voice rang out again. Oh really? Ling Yi's voice echoed back, as everyone hurriedly opened their eyes, enduring the pain, to look toward the center of the living room. They saw Ling Yi standing in place, hands raised, beams of golden light shooting from his palms, enveloping the high temperature and pressure generated by the crystal bomb, forming an enormous golden spherical barrier. The shockwave from the explosion struck the golden barrier, immediately causing ripples to form, resembling a lake's surface gilded by sunlight. Though this lake's surface was thin, it completely contained the pressure from the explosion without a hint of leakage. How is this possible? That's a crystal bomb. No one can withstand its explosion, not even a martial arts grandmaster. Qin Jianya was on the verge of collapse, unable to fathom how strong Ling Yi had become. Ling Yi ignored him and gradually gathered the golden light, ultimately condensing it to the size of a peanut. Within the golden light, Ling Yi glimpsed the fragments of stone turned to powder. With just one look, he understood what it was: spiritual crystal. This world actually has spiritual crystals. Even though Ling Yi's Dao heart was as firm as a rock, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic at this moment. This material was ideal for setting up formations rare, even in the realm of cultivation. He never expected it to exist in this world. Ling Yi had previously considered using golden stone jade filament to set up a spirit capture formation, but due to his ignorance of the existence of spiritual crystals, he had to settle for the second best option of golden stone jade filament. However, even golden stone jade filament would shatter after enduring a certain amount of spiritual energy, leading to the disintegration of the formation. But if he used this spiritual crystal to set up the spirit capture formation, not only would it not explode from the pressure of the spiritual energy, but its effectiveness would surpass that of golden stone by more than 10 times. One could say that this spiritual crystal was tailor-made for the spirit capture formation. Unfortunately, this piece was broken. Even if it weren't broken, one piece would be far from enough to set up the formation at the star-picking tower. Where did you get this from? Ling Yi asked anxiously. Qin Jianya saw Ling Yi's interest and immediately began to bargain. I can tell you, but you must let us go. You have no right to bargain. Ling Yi said, pointing with a finger, instantly piercing the head of Qin Jinkong, who was lying on the ground, killing him on the spot. It was hard to say if it was an illusion, but when everyone looked over they found that the expression on Qin Jiankong's face was not one of fear, but rather a sense of relief. Ling, if you dare to kill my Qin family members again, you will never learn the origin of the crystal bomb in your lifetime. Qin Jianya roared angrily. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, it seems you still don't understand the situation. The reason I went to such lengths to catch this thing was not to spare the lives of your Qin family, but because your Qin family must perish at my hands. Saying this, Ling Yi pointed again, and without being able to utter a word from the pain, Qin Tianzhou's head was pierced dead beyond salvation. Qin Jianya stared with blood-red eyes, nearly bursting with rage. Seeing this, Ling Yi couldn't be bothered to point. With just a thought, a beam of spiritual energy shot through Qin Tianzhou's head, exploding directly from his temple. He'll tell you. Just give me a quick death. Qin Jianya's hands had been crushed into meat patties, and the immense pain combined with irreparable psychological trauma left him completely unable to hold on. Rationally, he should have collapsed by now, yet he remained acutely aware. He himself was surprised at how resilient. You have no right to bargain. Ling Yi said expressionlessly, then moved Qin Jianya's daughter in front of him. The things I have were given to me by my father. I don't know where he got them from. All I know is that in a moment of crisis I could take them down with me, even if the opponent is a grandmaster. Qin Jianya said in one breath, unable to bear seeing his children tormented by Ling Yi. Thinking back to the methods he had once contemplated to torment Qi Shiyun, he was filled with regret and despair. Seeing that Qin Jianya was not lying, Ling Yi reached out and gently squeezed, causing all the Qin family members except for Qin Jianya to die instantly. Then Ling Yi tossed the golden pearl the size of a peanut into Qin Jianya's mouth, saying, where it came from, return there, before turning away from him. As for Qin Jianya, golden light soon erupted from within him, and in the blink of an eye, he turned to ash, leaving nothing behind. Having wiped out the entire Qin family, Ling Yi walked toward the Han family, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, doing so effortlessly. After all, for someone who had cultivated for 100,000 years, what kind of killing and slaughter had he not seen? With a wave of his hand, stars shattered. With a thought, countless races were obliterated. This was nothing unusual in the realm of cultivation. But when the Han family looked at Ling Yi again, the fear in their eyes was akin to seeing a ghost. Although they knew he had saved them, it did not diminish their fear of him. There was no way around it. The ease with which Ling Yi wiped out an entire family was frightening to anyone who witnessed it. Ling Yi had no expectation that they would be able to get along easily with him, nor did he care. He walked over to Wu Qian, reached out, and shook him awake, saying, are you dead? If not, get up and walk a few steps. Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, the Han family members turned anxiously to look at Wu Qian lying on the stretcher. Master Ling Yu, you must be joking. Old Wu is injured so severely, how could he possibly walk? Han Yuan anxiously defended Wu Qian. His concern stemmed from the fear that if Ling Yi became displeased, the entire Han family might face annihilation. The previous tragedy of the Qin family cannot be ignored. This is also the reason all the Han family members felt apprehensive. However, Ling Yi smiled and said, it's been nearly half an hour. The effects of the broken jade pill should have kicked in by now. If you don't believe me, let him try to take a few steps. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the Han family members. This is it. Master Ling is using this as an excuse to wipe out my Han family. Otherwise, how could he utter such fierce words? It's just a pill. It's impressive enough to save Grandfather Qian's life. You actually expect him to regain his ability to walk? Do you think it's a miraculous elixir? Even if it were a miraculous elixir, you cannot expect it to show effects in half an hour. Moreover, you haven't even waited that long. If you want to destroy our Han family, just say so. Why beat around the bush with excuses? The Han family members looked ashen. Only Han Ruoxue supported Wu Qian, helping him to stand slowly amid the astonished gazes of everyone. Once he steadied himself, she let go of her hand. Wait, is this real? What am I seeing? A miracle. This is simply a miracle in the history of medicine. My goodness, Master Ling is truly extraordinary. Someone with all 4 limbs severed can be healed in half. The Han family members chattered excitedly, unable to hide their joy. A relief after surviving. Master Ling, what about my Wu Qian looked at his hands in shock. Ling Yi patted his shoulder and said, I told you I will avenge you, and I will definitely heal you. Wu Qian was so moved that he was on the verge of tears. Even though he knew that Ling Yi was skilled in alchemy and could refine pills to heal a small broken bone, he had no hope for himself. Because his injuries were on a completely different level compared to a small bone. No matter how skilled Ling Yi's alchemy was, it was impossible for him to heal someone in such a dire state. When he was lying there just now, he had already made up his mind. Once the Han family passed this disaster, he would bite his tongue and commit suicide, never wanting to drag the Han family down or live on in such a pitiful state. But he never expected that he could actually stand up. Master Ling, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Please allow me to bow to you. Wu Qian said, regardless of Ling Yi's attempts to stop him, and knelt down to worship. Seeing this, Han Yuan and the others immediately knelt down and said in unison, Master Ling, please accept my bow for saving the entire Han family. Ling Yi, unable to refuse, simply accepted it. He then waved his hand, and the crowd stood up as if lifted by a gentle breeze. Ling Yi then said to Wu Qian, try striking twice. Grandfather Wu has just recovered from a serious illness, shouldn't he rest for a while? Han Ruoxue asked with some concern. Before Ling Yi could speak, Wu Qian interjected, since Master Ling told me to strike twice, I can naturally strike twice. There's no need for rest. After saying that, regardless of the objections from the Han family, he took a stance and began to practice his iron palm technique in the living room. For a moment, the living room was filled with the fierce gusts of his palm strikes, powerful and imposing. Grandfather, why do I have the strange feeling that his iron palm seems even more powerful than before? Han Ruoxue frowned, unable to believe her eyes. Silly girl, it's not an illusion, but it's indeed more powerful. If grandfather isn't mistaken, your grandfather Wu is likely to have advanced in his cultivation again, Han Yuan said with a look of satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Han Ruoxue and the other Han family members displayed expressions of utter shock. In their understanding, after a master suffers severe injuries, even if healed, wouldn't their cultivation be greatly diminished? Just like their grandfather, wasn't that how it was? So how could Grandfather Qian become even stronger? After finishing a set of palm techniques, Wu Qian came before Ling Yi filled with excitement and asked in disbelief, Master Ling, what happened to my hands? Ling Yi interrupted him, asking in return, have you understood? Wu Qian was taken aback, then nodded vigorously, I have understood. Remember this feeling, in at most 3 months, at least 1 month, your cultivation will advance again. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian knelt again and said, thank you, Master Ling, for your guidance. Just as Han Yuan and the others were about to congratulate Wu Qian, a figure suddenly appeared before everyone. It was Yuan Tiangang in a raincoat. The Han family members instinctively took half a step back, assuming a defensive stance. Don't panic, don't panic. With the Qin family gone, I no longer need to carry out my mission. Seeing this, Yuan Tiangang immediately waved his hand to explain. He had just stood over 10 meters away, quietly observing everything inside, completely shocked by Ling Yi's actions. How did you withstand the crystal bomb, which even martial arts masters can't evade? Yuan Tiangang asked curiously. Ling Yi did not answer but countered, if I couldn't withstand it, do you think you would have had time to escape? Yuan Tiangang was stunned. He had just been pondering this question, thinking it was because he ran fast, not realizing that Ling Yi had taken the brunt of the crystal's power for him. How did you do it? Yuan Tiangang asked. To be honest, before I struck, I wasn't sure I could withstand. Ling Yi said truthfully, but they shouldn't die at the hands of scum like Qin Jianya, so even if I couldn't withstand it, I had to endure it. And then I did it. Yuan Tiangang was dumbfounded. The Han family members fell silent, their eyes glistening, tears threatening to flow uncontrollably. Especially among them, some couldn't hold back their low sobs. These people were the ones who had just recklessly assumed that Ling Yi was looking for excuses to annihilate their Han family. Why didn't you kill me? Yuan Tiangang knew that if Ling Yi had exerted a little more strength, he would have died under his finger. Ling Yi smiled, pointing at Wu Qian and Han Yuan, saying, didn't you spare them? Yuan Tiangang nodded, understanding Ling Yi's meaning. He was about to ask again, but Ling Yi interrupted him. Let's talk later, I need to go back and get something. It wouldn't be good to waste time. After saying that, Ling Yi flashed and directly passed through the broken glass wall of the villa, then with a few leaps reached the foot of Yulu Mountain, finally disappearing from everyone's sight. Upon seeing the direction Ling Yi vanished, Yuan Tiangang seemed to suddenly remember something and asked the Han family with a shocked expression, where does he live? The Han family members, still fearful of Yuan Tiangang, could only nod, with Han Yuan responding, Master Ling currently resides in the star-picking tower at the top of Yulu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangang carefully recalled the scene when he sensed something unusual while rowing, and once he confirmed he was correct, he exclaimed in shock, so it's him. I thought. No wonder. No wonder. It's an honor to have lost to him, ha. While speaking Ling, he had already returned to the villa leisurely holding a bottle of mineral water. He looked at Han Ruoxue and instructed, "Sit down and take off your shoes." "What?" Han Ruoxue froze at his words, then a flush of crimson spread over her regal features. In front of so many family members, he actually wanted me to take off my shoes and show him. Even if he had some interest in me, he should have chosen a private place. Doing this so publicly is unbearably embarrassing. Han Ruoxue thought this, but quickly regained her composure. "Oh, very well." Having said that, she walked to the sofa, sat down, and painfully removed her shoes before everyone. Only then did they see that her soft, pale feet were streaked with blood. Some areas even showed signs of frostbite. They remembered then that Han Ruoxue had been driving barefoot earlier and had walked through the snow for a long time with. What surprised them was that Ling Yi still remembered this trivial incident. Surely such a thing would be inconsequential to a man of his stature. Even Yuan Tiangang could not help but wear an expression of astonishment. He soon frowned, thinking how unnervingly meticulous Ling Yi's mind was. Never under any circumstances make an enemy of someone like him. Otherwise you might not even know how you died. After Han Ruoxue removed her shoes, her nostrils flared with a thin sheen of sweat. The wounds had adhered to the shoes. But she felt no pain at all, for she had never imagined Ling Yi would recall this matter, let alone treat it as important. Otherwise he would not have interrupted Yuan Tiangang and left him hanging. And Ling Yi's concern was to her the greatest balm for her pain in the world. Ling Yi watched Han Ruoxue tear the shoes from her feet, and shook his head slightly, thinking to himself that he had been careless. Earlier, in order to block the explosion of the Lingjing Stone's spiritual crystal, he had nearly exhausted the surrounding spiritual energy. He had previously supplemented Han Ruoxue's feet with a protective flow of spiritual energy, assuming that would be enough time for the wounds to stop bleeding. He had not expected her tender feet still to be seeping blood. With a wave of his hand, Ling Yi instantly wiped away the blood and grime from her feet, revealing their fair silky beauty. Only then did everyone notice that her feet were crisscrossed with more than 10 wounds of various sizes, all irregular, seeming to have been sliced by sharp stones and unlikely to heal easily. Even if they healed with treatment, the deep extensive wounds would leave scars. And the frostbite, even if cured, would likely leave a conspicuous mark on those once pale feet because of pigmentation. What a pity! Such beautiful feet ruined by these external injuries. Yuan Tiangang sighed, shaking his head. The Han family shot him scornful looks at the remark. Han Ruoxue knew well that these wounds might scar. Although she had done it willingly, a touch of melancholy remained. "I won't be able to wear high heels or those crystal sandals anymore." She touched her feet absent-mindedly, her expression tinged with wistful sadness. Without high heels, many pretty outfits would be off-limits. Without high heels, how could she still be the queen she imagined herself to be? "Hands away, feet out, Ling," he said tersely. Han Ruoxue frowned, glanced up in puzzlement, yet immediately obeyed and extended her feet as he instructed. No sooner had she stretched them out than Ling Yi unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and began to pour it over her feet. It was deep winter, the water was icy cold. Han Ruoxue instinctively retracted her feet, but Ling Yi shot her a glare, and she obediently stretched them out again. Thus she endured the bone-numbing chill as Ling Yi finished pouring the water. Throughout it all, she never asked why Ling Yi did this. After all, it was only an ordinary bottle of mineral water, one she herself had purchased that afternoon. When the bottle was emptied, Han Ruoxue realized her feet were no longer cold. Instead, they seemed wrapped in a warm current, cozy and comforting. At the same time, everyone watched in astonishment as the wounds on Han Ruoxue's feet began to heal at a speed visible to the eye. In only a few breaths, more than 10 wounds of varying sizes, including the frostbite, vanished before the crowd's eyes, gone without a single trace. "I can wear high heels again. I can wear qipao again." Han Ruoxue touched her jade-like feet, disbelief shining in her eyes. Everyone present, Yuan Tiangang among them, stared hungrily at the empty mineral water bottle in Ling Yi's hand, their faces full of puzzlement. Ling Yi did not disappoint. He tossed the empty bottle straight into the trash. Elegant, truly befitting Master Ling, just his style. A scramble ensued as people rushed to the trash can to snatch that bottle, eager to see what brand it was, and Han Tao and his daughter Han Ruoxue, however, frowned, slightly lost in thought. They had seen Ling Yi heal the old master's illness before. He would press acupoints with a silver needle and effortlessly cure 30 years of internal injury. Yet for these minor wounds, he used mineral water. It seemed redundant and illogical. "I could have healed your wounds and the frostbite with a wave of my hand. Instead, I used this method. Do you know why?" Ling Yi asked Han Ruoxue. Han Ruoxue and Han Tao heard him and immediately understood what he meant. Their eyes lit up, and almost in unison they asked, "Can it be mass-produced?" "Yes," Ling Yi answered with certainty. Han Ruoxue smiled. Han Tao hooped and spun in excitement, then plunged into the crowd to grab the bottle, shouting, "We're rich. We're going to make a fortune." Yuan Tiangang, watching the father and daughter, quickly grasped the implication. When he looked at Ling Yi, his eyes brimmed with even greater reverence than before. Other members of the Han family, still puzzled, asked, "Uncle, how does this make us rich? You look less like you've struck it rich and more like you've lost your mind. Don't be naive. Do you know the annual profit of the domestic skincare industry? Over 100 billion. Once this product hits the market, even if it doesn't dominate entirely, it will take at least half the market share." Han Tao exclaimed, pointing to the bottle. The Han family were no fools. Prompted by Han Tao, they quickly understood, and their eyes lit up with stars. A market profit of 100 billion. Owning half means 50 billion. And that's net profit every year. What does that amount to? Imagine waking up each morning to over 100 million deposited into your account. Even Yuan Tiangong, who regarded money as worthless, swallowed hard at the sheer shock of it. But Ling Yi shook his head and uttered a line that nearly drove them mad. "It's not just for skincare. This stuff can be ingested, and its internal effects are even better than external application." At those words, Han Tao emitted a howl, nearly fainting from excitement. If that were true, the market wouldn't be limited to cosmetics. They could enter the medical field as well. After all, patients with gastrointestinal bleeding are not few in number each year. That segment of the market could be even larger than skincare. Han Tao could no longer contain himself. Ignoring objections, he rushed to Ling Yi and, breathless with excitement, asked, "Master Ling, no Ling Keishanai, can you reveal simply what the effects are when ingested?" Ling Yi considered briefly and replied succinctly, "Roughly speaking, if you drink enough of it, even sleeping could cultivate inner strength." Ling Yi did not specify what enough meant. Hearing that inner strength could be developed without training, Han Tao didn't pause to ask how much would be needed. He immediately lost consciousness from excitement. Yuan Tiangong, who had watched quietly, showed little interest in the miraculous water's immediate effects. Instead, his gaze fixed on Ling Yi as he weighed whether to invite him to join their westward journey. He believed that with Ling Yi present, the tasks awaiting them in the west would be much easier. But seeing Ling Yi's youth, Yuan ultimately suppressed the idea. He felt no need to expose such a young man to danger. Those life-risking matters could be left to the old men like him. Yet Yuan Tiangong had already decided to gift Ling Yi an opportunity before they departed. He believed that even a grandmaster like Ling Yi would be delighted once he learned what that opportunity was. As the crowd was filled with excitement, Han Yuan had already arranged for the bodies of the Qin family in the living room to be cleaned up. When he and Wu Qian heard that one could cultivate internal strength just by drinking water, their eyes nearly bulged out. In the past, they had invested countless efforts, endured immense hardships, and suffered greatly to cultivate internal strength from external energy. Yet here with Ling Yi, all it took was simply drinking more water. "Master Ling, is what you said true?" Han Yuan asked in disbelief. "Of course it is true, but..." Ling Yi shook his head and said, "You need to drink 1,000 bottles every day and continue for a year, and then it will be about right." Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. After all, the maximum limit a person could endure in a day should not exceed 15 bottles. With Master Ling's method of drinking, whether internal strength could be cultivated was uncertain, but one would surely be dead for sure. Han Tao, who had fainted from excitement, suddenly regained consciousness and looked at Ling Yi with a resentful expression resembling a wronged woman. However, he quickly adjusted himself, for Master Ling had stated from the beginning that one must drink enough to automatically generate internal strength. Yet he never expected that this so-called more was actually so much. But through Ling Yi's description, he roughly understood the function of this mineral water internally. In summary, it was a remedy for illnesses and a means to strengthen health, sounding very much like those miraculous tonics sold by quacks in television dramas. However, Han Tao was well aware that Master Ling's divine water was truly genuine. "Master Ling, can I be the general agent for this divine water?" Han Tao asked nervously. Even though he understood that Ling Yi had specifically shown them this to seek collaboration, he couldn't help but feel anxious when it came to this point. "No," Ling Yi said bluntly. Han Tao froze, and the other members of the Han family were also dumbfounded. Was a trillion yuan market just passing them by? But why not just help Han Ruoxue directly instead of going through the trouble of demonstrating the efficacy of the divine water to them? Was it merely to make them envious? "Why?" Han Tao asked, nearly in tears. Ling Yi pointed at Han Ruoxue and said, "Because I want to entrust her with full management." The members of the Han family were all stunned upon hearing this. At that moment, they suddenly realized that Master Qian had his limbs severed to protect Qi Shiyun, so Ling Yi restored him to his original state and bestowed upon him a miracle, allowing him to achieve the perfect state of internal strength. And Han Ruoxue had injured her jade feet. In order to quickly relay the news of Qi Shiyun's predicament, so Ling Yi not only restored her beautiful feet to perfection, but also gifted her a trillion-level business empire. Even though his act of saving the Han family was already a debt of gratitude they could never repay, he still chose to give back to Wu Qian and Han Ruoxue in his own way. Thinking back to the already exterminated Qin family, everyone present understood one principle. Anyone who treats Ling Yi's wife and daughter well, he will repay 100-fold, while those who harm his wife and daughter, he will destroy their entire clan. Clear in his distinctions of gratitude and resentment, with pure rewards and punishments, this is Ling Yi. Han Ruoxue stood up excitedly barefoot, her expression somewhat complex, as she said, I will definitely live up to Master Ling's expectations. When she first heard Ling Yi's words, she was overjoyed, but when she realized that he entrusted her with this responsibility, because of Qi Shiyun, she felt inexplicably saddened. This complex emotional entanglement left her somewhat distracted. Meanwhile, Han Tao asked with great concern, Master Ling, what do you plan to price it at? Ling Yi shook his head and said, we'll talk about that later. After all, pricing depends on production. Currently, he hadn't even sorted out the materials for the spirit capture array, so discussing pricing was premature. Alright then, he'll take care of the packaging and registration as preliminary preparations. Han Ruoxue quickly got into the zone after regaining her composure. Ling Yi nodded, allowing Han Ruoxue to take charge of these details. Yuan Tiangang had been silently watching everything unfold. After seeing that Ling Yi had finished chatting with the Han family, he stepped forward and asked, what kind of pill did you give him? Shattered jade pill. Shattered jade pill. Why have I never heard of that name? Yuan Tiangang frowned and asked, where can I buy it? This thing's effects are too incredible. If one carried a few with them, wouldn't that be equivalent to having extra lives? You can't buy it. I created it myself. Yuan Tiangang's eyes lit up as he scrutinized Ling Yi anew, laughing loudly. I was right, you are indeed a cultivator. A cultivator. Ling Yi had never heard this term before, so he turned to Han Yuan and Wu Qian. But they looked just as puzzled, indicating that they had never heard of this expression either. Yuan Tiangang nodded to himself. Now it makes sense. Clearly you are merely at the Grandmaster level, yet I couldn't kill you. Turns out you are a cultivator. Seeing the confused expressions on the Han family members, Yuan Tiangang waved his hand and said, it's not surprising that you don't know. After all, there are very few cultivators left in the world. But you yourself are a cultivator, and you don't even know. Ling Yi shook his head. He only knew he was a cultivator. Didn't your master tell you? No. He only told me to focus on cultivation, and once I reach the immortal emperor realm, I can reverse. Seeing this, Yuan Tiangang said thoughtfully, that makes sense. If he had told you, you probably wouldn't have become his disciple. Master Yuan, what do you mean by that? Han Yuan asked. Yuan Tiangang explained the so-called martial path is actually a combination of martial and Tao. Those like us who practice internal strength and study killing techniques should actually be called martial cultivators, whereas those such as him, who can wield magical techniques and are proficient in pill crafting, are known as cultivators. If that's the case, why did Master Yuan just say he was unwilling to take a disciple? I really want to be a disciple of Master Ling. Han Tao asked. Yuan Tiangang answered, cultivators are indeed stronger than martial cultivators. After all, we cultivate martial power, while they cultivate magical power. These are not on the same level, so how can they be compared? However, because the process of a cultivator casting spells is cumbersome, even when encountering martial artists, let alone ordinary people with knives, by the time you finish your spell, they could have stabbed you multiple times. If it were you, would you still want to learn? Everyone suddenly understood that there were such intricacies involved. Han Tao immediately dismissed the thought of becoming a disciple. But Ling Yi seems to have never formed a spell seal. Han Ruoxue suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that they had never seen Ling Yi form a seal. Because he has already reached the Grandmaster level, he doesn't need to form seals at all. He can cast spells just by a thought. Yuan Tiangang said this with a hint of pride. Losing to someone like him was not shameful at all. Doesn't this mean that below Grandmaster 1 is worthless and above Grandmaster 1 walks freely? Wow, that's quite impressive. At worst, one could just play it safe in the early stages. Han Tao exclaimed, reigniting his thoughts of wanting to become a disciple. Hearing this, everyone cast envious glances at Ling Yi. However, Yuan Tiangang snorted coldly and retorted, do you think everyone else is foolish and doesn't know how to play it safe? But why has the path of cultivation declined? To the point where many people have never even heard of it. Why? Han Tao asked. Because the path of cultivation has been rejected by the heavens and earth, and for hundreds of years, there has not been a single Grandmaster of cultivation. Who would want to learn a school with no hope? In that case, doesn't that mean Ling Yi is the first in hundreds of years? Han Ruoxue whispered, gazing at Ling Yi with fiery eyes. When the members of the Han family heard this and looked at Ling Yi again, their eyes were filled not just with envy, but also with deep respect. The first person in hundreds of years, what does that concept entail? It indicates that he has no predecessors and likely will have no successors dominating for hundreds of years. The fact that the Han family could be acquainted with such a person was undoubtedly a sign of their ancestors' grave smoking. No, not just smoking, but clearly burning. Faced with the awe-filled gazes of the Han family, Ling Yi's heart remained unfazed. However, after hearing Yuan Tiangang's explanation, he gained a deeper understanding of this world. I used to be a frog at the bottom of a well, believing that what I saw with my own eyes was the entirety of the world. I never expected that not only warriors exist, but also cultivators. The legacy of 5,000 years indeed has profound depth. In that case, it's quite possible that those events from 5,000 years ago are indeed true. I just wonder where the descendants of those Tao lineages have gone. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. I just need to cure a minor cancer. It seems I need to find a way to clarify the matter of the spirit crystal stones. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yuan Tiangang continued from Han Ruox's words, if he were not the first person in hundreds of years, I definitely wouldn't tell him about the crystal bomb. Hearing this, Ling Yi's eyes lit up. You know about the crystal bomb. This thing was created by Qin Jianye's father Qin Zheng. No one understands it better than I do. Yuan Tiangang wore a proud expression. He knew Ling Yi would definitely be interested in this matter. Ling Yi said, tell me more. Yuan Tiangang found a sofa to sit on, and as his bamboo leaf poncho brushed against the sofa, a large patch of dried bamboo leaves fell, contrasting sharply with the pristine white sofa. This thing was originally called. Yuan Tiangang was just getting ready to speak at length when he was interrupted by Ling Yi. Wait a moment. Interrupting me again. You Ling are quite rude, you know. Yuan Tiangang had a carefree personality and spoke his mind regardless of whether he could overpower Ling Yi. After interrupting Yuan Tiangang, Ling Yi glanced toward a corner of the villa where 4 medical personnel from the Qin family were crouching. Earlier, when Wu Qian and the others were handling the corpses, they intended to take these 4 medical personnel away as well, but they were unsure if Ling Yi had other plans, so they did not dare to act rashly. Let them go back, Ling Yi said calmly. Wu Qian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, as he was afraid Ling Yi might turn against them. It seems I was overthinking it, Wu Qian thought to himself as he walked toward the 4 medical personnel. The 4 of them had long been shaken with fear from the events of the night, and had not absorbed a single word of their. Seeing the living Yama Wu Qian approach them, they thought he was coming to kill them to silence them, and they immediately collapsed to the ground trembling. You can leave now, Wu Qian said coldly. But tonight you were never here, understand. The 4 of them sat on the ground in shock, not hearing a single word of Wu Qian's statement. Wu Qian, feeling helpless, waved for a few people to come and escort them away. Seeing that Ling Yi did not indiscriminately kill innocents, Yuan Tiangang's fondness for Ling Yi surged. He no longer cared about being interrupted and continued. This thing was originally called Red Dust Smile, but I found it too unpleasant, so I had Qin Zheng change it to Crystal Bomb, simple and straightforward, easy to remember. Upon hearing this, everyone in the villa couldn't help but twitch their faces. What the hell, Red Dust Smile is horrible. From your expressions, I can tell you all think the name I chose is better. Yuan Tiangang ignored the collective grimaces of the crowd and instead felt quite pleased with himself. The Han family members were once again speechless. The raw material for this thing is a piece of black crystal stone. Qin Zheng said that thing is called black crystal stone and is particularly beneficial for his cultivation. He, like you, is also a cultivator, Yuan Tiangang continued. Ling Yi nodded inwardly after hearing this, thinking, it seems that cultivators in this world know how to use spirit crystal stones to enhance their cultivation. I just wonder how powerful their magic is. Yuan Tiangang glanced at Ling Yi and continued, he was particularly interested in this black crystal stone during his lifetime, so I guess you as a cultivator would certainly be very interested as well. Indeed, Ling Yi did not hide his thoughts and was not afraid that after he admitted it, Yuan Tiangang would raise the price on him. As long as he could quickly set up the spirit capture array, he could enhance his cultivation swiftly and cure the minor terminal illness. For this reason, no matter how much Yuan Tiangang raised the price, Ling Yi would agree. The black crystal stone from Qin Zheng was found in a secret giant cave. Although I know the exact location of this cave, I do not recommend you go there. When Yuan Tiangang said this, his expression became somewhat unusual. Is there danger? Ling Yi asked. Yuan Tiangang nodded, his face turning quite grim, a life or death situation. Even Master Yuan, you couldn't handle it. Wu Qian interjected in surprise. Yuan Tiangang awkwardly twitched his lips, saying, it's not that I couldn't, but as soon as I reached the cave entrance, I was knocked out by that creature's tail, without even having the chance to fight back. When I woke up again, I was already lying in the hospital. Hiss, a sound of cold, gasping echoed in the. What kind of creature was that? Ling Yi asked. Yuan Tiangang shook his head. I don't know. No one saw its appearance clearly, it was all a blur, and before they could react, they were dead. I survived because of my internal and external cultivation. Hearing this, the Han family members fell silent. Even someone as formidable as Yuan Tiangang had no chance to fight back, demonstrating just how powerful and terrifying that creature was. In that case, how did you obtain the black crystal stone? Ling Yi asked. Yuan Tiangang replied, we went with more than 10 people. The weakest among us was already at the peak of internal energy. Among them were 2 cultivators, one was Qin Zheng and the other was his master. Although their spellcasting time was long as they fought on the periphery, their power was still greater than that of us martial artists, so it was they who obtained the black crystal stone. However, they were also injured, and not long after returning they both passed away. Silence fell in the villa. They had not expected that such a powerful beast existed in this world. Ling Yi, after hearing this, do you still want to go? Yuan Tiangang asked seriously. Ling Yi replied with just 2 words address. Yuan Tiangang sighed and said, actually, I initially had no intention of telling you about this, but after seeing your various methods I made up my mind to pass this opportunity to you before leaving, as it should be of help to you. Consider it a repayment for your mercy in not killing me. I can give you the address to that place, but I really don't recommend you go there right now. You can wait until your cultivation improves before going. Ling Yi shook his head upon hearing this, smiling bitterly. I can wait no matter how long it takes. But my daughter cannot wait, so even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of flames, I must go. What's wrong with your daughter? Yuan Tiangang, unaware of Ling Yi's situation, asked directly. He paused in silence for a moment upon hearing the answer, then without hesitation or further persuasion, promptly gave Ling Yi the precise address. I originally hoped you'd accompany me on a matter, but now I've reconsidered. After all, the child comes first, Yuan Tiangang added earnestly. Yet remember, never force what cannot be forced. If things go awry, withdraw immediately, and seek another path. Watching Ling Yi's unwavering resolve, Yuan Tiangang felt a pang of regret for having spoken of the crystal bomb affair at all. Ling Yi nodded in quiet acknowledgement, asked no questions about the matter, and, after expressing his gratitude to Yuan Tiangang and briefly instructing the Han family, turned and strode toward the summit of Yulu Mountain. As they watched his retreating figure, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within them all. Han Ruoxue clasped her hands over her chest like one in prayer, whispering softly, Ling Yi, return alive. Only after his silhouette vanished into the distance did they finally lower their gaze. Han Yuan stepped forward before Yuan Tiangang and bowed respectfully. Master Yuan, having traveled so far, would you grace our household with your presence for several days? We would be honored to fulfill our duty as hosts. Yuan Tiangang waved his hand dismissively. I have urgent matters elsewhere, and time is pressing. I must take my leave now. This was no mere courtesy. He had told Qin Jianye the same when departing the Qin residence. Where those urgent matters lay remained unknown. Han Yuan offered no further entreaty, instead leading the entire Han family to escort Yuan Tiangang to the villa's entrance, where they halted and bowed farewell. As Yuan Tiangang disappeared from view, someone among the crowd exhaled deeply, a sigh soon echoed by many others. Though Yuan Tiangang had personally assured them he would not harm them, the psychological weight he had imposed, only now with his departure did they dare breathe freely again. Returning indoors, they gazed upon the shattered chaos of the villa and felt unsettlingly as though none of it were real. Who could have imagined that moments earlier they had stood on the precipice of death at the hands of the Qin family, yet survived while the Qin clan itself was utterly eradicated? Shards of broken glass glittered under the lamplight, igniting within them an overwhelming visceral surge of relief, the radiant joy of having narrowly escaped annihilation. Father, now that the Qin family is gone, their enterprises should rightfully belong to us, shouldn't they? For years the Han and Qin families had maintained a fragile equilibrium, divided by the river, neither able to subdue the other. Yet Ling Yi's single intervention had obliterated the Qin clan entirely. The Hans had won, not by battle but by sheer improbable fortune. Han Yuan shook his head. Without Master Ling, the Han family would have perished long ago. How dare you covet? Then father means, since Master Ling has no affinity for commerce, we shall manage these holdings for him. Daughter, gather every Qin enterprise, consolidate them fully, and place them all under Master Ling's name. Han Yuan issued the order with quiet authority. Not a single voice among the Han family objected. All wholeheartedly endorsed his decision. Han Ruoxue smiled and accepted the task without hesitation. Also, Han Yuan continued, find out where Master Ling's former wife works, and discreetly arrange for her promotion and raise. Han Ruoxue replied instantly. That's simple. She works at a modest advertising firm. I'll acquire the company outright. Very well. Handle it as you see fit, but exercise utmost discretion. She must detect nothing, and Master Ling's identity must remain absolutely concealed. Grandfather, if Master Ling is so formidable, why conceal his identity from Miss Qi? Someone asked. Han Yuan shook his head. Master Ling acts with purpose. Our duty is to serve, not to speculate upon his intentions. Understood? Yes, we understand. They knew nothing of the truth. It wasn't Ling Yi who refused to reveal himself. It was Qi Shiyun who denied him the chance, refusing even to believe him. At the hospital, she had made her terms unambiguous. Should he ever boast before Xiao Xiao again, she would take the child and vanish from Jiangzhou, leaving him forever severed from his daughter. Furthermore, Miss Qi and her daughter must remain under constant protection to ensure no repeat of the home invasion and vandalism. Han Yuan declared, his voice resonant and unyielding. The Qin family's denial of involvement in the vandalism on the day Xiao Xiao was discharged confirmed Ling Yi still had enemies. Having rendered such profound service to the Han family masterlings, loved ones demanded absolute safeguarding. Wu Qian bowed deeply. My lord, entrust this to me. I will give my life before allowing such a breach to occur again. Enough. Dawn approaches. Return to rest. We'll attend to this wreckage once we've recovered. With that, Han Yuan turned and retired to his chambers. Han Ruoxue stepped outside the villa and gazed toward the summit of Yulu Mountain, her thoughts adrift in silent reverie. Upon returning to Jiaxing Tower, Ling Yi first laid down a palm-sized spirit-capturing array, then placed several bottles of mineral water inside to slowly absorb spiritual energy. Only then did he retrieve his phone, still charging, and power it on before slipping it into his pocket. His phone had shut down automatically due to depleted battery, which was why both Qi Shiyun and Han Ruoxue had been unable to reach him. He'd recharged it only during his return trip to retrieve the shattered jade pill, and now it was nearly fully powered. His original plan had been to tour apartments today using the 5 million yuan given by Chun Bao to purchase a residence near Qi Shiyun's workplace. But now that he knew the location of the spirit crystal stones acquiring property would have to wait. A home could be secured later, but the instability surrounding the crystals left too much room for peril. Ling Yi feared delay would invite disaster. After a brief preparation, he departed Jiaxing Tower and hastened toward the suburban resettlement compound. Within moments he arrived at the 4th-floor rental unit and slipped inside silent as shadow. Qi Shiyun and her daughter slept soundly. Ling Yi did not rouse them. Instead, he stood motionless beside their bed, gazing for an immeasurable length of time. Only as dawn's light seeped through the window did he finally turn away, first bestowing a gentle infusion of spiritual energy upon them, then departing with reluctant tenderness. Emerging onto the street, he hailed a taxi and instructed the driver straight to the airport. The location Yuan Tiangang had named lay within Chu Prefecture, over 1,000 kilometers from Jiangzhou. Though Ling Yi moved with extraordinary speed, covering such distance on foot would either kill him en route or leave him utterly spent upon arrival, rendering him little more than a sacrifice delivered across 1,000 li. With over an hour until departure, he sat idly in the departure lounge, eyes closed in tranquil repose. At the river's surface the sun rose, piercing the night's deep hush, gilding the water in molten crimson. A black-robed elder stood at the ship's railing, his index finger extended outward over the water, eyes shut, posture eerily still. Yet upon closer inspection, a faint silvery thread emerged from the tip of his finger, descending invisibly into the river's depths. The boat drifted downstream, the elder unmoving, until after only a few measured breaths his finger lifted slightly, and a sleek bluish-black river fish rose effortlessly, suspended by that ethereal filament. A woman in a windbreaker, just rousing from slumber, glanced at the fish and smiled. Apu, your control over externally projected inner force grows ever more refined. The elder sighed, shaking his head. Not yet. Only when these fish leap ashore, alive, vibrant, unharmed, will I consider mastery complete. Pei Nanxing looked closely, and indeed faint, almost imperceptible ligature marks traced the mouths and bodies of the fish, subtle, yet undeniably present. She said nothing of it, merely cast her gaze toward the rising sun, stretched languidly, and asked almost carelessly, Apu, where do we go next? Chu Prefecture. Rumor says the beast there has grown unusually volatile lately. Surely something that would amuse you, miss. Pei Nanxing nodded, then asked, and Jiangzhou, has last night's affair reached its conclusion? The elder hummed softly in affirmation. Witnesses saw a figure clad in straw raincoat sailing upstream against the current. Most likely he's intercepted the group entering from the west. So he lost? Pei Nanxing asked, voice devoid of inflection. Most likely yes. Pei Nanxing nodded again, and raised a slender, delicate finger as if attempting to shield herself from the sun's brilliance. Failing, she lowered her hand and let the golden light wash over her face unimpeded. Yet, why does today's sun feel so piercingly bright? A single tear traced her cheek, unfelt, unnoticed, as she offered a faint, hollow smile. Apu, truly this world remains profoundly dull. Let go of my daughter. Qi Shiyun cried out sharply, jolting awake from her sleep. When she saw herself seated on her own bed, with her daughter lying peacefully beside her, her breathing gradually eased. Could it have been a nightmare? Qi Shiyun hesitated, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Then she touched her abdomen, and felt no pain at all. Could it truly have been just a dream? Yet it felt utterly real. Wait, last night I asked Grandma Du to watch Xiao Xiao. At that thought, Qi Shiyun hurriedly climbed out of bed to seek Grandma Du, only to find the elderly woman already asleep in the adjacent bed. She rushed over and checked Grandma Du's condition, relieved to confirm she was merely sleeping soundly. No, that can't be a dream. If it were, Grandma Du would have returned to her own home to sleep, not stayed here. I remember this clearly. It absolutely was not a dream. Standing in the secondary bedroom, Qi Shiyun gazed at Grandma Du sleeping on the bed, her thoughts sharpening into clarity. She glanced toward the window of the secondary bedroom, its broken frame now fully repaired. Before warmth could rise in her heart, despair and sorrow swallowed it whole. Last night's events replayed with brutal vividness. Xiao Xiao nearly snatched away, and her limbs shattered. Qi Shiyan herself nearly sold into prostitution in Myanmar, while Ling Yi had simply switched off his phone and vanished. Ling Yi, how heartless you are. All this began because of you. Yet you hide while your own daughter's life hangs in the balance. I must have been blind to marry you. Woo woo woo. Back in the living room, Qi Shiyan sank into a chair, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, though she stifled her sobs, terrified of waking Grandma Du or her daughter. She wept for an unknown length of time until her breath grew ragged and labored. Then slowly the tears subsided. But wasn't I knocked unconscious? Then how did I end up lying in my own bed, eh? As the sobs ceased, Qi Shiyan retraced last night's events and sensed something deeply amiss. Yet after only a moment's furrowed contemplation, the truth crystallized in her mind, and she blurted out, Qian Yi. Yes, it must be him. He defeated that strange figure in the raincoat and rushed back to save Xiao Xiao and me. Sigh, another debt owed him. How could I ever repay it? A stranger shows such devotion to us, mother and child, while you her own father. At that thought, Qi Shiyan's tears spilled forth once more. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone, clenched her grief like iron, and sent Ling Yi a single text message. Jiangzhou Airport. Boarding had begun for the flight to Chuzhou. Ling Yi located a seat with his boarding pass and sat down. Just as he reached to enable airplane mode, a new message appeared. He moved to open it, when a young man dressed head-to-toe in luxury brand strode directly before him. Hey, mind swapping seats? I'm traveling with her. Ling Yi saw no harm in accommodating the request. Yet as he rose, his sleeve was gently tugged by the passenger beside him. He turned and met the gaze of a strikingly pure-faced young woman who watched him intently, then subtly shook her head, a silent plea not to move. Ling Yi prepared to decline, only for his finger to accidentally tap open the message. The instant he read its contents, his skull seemed struck by the laugh of the mortal world. A thunderous boom reverberated within, leaving him dizzy and deafened. Ling Yi, I was wrong last night. I shouldn't have invited you home for dinner. The moment you returned, calamity descended. Xiao Xiao nearly abducted and her limbs shattered. Worse still, you silenced your phone and hid. That is your own flesh and blood. Ling Yi, I am utterly disillusioned. From this day forward, we part forever. Staring at those words, Ling Yi's heart pierced as if skewered by needles. Just hours earlier, as he'd left after dinner, Qi Shiyan's demeanor had softened noticeably. Yet last night's affair with the Qin family had deepened her mistrust tenfold. The Qin family. I should never have let you die so easily. Rage burned fiercely in Ling Yi's eye. Zhao Xuqing, the impeccably dressed youth, saw Ling Yi unmoving and silent, mistook his stillness for disdain, and flared with anger. Kid, are your ears plugged? Don't dare refuse me. Do you even know who I am? Already drowning in sorrow, Ling Yi recoiled at Zhao Xuqing's vulgar tone, then shot him a single searing glare. His fury materialized like molten flame, causing Zhao Xuqing to stumble backward and collapse hard onto the floor. You bastard, you dare glare at me. Think I won't snap you in half with one finger. Humiliated before the crowd's mocking stares, Zhao Xuqing scrambled up and roared at Ling Yi. Before his threat could finish, Ling Yi barked, get out. Zhao Xuqing froze, chilled to the marrow, legs trembling so violently he could barely stand. Though fury raged within him, not a shred of courage remained to utter the rest. Only when a flight attendant approached did he snap back to reality, pointing a shaking finger at Ling Yi and snarling, you'll pay for this. Before storming back to his seat, Ling Yi, steeped in profound grief, registered little of the world around him. Had he been otherwise attuned, Zhao Xuqing would already be a cold corpse. Thank you, just now, whispered the young woman beside Ling Yi. Her voice was crystalline, so enchanting that passengers ahead and behind instinctively rose, eager to glimpse her face. Ling Yi, however, remained oblivious, didn't glance her way once. He only murmured, it's nothing, then fixed his gaze again upon his phone screen. Lin Wanqing blinked in surprise. This was the first time any man had treated her with such detached indifference. She'd intended to see what held him so entranced. Yet a glance revealed only a matte black screen. The privacy film rendered it utterly opaque from her. Lin Wanqing abandoned the thought, offered another soft, thank you, and turned away to close her eyes and rest. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuqing stormed back to his seat, fuming as he leaned toward his companion. Master Chun, could you teach that man a lesson? I could, but that would delay takeoff. Are you certain? Master Chen Tianyang spun his wrist beads without opening his eyes, his tone arrogantly unruffled. True, I mustn't jeopardize the critical matter awaiting me in Chuzhou. Zhao Xuqing gritted his teeth. No need to fret. Once we land, I shall handle him myself. Chen Tianyang declared with supreme confidence, as if destiny itself bent to his will. Zhao Shuqing's face lit with relief. Then I leave it to you, Master Chun. That boy will regret ever drawing breath. Don't speak too boldly. Remember, beyond every peak lies a higher one. Chun Tianyong, pleased by the flattery, feigned modesty, then added, but that young man, utterly, compared to Master Chun, who among us isn't ordinary. Zhao Shuqing chuckled, layering on another lavish compliment. Chun Tianyong reclined serenely, basking in the adulation. Satisfied, Zhao Shuqing glanced back at Ling Yi, then turned away, whispering, inwardly, dare defy me and you won't even know how you died. The flight lasted over 3 hours. Ling Yi spent every moment absorbing that devastating message, only regaining composure as the aircraft began its descent. Even after 10,000 years of cultivation, he could not sever the debt, or the unyielding attachment, he bore toward mother and daughter. Perhaps he mused this was the very essence of a man's duty. Pocketing his phone, Ling Yi turned his focus to planning the remainder of his journey. Just then Lin Wanqing spoke again. After landing, come with me. Zhao Shuqing holds grudges like poison. I suspect he'll target you. Hearing such genuine concern stirred Ling Yi to turn, and for the first time he truly saw his seatmate. Her features were astonishingly exquisite. She appeared no older than 20, likely still a university student. No wonder such beauty attracted pests like Zhao Shuqing. Yet Ling Yi glanced once, and declined with a quiet shake of his head. Unnecessary. I have matters to attend to. But Master Chen beside him. Uncle Chen won't let this pass lightly. Lin Wanqing grew anxious. She couldn't bear the thought of endangering such a strikingly handsome young man because of her own misfortune. Lin Wanqing. It's fine, ordinary people can't do anything to me. Ling Yi spoke the truth, but Lin Wanqing did not understand his meaning, only thinking he was someone skilled in martial arts. But Uncle Chun is not an ordinary person, he practices the law. In short, martial arts won't work on him. You are definitely not his match. Anyway, after we get off the plane, just come with me. No matter where you go later, I will see you off. She regretted it now, as she shouldn't have pulled his sleeve back then and let him swap places with Zhao Shuqing. At worst, she would feel disgusted for over 3 hours, which was much better than ruining his life. She thought Ling Yi wouldn't insist, but to her surprise, he truly disregarded Zhao Zuqing's threats and forcefully sent him back. Lin Wanqing felt increasingly guilty, but at that moment, she acted on instinct and regretted it immediately after pulling his sleeve. So all the way she was thinking about what to do and eventually came up with the idea of taking Ling Yi with her. But what was frustrating was that this guy actually refused, and it seemed he wasn't even looking forward to going with her at all. Could it be that she was really that bad? Ling Yi initially wanted to refuse, but then thought about the trouble of taking a taxi later, so it would be easier to just hitch a ride to the city and plan from there. Thus Ling Yi did not refuse again, and agreed to Lin Wanqing's suggestion. Seeing Ling Yi agree, Lin Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. The plane landed 10 minutes earlier than expected. As soon as it touched down, Lin Wanqing eagerly turned off her phone's airplane mode and sent a message to the person coming to pick her up saying she encountered some trouble and it was best for them to come in and meet her. As soon as the plane came to a stop, Lin Wanqing urged Ling Yi to hurry up. Ling Yi, helpless, had no choice but to get up and walk out. As he passed by Zhao Zuqing's seat, he distinctly felt a pair of sinister eyes staring at him. He glanced sideways and discovered a lean, middle-aged man in a black tang suit twirling a rosary in his hand with narrowed eyes fixated on him through the gap. Aside from being somewhat unattractive, Ling Yi saw nothing special about him and withdrew his gaze, continuing to walk forward. Master Chen, aren't you going to make a move? Zhao Shuqing anxiously asked as Ling Yi passed by him. No rush, there are too many people around. Once everyone has disembarked, I will teach him a lesson. Chen Tianyong spoke calmly. Aren't you afraid he will run away? Zhao Shuqing asked with concern. Don't worry, he won't escape, Chen Tianyong said with utmost confidence. Hearing this, Zhao Shuqing finally felt relieved. If he ruins my chance to be alone with Lin Wanqing, I will make sure he pays for it with half his life. While Zhao Shuqing was contemplating, Chun Tianyang's voice came. It's about time, let's go. Hearing this, Zhao Shuqing perked up, hurriedly getting up to lead Chen Tianyong off the plane. On the other hand, after Lin Wanqing disembarked, she kept urging Ling Yi to hurry. But no matter how much she urged, Ling Yi walked at his own pace, unhurried. Seeing her urging was in vain, Lin Wanqing was almost in tears. Seeing Zhao Shuqing and the others were about to catch up, Lin Wanqing bit her lip and seemed to make a bold decision. Then, taking advantage of Ling Yi's unguarded moment, she directly grabbed his hand and ran forward. Ling Yi was stunned by this scene, and for a moment he couldn't react, just letting her lead him forward. This scene happened to fall into Zhao Zuqing's eyes, and in an instant he was almost grinding his teeth in fury. I haven't even held Lin Wanqing's hand, and you dare to touch her. Master Chen, aren't you going to make a move? Chen Tianyong pulled out a palm-sized jade plate from his pocket, engraved with various strange characters, a dark green, all over. As soon as he took it out, Zhao Shuqing standing beside him felt an inexplicable chill. But seeing the jade plate, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Master Chun has even summoned the soul-claiming jade plate. This kid will either die or be crippled this time. After Chen Tianyong summoned the soul-claiming jade plate, he began to chant a spell, while also gesturing over the plate with his other hand. After about 10 seconds, Chen Tianyong pointed at Ling Yi ahead, and a stream of black mist surged. This black mist was different from the Maoshan techniques. It could track, without needing the target's hair or birth date. As long as the caster could see the person when casting the spell, the black mist would relentlessly pursue them until it entered their body. Moreover, this black mist moved extremely fast. Ordinary people could not see it at all, and even if they did, they would merely think they were seeing things. If you are hit by my soul-claiming black mist within 3 days, you will watch helplessly as your flesh rots little by little, and by then there will be no cure, ultimately leading to a painful death. Even inner-strength martial artists can't withstand it, let alone you, an utterly ordinary person who will suffer, even worse, living in agony. Chen Tianyong sneered as he put away the soul-claiming jade plate, smugly envisioning Ling Yi's tragic. Zhao Xuqing was filled with excitement, wishing the 3 days would pass quickly so he could witness Ling Yi's tragic state. But just as Zhao Xuqing was daydreaming about Ling Yi's demise, Chen Tianyong suddenly exclaimed, "Not good." "What happened?" Zhao Xuqing hurriedly asked. Chen Tianyong squinted his eyes, looking furious. "The soul-claiming black mist has been blocked." "How is this possible?" "Master Chen, are you sure you are not mistaken?" Zhao Xuqing felt as if cold water had been poured over him, shattering all his delightful fantasies. He knew Master Chen's abilities, especially the soul-claiming black mist, which had never missed its target. It's a member of the Lin family. The person here to pick up Lin Wanqing made a move. Chen Tianyong gritted his teeth. "What should we do?" Zhao Xuqing asked anxiously. "We can only wait for another opportunity. The Lin family won't protect him forever. Consider yourself lucky this time." Zhao Xuqing gritted his teeth, feeling quite dissatisfied with Chen Tianyong. If you had acted sooner, there would have been no such trouble. But he didn't dare complain to Master Chen, otherwise he wouldn't know how he would die. At the airport exit, just as the black mist was about to enter Ling Yi's body, a slender jade-like hand suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing the black mist barehanded. With a crisp sound, a flame ignited in that hand, and after a foul smell wafted, the hand opened, revealing nothing in its palm. But Ling Yi could see clearly that the jade hand did not merely grab the black mist, but held a piece of yellow talisman paper in its palm, intricately patterned with various strange designs. As soon as the yellow talisman paper made contact with the black mist, it immediately ignited, incinerating the black mist completely. A talisman? Ling Yi could not help but wonder in his heart. To think there is indeed a lineage of talismans that has been passed down. It seems the ancestors' teachings have not been completely lost. I just wonder how much has been passed down. Fortunately, I arrived quickly. If I were any later, he would probably. The owner of the jade hand hesitated, and then chided Lin Wanqing, "Will you dare to run around alone like this again?" "Sister, I was wrong. Please give me some face." Lin Wanqing clung to the person's arm, acting coyly. The person snorted coldly, then turned to Ling Yi and said, "Thank you for your help on the plane. Wherever you're going, I'll give you a ride." Hearing this, Ling Yi finally glanced at the person and found she looked quite similar to Lin Wanqing, at least 5 to 6 parts alike. However, despite being around the same age, she exuded a maturity not typical for her years. Especially when she frowned, there was a faint authority about her that left Lin Wanqing stunned, not daring to argue. Though the two were sisters, their clothing styles were completely different. Younger sister Lin Wanqing was more youthful and vibrant, while older sister Lin Wanru was more capable. However, one thing was the same: both of them had figures that would turn heads on the street, as evidenced by the reactions of the passing passengers. "It's not that complicated. Once we get into the city, just drop me off anywhere," Ling Yi said casually. Lin Wanru was somewhat surprised by Ling Yi's casualness towards her, but quickly regained her composure, nodded, and said, "Let's go, the car is outside." Ling Yi responded, and took a meaningful glance back at the direction they came from, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "How dare you make a move on me? You probably don't even know how to write the word death." Lin Wainer drove a powerful Range Rover worth over $1 million, indicating her family's wealth. If that is the case, why was Lin Wanqing sitting in economy class like him? Before Ling Yi could even ask, the two sisters took the initiative to chat about matters on the plane. From their conversation, Ling Yi learned that Lin Wanqing was originally going to Jiangzhou to find someone, but she didn't know where that person was, only that he had just arrived in Jiangzhou recently. After searching around and failing to find him, she unexpectedly ran into Zhao Xuqing, who was also looking for that person. Once informed that the person had already left Jiangzhou, she chose the earliest flight back to avoid Zhao Xuqing, but ended up with an economy class ticket instead of a business class one, only to find that Zhao Xuqing had followed her onto the plane. Fortunately, she encountered Ling Yi, otherwise she would have had no idea how to endure those 3 hours. 3 hours isn't much, but I fear Master Chen beside him might employ some tricks, and you might end up. Lin Weiner said, seemingly recalling Ling Yi's presence, and abruptly stopped. However, her words were already quite clear, and both Ling Yi and Lin Wancheng understood. Especially Lin Wancheng, whose face turned pale upon realizing it. He dares. Doesn't he fear the Lin family's revenge? Lin Weiner sighed. If you truly lose yourself to him, do you think revenge would matter? Lin Wancheng broke out in a cold sweat at her words. After the fear subsided, when she glanced at Ling Yi through the rearview mirror, her eyes were filled with gratitude. Lin Weiner noticed this scene, but said nothing, merely accelerating the car. Who is Zhao Shuqing? Ling Yi, who had been silent, finally asked. He is from the Zhao family in Chuzhou, known for being treacherous and vengeful. You're lucky today, or if I had been any later. Well, just stay away from him in the future, Lin Weiner explained. The Zhao family in Chuzhou, it will be much easier now that I know your identity. What about the thin guy beside him? What do you mean by using some tricks? Ling Yi continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiner and Lin Wancheng exchanged a glance, as if they saw panic in each other's eyes. Mr. Ling, you don't need to ask about that. Just remember, this world isn't as simple as you think. Many things are better left unknown than known, Lin Weiner said sternly. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi realized they were treating him like an ordinary naive person. He had originally wanted to ask about talismans, but now it seemed that even if he did, they wouldn't tell him, unless he proved his identity first. However, Ling Yi thought it unnecessary. They were just passing acquaintances, and he did not need to know about them. The car became silent, and soon they drove out of the airport expressway. After entering the city, Lin Weiner chose a bustling area to park the Range Rover by the roadside. After thanking him several times, she let Ling Yi get out of the car. Just as Ling Yi was about to turn and leave, Lin Weiner called out to him, "Remember, don't stick your neck out. You only have one life. Don't take it lightly." After saying this, Lin Weiner pressed the accelerator and drove the Range Rover away. Ling Yi looked at the time. It was already noon, so he looked for a place to eat nearby. Now he was at the 4th level of Qi refining, able to go without sleep, but not without food. While eating, he checked the route to the cave. According to Yuan Tiangong, the cave was located near Mingxi village. However, from here to Mingxi village there were no flights or high-speed trains, not even a direct bus. He had to take a 13-hour bus to Chonglin County first, then transfer to a minibus for another 3 or 4 hours to reach the town, and finally head to Mingxi village. Ling Yi had considered renting a car to drive there, which would be at least 2 or 3 hours faster than taking the bus. But first, renting and returning a car would be troublesome, and second, the 13 or 14-hour journey would greatly delay his cultivation. So after finishing lunch, Ling Yi took a taxi to the bus station, bought a ticket to Chonglin County, and started cultivating on the bus. By the time he reached Chonglin County, it was already early morning, and everyone was exhausted except for Ling Yi, who was full of energy. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ling Yi confidently exited the station, then ran out of the county town to find a suitable place to cultivate on a nearby mountain. After a night of cultivation, he had a vague feeling that he was just a step away from a breakthrough, likely within the. After gathering his energy, Ling Yi returned to the bus station and boarded a minibus to the town. Upon reaching the town, it was just noon. Ling Yi chose the nearest restaurant, filled his stomach, and prepared to head to Mingxi village. Mingxi village was nestled between 2 mountains with no roads leading in or out. The only way to enter or exit was on foot. According to Yuan Tiangong, it took half a day to walk from the town to the village. But Ling Yi was confident that he could reach it in 1 or 2 hours with his pace. Without hesitation, he left the town and activated his movement technique, racing towards Mingxi village. In Mingxi village today, a group of well-dressed outsiders had arrived. According to the village secretary, they came from Chuzhou looking for a cave and hoped to find a local guide to lead them there. They offered a daily labor fee of 10,000. Hearing this reward, the villagers flocked to the village committee, eager to be the guide. However, when they learned it was for the man-eating cave, nearly everyone fled within half a minute. It had been a whole day, and not a single person had come to apply. In a simple but comfortably arranged wooden house, 2 sisters who looked somewhat alike wore expressions of death. "Sister, what should we do? The villagers are too afraid to go, saying there are monsters there. They don't care how much money is offered, they won't go," Lin Wancheng said dejectedly. After separating from Ling Yi, the 2 sisters had heard rumors that the person had gone to the man-eating cave near Mingxi village, so they hired someone to drive overnight. Lin Weiner frowned and thought for a moment. If no one comes to be a guide in 2 hours, we'll have to ask for a rough direction and find it ourselves. 2 hours passed quickly, yet no one came to apply. Lin Weiner glanced at the sun overhead and said to Lin Wancheng, "We can't wait any longer. If we miss this chance, who knows where she will go next? We must find her this time. Everyone get your gear ready, we're setting out." Lin Wancheng nodded and immediately gave the orders. Soon the group had their gear ready and marched into the mountains. They hadn't walked far before the villagers stood at the mountain entrance, sighing, "What a good group of people, why don't they listen to advice? The man-eating cave is called that for a reason. How can humans go there?" Not long after the large group entered the mountains, they walked into a dense forest where visibility was severely limited. At that moment, Lin Wainer suddenly stopped, looking alertly at everyone. Be cautious, something is approaching. Ling Yi ran all the way from the town to Munchi village. After confirming his location was correct, he slowed down, intending to rest for a moment before accelerating again. However, shortly after he slowed down, he sensed a group of people in the dense forest ahead, and it seemed they had noticed him long before. They stood there fully alert and watching him intently. They noticed me even earlier than I discovered them. Do they have experts among them? Ling Yi was somewhat surprised. Although he was currently only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and had not yet cultivated divine, since his instinct as a cultivator made his senses far sharper than most martial artists. It was like when he was at Wanghua Tower, where even Xie Chuan did not notice a boat in the river watching them, but Ling Yi could sense it clearly. Unfortunately, without having developed divine sense, he could not discern who was inside the cabin. Yet now the other party had detected him even before he had noticed them, indicating their cultivation level was not low. What Ling Yi did not expect was that this group of people was actually the Lin sisters. This gave him a strange sense of time distortion. After all, he had only parted ways with them at noon yesterday, but after traveling for over 10 hours, he unexpectedly encountered them again. Did that mean his long bus ride was in vain? However, Ling Yi could understand. They had driven here, and with so many of them, they could easily take turns driving without rest, definitely arriving much faster than he did by bus. But after a quick glance, he did not find anyone among them with particularly high cultivation. Besides Lin Wainer's gentle demeanor and a few bodyguards who might be internal strength martial artists, the rest were just ordinary people. How did they detect me earlier? Remembering Lin Wainer's skill with talismans, Ling Yi had a rough idea. Those skilled in talismans generally possessed strong mental power. It was not surprising that she could detect him sooner. Seeing Ling Yi stunned in place without answering, Lin Wanqing asked again, Mr. Ling, weren't you in Chuzhou at noon yesterday? How did you end up here? Chuzhou was just a stopover. I was headed here all along, Ling Yi replied truthfully, and then asked Lin Wanqing, but what are you doing here in such a dangerous mountain area? You were headed here all along, and you know the mountains are dangerous. Could it be? Lin Wanqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that you are a local here? Then you must know how to get to the man-eating cave, right? In such desolate mountains, what young person would come here for unless he was a local? And knowing the mountains were dangerous, yet dared to come up, he must be very familiar with the situation here, further proving he was indeed a local. I do know, but Ling Yi initially wanted to say, but I am not a local. However, Lin Wanqing misunderstood and thought he meant that the man-eating cave was dangerous, so she interrupted him. We know the man-eating cave is dangerous, but we have urgent business there, and we won't go inside the cave, just want to see the outskirts. So will you take us there? We are willing to pay double the reward. Seeing Ling Yi hesitate, Lin Wainer's voice chimed in. If you're worried about danger when we get close, you can just point us in the right direction, and we can go ourselves. You can head back, and we won't owe you a single cent less. Lin Wanqing quickly added, and even if you don't take us, we will find our way, so you don't have to worry about putting us in. On the contrary, if you take us, it will help us avoid detours. Lin Wainer interjected. The two sisters were in perfect sync with each other. However, they clearly did not understand Ling Yi's hesitation. He was not worried about danger, but rather that bringing them along would delay his own time. After all, at full speed, they would probably struggle to see his heels. Nonetheless, Ling Yi agreed, saying, all right. After all, the mountains here were high and densely forested, fraught with danger. It was wise to have someone to look out for him, and it wouldn't take too much time. Thank you, Mr. Ling, Lin Wanqing said excitedly. Ling Yi waved his hand, walking to the front of the group, while asking, you just said you won't go into the cave. Then what are you going there for? Looking for excitement. Lin Wainer said, we are looking for someone. Looking for someone who would live in such a place. Ling Yi was somewhat surprised. Even an expert like Yuan Tiangang couldn't withstand a single tail swipe from a ferocious beast who could live nearby. It's not about living there. We received word that the person would pass through there, Lin Wainer explained. So we need to hurry over, otherwise we will miss them. Lin Wanqing continued, unfortunately no one in the village was willing to be our guide, so we were fortunate to run into you. Hurry over. Ling Yi quickly grasped the main point, completely ignoring Lin Wanqing's later comments. Then if I go faster, you won't mind, right? Of course not. If it weren't for worrying, you couldn't keep up, we would have urged you to go faster a long time ago, Lin Wanqing said with a smile. Mr. Ling, just run, we can keep up, Lin Wainer said. In their eyes, Ling Yi was merely an ordinary person and could not be compared to those who had practiced since childhood, so no matter how fast he ran, they believed they could easily catch up. That's what you said. Hearing this, Ling Yi instantly became invigorated and began to sprint forward, quickly creating a distance of 7 or 8 meters between them. The group saw him move so swiftly and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. No wonder he grew up in the mountains. Traversing mountain paths is like walking on flat ground. Lin Wainer nodded in admiration and then said, everyone keep up, don't let an ordinary person outpace you. With that, the group hurriedly accelerated and quickly caught up to Ling Yi. Of course Ling Yi was not running at full speed, he kept his pace restrained. Otherwise they would never even. However, Ling Yi also did not just hold back his speed. Upon seeing them catch up, he would accelerate forward for a bit, creating distance before slowing again to let them catch up. This way they could arrive at the man-eating cave faster. Ling Yi was exhilarated by the run, but Lin Weiner and the others were struggling. After about 2 hours, Lin Wancheng finally couldn't hold back any longer, panting heavily, "Sister, why do I feel like he has been leading us on a chase?" Lin Weiner's forehead was also dotted with beads of sweat, but she taught her younger sister not to give up. "You never listened when I told you to practice hard. Now you know it's tough, right?" "But that's not right. He's just an ordinary person. Why can he run so fast?" Lin Weiner snorted coldly. "He grew up in the mountains racing against wild beasts every day, or if he slowed down even a bit, he could lose his life. Why can he run so fast, you ask? Remember, never challenge someone else's livelihood with your hobbies." "Oh, I understand," Lin Wancheng replied somewhat aggrievedly, but when she looked at Ling Yi again, her gaze was filled with sympathy. What harsh environment had he grown up in to develop such speed? Thus, after running for over another hour, just as Ling Yi was about to accelerate again, Lin Weiner suddenly stopped, her face alert as she looked behind. "Wait. Everyone be careful. Something is approaching, and it's moving extremely fast." As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Yi immediately stopped and carefully sensed his surroundings. It wasn't until a minute later that he finally detected some movement behind him. "Indeed, her sensing range is much wider than my own," Ling Yi thought to himself as he retreated into the crowd. This way, if there was any danger, he could be the first to charge forward. After a while, the others present finally heard the commotion in the distance. However, in just an instant they were left pale with fear by the sound. Unlike the rustling sounds Ling Yi had made earlier, this noise could almost be described as earth-shattering. Moreover, it was evident from the sound that large trees were being knocked down in its wake, resulting in a series of thundering crashes. They glanced at the surrounding trees, each at least as wide as an adult's body, yet that thing smashed through them with ease. Just this sheer brute force instilled them with dread. At that moment, they finally understood why that thing moved so fast. It was because it didn't turn at all, merely running in a straight line. How could it not be fast? "Everyone be careful, this might be the beast from the man-eating cave," Lin Weiner whispered, and with a flick of her wrist, 2 talismans suddenly appeared in her palm, looking quite impressive. Upon hearing this, everyone drew their weapons, preparing to face the threat, while Ling Yi casually leaned against a tree with his hands in his pockets, appearing relaxed. At this distance, he had already confirmed that the entity was not a beast. No need to be so tense. It's not a beast, it's a group of people. Hearing this, the crowd became even more anxious. If this was indeed the result of human effort, how high must their cultivation be to charge like this? They would rather believe it was the work of a beast than of human strength. However, to them Ling Yi was a local, and since he said it wasn't a beast, it was likely not one. Thus their gazes towards the distance became even more fearful. Soon they saw a large tree crash down, and then 2 burly middle-aged men sprang out from among the fallen trees, reaching the tree, blocking their path in just a breath. Then they witnessed these 2 men raise their fists and strike the 2 large trees, causing the adult-sized trunks to topple at the roots, leaving only stumps standing as proof of their existence. Seeing this scene, everyone present was left dumbfounded. How many obstructive trees had they smashed through in such a reckless manner? Even if no one held them accountable for their reckless tree cutting, didn't their fists hurt? The most crucial point was if they had to face these 2, they would have virtually no chance of winning. However, when the 2 strong men charged in front of them, they did not pause, but simply bypassed them, continuing to smash forward as if they didn't exist. The crowd, who had originally been terrified, now looked confused, but more than that, they sighed in relief. But this sense of relief didn't last long before they were once again on edge. Suddenly, from the spot where the 2 strong men had appeared, a team surged forth with the 2 burly men leading, followed by 4 slender, sharp-eyed middle-aged men. Behind them trailed some others, but they were hard to see clearly. What left Lin Weiner and the others anxious was that the 4 slender men were carrying a sedan chair on their shoulders, and seated upon it was a young woman exuding arrogance and dressed splendidly. As the 4 of them sprinted through the mountains, the sedan chair remained as steady as a mountain, as if it were not moving at all. Expert. The word immediately sprang to mind for the Lin family. They now finally understood why the 2 strong men had smashed the trees along their path. It was simply to clear the way for this woman. At this moment, they could only hope that these people would pass by them, just as the previous 2 had, without noticing. However, contrary to their wishes, those people not only stopped a mere yard in front of them, but also one of their old acquaintances, Zhao Shuqing, emerged from behind the 4 bearers. Following him was naturally the man known as Master Chen Tianyang. "Miss Lin, I didn't expect it to actually," Zhao Shuqing said with a grin, internally elated. He had only come to accompany the woman in the sedan chair, yet unexpectedly he encountered the Lin sisters. In Suzhou, he naturally wouldn't dare to do anything to them, nor could he be certain of defeating them, But here with the backing of the woman in the sedan chair, he could certainly do as he pleased with them. Just thinking about it made him shiver with excitement. This was the wilderness far more thrilling than indoors. Seeing this, the members of the Lin family couldn't help but furrow their brows. They were self-aware, knowing that even when combined they might not be able to handle the two men who had smashed the trees, not to mention there were also 4 unfathomable bearers. Zhao Xuqing, what are you doing here? Lin Weiner asked coldly. What is it, only the Lin family that can get wind of things while the Zhao family cannot? Zhao Xuqing retorted smugly. I naturally knew that you would eventually find out about that person's whereabouts. But my question is, without a guide, how did you find your way here? Who said we didn't have a guide? Zhao Xuqing said, clapping his hands, and immediately someone from the crowd brought forth a forlorn-looking old man, the most experienced hunter from Mingqi village. Impossible. The people from Mingqi village would never guide you. Lin Wanqing exclaimed. Zhao Xuqing nodded, saying that's right. At first, no matter what price we offered, they refused to come. It wasn't until I broke one of his grandson's legs that he agreed to lead us here. And if we couldn't find the man-eating cave? Old man, you tell them what would happen. The old man with a face full of bitterness trembled and said he would twist my grandson's neck. Zhao Xuqing burst into laughter, saying, see. So simple, despicable and shameless. The Lin sisters exclaimed in unison. Is this really despicable and shameless? Zhao Xuqing shook his head and laughed. This is just the beginning. Wait until I strip you two bare and have my fun, then you can tell me if I'm despicable and shameless. As he spoke, his eyes roamed over Lin Wanqing and Lin Weiner as if they were already his prey. Seeing this, Lin Weiner was filled with rage and threw a yellow talisman towards Zhao Xuqing. The talisman grew in the wind, and with incredible speed almost instantly reached Zhao Xuqing. At that moment, the yellow talisman had grown to the height of 2 people. Lin Weiner channeled her spell, and the talisman instantly ignited in fierce flames, lunging towards Zhao Xuqing. As the roaring flames threatened to engulf Zhao Xuqing, one of the bearers casually waved his hand, extinguishing the blazing talisman completely. The Lin family members were thrown into panic. The gap in strength was simply not on the same level. Ha ha. Resign yourselves in front of the Shao family of Zhongzhou. Your Lin family doesn't even have the qualification to struggle. The Shao family of Zhongzhou. The members of the Lin family involuntarily exclaimed, and soon their expressions turned dim, even despairing. Lin Weiner also put away the talisman in her hand, directly giving up resistance. She was well aware that all her struggles were in vain before the Shao family of Zhongzhou. So are you scared now? Ha ha. Zhao Xuqing laughed triumphantly. But just then the sedan bearer who had saved his life slapped Zhao Xuqing across the face with a loud smack. In an instant, 5 distinct fingerprints appeared on his cheek, and his face began to swell at a visible rate. Third miss, what is this? Zhao Xuqing looked at the woman sitting in the sedan chair with a face full of grievance, his eyes showing some panic. Zhao Xuqing, even if you are using the tiger's power, there must be a limit. If you miss this opportunity, I will annihilate the Zhao family along with you. Xiao Yihan rested her chin on her hand, glancing at Zhao Xuqing without lifting her eyelids, speaking with an air of arrogance. Yes, I will definitely not miss it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuqing immediately became subservient, completely different from his earlier self. Are these the Lin sisters you mentioned before? They do have some charm, no wonder you can't forget about them. Xiao Yihan continued, rest assured, as long as you handle this matter well, this miss promises you that nothing will be lacking, including these 2 sisters. Thank you, third miss. Zhao Xuqing beamed with joy. You can rest assured, with me and Master Chen here, we will surely find the divine medicine in the man-eating cave. Standing among the crowd, Ling Yi couldn't help but admire how well the third miss of the Shao family played with people's hearts, giving a slap, and then a candy, truly adept at manipulating emotions. However, what exactly is the Shao family of Zhongzhou that makes the Lin family so fearful? Even the Lin sisters, who are living beings, are merely viewed as commodities in her eyes, and the kind that could be given away at will. Before Ling Yi could ponder this, he heard Zhao Zuking's voice again. Take them along. Anyone who dares to run will be killed on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, several slender middle-aged men emerged from behind him, surrounding the members of the Lin family. Ling Yi took a glance and noticed that each of these men had prominent temples indicating their decent strength. But this was only in regard to ordinary people. In Ling Yi's eyes, taking their lives would be as easy as a snap of his fingers. As for Zhao Xuqing and Chun Tianyang, Ling Yi truly did not expect to encounter them here, feeling as though it was a fortunate coincidence. However, he did not plan to kill them right away, as he was very curious about what the divine medicine Zhao Xuqing mentioned. Yuan Tiangang only told him that there were black crystal stones in the man-eating cave, but said nothing else. Clearly, Zhao Xuqing and Chun Tianyang knew much more than Yuan Tiangang. Keeping them alive was evidently more useful than killing them now. Thus, Ling Yi blended into the group of the Lin family and continued to rush forward. Moreover, Ling Yi noticed that the Lin sisters had subtly instructed their bodyguards to keep them surrounded, a clever maneuver that an outsider would not detect. Ling Yi understood that they were worried about him being discovered by Zhao Xuqing, which could lead to fatal consequences. Although such actions were unnecessary for Ling Yi, he still appreciated their efforts. A large group thus marched vigorously into the depths of the dense forest, waiting until the old guide could no longer distinguish directions before setting up camp to rest. "Old man, you're not tricking us, are you? How long have we been running and still haven't arrived?" After stopping, Zhao Xuqing panted heavily. The old man had not expended much energy since he was carried along the way, but he felt dizzy from the swaying. "I wouldn't dare. The man-eating cave is already far from the village, otherwise those monsters would have eaten everything long ago." The old man replied honestly. "How much longer will it take? Usually it takes me 7 or 8 days to get there, but with your pace you should arrive by tomorrow noon." After thinking for a moment, the old man provided a definite time frame. This was consistent with Ling Yi's prediction, indicating that the old man had indeed been to the man-eating cave before. After asking for the specific time, Zhao Xuqing went to seek credit from Xiao Yihan. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Wanqing quietly approached Ling Yi and whispered, "I'm sorry, we didn't expect Zhao Xuqing to appear here. I've caused you trouble again." Ling Yi smiled and said, "No need to apologize. I was going to the man-eating cave anyway. Even without you, I might have encountered Zhao Xuqing. I know you say this to reassure me. After all, the people in your village wouldn't dare come to the man-eating cave. How could you possibly come?" Lin Wanqing imagined, and this logic left Ling Yi speechless. "But don't worry, my sister and I have discussed it. Once we reach the man-eating cave, we will find a way to hold Zhao Xuqing and Master Chen back, and you just need to run back. They will be busy searching for treasure in the cave and won't have time to chase after you," Lin Wanqing instructed. "We." Lin Wanqing's expression suddenly dimmed at this, and after a sigh, she said, "With the Xiao family of Zhongzhou backing him, we are destined to be unable to escape." "What exactly is the Xiao family of Zhongzhou that makes you so fearful?" Ling Yi had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but hadn't found the right opportunity. Zhongzhou is adjacent to Chuzhou, a first-rate noble family in Zhongzhou. Their family assets are needless to mention. The main point is that they have a half-step master stationed, and no one in Zhong and Chu provinces dares to provoke them. Lin Wanqing succinctly explained. "Half-step master." Ling Yi was somewhat surprised. How could just a half-step master keep the warriors of 2 provinces from raising their heads? Isn't the martial world in this realm too withered? Hearing Ling Yi's doubts, Lin Wanqing thought he didn't understand what a half-step master meant, so she explained in a different way. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just remember that their family has a very powerful figure." "How powerful can a half-step master be?" Ling Yi laughed, his tone full of disdain. However, Lin Wanqing thought this was Ling Yi asking her a question, so she seriously pondered and replied, "Those 2 guys who smashed trees with their fists this afternoon were powerful, right? But even if they combine, they are not a match for a half-step master. Do you think that's powerful?" Ling Yi smiled in response. "It's okay." "Okay." Lin Wanqing was stunned. "A half-step master is just okay in your eyes." Just as she finished speaking, a cunning voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Which blind dog is here, spouting nonsense?" As he spoke, Zhao Xuqing had already walked up to them, and he recognized Ling Yi at a glance. "I wondered who it was. That turns out to be you, dog. Now this is good. I don't have to turn back to find you." Ling Yi was very curious about the divine medicine hidden in the man-eating cave, but he was also capable of killing Zhao Xuqing. Thus, when Zhao Xuqing insulted him, calling him a dog, Ling Yi had already developed a murderous intent. After all, if he killed him, there was still Qin Tianyang, right? Just as he was about to strike, Lin Wanqing suddenly blocked him, saying, "Run, I'll hold him off for you." "Run." Zhao Xuqing couldn't help but sneer. "There are people from the Xiao family all around outside. With just him, a mere commoner, do you think he can escape?" Lin Wanqing knew this was true, so with a cold face, she asked, "What do you want?" He dared to insult the master of the Xiao family. "If I hand him over, what do you think will happen to him?" Zhao Xuqing said with immense pride. Lin Wanqing could easily guess that the outcome would be him being crippled, suffering a fate worse than death. So she explained for Ling Yi, "He is just an ordinary villager from Mingqi village. How could he know how terrifying a half-step master is?" "Do you think Miss Xiao San would accept this explanation?" Zhao Xuqing waved his hand like a flag, saying at that time Miss San would definitely have someone break his bones one by one and throw them into the mountains to feed the wolves. Lin Wanqing trembled at the thought of that scene. Ling Yi was the one she had begged to guide them, and she had to ensure his safety, otherwise she would never be able to live with herself. Seeing that Lin Wanqing was already fearful, Zhao Xuqing seized the opportunity, saying, "If you don't want Miss Xiao San to find out, it's not impossible, but what, eh?" Lin Wanqing asked anxiously. "You have to sleep with me tonight. As long as you serve me well, I will bury the hatchet with him, and everything he said tonight will be as if I never heard it. How about that?" Zhao Xuqing had a lecherous smile on his face. "No way," Lin Wanqing replied sternly. She knew Zhao Xuqing had always harbored ill intentions towards her, but she never expected him to use such despicable and shameless means to force her compliance. It doesn't matter if you agree or not, you'll naturally beg me to sleep with you, Zhao Xuqing said confidently as he turned to leave. But just as he turned around, he felt a chill at his neck. A sword tip gleaming coldly was pressed against his throat. The one holding the sword was Lin Wanru. If you dare to say a word about this tonight, I guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun, Lin Wanru said coldly, her tone devoid of any emotion. Zhao Xuqing felt a bit scared upon hearing this. Until now, he hadn't even practiced his internal energy, and facing Lin Wanru, he had no power to fight back. Besides, he couldn't possibly cling to Master Chen all night for protection, could he? Master Chen needed to sleep too. What if Lin Wanru took advantage of Master Chen's slumber and cut his throat with one sword stroke? At this thought, Zhao Xuqing broke out in a cold sweat. Apologize to my sister and Mr. Lin Wanru scolded sternly. Sorry. Zhao Xuqing turned and apologized to Lin Wanqing. But when he looked at Ling, he couldn't bring himself to say, why should I apologize to him? Because you just insulted him, and because I have a sword in my hand. Is that enough? Lin Wanru said, pressing the sword tip again against Zhao Xuqing's back. Enough. Don't be impulsive. He'll apologize right now, Zhao Xuqing hurriedly said, then deeply bowed to Ling Yi and apologized. I'm sorry. Get lost. Lin Wanru lightly scolded, striking his face with the sword body instantly, leaving a red mark that complemented the 5 finger marks from earlier in the day. Zhao Xuqing, enduring the pain, ran a long distance before turning back to threaten them. You wait for me. If I don't make you pay, I won't believe. Zhao. Sis, why didn't you just kill him earlier? Lin Wanqing said regretfully. Lin Wanru shook her head and sighed. I could kill him, but if I did it now, we would all be buried with him. Though Lin Wanqing was not satisfied, she understood her sister was right and chose not to say anything more. Mr. Ling, don't speak carelessly about half-step masters in the future. I can protect you today, but I can't guarantee your safety for a lifetime. The world of martial arts is perilous. I hope Mr. Ling will be cautious in his words and actions. Lin Wanru sheathed her sword and reminded him. Ling nodded, saying, indeed, I shouldn't have said that half-step masters are capable. I should have told the truth. Half-step masters are quite ordinary. Now he had already put away his intent to kill Zhao Xuqing. But it was only temporary. After tomorrow, he still had. The Lin sisters couldn't help but roll their eyes at Ling Yi's words. While Lin Wanqing continued to lecture Ling Yi, Lin Wanru merely sighed, muttering there's no hope, before finding a nearby spot to sit, gazing up at the sky with a forlorn expression. Ling Yi approached and said, I heard your plan with your sister. What do you think? It's pretty good, but there's one thing that... Which part? Lin Wanru frowned. At that time, I will block them while you escape. Lin Wanru withdrew her gaze from the sky, glanced at Ling Yi, and then continued to look up, replying to him with 2 words, you're crazy. She didn't want to say much to Ling Yi because in her view, he was merely succumbing to personal heroism. When the time came to fight, he would surely turn and run at the sight of blood without needing her to persuade him. Ling Yi didn't explain much, simply meditating and practicing the swallowing heaven record beside her. Each kept to their own, and time passed peacefully. Zhao Xuqing, filled with pent-up anger, found Chun Tianyang only to discover he was already asleep. He didn't dare to wake Chun Tianyang, so reluctantly he lay down to sleep with a belly full of anger. However, he tossed and turned all night, growing increasingly furious. The next morning, as soon as he heard Chun Tianyang wake up, he immediately approached him with dark circles under his eyes, saying, Master Chun, that kid from the plane is here too. Chun Tianyang first frowned, then recalled, asking, did you miss C? How could he be here? He is from Mengshi village guiding those 2 bitches. There were too many people yesterday, we just didn't see him. Let's go take a look. Zhao Xuqing immediately led Chun Tianyang towards the Lin family's campsite, but when they arrived, Zhao Xuqing was left dumbfounded. He saw Ling Yi sitting on the ground meditating while Lin Wanru sat nearby. When she saw them coming, she raised her right hand, showing them the yellow talisman she held. Damn, did that girl really guard that kid all night? Zhao Xuqing was furious, practically boiling with rage, wishing he could rush over and strangle that brat Ling. What merits did he possess to have the beautiful and aloof Lin Wainer guard him for an entire night? Chun Tianyang squinted his eyes as he saw Lin Wainer waving at him, letting out a cold snort and turning away with his prayer beads. Compared to Zhao Xuqing's explosive anger, Chun Tianyang was even more humiliated and enraged. After all, he was the renowned Master Chun in everyone's eyes, yet he was outsmarted by a little girl. How could he not be angry? Master Chen, don't you have any other means to deal with that brat? Zhao Xuqing caught up, looking unwilling. That girl is easy to deal with, but the symbols in her hands perfectly restrain my master's spells, leaving me powerless. It's truly infuriating. Chun Tianyang was also worked up, unable to hold back a curse, nearly breaking his prayer beads. Hearing this, Zhao Xuqing gritted his teeth in anger. So we can't deal with that bastard then? You forgot we're about to reach the cannibal cave soon. Chun Tianyang sneered, squinting his eyes as he retorted, won't we need some bait to lure the beasts out then? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuqing instantly understood Chun Tianyang's intention. His face filled with anticipation, his eyes shining brightly. Under the guidance of the elder from Mengchi village, the group rushed for an entire morning and arrived at the edge of a basin around noon. Before them lay a gigantic basin, vast and seemingly endless. Within the basin, a wide river flowed in from the opposite bank, winding around the basin's edge before flowing out from a nearby entrance, glistening in the sunlight like a massive jade bracelet. Even though it was winter, the area embraced by this jade bracelet was covered in blooming flowers and green grass, presenting a scene of vibrant spring. Moreover, within the jade bracelet, the view was exceptionally open, with only a few short trees scattered about, adding layers to this idyllic landscape. The group, witnessing this breathtaking scene in winter, was completely captivated, momentarily left speechless. Only the elder refused to move forward, insisting that the cannibal cave was hidden somewhere on the cliff edge of the basin, telling them to find it themselves, as he wanted to return to check on his grandson. "Old man, we've come all this way, why rush back when such a beautiful sight awaits?" Zhao Xuqing said, his tone sarcastic. "What do you want to do? I've brought you here, what else do you want?" The elder trembled in fear. "I want nothing. It's just that in such a vast area, how long will it take us to find a cave?" Zhao Xuqing replied with a smile. "As the saying goes, help others all the way. If you bring Buddha to the West, since you've brought us here, why not just help me find that cave?" Upon hearing this, the elder was instantly terrified, collapsing to the ground, looking at Zhao Xuqing in horror. "I won't go. This is the monster's territory. Whoever goes down will die. Even if you kill me, I won't go," Zhao Xuqing said, taking a gun from the bodyguard of the Shao family, pointing it at the elder's head. "Enough!" Lin Weiner shouted lightly, standing in front of the elder, while Lin Wanqing immediately stepped forward to help the elder up. "Let him go back, or I'll go down to find the cave," Lin Weiner declared resolutely. While speaking, one of her hands was hidden behind her back, continuously. This was a plan they had just agreed upon on the way here. As long as they saw her gesture, they should be ready to run. And once she moved, she would bolt back, without hesitation, running as fast as she could. Ling Yi saw her gesture, but had no intention of running. "No way, you are my future wife, you can't go down." Zhao Xuqing flatly refused, then pointed at Ling Yi. "Let that old guy go back, he can go down in his place." Lin Weiner, witnessing this, shouted loudly, "Run." As she spoke, she charged towards Zhao Xuqing, her wrist flicking to reveal a 3-foot green peaked sword in her hand, the tip aimed directly at Zhao Xuqing's throat. At the same time, Lin Wanqing pushed the elder out, shouted a single word, "Run," and also rushed towards Zhao Xuqing. The bodyguards from the Lin family almost simultaneously formed a wall in front of Ling Yi and the elder, without hesitation stepping forward together, charging into the opposing crowd. In an instant, chaos erupted, the sounds of clashing metal ringing continuously. The elder, having never witnessed such a scene, was so frightened that his legs went weak, nearly collapsing again, but was timely supported by Ling Yi. "Can you make it back to the village before dark?" Amidst the fighting, Ling Yi calmly asked the elder. A faint trace of spiritual energy flowed into the elder's body. Hearing Ling Yi's calm tone, the elder, who had been panicking, immediately calmed down, shouting robustly, "How could that be possible? You all run so fast. Even if I don't eat or drink, it would take me 3 days to get back to the village." Among the fighting crowd, Lin Weiner heard the elder's cries and saw Ling Yi still chatting with him, immediately shouted, "Ling Yi, what are you doing? Why aren't you taking the elder back to run?" Ling Yi ignored her and asked again, "Aren't you afraid alone?" "Afraid? How could I not be afraid?" The elder said with a mournful face, extremely sorrowful. "What can I do about being afraid? I still have to go back. My grandson is waiting for me to take him to the hospital for his leg." Ling Yi nodded, took some dry food from the Lin family's bodyguard supplies, and handed it to the elder, then pulled out a candy-like object from his pocket and offered it to the elder. "Children love this, take it back for your grandson." This was the last piece of broken jade pill originally prepared for himself. After all, that beast was exceptionally ferocious. It was like bullying Yuan Tiangong. Being prepared is always better than being caught off guard. Thank you, good man." The elder accepted the candy, wrapped it in a leaf, hid it in his pocket, and then took the dry food and ran back. But after running a few steps, he turned back to ask Ling Yi, "Why aren't you running?" Ling Yi smiled at his question, then pointed at Lin Weiner and the others who were fighting desperately. "They are also good people. I have to save them. Furthermore, no matter what sounds you hear later, don't look back. Just keep running forward." After saying this, Ling Yi waved his hand, signaling the elder to hurry and leave. The elder, concerned for his grandson, didn't hesitate, nodded, and turned to run back the way he came. Just after turning a corner, he heard a muffled bang sound behind him, which startled him to the point where he nearly turned back to look. However, recalling Ling Yi's words, he forcibly suppressed that thought and continued running forward. In this manner, he heard a total of 5 muffled sounds behind him, after which that strange noise ceased to appear. He, of course, had no idea that on the path he had just run lay 5 corpses with their brows pierced, and these corpses had just moments ago been ready to turn him into one of them. After sending off the old man Ling, he turned around and saw that Lin Weiner and the rest of the Lin family had all been captured. Under Zhao Zuking's call to leave live captives as bait, the bearers and cleaners from the Shao family deliberately held back and did not strike lethally. Otherwise, given the power disparity between both sides, this farce should have ended long ago. Bastard, with such a good opportunity, why aren't you running? Lin Weiner scolded. Lingy grinned. I'm tired, I can't run anymore. Lin Weiner was momentarily taken aback, then realized he was just an ordinary villager. After 2 days of long-distance travel, he must have indeed reached his limit. But that old man was different. He had been carried for 2 days, so he certainly still had the strength to return. Damn it, why didn't I think of this sooner? Lin Weiner turned her head away, her expression sorrowful. Lin Wancheng was already teary-eyed, repeatedly apologizing to Ling. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let you guide us. It's all my fault, I've harmed you, I'm sorry. Even if you had the strength to run, you still couldn't escape. Zhao Xuqing said triumphantly, do you really think we didn't leave hidden sentries behind? That old fool must have naively believed he had escaped, not realizing he was destined to not run more than 5 miles from the start. Haha. You beast, you deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Lin Weiner's eyes were blazing with fury, but the bearer, holding her down, prevented her from breaking free. Don't worry, after this is over, I'll let you use your blades on me, and I'll be cut into 1,000 pieces. There won't be any other choice. Zhao Xuqing was so excited he could hardly contain himself. At this moment, he was eager to find the cave entrance. He looked at Ling. Should I throw you down, or will you find your own way down? Ling, you don't go. Lin Wancheng shouted loudly. You are to be my future little wife, yet you're here, caring about other men, making it difficult for me. Zhao Xuqing feigned concern, then pointed at Ling. Someone throw him down. 2 people immediately stepped out of the crowd and approached Ling. Zhao Xuqing. I'll go in his place. Lin Wancheng cried out with a face full of tears. What kind of ability is it to trouble an ordinary person? If you have the ability, let go of your grandfather. I'll go find the cave entrance. And I'll go too. The group of bodyguards from the Lin family hurriedly argued, fearing Zhao Xuqing would throw Ling into the basin. Kid, you're quite popular, as so many people are willing to die for you. Zhao Xuqing was very jealous, but it's useless. Oh, I want you dead. Throw him down. No need to go down. Oh, I know where the cave entrance is. Ling, he said calmly, let them go, I'll take you there. Kid, you better not be playing tricks. Zhao Xuqing narrowed his eyes like Chun Tianyong, speaking in a gloomy tone. Seeing Ling standing still, Zhao Xuqing waved his hand and released Lin Weiner and the others. As soon as they regained their freedom, they surrounded Ling, expressing their apologies and gratitude, making Ling's ears nearly calloused. Seeing that they were all safe, Ling casually walked along the edge of the basin, hands in pockets, moving slowly upstream. The Lin family exchanged glances and followed closely. They feared the man-eating cave and had no intention of entering it, but they didn't want Ling to face the danger alone, so after exchanging glances they unanimously agreed to accompany him. Ling, do you really know where the cave entrance is? Lin Weiner walked to Ling's left and asked softly. I do. How do you know? Isn't it said that no one can walk out of the man-eating cave alive? A friend of mine who has been there told. Who is that friend of yours? Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang. You know Yuan Tiangang? Lin Weiner asked in astonishment. I know. Isn't he the one who is well-rounded and best at? At this point, Lin Weiner suddenly paused, then shook her head self-deprecatingly. There are many people with the same name. I'm really losing my mind. Ling Yi, hearing this, was too lazy to explain and continued walking ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Weiner lagged behind him, chatting quietly with the Lin family. After a while, Lin Weiner came forward and said, Ling Yi, we've discussed it. Oh, we'll stop them again later. You said you can't run, right? I'll have my sister take you out. Ling Yi did not respond to her, instead asking, is the person you want to find nearby? I don't know if we came too late or too early. Lin Weiner shook her head, somewhat dejected. It's okay, we're still some distance from the cave entrance. Maybe that person is near it. Ling Yi comforted her. Just watch my gestures in a bit. Lie. Ling Yi interrupted Lin Weiner directly. No more running. I'll take you to the cave entrance. But no one can live through. If you don't try, how will you know? Ling Yi smiled. After saying that, he quickened his pace and rushed toward the front end. Looking at Ling Yi's handsome smile, Lin Weiner was momentarily dazed, standing still. Especially against the backdrop of the basin filled with flowers and green grass, it reminded her of a breath called youth. Sister, why do I feel like Ling Yi isn't just an ordinary villager? Lin Wancheng asked with a frown, puzzled. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Weiner came back to her senses and said, it doesn't matter now. We just pray that person is near the cave entrance or we'll all die here. Ling Yi controlled his speed just right, allowing the Lin family to keep up with his pace. He didn't dare to run too fast, fearing he wouldn't be able to support the Lin family in time when a beast attacked. After running for over half an hour, Ling Yi slowed down and changed from running to walking. We're almost there, Ling. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar came from ahead, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. What was even more terrifying was that they could clearly feel the vibrations beneath their feet. This meant that just a single roar could shake the entire earth. The strength of the beast had exceeded everyone's expectations. From the previous roar, they could roughly judge the location of the cave entrance, but no one dared to step forward. At that moment, three words filled everyone's mind: what to do. Zhao Xuqing glanced at Chun Tianyang, who turned the string of beads in his hand, and gave Zhao Xuqing a meaningful look. Zhao Xuqing immediately understood and shouted at Ling Yi, "Ahead, Ling, go down and lure that beast out of the cave, otherwise these bodyguards from the Lin family will all die." He said that, but in reality he didn't want to kill them, he wanted to keep them as bait. Besides, they all had some combat abilities and might be useful at a critical moment. Only Ling Yi, the villager, knew nothing. If he died, so be it. "Ling Yi, I'll go for you." "Why should you go?" "By seniority it should be me." "Everyone be quiet. I'm your captain. Listen to me, I'll go." Just as the Lin family bodyguards were arguing endlessly, Lin Weiner suddenly chided, "Stop arguing, Ling, he has already gone down." Lin Wanqing shouted several times at the edge of the basin. Seeing that Ling Yi remained oblivious, she immediately prepared to jump off the cliff, intending to accompany him. But just as she was about to move, Zhao Xuqing called out to stop her. "You sisters are my future wives. I haven't had the chance to fly alongside you yet. How can you jump to your deaths?" The Lin sisters gritted their teeth in anger at his words, but could do nothing but stare at Ling Yi's back, silently praying for him. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from ahead, even louder than before, shaking everyone on the mountain to the point they could barely stand. Unnoticed by anyone, Ling Yi, however, walked steadily, as if on level ground, moving as leisurely as if strolling in a garden. Once the mountain stopped shaking, the crowd regained their balance, only to realize with shock that Ling Yi had already moved over 100 meters away. He must have been knocked over by the tremor and rolled over there. Zhao Xuqing couldn't help but scoff at the thought. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a loud thud resounded, shaking the very ground beneath them, lifting them a few inches off the surface. Before they could comprehend what was happening, another loud thud came, startling them into jumping up. Following that, 3 to 4 more such loud sounds echoed, each making them bounce off the ground, as if they were droplets on a speaker jumping in place from the sound. "It's the footsteps of that monster," someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. At this declaration, everyone froze, and once they reacted, their faces turned pale as if they had seen a ghost. They had imagined how powerful this beast was, but to have its footsteps shake them off the ground was something they had never anticipated. "Prepare yourselves. Once that beast appears, you all must work together to kill it," said Xiao Yihan, who had been quiet throughout the journey, suddenly addressing the bearers of the sedan chair. Hearing this, Lin Wanru couldn't help but glance back at Xiao Yihan, only to find that despite her light clothing, beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. But she had been sitting in the chair without moving. Why was she sweating? In the middle of winter, is it really that hot? Lin Wanru thought, puzzled. Upon hearing her command, the bearers gently placed the sedan chair down and stood shoulder to shoulder with the two burly path clearers, their eyes fixed intently ahead. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps continued to come, but with their previous experience, the crowd all crouched down, pressing their bodies firmly against the ground to avoid being shaken off. Next to Xiao Yihan's sedan chair, a few martial artists held onto the bearers, ensuring that Xiao Yihan remained steady. As time passed, the beast's footsteps grew more hurried and louder. Everyone knew that the creature was rapidly approaching the cave's entrance. The members of the Lin family watched Ling Yi moving upstream along the river and couldn't help but feel anxious for him. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted, causing everyone to cover their ears. Simultaneously, a colossal figure suddenly sprang from a massive rock on the cliff ahead, launching itself towards Ling Yi with a speed that was almost imperceptible. In just a brief encounter, the beast swatted Ling Yi away with a paw, sending his body flying like a cannonball, streaking past the crowd before crashing deep into the cliff behind him, buried beneath the dirt with no further movement. "Ling Yi!" Lin Wanqing cried out, wanting to rush over and dig him out from the dirt, but she found herself unable to break free from the restraints of the Xiao family's martial artists. "Little wife, there's no need to go. Even if he were an ordinary villager, after taking such a hit, he would likely be nothing more than a pile of mush." Zhao Xuqing felt a sense of relief and was now extremely pleased. "Zhao Xuqing, may you die a horrible death." Lin Wanqing glared at him fiercely, her eyes filled with rage. Zhao Xuqing shrugged at her words and nodded with a smile. "Indeed, because you sisters drive me to madness." As they spoke, the crowd finally got a clear look at the beast in the basin. It resembled a tiger, but was not one with a tiger-like head, yet towering over the basin's cliffs at over 30 meters high, almost the height of a 15-story building. However, this height seemed out of place next to its nearly 100-meter-long body. Its entire form was covered in patterned fur, with limbs as robust as towering pillars, with a single leg's diameter easily measuring 2 to 3 meters. Its eyes were larger than the red lanterns hung during the new year. Most bizarrely, flames over a meter high burned within those eyes. At this moment its fiery gaze was fixed intensely on the crowd. Under the pressure of such a colossal creature, everyone present was nearly gasping for breath. "Are you not going to make a move?" Xiao Yihan called out, lightly snapping everyone out of their shock. The four bearers and two path clearers wasted no time. They leaped off the cliff and charged toward the enormous tiger that was at least 15 times their height. In their eyes, this tiger-like creature was merely larger and louder, aside from that it seemed to possess only brute strength. Capturing it should be a piece of cake. Today I will show you, beast, why humanity is called the master of all beings. One of the bearers shouted loudly, then executed a strange movement technique, appearing before the colossal beast in the blink of an eye, raising his fist to smash down onto the beast's forehead. As the bearer threw his punch, it seemed everyone could vaguely hear the sound of air being split. Even without thinking, they knew that even an armor forged from pure steel would be easily shattered by this punch. However, when his fist struck the beast's forehead, the creature did not budge an inch, and even its ears twitched in disdain. But with that slight shake, the bearer who had claimed to make the beast understand was sent crashing down to the ground as if caught in a gale. Before he even hit the ground, the beast raised a paw and sent him flying again. He soared over the entire basin, crashing into the distant cliff, which was barely visible, with a dull bang sound. Witnessing this scene, everyone on the cliff was left dumbfounded. They finally understood why this place was called the man-eating cave, yet they hadn't even seen a single bone. Everyone had been smashed into the cliff, dead on the spot, buried alive if they survived. "Concentrate your attacks on its waist," a palanquin bearer commanded sharply, then lunged forward without hesitation, striking fiercely at the beast's midsection. As the old saying goes, a tiger's body is bronze-headed, iron-tailed, and waist-soft as tofu. Strike its waist and victory is assured. Hearing this, the other four immediately complied, launching coordinated assaults upon the beast's flank. Meanwhile, Xiao Yihan urged Zhao Xuqing, "Hurry, retrieve the divine herb now." Zhao Xuqing instantly dashed forward with Chen Tianyang. But at that very moment, the beast whirled its massive head and unleashed a deafening roar. The 5 attackers targeting its waist were instantly reduced to crimson mist, utterly obliterated, not even ash remaining. With a casual flick of its tail, the beast cleaved a chasm over 10 meters wide across the basin's cliff face, blocking Zhao Xuqing's path, while sending a shockwave so violent it sent both men tumbling backward until they were finally halted by Xiao family bodyguards standing before the group. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Their strongest fighters, fallen in under 20 seconds, annihilated without resistance. Mouths gaped open, speechless. Only the beast's sky-rending bellows snapped them from their stupor. Even the 2 masters, whose skin was like bronze and bones like iron, could not withstand a single roar from that monster. Someone cried out in terror, collapsing onto the ground. "We're doomed. We'll all die here." Third Miss, retreat immediately. The beast's power exceeds all expectations, urged the Xiao family's chief bodyguard, addressing Xiao Yihan urgently before swiftly ordering 4 men to lift the palanquin for immediate withdrawal. But the beast struck again, its tail slashing across their escape route, carving yet another 10-meter chasm, trapping the group between impassable ravines. Lin Wanqing trembled violently near tears and whispered shakily, "Elder sister, why doesn't it just kill us outright? What does it mean to hold us here like this?" Lin Wanru glanced at the thick drool dripping from the beast's maw, then offered a bitter smile. "It appears we are its lunch." At the realization that they were soon to be devoured, panic erupted. Xiao Yihan herself quaked uncontrollably. Every trace of arrogance vanished as she screamed at Zhao Xuqing, "Zhao, you claimed you could control this beast. Then act now." Her voice cracked, she gasped for breath, sweat cascading down her face like rain. Zhao Xuqing turned desperately to Chen Tianyang. "Master Chen, intervene quickly." Without hesitation, Chen Tianyang withdrew a palm-sized jade disc and began chanting incantations while inscribing talismans. Moments later, he bit open his fingertip, letting several drops of blood fall onto the disc, then raised it high and roared, "Spirits of darkness, hasten to my aid." Instantly, thick black mist surged from the disc, coalescing before the group into a towering wall of shadow over 3 meters tall. As the wall formed, ear-splitting wails pierced the air. Ghostly faces writhed upon its surface, elders, children, expectant mothers, all screaming in torment. The sheer dread of the scene drove everyone instinctively backward. Lin Wanru's brow furrowed deeply upon seeing those tormented souls. She pointed fiercely at Chen Tianyang and thundered, "Chen Tianyang, you dare perform the living soul forging rite? Do you fear no heavenly lightning? To forge a living soul is to torture a living person to death slowly and deliberately. The greater the agony inflicted, and the deeper the resentment accumulated at the moment of death, the more potent the resulting soul becomes. Miss Lin, I've tolerated you long enough. Once this beast is subdued, I shall forge you into a living soul for celestial sacrifice." Chen Tianyang snarled, then activated his spell with a commanding shout, "Go!" At his command, the souls on the wall shrieked wildly and surged toward the beast like a tide of vengeance. This is sorcery. Finally, thank heavens. We're saved. But before the words had fully left their lips, twin jets of searing flame shot from the beast's eyes, lancing straight into the black mist. The ominous fog ignited instantly, like gasoline catching fire, and within 2 breaths the entire 3-meter expanse vanished without a trace. Not even ash remained. The tortured souls perished with it, scattered, unmade, utterly erased. A rare few, however, recoiled from the flames and fled back toward the jade disk, unwittingly drawing a tendril of fire inside. They perished, and the disk itself fractured under the inferno. Scorching hot, the disk slipped from Chen Tianyang's grasp, but not before blistering his palm with painful weeping burns. "Umph, my treasured artifact, refined over 30 years. Stunned with rage, Chen Tianyang spat a mouthful of blood. "Master Chen, don't hesitate. Think of something." Zhao Xuqing's voice trembled as the beast drew. "What you's thinking? We're not even on the same plane. Wait for death." Chen Tianyang wiped the blood from his lips and shook his head with grim irony. Hardly had he spoken when the beast opened its maw and sucked inward, a wave of suction pulling most of the Shao family's bodyguards straight into its jaws, swallowed whole without chewing. All turned deathly pale. Is there anything more horrifying than watching a beast devour humans? Yes, knowing you are next on its menu. Having consumed most of the Shao entourage, the beast shifted its gaze toward the huddled Lin family. "Elder sister, I'm scared." Lin Wanqing sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming like rain. "Don't be afraid. I'm right here with you." Though Lin Wanru herself trembled faintly, she held her sister close. Her own body, shielding the younger girl, her back turned bravely toward the looming horror. "If only we'd known we'd die, we never should have invited Lingyi along." Lin Wanqing wept. "Yes, we haven't even paid him his fee yet." As Lin Wanru spoke, an image rose unbidden in her mind. The man himself walking alone through the basin, strolling carefree along the great riverbank of vision that lingered haunting and serene. Just as the beast reared its maw to swallow the Lin family whole, it abruptly twisted its head, gazing instead toward the distant cliff edge of the basin, its limbs scraping the earth, low growls rumbling deep in its throat. Its agitation suggested one truth: somewhere beyond that ridge stood an enemy capable of stirring its primal dread. The people who were resigned to their fate suddenly found themselves perplexed as the giant beast turned its head. In their astonishment, they all turned to gaze into the distance. As far as the eye could see, apart from the flowers, trees, and rivers, there was only the bare cliff of the basin and the slightly fresh patch in the middle of the rock wall. That patch was formed after Lingyi was slapped into the cliff, causing the soil to settle and fill the pit, making it appear like a patch from a distance. However, aside from this, there were no other people or animals. Why was the giant beast exhibiting such Moreover, with its current strength, what could possibly threaten it in this world? Just as the crowd was puzzled, the patch on the cliff suddenly began to slowly split apart, and a figure leisurely walked out from the cliff in full view of everyone. "Lingyi!" Lin Weiner exclaimed in shock as she recognized him, immediately calling out, "Have we died? Why do I feel nothing?" Lin Wanqing buried her head in her sister's embrace, completely unaware of what was happening outside. So Lin Weiner lifted her sister's head, turning her to face downstream. Originally filled with tears, Lin Wanqing just happened to see Lingyi take his last step out of the cliff, yet he did not fall, but hovered in midair about 10 meters above the ground, hands in pockets, continuing to stroll forward. "Lingyi!" Lin Wanqing exclaimed in disbelief, then widened her eyes to look at her sister. "I'm not seeing things right. That really is Lingyi. He's actually still alive. And he can fly. How is that possible?" Facing Lin Wanqing's barrage of questions, Lin Weiner found herself unable to answer, but recalling Lingyi's words from last night, that a half-step master is quite ordinary, she suddenly felt that the guy who was only a couple of years older than her must be more complex than he appeared. Perhaps he might actually be a master. This thought startled her. How could a master be so young? There has never been one in the history of the martial arts world, right? But upon seeing Lingyi walking in midair, she had no choice but to believe. Aside from those capable of releasing internal energy and initially mastering magical techniques, who else could stroll through the air like he did? A bodyguard from the Lin family witnessing this scene was so excited that he couldn't speak. "Mr. Ling," another bodyguard chimed in. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They never expected that the mountain village man who had been treated as bait was actually a martial arts master. At this moment, Zhao Xuqing's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Thinking about his previous actions towards Lingyi, regret, annoyance, shame, fear, and terror, a multitude of emotions flooded his body, causing him to collapse to the ground, shaking his head and murmuring, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he be a master?" Chun Tianyang gripped the prayer beads tightly, his knuckles turning white. After a long while he sighed with a face ashen as death. No wonder he dared to be the bait, no wonder he could walk so calmly. It turns out he wasn't indifferent to life and death, but rather fearless. Chun Tianyang, oh Chun Tianyang, you truly were blind, daring to act against a master. Just wait and die. Before Ling Yi was slapped into the cliff, he had already sensed danger. If he wanted to dodge, he could have easily done so, but he chose not to. The reason was simple. After descending into the basin, he sensed a gaze locked onto him. Yet this gaze did not come from the Lin and Shao families behind him, nor from the beast cave ahead, but from the left side of the basin's opposite bank. This gaze was exactly the same as that which had locked onto him from a small boat on the river when he was at Wanghua Tower. He hadn't paid it any mind at the time, not expecting it to follow him all the way to Chuzhou. Thus he planned to hide in the shadows for a while to see if the owner of that gaze would intervene to save him. However, he waited until the experts and bodyguards of the Shao family were nearly all dead, yet that person still did not act. Seeing that the Lin family was about to be devoured by the beast Ling, he had no choice but to release his energy to attract the beast's attention. After emerging from the cliff, Ling Yi glanced to the left where the entrance and exit of the basin's river were located. Although his vision could not see that far, and his senses could not cover that area, he was certain that a small boat must be anchored at the river's entrance or exit. If it weren't for his concern for the Lin family, he would have rushed over to see who was on that boat. After retracting his gaze, Ling Yi's expression turned slightly displeased. If it weren't for this beast, he could have discovered the identity of the boat's owner. Unbeknownst, if it sensed Ling Yi's fury, the giant beast roared at him, shaking the cliff and nearly deafening everyone present. You still have a temper. Ling Yi chuckled and scolded, then pulled out his arm from his pocket, extending his finger to beckon at the giant beast. The provocation was evident. The giant beast, seeing this, let out another roar, then exerted all four limbs and charged at Ling Yi at high speed. Everyone watched closely as the giant beast's speed was even swifter than any previous attempts. In the blink of an eye, it was before Ling Yi, its head crashing straight toward him. Quick dodge. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but shout. If this hit landed, even if he was a master, he would likely be severely injured, right? Ling Yi naturally understood the beast's strength. After all, it was the same creature that had knocked Yuan Tianyang unconscious with a single tail swipe. Therefore, he did not let his guard down. While beckoning with his finger, he had already been gathering energy, directly mobilizing the spiritual energy from his dantian, concentrating it in his right arm, preparing to confront the beast Hedon. During his time in the cultivation realm, he had encountered various methods to subdue spiritual beasts, divine beasts, and even celestial beasts, and he concluded that the simplest and most effective way was to beat it until it submits. Simply yielding would only make it more arrogant. You had to defeat it for it to listen. Although this giant beast was not yet a spiritual beast, Ling Yi estimated that the method would work just fine. Beat it to death. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed as Ling Yi's body was knocked back repeatedly by the giant beast until he nearly fell back into the ground, finally stopping the beast's advance. However, the giant beast was not in a good state either, as Ling Yi's fist had driven 3 inches deep into its forehead. In pain, the giant beast suddenly leaped back, its eyes shooting flames directly at Ling Yi. Ling Yi waved his hand to block the flames, leaped forward, and after scolding it with the words flashy and gaudy, he raised his palm and struck it on the massive head, sending it flying over 10 miles, flipping several times in the air before crashing down into the flowers and trees of the basin, splattering dirt everywhere.